Eternal Heart Chapter 1241 to Chapter 1290. In a great hall at the highest point of War God Mountain, Qinyu met with his master. The celestial sect leader looked at Qinyu and revealed a satisfied expression. He had been reluctant to accept Qinyu as his disciple, but now, Qinyu had become his most outstanding disciple. Now that he thought about it, he had to thank the Grand Elder for suddenly asking him to accept Qinyu. "You're still too impatient. You can accumulate for a period of time." The celestial martial sect leader felt that it was a pity. Qinyu was still very young. He could definitely stay at the star condensation realm for another 40 to 50 years and break through to the 8-star king realm before charging into the profound nether realm. Furthermore, Qinyu was breaking through to the profound nether realm outside. If he was disturbed, it was very likely that he would fail at the last step. The celestial sect leader could not tell Qinyu's true cultivation level. That was because he didn't doubt the authenticity of Qinyu's cultivation at all. After sensing it for a bit, his attention shifted. Qinyu didn't know what to say. He had reached the 9-star king realm before breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. Qinyu decided to keep the matter of the 9-star king a secret as much as possible. Even if it was his master, it was best not to tell him. After all, there had to be a reason why Qinyu was able to break through to the 9-star level in such a short time. If he wanted to explain it clearly, he had to tell him everything about the blood tribe. In the end, the celestial sect leader might even be able to see through his true cultivation level. Qinyu felt that it was better not to reveal too much information at once. However, this is the path that you have chosen yourself. I believe that you have made this decision after careful consideration. The celestial martial sect leader asked again. Perhaps Qinyu had encountered a crisis in the Dead Soul Desert, and only by making a breakthrough could he avert the crisis. Back then, the celestial martial sect master had not reached the level of a 7-star king. Perhaps Qinyu felt that his cultivation had reached its limit and that it was hard for him to improve further. Hence, he chose to make a breakthrough. Back then, when I went to the Dead Soul Desert, I indeed had a fortuitous encounter. There were also other reasons. I believe that I made the right choice. Qinyu saw that his master was thinking about this for him, so he spoke up. The reason I came looking for you this time is to ask you about your future plans. In the celestial sect, there are 3 paths after breaking through to the mysterious dark realm. The celestial martial sect leader returned to the main topic. In the celestial sect, once one's cultivation broke through to the mysterious dark realm, it would no longer be suitable to be a disciple. The first option is to leave the celestial sect. Qinyu did not plan to do so for now. When he first came to the origin world, he was ostracized because he came from a lower realm. Entering the celestial sect was a huge turning point. From then on, Qinyu rose up the ranks and became a famous heaven's favorite of the human race. If he hadn't entered the celestial sect back then, it would have been difficult for him to achieve what he had today. The second option is to become the celestial sect's young master. Among the talented disciples of the celestial sect, only a small portion of them were qualified to become the sect leader. The sect would use all its resources to groom the junior sect master. The future sect master would be born from the junior sect master. After Guan Hongri broke through to the mysterious nether realm, he chose to become the young master and was groomed as the future successor of the sect. The celestial martial sect master added. He hoped that Qinyu would choose this path and take over the position of celestial martial sect master from him in the future. The third option is to become an elder of the celestial sect. The celestial martial sect master finished explaining the 3 options. I choose the third option. Qinyu thought for a while and made his decision. Are you sure? The celestial martial sect master was slightly surprised. He did not expect Qinyu to make his decision so quickly. The path he chose was also out of his expectations. The junior sect master had a high status in the sect and enjoyed a large amount of resources. This was undoubtedly the best option. Currently, the celestial sect had 4 junior sect masters. However, in terms of talent and potential, they were not as good as Qinyu. As long as Qinyu became the junior sect master, there was a 70% chance that he would become the sect leader and take charge of one of the 3 major sects of the human race. However, Qinyu chose to become an elder of the sect. I am sure. Qinyu confirmed his thoughts. If he put his heart and soul into cultivation, becoming the junior sect master was a good choice. However, he had too many secrets. In the future, he might have to search for clues about the other parts of the fiend god and his own father. Other than that, Xianxia was already the leader of the blood kindred. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had to give up on the second option. Alright, since your ambition is not here, I will not stop you. However, when the time comes, don't stop her from making her choice. The celestial sect master felt that it was a pity. In terms of the next sect leader, there were two other disciples who had the qualifications to fight for the position. They were Qin Wendian and Yi Luofeng. Qin Wendian was currently ranked 5th on the celestial martial rankings with a cultivation base of 5.5 stars. He had the potential to become a 6-star king or even higher. As for Yi Luofeng, she was the top disciple of this batch. Her cultivation base was currently at 4.5 stars. The reason why her cultivation base rose so quickly was also because of the celestial sect master. Back then, when Xianxia went missing in the vermilion bird sky nest, the celestial sect master felt that Xianxia was doomed. Hence, when he asked Hong Xiuyuan to save Yi Luofeng, he gave her a stroke of good fortune as compensation to Xianxia. Within Yi Luofeng's body, there was the celestial sect master's godly energy. Her physique was cleansed by the godly energy and was greatly enhanced. At the same time, the godly energy could also increase the speed at which she absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Xianxia knew what his master meant. If Yi Luofeng were to face such a situation in the future, he would definitely not interfere. Thinking about how Yi Luofeng was accepted as a disciple by the celestial sect master, Xianxia couldn't help but recall his own experience of accepting a master. Master, can you now tell me the real reason why you changed your mind and accepted me as a disciple? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Back then, he had asked the celestial sect master about it. Xianxia didn't dare to continue questioning him. But now, his status was different. Hence, he asked again. The celestial sect master paused for a moment. After pondering for a moment, he said awkwardly, actually, accepting you as a disciple was the Grand Elder's idea. He didn't hide it anymore. The celestial sect master had asked the Grand Elder personally but didn't get an answer. I know you have doubts. Let me bring you to see the Grand Elder now. If you have any questions, you can ask him. The celestial sect master planned to find out the truth through Xianxia. Xianxia nodded his head and followed the celestial sect master to the forbidden grounds of the valley behind celestial sect. Grand Elder, Wanli requests an audience. Sect master Sikong Wanli stopped outside the valley. After a few breaths, an old man sighed from within the valley, come in. At the same time, a strong aura that caused all living things to tremble permeated the air. Everything in the air seemed to freeze. Xianxia followed his master and wasn't affected. He entered the valley and came to an ordinary courtyard. I wonder how the Grand Elder is doing? The celestial sect master asked. If you were just here to greet me, you can leave now. The voice from within the courtyard said impolitely. The celestial sect master smiled helplessly and went straight to the point, Grand Elder, my disciple has some doubts. Only you can answer them. The door to the courtyard opened and a white-haired old man dressed in plain clothes appeared. The old man stood calmly on the ground like an ordinary old man. However, the astral holy energy within Xianxu's body froze at this moment. He felt an invisible pressure in his heart as he felt a sense of respect. Greetings, Grand Elder. Xianxu bowed respectfully. The old man in plain clothes was the sect's Grand Elder. In terms of cultivation level, he was even stronger than his master, Sikong Wanli. I know what doubts you have. The reason why I helped you back then was because your father and I are old friends. The Grand Elder didn't hide anything and didn't beat around the bush. Before Xianxu could ask, he confessed. The celestial sect master was stunned. The Grand Elder actually knew Xianxu's father. May I ask, Grand Elder, why did my father hide his identity? Where is he now? Xianxu continued to ask. Now that he had broken through to the mysterious nether realm, his strength had increased greatly. He should know some of the truth. He has his own difficulties. As for his current whereabouts, I am not sure either. The Grand Elder's gaze was deep as he said slowly. Seeing Qinyu's disappointed expression, he added, "But I can confirm that Meng Qingyun is not in the human race." "Thank you, Grand Elder, for telling me." Qinyu didn't get the answer he wanted. But one day, he would definitely unravel all the mysteries. He would know the truth about Meng Qingyun colluding with the alien races, the truth about why he hid his identity and couldn't meet Qinyu. Qinyu even felt that there were some truths about his birth mother that he didn't know. Suddenly, a golden divine radiance bloomed in front of the Grand Elder. The moment this forbidden divine power appeared, the surrounding void seemed to freeze and everything lost its color. "As long as Meng Qingyun appears near you, it will be able to guide you." The Grand Elder waved his sleeve, and the golden divine radiance formed an ancient rune that floated in front of Qinyu and imprinted itself on the back of his hand. The Grand Elder could tell that Qinyu would go find Meng Qingyun, so he gave him the appropriate help. After leaving this place, Qinyu went to handle the relevant procedures to leave his disciple status and become a member of the Celestial Sect's upper echelon. "Martial nephew Chen, why didn't you choose to become the young master?" The upper echelon who was handling the procedures for Qinyu sighed. The reason so many upper echelons had tried to maintain a good relationship with Qinyu during the Emperor Lord's celebration banquet was because they believed that Qinyu could become the next sect master and had a high chance of becoming a god. That day, when this matter spread, everyone in the Celestial Sect was shocked and thought that Qinyu had chosen the wrong path. On the other hand, Guan Hongri was dispirited when he heard the news. Qinyu chose to become an elder of the sect? Guan Hongri was shocked and excited. He was worried that Qinyu would also become the young master and compete with him for the position of the sect master. "Ha ha ha, the status of an elder of the sect is far lower than me, the young master." Guan Hongri laughed and regained his confidence. He started to fantasize about the day when he would wash away his shame. "Wait till I become the sect master in the future, I will definitely trample you under my feet." After Qinyu returned to his cave abode, he did not care about what the outside world said. He had already decided to find Meng Qingyun and find out the truth. However, Meng Qingyun was not in the human race. The main world was vast and there were countless races. Where should Qinyu go to find him? He had no idea. Why did father tell me to be careful of the Silver Soul race? Qinyu thought back to the Royal Azure Dynasty's clone's advice. Maybe he could find some clues from the Silver Soul race. Through Yu Luofeng, Qinyu found out that the reason why the Silver Soul race could successfully invade the human race was because they had secretly built an ultra-long-distance teleportation array under the Dead Soul Desert. The Silver Soul race invaded, but the human race's enemies were not just a race of demonic gods. During the Middle Ages, there was no Dead Soul Desert. There was a superpower of the human race called the Ancient Alliance. Later, it was discovered that the Ancient Alliance had secretly submitted to the demonic gods. The human race took the initiative to encircle and annihilate the Ancient Alliance. An intense battle ensued, forming the Dead Soul Desert. However, most of the human race still escaped from the Ancient Alliance and resettled in another part of the main world. Such a situation was very common in the main world. For example, the demon race was not only located beside the human race. There were demon race forces in several regions of the main world, and their standpoints were also very different. Now, the Silver Soul race invaded the human race through the super long-distance underground teleportation array. At the same time, the Silver Soul race also sent out invitations to the other races that were hostile to the human race. Currently, the human race was also discussing countermeasures. Qinyu felt that it was possible to get information from the Silver Soul race, but it was accompanied by danger. However, he had already decided to leave the human race and travel the main world. While searching for traces of his father, he would also pay attention to clues regarding the demonic gods. However, before leaving the human race, he had to settle some things. "I still need to go to the Lin family for the engagement with Lin Yuxuan." Qinyu was married now, but the engagement was still there. He could not keep delaying Lin Yuxuan. "Didn't senior sister Lin remind me many times to go to the Lin family with her to discuss the engagement? Why is she not looking for me now?" Qinyu was puzzled. Thinking of this, Qinyu left the cave abode to look for Lin Yuxuan. However, Lin Yuxuan was not around. Even her best friend Luo Yulian did not know where Lin Yuxuan had gone. "If that's the case, I have to go to the Lin family alone." Qinyu could not wait for Lin Yuxuan to return. Moreover, he believed that the Lin family head should know that his daughter did not agree to the engagement. If he went alone, he would be able to clear things up. After informing Luo Feng, Qinyu left the celestial sect and headed to the demigod Lin family. The journey was long, so he took the blood-devouring worship. Inside the secret room, Qinyu took out the azure spirit seed, which contained the natal astral source of a silver soul race sovereign lord. Without saying a word, Qinyu activated the azure dragon's sacred wood leg to refine the blue spirit seed. Although the energy sealed in the azure spirit seed was only at the early stage of the mysterious nether realm, refining another life-bound astral source was extremely beneficial to Qinyu's own astral source. It could also increase his cultivation. 3 days later, Qinyu refined and absorbed this blue spiritual seed, and his cultivation improved a little. Next, he took out the resources he had brought out from the blood tribe and began to cultivate. According to Elder Lu Di, the resources brought out from the blood race were enough for Qinyu to cultivate to the demigod level. However, during the cultivation process, Qinyu guessed that these resources were far from enough. Perhaps this was the price he had to pay for breaking through to the mysterious nether realm with 9 stars and becoming invincible in the same realm. The resources he needed were several times more than what a mysterious nether realm cultivator needed. On the other side, in the desert of dead souls. This was now the territory of the silver soul race. One of the battleships was filled with ancient palaces. The murderer who killed our race's the Arch has been found. In a dark hall, a few upper echelons of the silver soul race and human experts from the ancient alliance were gathered. Who did it? A silver soul race sovereign lord sitting on a black crystal throne with a stern expression said coldly. Reporting to the Archlord Luo Hai, it was the human race's celestial sect genius, Qinyu. The upper echelon responsible for the investigation waved his hand, and a silver screen appeared in the center of the hall. Qinyu's portrait appeared. The mysterious death of the Archlord had already alarmed the upper echelons of the silver soul race. They were investigating this matter to prevent spies from the human race from sneaking in. Back then, Qinyu didn't know that the Dead Soul Desert had been occupied by the silver soul race, so he didn't hide anything. He left behind some clues that were found by the silver soul race's experts. It's him. In a certain part of the hall, a skinny young man was shocked. If Qinyu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the skinny man with a single glance. It was Yansu who had escaped from him at the bottom of the Dead Soul Desert. Or rather, Yansu, who had been possessed. Dark-souled Arch, you seem to know this person? Above, the Archlord Luo Hai looked at Yansu with his cold, dark silver eyes. The Archlord who had possessed Yansu was originally called the Dark-souled Arch. Now, the Dark-souled Arch was a great contributor and was appreciated by the upper echelons of the Silver Soul race. After all, he was the one who had built the ultra-long-distance teleportation array in the Dead Soul Desert. Reporting to the Archlord Luo Hai, it was this kid who caused trouble back then. I almost couldn't complete the ultra-long-distance teleportation array. Yansu revealed a trace of resentment. The reason he truly hated Qinyu was that Qinyu had severely injured him and stolen the mysterious finger's power. At that time, he had almost died in Qinyu's hands. After that, he swore that he would take revenge. However, Yansu didn't expect Qinyu to break through to the mysterious nether realm so quickly. The Archlord Luo Hai, please allow me to personally kill this person. Yansu requested. Wait. Elder Lu, tell me more about this person. The Archlord Luo Hai didn't make a rash decision. Yansu didn't dare to say more, but he felt that the Archlord Luo Hai was too cautious. He was a mysterious nether realm the Archlord who had reincarnated. His strength far surpassed mysterious nether realm cultivators of the same level, let alone a human who had just broken through to the mysterious nether realm. Yes, this person is said to be from a low-level realm. He became famous in the Celestial Sect's test and became the disciple of the Celestial Sect Master. In just a few decades, he became the first on the Heaven Marshal roll. After disappearing for many years, he returned to the Celestial Sect and confirmed that he had broken through to the mysterious nether realm. The upper echelon responsible for searching for information reported all the information they had found. The hall became even quieter, and the expressions of the upper echelons became solemn. The human race actually had such a genius. Did he really come from a low-level realm, 100 years old mysterious nether realm? Such a prodigy had a high chance of reaching the heaven fusion realm in the future. Is this kid a monster? Xianxia didn't have his previous confidence. Qinyu's personal experience was too glorious. Ever since he joined the celestial sect, he had risen and created miracles. Underestimating such a genius was the biggest mistake. This kid can be considered the #1 genius of the human race in the past 1,000 years. However, he is about to become history. Celestial Lord Luohai revealed a cruel smile. Dark Spirit Celestial Lord, I'm afraid that you alone won't be enough. Celestial Lord Ghost Cloud, follow him. Celestial Lord Luohai ordered. Xianxia didn't retort, but he was shocked when he heard Celestial Lord Luohai's order. Celestial Lord Ghost Cloud was a silver soul race celestial lord at the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm. If a human of the same realm faced him, they would only be sending themselves to death. From this, it could be seen how much importance Celestial Lord Luohai placed on Qinyu. He actually sent a celestial lord at the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm. This wasn't just because Qinyu had killed the silver soul race celestial lord, but also because of his shocking potential. They had to kill him as soon as possible. Understood. A hoarse and sinister voice came from within a cluster of dark clouds and mist. Alright, let's talk about the strategy. The meeting moved on to the next topic, and everyone threw the matter of Qinyu to the back of their minds. Celestial Lord Black Cloud, who was at the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm, was going to kill Qinyu. Half a month later, Qinyu arrived at the purple celestial mountain. The continuous mountain range was covered in a dreamy purple color, like a fairyland. This was the territory of the Lin family, a demigod family. The entire Lin family lived in seclusion in the mountains, surrounded by barriers and arrays. There was only one entrance to the Lin family. By the time Qinyu arrived at the entrance, another group of people had arrived. There were 10 people in the group, and 3 of them had reached the mysterious nether realm. The most eye-catching person was a man in a blue robe in the center of the group. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a high nose bridge. His whole body emitted a sharp aura. He didn't look old, but he had already reached the mysterious nether realm. Other than that, there were 10 members of the sea race in the group. They were all enslaved, and they were dragging heavy golden boxes tied with red ribbons. Qinyu looked at the situation and knew that this was the group that had come to deliver the betrothal gifts. The Lin family has a joyous occasion. However, this had nothing to do with Qinyu. He walked to the entrance and said, I am Qinyu, and I seek an audience with the Lin family patriarch. Qinyu? The guard at the entrance sized up Qinyu and asked, Are you the celestial sex Qinyu? Yes. Qinyu nodded. Miss Lin Yuxuan has instructed us. Please come in. One of the guards immediately invited Qinyu in and led Qinyu into the Lin family. Lin Yuxuan? The handsome man in a blue robe in the group couldn't help but frown when he heard this name. Songguang, perform well later. I heard that the genius of the Night God Hall has already arrived and stayed in the Lin family for 3 days. The marriage might have already been discussed. A silver-haired elder beside him said in a low voice. Third uncle, don't worry. There is no woman in this world that I, Morong Songguang, cannot conquer. The blue-robed man said confidently. The silver-haired elder shook his head. It was because Morong Songguang had conquered too many women. Otherwise, the Lin family would be overjoyed when the Morong family proposed the marriage. Morong Songguang seeks an audience with the Lin family patriarch. Morong Songguang came to the entrance and said with a faint smile. Please wait for a moment. A guard said and immediately sent a message. Morong Songguang's bright eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed. Why do I, Morong Songguang, have to wait outside without notifying that person just now? Morong Songguang questioned. His emperor's might condensed and an incomparably oppressive aura spread out. The guards were immediately suppressed to the point that they couldn't move. Their faces turned pale and they couldn't even speak. Songguang. The silver-haired elder shouted and dispelled the other party's emperor's might. They were here to propose marriage, not to cause trouble. It's Miss Yuxuan's orders, we are just following orders. One of the guards trembled as he replied. Young Master Morong, you can go in. At this moment, another guard said and anxiously led the Murong family's team into the Lin family. Not long after Qinyu followed the guard, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in the purple forest in front of him. The other party's face was flawless, her eyes were like crystals, and her jade-like purple hair fluttered in the wind. It was Lin Yuxuan. "Why are you here?" Lin Yuxuan's beautiful face revealed a hint of joy. Qinyu didn't expect that Lin Yuxuan wasn't in Celestial sect, but had returned to the Lin family. But there was no need to hide it from everyone. "I'm here to explain the marriage to your father," Qinyu said truthfully. When Lin Yuxuan heard this, the smile on her face disappeared, and her eyes revealed some disappointment. When she saw Qinyu, Lin Yuxuan thought that Qinyu heard that someone had come to the Lin family to propose marriage to her, so he came to help her out. "Yes, I forgot about this." Lin Yuxuan forced a smile. She was thinking too much. Qinyu was here to cancel the marriage. When she found out that Qinyu was here to cancel the engagement, Lin Yuxuan felt sad. A few days ago, the genius of the night god hall, Wei Yan, came to propose marriage. Because of this, she returned home. The night god hall was one of the 3 major sections. Wei Yan's Wei clan was also a demigod clan. Wei Yan admired Lin Yuxuan and refused to give up. He had stayed at the Lin clan for a few days. Lin Yuxuan did not expect that Qinyu would come to the Lin clan to cancel the engagement. "I'll bring you to see father," Lin Yuxuan said after a moment of silence. Qinyu noticed that Lin Yuxuan's emotions were not right. He had his guesses but did not ask further. After walking for a while, a few people came to them. "Yuxuan, I didn't expect to see you here." The leader of the group was a man in a black robe. He was tall and had an elegant demeanor. His hair covered his seemingly blind left eye and he exuded a feminine aura. Qinyu did not pay much attention to him. He realized that one of them was familiar. It seemed to be the Deacon Lan from the Night God Hall that he met in the Dead Soul Desert. In other words, these people were from the Night God Hall. "I went to look for you but the servant said that you were not around. I didn't expect to see you here." The feminine man smiled as he walked closer. He ignored Qinyu and went in front of Lin Yuxuan, separating her and Qinyu. His words seemed kind but his actions were domineering and overbearing. "The Lin clan scenery is beautiful. Yuxuan, why don't you show me around?" The feminine man invited her. "I'm not free." Lin Yuxuan looked at the feminine man and rejected him coldly. This man was the genius of the Night God Hall, Wei Yan. He had a high position in the sect, equivalent to the Celestial sect's young master. However, Lin Yuxuan did not feel anything for him. She even hated him. He looked gentle on the surface but was overbearing on the inside. She also did not like the one-eyed man. "Let's go." Lin Yuxuan brought Qinyu and left the place quickly. Wei Yan quietly watched as Lin Yuxuan and the other man left before his eyes. The smile on his face grew even wider, but it gave off a chill that made others tremble. "Young master, this man is Qinyu, a genius of the Celestial sect. I heard that when Qinyu and Lin Yuxuan were in the Celestial sect, there were many rumors about them. Their relationship is not simple." Deacon Lan finally spoke. He didn't dare to interrupt the conversation between Wei Yan and Lin Yuxuan. "Oh? Lin Yuxuan has already joined the Celestial sect, and yet they still want Lin Yuxuan to marry a disciple of the Celestial sect?" Wei Yan had heard of Qinyu before and his face turned cold. The Night God Hall and the Celestial sect had some conflicts. The Night God Hall's plan was to snatch Lin Yuxuan from the Celestial sect through marriage. Apart from this, Wei Yan also wanted a peerless beauty like Lin Yuxuan. "Young master, this kid is extremely arrogant. He once killed a disciple of the Night God Hall in the Dead Spirit Desert, and later fought with us for the Sacred Source Pills. He has repeatedly attacked the members of the Night God Hall." Deacon Lan revealed an evil smile. Back in the Dead Spirit Desert, he had lost to Qinyu in a 3-move wager. He had already hated Qinyu since then. He was certain that the Sacred Source Pill that appeared in the Dead Spirit Desert had been obtained by Qinyu and used to break through to the mysterious Nether Realm. He had already reached the half-step mysterious Nether Realm and was only missing a Sacred Source Pill. Now that the opportunity had fallen into Qinyu's hands, he was naturally jealous. He is indeed arrogant. He killed a disciple of the night god Hall and even fought with me for a woman. Wei Yan's eyes turned even colder. He wanted to see what Qinyu's goal was. Thus, Wei Yan and the other members of the night god Hall followed. Not long after, Qinyu and Lin Yuxuan entered the family head's private residence and instructed, "Don't let anyone in. The fewer people who knew about the engagement, the better." Wei Yan and the others were blocked outside, so they naturally couldn't force their way in. "Young master, based on the situation over the past few days, Lin Yuxuan seems determined to reject you. I'm afraid she already has someone in her heart." Administrator Lan sighed. Wei Yan remained silent, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. If Lin Yuxuan and Qinyu were in love, he definitely wouldn't be able to win. In an elegant study, Qinyu met the Lin family's family head, Lin Yutian. The other party was sitting upright and looked very scholarly. His deep eyes were sizing up Qinyu. As expected of Meng Qingyun's descendant. Lin Yutian sighed. He couldn't help but recall the past. Back when the Lin family wasn't a powerful demigod family, he had received Meng Qingyun's favor. For the family's future, he had arranged his daughter to marry Meng Qingyun's unborn son. "Family head, I believe you know why I'm here." Qinyu got straight to the point. Lin Yutian nodded slightly and felt that it was a pity. He had once thought that even Meng Qingyun's descendant couldn't compare to his daughter. The truth proved that he was wrong. If Qinyu could really marry Lin Yuxuan, they would be a perfect match, and he would be able to fulfill his promise. What was even more unfortunate was that Lin Yutian realized that his daughter seemed to have a good impression of Qinyu. "This engagement was made between your father and me. Why do you want to cancel it?" Lin Yutian wanted to keep the marriage. "I already have a cultivation partner," Qinyu said straightforwardly. Lin Yutian was slightly stunned. He didn't know about this. Although he had agreed to let his daughter be Meng Qingyun's descendant's concubine when the engagement was made, Lin Yutian didn't want his daughter to suffer. How could the daughter of the demigod Lin family be someone's concubine? "Since you've already made your decision, I won't force you." Lin Yutian didn't try to persuade him. "Thank you." Qinyu didn't expect the other party to be so easy to talk to. The engagement was so easily resolved. Lin Yuxuan, who was standing to the side, suddenly became even more disappointed. "But can you do me a favor?" Lin Yutian asked. "Go ahead." Even though Qinyu and Lin Yuxuan were no longer engaged, they were still fellow disciples. Among the disciples of the celestial sect, Lin Yuxuan was considered to be the closest to Qinyu. "To tell you the truth, a few days ago, Wei Yan from the Night God Hall came to propose marriage to my daughter. Morong Sanguang from the Morong family is also here for the marriage." Upon hearing these words, Qinyu finally realized that the feminine man he met just now was actually here to propose. No wonder Wei Yan looked down on him. And Qinyu didn't expect that the group he met at the entrance was also here for Lin Yuxuan. The two of them have mentioned the marriage many times. Now that they have both come to visit, the power behind them is astonishing. The Lin family cannot be too ruthless. So I hope that you don't rush to cancel the engagement. Just maintain it on the surface and give up on these two. Lin Yutian made his request. Qinyu thought for a moment, glanced at Lin Yuxuan, and then agreed. Okay. He had a good relationship with Lin Yuxuan, and the Lin family was also related to his father. Although this favor would cause him some trouble, it wouldn't affect him much. Moreover, Qinyu was preparing to leave the human race. Lin Yuxuan's eyes lit up again. Qinyu agreed to maintain the engagement. "If you have any requests, feel free to ask. The Lin family will do our best to fulfill them." Lin Yutian continued. Qinyu didn't stand on ceremony. He wasn't a philanthropist, so he would help for free. "Does the Lin family have the blood of a wood-type sacred beast? It would be best if it's at the mid-stage of the mysterious nether realm or above." Qinyu asked. To perfect the azure dragon's sacred leg, he needed the blood of a powerful wood-type sacred beast. It would be best if it was the azure dragon's sacred beast. Lin Yutian smiled. The Lin family happens to have the blood of a wood-type sacred beast at the late stage of the mysterious nether realm. Lin Yutian gave out the blood of a late-stage mysterious nether realm sacred beast. After that, Lin Yuxuan left with Qinyu to collect the blood of a wood-type sacred beast. Yuxuan, you can't be careless, Lin Yutian sighed in his study. In truth, with the Lin family's power, it wouldn't have been a problem to reject Murong Songguang and Wei Yan. However, Lin Yutian could see his daughter's feelings, which was why he did this. If the engagement was maintained on the surface, Lin Yuxuan and Qin Yu might have a chance. Isn't this Wei Yan? Why is the genius of the night god hall standing here? Murong Songguang sneered when he saw Wei Yan standing outside the patriarch's residence. Murong Songguang? Wei Yan turned around and looked at Murong Songguang. He sensed Murong Songguang's aura and guessed who was stronger. What? Brother Wei Yan's proposal failed? Murong Songguang mocked. In his view, how could a one-eyed man like Wei Yan capture Lin Yuxuan's heart? Haha, what are you doing here? You've played with more women than I've ever seen. How could Lin Yuxuan like a playboy like you? Wei Yan was also proud and retorted. One-eyed man, what did you say? Murong Songguang's eyes surged and a powerful aura surged. Not only playboy, but also rude and likes to stir up trouble. Wei Yan said nonchalantly. The atmosphere was tense and the people from both sides were worried that Murong Songguang and Wei Yan would suddenly fight. At this moment, two figures appeared in the distance. Lin Yuxuan's joyful voice came out, Chen, I'll take you to get something. The two of them left from the other side exit and disappeared into the forest of flowers and trees. Murong Songguang and Wei Yan were slightly embarrassed. They were arguing with each other, but the woman who proposed left with another man. Damn it, who is that? Murong Songguang suddenly revealed a fierce look. He didn't like Qin Yu just now, but now Qin Yu was leaving with Lin Yuxuan. The two looked very intimate. Could it be that the Lin family agreed to Qin Yu's proposal? Wei Yan's face was unfriendly. On the other side, Qin Yu obtained the blood of a wood elemental sacred beast. Although it wasn't the azure dragon's sacred beast, its bloodline grade was high. Its cultivation had reached the late-stage mysterious nether realm when it was alive. Buzz, Qin Yu activated the azure dragon divine wood leg, and a green light appeared around him. Then, a green light dragon extended from Qin Yu's legs. Refine. The wood elemental sacred beast blood in front of Qin Yu condensed into a ball of blood. Green light flew out of the ball of blood and merged with Qin Yu's azure dragon sacred wood leg. As the wood elemental sacred beast blood was refined, Qin Yu's azure dragon sacred wood leg released an even stronger vitality. Ancient green vines spread and filled the entire room. 3 days later, Qin Yu had completely refined the wood elemental sacred beast blood. Not only that, but the azure dragon sacred wood leg had also reached the complete stage. The entire chamber was filled with lush green vines and leaves, like a lush primitive forest. Qin Yu circulated the azure dragon sacred wood leg slightly, and all the surrounding plants slowly returned to his legs. The fourth level of the four symbols divine body has reached the complete stage. After all, Qin Yu's cultivation had reached the mid-stage mysterious nether realm. According to the description on the azure dragon's sacred wood leg, after refining the wood elemental sacred beast blood, the azure dragon's sacred wood leg's auxiliary combat skills would be greatly enhanced. After merging with the wood-type sacred beast bloodline, the various auxiliary combat skills of the azure dragon's sacred leg would be improved. Not only that, but if he cultivated a secret technique, he would also be able to form a special body, the azure wood sacred body. The azure wood sacred body increased the power of wood-type combat skills, and it also had a strong self-healing ability and some wood-type divine abilities. However, compared to Qin Yu's indestructible body, the azure wood sacred body was nothing, so he didn't plan to cultivate it. The divine body of four symbols was a rare and powerful body tempering technique. However, Qin Yu's eternal heart had given him an even greater opportunity to obtain the indestructible body. Otherwise, Qin Yu would have cultivated the azure wood sacred body. The divine body of four symbols had reached the fourth level, so Qin Yu could consider the fifth level. Now, only the black tortoisey suppressing arm was left. Qin Yu, get out here. Murong Songguang's roar came from outside the cave. In fact, this was the third time he had come to find Qin Yu. This bastard, why did Lin Yuxuan agree to him? Murong Songguang was indignant. When he came to the Lin family, Lin Yutian told him that Lin Yuxuan was already engaged. He, Murong Songguang, was the genius emperor of the Murong family. He had seen countless women and thought that there was no woman he couldn't win. In the end, he had failed before he could even propose. Unable to take this lying down, he decided to make a move on Qinyu, forcing the other party to back off. "Coward, are you going to hide here for the rest of your life just to hide from me, Morong Songwang?" Morong Songwang cursed. In his opinion, Qinyu was afraid of him. Otherwise, why would he not come out, in the distance? "Young master, are you going to give up or?" Deacon Lan asked. "With this lunatic around, he will definitely mess things up. There is still a possibility of a marriage." Wei Yan glanced at Morong Songwang. "How strong is Qinyu?" Wei Yan thought of something and asked. "This person hasn't fought after breaking through to the mysterious nether realm, so I don't know. However, based on his innate talent, he definitely had the ability to become the celestial sect's young master. However, in the end, he became the sect's elder. This subordinate believes that there is more to this than meets the eye. Perhaps an accident occurred when Qinyu broke through to the profound nether realm. Although he succeeded, his potential was greatly damaged, and he has no hope of reaching the divine realm." Deacon Lan guessed. For a genius like Qinyu to not become a young sect master and instead become an elder of the celestial sect, the other powers of the human race had their own guesses. Deacon Lan's opinion was the common view. If an accident really happened while he was breaking through, then his strength would be considered weak among those of the same cultivation level. Wei Yan felt relieved after coming to this conclusion. If Qinyu was weak, it would be easier to deal with him. His potential would be greatly diminished and he would not be able to enter the god stage. Celestial sect would then take less care of Qinyu. At this moment, Qinyu appeared and walked straight towards Morong Songwang. "You're finally willing to come out. I thought you were going to hide here for the rest of your life." Morong Songwang's eyes shone brightly. His aura was imposing as he vented out his resentment. "Leave Lin Yuxuan. Just state your conditions." Morong Songwang said arrogantly. "Who do you think you are? Get lost." Qinyu's face was indifferent. This Morong Songwang had been making a ruckus outside and he almost barged in. As soon as he came out, the sound of cursing could be heard. "Bastard, what did you say?" Morong Songwang's resentment had been suppressed for a few days. Now that he was scolded by Qinyu, he immediately erupted in anger. "Young master, calm down." The subordinate beside him immediately comforted him and glanced at Qinyu. How could he deliberately provoke Morong Songwang? "I told you to get lost." Qinyu repeated. "You are arrogant enough. If you have the ability, fight me, Morong Songwang, head on. If I lose, I will immediately get out of the Lin family. If you lose, cancel the engagement and give up on Lin Yuxuan." Morong Songwang suppressed his anger and provoked Qinyu. The more arrogant a person was, the more confident he was and the easier it was to be provoked. "Chen, don't agree to him." At this moment, Lin Yuxuan came. "Yuxuan, what do you like about him? How am I inferior to him?" Morong Songwang saw that Lin Yuxuan was speaking up for Qinyu and felt even more indignant. However, she might become his fiancée, so his tone was as calm as possible. Lin Yuxuan glanced at Qinyu, and a thin layer of red appeared on her cheeks. How could she have the nerve to say in front of outsiders what attracted her to Qinyu? Morong Songwang saw Lin Yuxuan's appearance and knew that she really liked Qinyu, so he continued to provoke. "Qinyu, you are a turtle that only knows how to hide in your shell. Don't you dare to agree?" In this world, strength was respected. When he stepped on Qinyu, Lin Yuxuan's love for Qinyu would definitely decrease. "So what if I agree?" Qinyu did not put Morong Songwang in his eyes at all. Letting Morong Songwang completely give up would be a great help to the Lin family and Lin Yuxuan. "It's a deal. I will give you a few days to prepare." Morong Songwang was overjoyed. "No need. Let's do it now. I don't have much time to play with you." Qinyu was expressionless. "Play?" Morong Songwang's smile became sinister. He suddenly found that Qinyu was better at provoking than him. "Okay, then let's have some fun." In the distance, Wei Yan and the others were startled. Things were progressing too quickly. Morong Songwang and Qinyu had only talked for a short while before they started fighting. Once Qinyu lost, the engagement would be cancelled. Morong Songwang broke through to the mysterious nether realm 150 years ago. His strength is extraordinary. Qinyu just broke through to the mysterious nether realm. How can he compare? Administrator Lan sneered at Qinyu's ignorance. That's perfect. Morong Songwang's strength is about the same as mine. After he defeats Qinyu, I will make a move. The winner will be me. Wei Yan was overjoyed. He was grateful to Morong Songwang and Qinyu for being so impulsive. When the news of the duel between Qinyu and Morong Songwang reached Lin Yutian's ears, even he, who was usually calm, was shocked. Qinyu is too impulsive. With the engagement, he doesn't need to do anything. As time goes on, Morong Songwang and Wei Yan will retreat. Qinyu had agreed to help, but he didn't need to do much to resolve this matter. He had purposely maintained the engagement to give Lin Yushuan time and opportunity. He also wanted to build a good relationship with Qinyu. He had even given him a late-stage mysterious nether realm wood element sacred beast blood. Maybe he has the strength to back it up. Lin Yutian thought. After all, he was Meng Qingyun's descendant. This concerned his daughter's marriage, so Lin Yutian had personally come to witness the result of this duel. In a spacious battlefield, Qinyu and Morong Songwang floated in the air. There were defensive barriers around them, and the Lin family, Morong family, and Night God Hall were spectators. Qinyu, regret your ignorance, Qinyu said. Morong Songwang shouted and activated his bloodline. Buzz, his entire body seemed to have turned into a peerless sword. Endless sword radiance appeared around him, shining with astral source sacred light. This is the physique cultivated by the Morong family's special bloodline, the myriad sword physique. Lin Yutian observed Morong Songwang. As one of the two immortal state families of the human race, the Morong family's bloodline wasn't strong. However, it could use a secret technique to cultivate the special myriad sword physique. The myriad sword physique could cultivate the sword Dao with twice the results with half the effort and could greatly increase the power of sword techniques. Some people called the Morong family the #1 sword Dao force of the human race. Myriad sword. Return to origin. Morong Songwang's sharp eyes were full of contempt. The next moment, the sharp sword lights around him expanded again, and the number of them increased by several times. With Morong Songwang as the center, the area within 1,000 feet radius was filled with densely packed sword lights, forming a huge sword light vortex, emitting a disdainful aura that could cut through everything. This is the killing move of the 9th level of the myriad sword art. Morong Songwang is planning to defeat Qinyu with lightning speed. Wei Yan smiled. This move consumed a lot of energy, so it would be difficult for him to block it. Swish, swish. Swish, without any warning, the sword radiance shot out at the same time. The sword radiance pierced through the sky and landed on the dueling platform, creating countless holes. Eh? Where's that kid? Morong Songwang felt that his attack didn't hit Qinyu. He suddenly felt something and looked up, only to see Qinyu looking down at him from above. His opponent's speed was so fast that he could easily dodge his sword Dao attack. Morong Songwang felt troubled and once again formed 10,000 sword radiance that shot into the sky and stabbed at Qinyu. Qinyu used his spatial power and disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in another location and said with a relaxed look, "Your attack is too slow." It wasn't difficult to deal with Morong Songwang, who was at the early stage of the mysterious underworld realm. However, he couldn't let Lin Yutian, who was at the late stage of the mysterious underworld realm, see Qinyu's true cultivation. Moreover, his space ultimacy had reached the level of the law, so even Lin Yutian couldn't see through it. Lin Yutian was slightly shocked. He really couldn't understand how Qinyu dodged Morong Songwang's attack. I didn't expect this kid to be so fast. Morong Songwang is now in a passive situation. Wei Yan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Qinyu, trying to find any flaws. Damn it, his speed, on the dueling platform, Morong Songwang frowned. Qinyu's speed was so fast that his attack couldn't keep up. He couldn't even hurt Qinyu. Qinyu, you don't even know how to attack? How long are you going to keep dodging? Morong Songwang shouted, forcing Qinyu to fight him head-on. I'll fulfill your wish. Qinyu's voice came from behind Morong Songwang. Qinyu struck out with lightning speed. This was pure physical strength and did not contain any astral holy energy. Rumble, the punch was like a thunderclap, setting off a terrifying physical storm. Under the effect of the power of space, it instantly approached. Morong Sangwang was ready to attack, but it was too late. Bang, the thousands of sword lights that he had just condensed behind him were directly crushed. Morong Sangwang was sent flying. He fell to the ground and rolled a few times, looking battered and exhausted. The battle was over. Everyone was dumbfounded. This battle was completely different from what they had expected. It wasn't intense at all, and it ended so suddenly that many people couldn't even react. He lost just like that? The subordinates of the Morong family couldn't believe it. Chen Yu, you, sneak attacked. This doesn't count. Morong Sangwang's face turned red. It was normal to sneak attack during a battle. Moreover, Chen Yu didn't sneak attack at all. It was just that Morong Sangwang was too slow and couldn't react. It doesn't count? Do you want to compete with me again? Chen Yu sneered. Morong Sangwang was silent. He had no chance of winning even if they fought again. He would only be humiliating himself. But at this moment, Wei Yan of the Night God Hall said, Brother Sangwang is right. Chen Yu has been dodging from the beginning to the end. We should fight again, fair and square. Morong Sangwang could see that Wei Yan was up to no good. Wei Yan, I'm injured and need time to recover. Why don't you do it? He sneered. This is a battle between you and Chen Yu. What does it have to do with me? Wei Yan said. After witnessing the battle just now, he also wasn't confident that he could defeat Chen Yu. His opponent's speed was a tricky problem. Haha, you two don't have to shirk responsibility. It doesn't matter if you fight together. Chuckling, Chen Yu said calmly. The two of you don't need to push the responsibility away. It's fine if you come at me together. As soon as Chen Yu said these words, the surroundings fell silent. Nephew, Lin Yutian didn't know what to say. It was already shocking that Chen Yu could defeat Morong Sangwang after breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. But now, Chen Yu was planning on fighting the two of them alone. Morong Sangwang and Wei Yan, who were arguing, felt a strong sense of humiliation when they heard that. It's fine if you come at me together, Chen Yu didn't put them in his eyes at all. Morong Sangwang and Wei Yan were both respected potential archlords in their respective forces. Chen Yu, you said it. Morong Sangwang said with a red face. He was furious and hated Chen Yu to the bone. Chen Yu's speed was his greatest advantage. If Wei Yan joined in, they would be able to restrain Chen Yu's speed to the greatest extent and have a chance of winning. Wei Yan's face was dark. He didn't want to fight an enemy whose strength was unknown, but he couldn't accept being looked down upon. Since Brother Chen has a request, then I won't be polite. Wei Yan also revealed his fighting spirit. Lin Yutian saw that Chen Yu was really planning on fighting the two of them, so he couldn't interfere. He could only open the barrier around the arena and let Wei Yan in. The first battle ended too quickly, and the second battle immediately began. Wei Yan, I know that your left eye is due to cultivating a special eye bloodline technique that needs to be nurtured for a long time. It's not a true one-eyed dragon. Use your dark night eye to disturb this brat and use it with my myriad sword art. We'll definitely win. Morong Sangwang and Wei Yan communicated. They were originally enemies, but now that they had a common enemy, they could put aside their personal grudges and work together. You sure know a lot, you wastrel. Wei Yan sneered. His hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His tightly shut left eye suddenly opened. It was pitch black like a bottomless abyss that could steal the soul. Attack! Morong Sangwang suddenly shouted. In an instant, boundless light shot out of his body and turned into swords of light that enveloped everything within 1,000 feet, forming an impenetrable sword domain. Soul-seizing eternal night. Wei Yan's left eye locked onto Chen Yu's astral soul and unleashed an eye bloodline technique. The abyss in his left eye began to spin, seeming to engulf the entire world and swallow everything, forever sinking into that silent and pitch-black abyss. Outside the arena, many kings below the mysterious dark realm had their minds captured by Wei Yan's left eye. They stood there in a daze like idiots. Morong Sangwang's myriad sword physique makes his physical attacks extremely powerful, while Wei Yan seems to have cultivated a special secret art. His attainments in the soul aren't simple. Lin Yutian commented solemnly. When Morong Songguang and Wei Yan joined hands, it could be said that they had no weaknesses. He's not the type to boast. A hint of worry flashed across Lin Yushuan's face, but she said with certainty. On the dueling platform. Kill. Morong Songguang fiercely shouted, and a huge sword domain rushed out, enveloping Qinyu. Due to Wei Yan's interference, Qinyu lost his advantage in speed. No, this isn't right, Wei Yan suddenly revealed a panicked expression. His dark night was unleashing a secret art on Qinyu, but his soul senses told him that his eye bloodline technique didn't seem to have any effect. Qinyu's astral soul was like a giant mountain that couldn't be shaken in the slightest. Swish, Morong Songguang's attack descended, and Qinyu's figure instantly disappeared, dodging all the attacks. Wei Yan, what are you doing? Quick, stop him! Morong Songguang roared. He thought that Wei Yan was purposely going easy on him. Otherwise, it would be a piece of cake for Wei Yan to disrupt Qinyu with his dark night eye. Okay. Wei Yan reacted. Although he was shocked that his eye bloodline technique wasn't working, the battle had already begun. He had to win. A large amount of sacred power surged out of his body and turned into a pitch-black curtain that swept toward Qinyu. Since his eye bloodline technique wasn't working, he could use other methods to stop Qinyu. As long as he suppressed Qinyu's speed, he would definitely win with Morong Songguang's myriad sword physique. Swish, Qinyu's figure disappeared again, and the pitch-black curtain missed its target. At this moment, Morong Songguang and Wei Yan discovered that Qinyu's legs were emitting a green luster, and a powerful sacred beast aura spread out. This sacred beast aura is somewhat similar to the sacred beast blood I gave him, but it's also somewhat different. Lin Yutian's sharp senses detected this. Morong Songguang and Wei Yan didn't know what Qinyu was going to do, but it definitely wasn't something good. The two of them reached an agreement and launched a frenzied attack. Black and white light instantly filled the entire arena, and the sound of explosions rang out continuously. Chen, be careful. Lin Yushuan couldn't help but remind him. Qinyu's expression didn't change at all. He used his astonishing speed to dodge the attacks of the two mystic underworld sovereign lords. Occasionally, he would purposely be affected by the enemy's attack and pretend to be using his full strength. It's about time. Qinyu muttered in a low voice. His legs shone with a green luster, and countless green light vines spread out. The powerful sacred beast aura shocked the surroundings. Azure Dragon Transformation. Qinyu's legs were translucent, and dragon markings appeared on the surface. They transformed into two azure light wood dragons that attacked Morong Songguang and Wei Yan respectively. The wood dragons rapidly grew in size, and they were 90% similar to the azure dragon's body. What is this? Morong Songguang felt the danger, and his astral saint energy erupted, forming thousands of sword auras. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the continuous dazzling sword auras stabbed the wood dragons, but they couldn't penetrate them. Not only that, but the astral saint energy within the sword auras that hit the azure light wood dragons was absorbed by the azure light wood dragons. The white tiger sacred claws, vermilion bird sacred wings, and azure dragon's sacred legs each had their own unique characteristics. The azure dragon's sacred legs' unique characteristic was that it could absorb vitality, including sacred energy. Morong Songguang's attack was ineffective, and instead, it strengthened the azure light wood dragons. In an instant, the azure light wood dragons flew over and wrapped around Morong Songguang. On the other side, Wei Yan also suffered the same fate. The vitality and sacred energy in their bodies were rapidly absorbed, and they couldn't break free. In the distance, Qinyu quietly watched Wei Yan and Morong Songguang. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he asked with a faint smile, still not admitting defeat. We haven't lost yet. Morong Songguang gritted his teeth, and the astral source in his body kept erupting. But every time he released his astral saint energy, it would be devoured by the azure light wood dragons, making the binding force even stronger. The more the two struggled, the faster the astral saint energy in their bodies was absorbed. Qinyu didn't make a move, and quietly watched the scene. After a while, Morong Songguang and Wei Yan's vitality was almost sucked dry. Both of them were skin and bones, and the originally handsome and elegant duo seemed to have become old men. The two stopped struggling, but they were too ashamed to admit defeat. Soon, their vitality was completely sucked dry, and their astral saint energy was also about to be exhausted. Fear emerged in their hearts. If this continued, it would cause irreparable damage to their bodies and natal astral source, damaging their foundations. I admit defeat. Morong Songwang gritted his teeth and finally admitted defeat. I admit defeat. Then, Wei Yan also admitted defeat. The battle ended just like that. Two great potential archlords were forced by Qinyu to admit defeat. The members of the Night God Hall and the Morong family felt humiliated and lowered their heads. How is this possible? They are both early-stage mysterious nether realms. How can the gap between Songwang and Qinyu be so huge? The silver-haired elder of the Morong family couldn't believe it. Could it be that the celestial sect was hiding something? Could it be that Qinyu had broken through to the mysterious nether realm as a 7-star monarch or an 8-star monarch? Uncle Lin, thank you for giving me the late-stage mysterious nether sacred beast blood. It has greatly increased the power of my secret art. At this moment, Qinyu expressed his gratitude to Lin Yutian. So this is why you asked for the wood sacred beast blood. Lin Yutian's doubts were cleared. The members of the Morong family and the Night God Hall also attributed Morong Songwang and Wei Yan's defeat to the late-stage mysterious nether sacred beast blood because of Qinyu's words. The reason Qinyu could use such a powerful wood secret art was because of the late-stage mysterious nether sacred beast blood. Their doubts about Qinyu were instantly reduced. Lin Yutian really likes Qinyu. He actually gave such a precious treasure to Qinyu. The silver-haired elder sighed. Only Wei Yan was puzzled. What was up with Qinyu's powerful star soul? Morong Songwang, take care. I won't send you off. Qinyu smiled. Only then did Morong Songwang remember that he had made a bet with Qinyu. If he lost, he would have to get out of the Lin family. How could the Morong family's the arch not abide by the agreement? The members of the Morong family packed up and quickly left the Lin family. Bastard, Lin Yutian is so biased towards Qinyu. He gave him the late-stage mysterious nether sacred beast blood, which greatly increased the power of Qinyu's secret art. I must kill this bastard. Morong Songwang roared after leaving the Lin family. He couldn't bear the humiliation today. The rest of the Morong family were shocked when they heard this. Qinyu was now an elder of the celestial sect. How could the Morong family dare to kill the higher-ups of the celestial sect without a reason? Songwang, don't talk nonsense. The silver-haired elder snorted. Third uncle, the hatred on Morong Songwang's face didn't diminish. Qinyu is an elder of the celestial sect. Even the Morong family is not willing to offend the celestial sect. However, we can't let this matter go just like that. I happen to have an old friend living in seclusion here. I'll ask him to teach Qinyu a lesson, the silver-haired elder said solemnly. The silver-haired old man said solemnly. He was afraid that Morong Songwang would act on impulse and try to kill Qinyu. Third uncle, who is your good friend? Morong Songwang's anger decreased slightly. My good friend is the veteran mystic underworld emperor lord. When he was famous, you weren't even born yet. The silver-haired elder took out a message talisman. After the Morong family left, Wei Yan also didn't have the face to continue staying. Uncle Lin, the matter has been resolved. Qinyu said to Lin Yutian. He was still engaged to Lin Yushuan on the surface, but Morong Songwang and Wei Yan had been defeated by him. How could he still have the face to pester Lin Yushuan? Subsequently, Qinyu asked for his resignation. Nephew Chen, why don't you stay for a few more days? Lin Yutian asked. Now, he found Qinyu to be more pleasing to the eye. Lin Yushuan had always been his pride, but now, he had to admit that Qinyu was more outstanding than Lin Yushuan. He had defeated two emperor lords with great potential by himself. Qinyu's talent and potential were definitely top-notch among the early-stage mysterious underworld experts of the human race. Now, Lin Yutian wholeheartedly wanted to matchmake his daughter with Qinyu. Qinyu stayed at the Lin family for a few days before leaving. The marriage had become a formality. Lin Yushuan could use this reason to reject suitors she didn't like. At the same time, the marriage could be cancelled at any time. Qinyu chatted with Lin Yutian a lot during the few days he stayed at the Lin family and learned about the arranged marriage. Lin Yutian said that back then, the Lin family wasn't a powerful demigod family. He had received Meng Qingyun's favor and arranged a marriage between his daughter and Meng Qingyun's unborn son for the future of the family. According to Lin Yutian, the celestial lord back then was a demigod. Of course, this was only the cultivation Meng Qingyun had displayed. Qinyu guessed that Meng Qingyun's true cultivation was at least a demigod. Meng Qingyun had to hide after reaching this level. It could be seen that the things Meng Qingyun had encountered were not ordinary. Qinyu had thought that since he was at the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm, he would know everything and solve the problem. But it seemed that it wasn't enough. On the way back, Qinyu sat on the blood-devouring battleship and cultivated in the heavenly quiet feather. Every step after reaching the mysterious nether realm was extremely difficult. Even though Qinyu had reached the mysterious nether realm as a 9-star king, he couldn't slack off. Otherwise, he would only waste the opportunity he had worked so hard to obtain. In a simple wooden house in the wilderness. News has come. Qinyu has left the Lin family. A hoarse voice sounded out of nowhere. 2 figures appeared in the air. One of them was an old man with a hunched back, and the other was a skinny man. The moment the two appeared, an invisible aura enveloped everything within 1,000 feet, causing this place to fall into a deathly silence. All living beings died. Let's go. The hunched old man flew out. Senior Black Cloud, can you show mercy and not take that brat's life? The skinny man asked with a smile. These two were Xianxia of the Silver Soul race and Black Cloud Sovereign Lord, who was at the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm. The two had infiltrated the human race, so they had to disguise themselves as humans. Black Cloud Sovereign Lord glanced at Xianxia. He didn't say anything, but his evil gaze made Xianxia uncomfortable. He explained, Junior only wants to capture him alive, torture him ruthlessly, and then personally end his life. In fact, Xianxia wanted to dig out Qinyu's secrets. Back when he had possessed this body, the power contained in the mysterious finger was something that even he, who had reincarnated, could not see through. Yet, Qinyu was able to forcefully extract this power. He must have a great secret on him. That will depend on whether that kid's life is tough or not. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord did not give a clear answer. How could he be affected by an early-stage mysterious underworld being? Qinyu, who was cultivating in the heavenly secluded feather, suddenly felt the space shake violently and woke up from his cultivation. Whoosh, when he left the inner space of the heavenly secluded feather, Qinyu appeared in the sky and the blood-devouring warship was no longer there. There's actually an inner spatial treasure. A surprised voice came from the other side. May I know who you are? Qinyu focused on the figure in front of him. The other party was wearing a simple black robe. His black and white hair fluttered in the wind, and his old face exuded a faint majesty. It was obvious that Qinyu's blood-devouring warship had been attacked by this black-robed elder. The other party's aura was extremely obvious. He was at the peak of the early-stage mysterious nether realm. Although the blood-devouring warship's performance was not bad, an attack from a peak early-stage mysterious nether realm expert was enough to turn it to dust. You don't need to know who I am. Today, I'm just here to tell you that you cannot be too arrogant. The black-robed elder said calmly. According to the other party's words and what had happened recently, Qinyu made a guess. You're from the Night God Hall? Or were you sent by the Morong family? The black-robed elder didn't reply. Instead, he smiled. A junior that just broke through to the mysterious nether realm isn't nervous at all upon seeing me. It looks like you're quite confident. From this, the black-robed elder could tell that Qinyu was just as his friend had said. He was very arrogant. Haha, my confidence exceeds your imagination. In response, Qinyu smiled nonchalantly. Impudent. The black-robed old man glared, and 2 pitch-black rays of light shot out, frightening people's souls. He originally didn't want to agree to this, but his good friend was the Morong family, and he needed to maintain this relationship. After encountering Qinyu, the other party's arrogance had displeased him, so he decided to teach Qinyu another lesson. He had to be respectful to his seniors. The black-robed elder's figure seemed to grow 1,000 feet tall. He was like a mountain that blocked out the sun and moon. Astral sacred energy surged out, and the world seemed to turn into a body of water. Boom, a huge blue hand condensed above Qianyu's head. It seemed to represent the will of the world as it pressed down. Your strength is not bad. Raising his head, Qianyu took a look. The black-robed elder's cultivation was at the peak of the early-stage mysterious nether realm, but he had probably been stuck at this realm for nearly 1,000 years. With his strength, he could heavily injure an ordinary early-stage mysterious nether realm expert in a few moves. Even if Morong Songguang and Wei Yan worked together, they wouldn't be able to last more than 20 moves. However, Qianyu was an exception. Qianyu planned to suppress his cultivation to the early-stage mysterious nether realm and fight an old monster at the peak of the early-stage mysterious nether realm. Astral sacred energy surged out of his body. Combined with the alloy's profundity, it formed a huge white tiger claw that pierced the sky. Bam, the white tiger claw flickered with a golden-white radiance. It was like an invincible divine weapon as it stabbed into the blue hand. The black-robed elder instantly sensed something was wrong as soon as Qianyu attacked. Whether it was Qianyu's sacred energy or comprehension of profundities, they were extraordinary. The black-robed elder's astral source flickered with a dazzling light. His control of the world's energy had become stronger, making his attack even more powerful. Boom, the white tiger claw pierced through the blue hand and shot into the sky, shattering the black-robed elder's control. In the next instant, the power of Qianyu's astral soul surged out and merged with the world. Qianyu had suppressed his cultivation to the early-stage mysterious nether realm, but he had broken through to the early-stage mysterious nether realm as a 9-star monarch. Other than that, his comprehension of the metal profundity had reached the 9th level. Therefore, he still had an advantage even against a peak early-stage mysterious nether realm expert. The black-robed elder had a solemn expression. He had used his full strength in that attack, but he had still failed in the end. He had lived in seclusion for hundreds of years, but the Archlord had become so powerful. Swish, the black-robed elder waved his hand, and a dark blue compass covered in ancient runes appeared in front of him. He formed a hand seal, and the compass flew into the sky. As it spun, it released a boundless water curtain that enveloped the world. At this moment, the world seemed to have turned into an ocean. Apart from the water profundity, all other profundities were greatly suppressed. Following that, the black-robed elder attacked again. A blue hand condensed on each side of Qianyu, ready to attack. Under the influence of the dark blue compass, the black-robed elder's attacks and water profundity were amplified. Boom, Qianyu's astral source sacred power turned into the white tiger sacred claws again and attacked both sides. However, due to the weakening and strengthening, it was a draw this time. Qianyu was even at a certain disadvantage. Young man, don't overestimate yourself just because of some fortuitous encounters. You should know that there is always someone better than you. Otherwise, you will reap what you sow, the black-robed elder lectured Qianyu in the manner of a senior. Following that, the black-robed elder launched another round of attacks. Qianyu still suppressed his cultivation and clashed head-on with the black-robed elder. Even if he was at a disadvantage, there would be no problem with his physique's defense. 10 moves later. The black-robed elder realized that even though he had the upper hand, it was still difficult for him to achieve his goal of teaching Qianyu a lesson. Now, he regretted agreeing to his friend's request. However, suddenly, boom. Boom, 2 earth-shattering auras erupted in the distance. 2 dark figures approached rapidly. One of the dark figures was at the early-stage mysterious underworld realm. The black-robed elder didn't take him seriously. However, the other person was at the mid-stage mysterious underworld realm. The aura he emitted made people shudder. He was definitely not an ordinary person. What's going on? Could it be this kid's reinforcements? The black-robed elder was frightened and quickly retreated 1,000 feet. The approaching mid-stage mysterious underworld expert gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. It was the most terrifying existence he had ever seen among the mid-stage mysterious underworld experts. However, the black-robed elder soon realized that the target of these 2 sovereign lords wasn't him, but Qianyu. So, it's your enemy. Looks like you have indeed caused a lot of trouble. I was right. Now, you reap what you sow, the black-robed elder lectured Qianyu again. Swoosh, the mid-stage mysterious underworld expert shot out a dark radiance from his body and turned into a pitch-black, sinister-looking hand bone. It pierced towards Qianyu's back with a terrifying ghostly aura. Pfft, Qianyu didn't seem to be able to dodge in time. The hand bone pierced his back. Just SOSO. A hoarse voice rang out. Lord Black Cloud, please capture that kid alive, Xianxia said immediately. Xianxia immediately said. He was afraid that the Black Cloud Sovereign would use another move and kill Qianyu. TSK, kid, I only planned to teach you a lesson. These people have nothing to do with me. Your death has nothing to do with me. The black-robed elder felt that it was a pity and tried to shift the blame. He had already guessed that these two sovereign lords had been hiding nearby and waiting for an opportunity. It could be said that he had helped these two assailants. After saying that, the black-robed elder was about to leave because he sensed that the aura of the two sovereign lords that had suddenly appeared was very strange. Moreover, he didn't want to get involved in this matter. At this moment, Qianyu said, "You guys finally came out." The astral source sacred power in his body surged and shook off the pitch-black hand bone that had pierced his back. The rotting wound was still recovering rapidly. This is the indestructible constitution. The black-robed elder was shocked. What kind of monster was this kid? He was ambushed by a mid-stage mysterious underworld expert, but he was still fine. That wasn't right. Based on what Qianyu had said, he had already sensed the hidden sovereign lords. Oh? You discovered us long ago? The Black Cloud Sovereign sized up Qianyu with interest. Qianyu's expression was calm as he glanced at the three sovereign lords around him. Xianxia, who was at the early stage mysterious underworld expert, the black-robed elder, who was at the peak of the early stage mysterious underworld expert, and the Black Cloud Sovereign, who was at the mid-stage mysterious underworld expert. It was impossible to kill these three sovereign lords in one fell swoop by suppressing their cultivation. In the starry sky, Qianyu's natal star source emitted a dazzling radiance, and a powerful and dazzling sacred power spread out. Qianyu, aren't you going to surrender? Xianxia sneered. He couldn't wait to torture Qianyu and obtain the secrets on him. But suddenly, Xianxia felt that Qianyu was different from before. There seemed to be a powerful aura in his body, causing the astral saint energy in his body to tremble. Not only him, but the black-robed elder also felt the same. Only the Black Cloud Emperor's eyes flickered, as though he had sensed something and was surprised. You guys should be the ones to surrender without putting up a fight. Qianyu shouted with a faint smile on his face. In the next instant, the astral saint energy in his body rushed out and turned into a giant golden white claw. It was sharp and slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation was the weakest among the three, and he was familiar with him. Hence, Qianyu attacked him first. Xianxia did not understand why Qianyu would say such big words in such a situation. But the moment Qianyu attacked, his hair stood on end and he felt the danger of death. The giant golden white claw pierced through the void and split everything in its path. It was as though no force could stop it. Xianxia trembled under the claw. He did not even have the intention to resist. How is this possible? Xianxia was shocked and in disbelief. He was the reincarnation of a sovereign lord. No matter how weak he was, he would not be crushed by Qianyu's overwhelming strength. You want to kill me in front of me? Aren't you too arrogant? The Black Cloud Emperor's hoarse voice was heard. He instantly made his move. 2,000 of feet-long pitch-black skeletons appeared in the void. They crossed each other and formed a layer of defense in front of Xianxia. Thank you, Lord Blackcloud. Xianxia said gratefully. Fortunately, the Black Cloud Emperor intervened. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Qianyu's attack hit the two pitch-black skeletons and pierced into the bones, giving off a series of explosions. In the end, the two pitch-black skeletons broke and shattered, creating a shocking explosion that swept across a radius of thousands of feet. Arg, Xianxia was affected by the tempest, causing his figure to be blasted 3 kilometers away, and numerous bloody marks and rotting wounds were left on his body, causing him to be in an extremely sorry state. He got up with a blank look on his face. He had thought that with the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord's help, he would be safe and sound. How could this be the result? The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord frowned. He had already sensed that Qianyu's true cultivation was at the mid-stage mysterious underworld realm. However, his defensive techniques had been at a disadvantage during the exchange just now. You can't stop me from killing anyone. Qinyu shook his head slightly. Yansu shivered. At this moment, Qinyu made him terrified. Mysterious underworld. Middle stage. On the other side, the black-robed old man cried out in shock, shouting out Qinyu's cultivation. At this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. The junior he wanted to teach a lesson to had actually hidden his true cultivation. Now that he thought about it, he was completely seeking his own death just now. What? Middle mysterious underworld realm? Yansu was extremely shocked. Previously, he had exchanged blows with Qinyu. How could Qinyu have broken through to the mid-stage mysterious underworld realm in such a short time? Junior, you think too highly of yourself. Even some of the veteran mid-stage mysterious underworld realm experts of the human race would tremble in fear when they see me. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord smiled coldly. As a descendant of the god-demon race, he specialized in the soul path. Similarly, the human race's sovereign lords were indeed not a match for him. Is that so? Qinyu did not deny it. There was no point in talking nonsense. Actions would prove everything. His saint power surged and merged with the space ultimacy. In an instant, hundreds of silver spatial blades were formed in the sky. Swish! Swish, swish! Hundreds of spatial blades silently tore through the void and attacked the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord. Space ultimacy, the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord felt troubled and attacked with all his might. Boundless black radiance erupted from his body and turned into sword-like skeletons that pierced out with an evil and ghostly aura. Bang, bang. Bang, the void shook continuously as the pitch-black skeletons collided with the spatial blades. However, the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord was clearly at a disadvantage. His attacks were constantly being destroyed, and the spatial blades were getting closer and closer to him. What level has this lad's space ultimacy reached? The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord was slightly shocked. He had already attacked with all his might, but he was still at a disadvantage. Seeing that Qinyu's attack was about to land, the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord immediately switched from offense to defense. He formed a bone wall in front of him to block Qinyu's spatial blades. However, spatial attacks had penetrative properties. Even with the thick bone wall blocking the attack, the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord's body was still left with several shallow wounds. Damn it. This lad's strength is definitely top-notch among the mid-stage star condensation realm experts. I might not be able to do anything to him in a head-on confrontation. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord looked slightly embarrassed. He originally thought that it would be a simple task, but he did not expect it to be so troublesome. In that case, he would directly use the soul path that the Silver Soul race specialized in to take down Qinyu. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord had just made his decision. I don't want to die. Behind him, Yansu's miserable scream could be heard. With a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he saw that Yansu's chest and head had been pierced by 3 spatial blades. His star source was also pierced, and the star soul within it was severely injured and was dissipating. Save, Yansu pleaded for help from the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord, but his voice stopped instantly, and his soul completely dissipated. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord immediately stared at Qinyu. Just now, he had to deal with Qinyu's attack with all his might. How could he have the time to care about Yansu? Without his protection, it would be as easy as flipping his hand for Qinyu to kill Yansu. I said that you can't stop me. Qinyu said calmly. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord stared at Qinyu with eyes full of killing intent and hatred. Yansu was a great hero of the Silver Soul race. Now that he was dead, how could he explain to the Silver Soul race if he did not complete the task? Secretly, he sent a voice transmission to the black-robed old man, "You and I have to work together. Otherwise, you will definitely die." If he had the help of this peak early-stage mysterious underworld Sovereign Lord, the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord would have a greater chance of killing Qinyu. Alright. The black-robed old man was at a loss. At this moment, he hated his friend from the Morone clan. The strength that Qinyu had displayed was too terrifying. He felt that Qinyu would not let him off easily. Hence, he could only work together with the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord. Kill! The black-robed old man suddenly shouted. Under the influence of the deep blue compass, he executed his killing move. In all directions, the quiet blue water light tumbled and crushed towards Xianxia at the same time. The cold and desolate aura engulfed a radius of several thousand feet. All right. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord could not help but shout. With the help of the black-robed old man, he could attract Xianxia's attention. Hence, his chances of killing Xianxia would increase greatly. The power of the Star Soul in his body surged as he executed the secret technique of the Silver Soul race, 10,000 ghosts devour. In an instant, grayish-black ghost flames rose around Xianxia's body. They emitted intense ghost-dao resentment and soared into the sky. Xianxia's Star Soul instantly felt uncomfortable and slightly cold. The Silver Soul race was a race descended from gods and devils. They were more proficient in the Soul Dao. Hence, the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord's soul attack was still very powerful. Moreover, the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord had joined forces with the black-robed old man. Countless bloody decaying ghost claws extended from the grayish-black ghost flames around Xianxia's body. It was as though they wanted to tear his star soul into powder. Break, both of you! Facing the joint attack of the two sovereign lords, Xianxia did not retreat or defend. The astral source saint energy in his body surged, and all kinds of ultimates revolved. In the next instant, the white tiger sacred claws, vermilion bird sacred wings, and azure dragon sacred legs appeared. Three powerful sacred beast auras swept in all directions, weakening the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord's Soul Dao attack. Rumble, the blood-colored fire wings on Xianxia's back flapped rapidly. Layers of blood-colored flame feather radiance engulfed a radius of 3,000 feet. The black-robed old man's attack was instantly vaporized. The previously deep-sea heaven and earth instantly turned into a blazing hell. The black-robed old man retreated several steps, and the blood in his body boiled. His killing move was easily countered by Xianxia. At this moment, he placed his hopes on the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord's Soul Dao secret art. He was shocked. Who is this person? Why is the Soul Dao secret art so powerful? He still did not know the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord's identity as a member of the Silver Soul race. Xianxia's attack did not stop. The white tiger sacred claws, vermilion bird sacred wings, and azure dragon sacred legs attacked simultaneously. When one's cultivation reached the mysterious nether realm, one's attacks could penetrate both the physical and spiritual dimensions. Hence, Xianxia's attack could affect the black-robed old man's Soul Dao attack. His attacks were continuous, spreading in all directions and destroying everything. He used his advantage in numbers to affect the black-robed old man's Soul Dao attack. The countless bloody decaying claws were weakened layer by layer. When they finally reached Xianxia's Star Soul, their power had been reduced by more than half, and they were no longer a threat. How is this possible? The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord was extremely shocked. His Soul Dao attack was actually countered in such a way. Even when the two of them worked together, they could not injure Xianxia at all. It's your turn. Xianxia's words were filled with killing intent. Buzz, blood-colored radiance rippled out from his body, emitting a domineering aura of supremacy. The blood race's primogenitor bloodline was activated. A blood-red domain instantly formed in the surroundings, enveloping a radius of 3,000 to 4,000 zhang. All living beings were completely suppressed, and flowers and trees instantly withered. This was the blood sovereign domain. With Xianxia's strength, it was a piece of cake to deal with these two sovereign lords. However, if he wanted to kill all of them and prevent them from escaping, he would have to use some tricks. Since Xianxia had the primogenitor bloodline, he had not used it in actual combat. Today, he would use it to test it out. The black-robed old man was shocked to discover that his body, including his bloodline, was completely suppressed. It was difficult for him to unleash his strength, and his blood vitality was rapidly flowing away. In an instant, his body was all skin and bones, and his face was pale. On the other side, even though the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord was a descendant of the god-devil race, his blood vitality was also flowing away rapidly, and his body was shriveling up. This is the blood race's secret art? The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord was knowledgeable, and he could guess that Xianxia's secret art was extraordinary. Spare me, spare me. The black-robed old man was already begging for mercy. The primogenitor blood race's secret art was extremely powerful. Since the black-robed old man's cultivation was lower than Qianyu's, his blood vitality was instantly drained away. Qianyu immediately used the greenwood spirit-devouring art. It would be a pity to kill a peak early-stage mysterious underworld expert just like that. Wouldn't it be better to refine him into an azure spiritual seed for cultivation? A several hundred-meter-long azure light dragon opened its abyss-like mouth and swallowed. No, in the blood sovereign domain, the black-robed old man was completely suppressed, especially in terms of his vitality and physique. He was swallowed by the azure light dragon. At first, the black-robed old man struggled with all his might, but Qianyu's azure dragon's sacred leg had merged with the blood of a late-stage mysterious underworld wood-type sacred beast, and the power of the secret art had increased. Coupled with the suppression of the blood sovereign domain, the other party stopped struggling after a while, and the enormous dragon turned into an azure seed that landed in Qianyu's hand. He died just like that? The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord wanted to retreat. The early-stage mysterious underworld sovereign lord was killed without any resistance after Qianyu displayed his powerful techniques. Swoosh, the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord dragged his shriveled body and flew backward. Thinking of leaving? Qianyu sneered. The battle became even easier after the blood race's primogenitor bloodline was used. The black-robed old man was instantly killed, and the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord couldn't escape from his grasp either. The blood sovereign domain stirred and erupted with a powerful suction force that produced an intense suction force on all living things. Under the bloodline power of the blood race's primogenitor, all life forms were greatly restrained. Even the descendants of gods and demons were no exception. Only the true gods and demons of the immemorial era could resist it. Ah, the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord screamed. His vitality and blood had dried up, and he couldn't maintain his appearance anymore. He found that he couldn't escape from this blood-light domain. Even among the blood race, only a few members of the blood-devouring clan could use such a powerful and profound blood path secret skill. Who are you? The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord started to doubt Qianyu's identity. After all, Qianyu's personal history was already very frightening. After fighting with him, the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord found even more shocking things. He couldn't help but doubt Qianyu's identity. Was he a blood race divine realm expert that had reincarnated? The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord didn't expect Qianyu to answer. Swoosh, a shining black ball of light shot out from the Silver Soul Race's body. This was the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord's natal star source. He had no other choice. If he wanted to escape from Qianyu, he could only give up his Silver Soul Race's body. After losing his body, the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord could only use 50 to 60% of his strength with just one natal star source. He wasn't a match for Qianyu. However, without the restriction of his body, his speed was twice as fast as usual. Swoosh, the black natal star source turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord felt that Qianyu wanted to continue attacking. He smiled and said, "If you want to catch up to me, you have to give up your body too." If Qianyu only had one natal star source, the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord wouldn't be so afraid. Therefore, he wasn't worried. Really? Qianyu revealed a playful smile. The willpower in the star soul spread out for dozens of miles. The spatial power descended and locked onto the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord's natal star source. In an instant, the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord, who was running away, stopped. What's going on? He felt that his body was locked by an indescribably powerful spatial power. Even though he used all of his profound meaning power, he couldn't move an inch. This is impossible. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord panicked, and fear filled his heart. What was going on with this spatial energy? Even if Qianyu used an auxiliary profound weapon, it was impossible for him to be this powerful. Qianyu chuckled, too lazy to explain. His amazing talent in space was also brought about by the Heart of Eternity. Now that his space ultimacy had touched upon the level of the laws, even a late-stage mysterious underworld expert would find it difficult to reach this level. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord, who was only at the mid-stage of the mysterious underworld realm, naturally couldn't understand. Whoosh, Qianyu slowly flew over and approached the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord's natal star source. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord fell into complete despair and gave up struggling. His tone was filled with hatred as he said, "Qianyu, I admit that I lost to you this time. But don't underestimate the Silver Soul Race. If I fail my mission, the Silver Soul race will definitely send out even stronger assassins. I have some questions to ask you. If I'm satisfied with your answers, I'll let you live. Xianxia suddenly said. This made the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord's soul palpitate. He doubted whether he had heard wrongly. Xianxia was actually willing to let him live. At this moment, the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord even felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have said those harsh words just now. Ask away. For his life, the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord was even willing to divulge some secrets of the Silver Soul race. Do you know a person called Meng Qingyun? Xianxia's gaze seemed to penetrate the stellar source and land on the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord's astral soul. An immense pressure descended on him. I've heard of him. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord felt that this name was very familiar. I've heard a senior mention this person before. He seems to be a person that our race needs to pay attention to when collecting information. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord knew very little, and he didn't think that this was important information. Meng Qingyun was a human, so humans should have more information. He suspected that Xianxia was purposely testing him to see if he was lying. Tell me everything you know about Meng Qingyun. Xianxia looked calm on the surface, but there were ripples in his heart. I've only heard from that senior that this person appeared in the insect race before. There are also traces of him in several other places. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord only knew this much. Xianxia's expression sank. What the other party said was the same as not saying anything. This information was not certain. Even if there were traces of him, it didn't mean that Meng Qingyun was currently in this place. Think carefully again. Xianxia said coldly. There's nothing else. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord was also very helpless. Xianxia wasn't satisfied with the information. He released the saint energy in his body and formed a giant green dragon, which swallowed the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord's natal astral soul. Xianxia, do you have any other questions? The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord screamed in fear. He originally thought that Xianxia wanted to ask about the secrets of the Silver Soul race. He didn't expect that Xianxia would only ask about one person. The information he knew was really limited. Xianxia focused and used the greenwood spirit-devouring art. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord resisted with all his might, but it was useless. A moment later, the giant greenwood light dragon shrank, and another green spirit seed floated into Xianxia's hand. It seems that not everyone in the Silver Soul race knows about Meng Qingyun. Or rather, the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord's level wasn't high enough to know about Meng Qingyun. Xianxia didn't think too much about it and organized the spoils of war. The Black Cloud Sovereign Lord was at the mid-stage of the mysterious Nether Realm. There were many treasures in his storage space, as well as abundant cultivation resources. However, Xianxia had brought out a large number of cultivation resources from the blood race. He had seen some rare treasures before, so he didn't think too much of it. Next, when Xianxia organized the black-robed elder's storage space, he found evidence that the elder had contacted the Murong family's elder. He didn't expect that the Murong family would actually send someone to attack Xianxia because of the marriage alliance. The Murong family? Xianxia would remember this grudge. His blood-devouring warship had been destroyed by the black-robed elder, but there was a high-quality airship in the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord's storage space. Its average speed was at the early stage of the mysterious Nether Realm. Xianxia sat on the new airship and returned to the Celestial Sect. On the way, Xianxia started to refine the green spirit seed to increase his cultivation. Now, he realized that although the green dragon's sacred wood leg was more supportive, its ability was too powerful. Not only could it increase his cultivation speed, but it could also perfectly seal all the energy of a cultivator and absorb it for cultivation. Every time Xianxia refined a mysterious Nether Realm expert, it was equivalent to obtaining a top-grade cultivation resource. In 5 days, Xianxia refined the green spirit seed that had sealed the black-robed elder's energy essence. His cultivation base had improved a little. 10 days later, Xianxia refined the green spirit seed that had sealed the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord's energy essence. In comparison, a mid-stage mysterious Nether Realm green spirit seed had a more obvious effect on Xianxia's cultivation. However, Xianxia was a sovereign, and every step he took when breaking through to the mysterious Nether Realm was more difficult than an ordinary mysterious Nether Realm expert. This was already the 3rd green spirit seed he had refined. He had also cultivated during this time and used up a lot of resources, but his cultivation was still far from the peak of the mid-stage. After returning to the sect, Xianxia spread the news of him being assassinated. With his current status, this news instantly spread to more than half of the human race. The Morong family is so shameless. After the marriage alliance failed, they sent someone to assassinate Elder Chen. And the Silver Soul race has their eyes on Elder Chen. Luckily, the head of the Lin family was considerate enough to send experts to escort Elder Chen. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the truth that Xianxia spread, he blamed the deaths of the black-robed elder and the Silver Soul race assassin on the Lin family. After all, the Black Cloud the Arch had said that if he failed the mission, the Silver Soul race would send even stronger assassins. If the Silver Soul race thought that the Black Cloud the Arch had died because of the interference of other the Arch Lords, their evaluation of Xianxia would be lowered. Even if they sent assassins, they wouldn't be too strong and wouldn't pose a threat to Xianxia. When Lin Yutian learned of this, he could only take the blame. However, Lin Yutian himself was very confused about how the Morong family and the Silver Soul race assassin had died. Xianxia told Yi Luofeng that he was maintaining the marriage alliance with the Lin family on the surface. Is it really on the surface? Yi Luofeng furrowed her brows as if she was worried. However, when she learned that Xianxia was preparing to leave the human race, her thoughts immediately shifted. I'll go with you. It would definitely be a long separation after leaving the human race. Yi Luofeng leaned against Xianxia's chest and didn't want him to leave. In the origin world, the star condensation realm is the most important stage. With your current situation, it shouldn't be a problem to raise your cultivation to the 6-star king realm. You should stay in the celestial sect. Xianxia was worried that Yi Luofeng would go with him and advised her to stay in the celestial sect. As a disciple of the sect master, staying in the celestial sect was the safest. A month later, an acquaintance came to visit. In a large hall, Xianxia received this acquaintance alone, Mo Sandong. He knew Mo Sandong from the great cosmos realm. Although he thought that Mo Sandong was a little strange, he was still very happy to meet him in the origin world. However, at this moment, he wasn't happy at all. Brother Chen, you don't seem to welcome Brother Sandong? The clown asked with a smile. Why did you come to see me? Xianxia asked calmly. Follow Brother Sandong to the Heaven's Legacy race. The clown's smile disappeared and his expression turned serious. I'm not going. Xianxia decisively refused. After experiencing the blood race, he could already guess some things that he didn't know before. Yansu's mysterious finger was very likely one of the parts of a fiend god. The clown and his companions had once acted against Yansu. Thus, he, who possessed the heart of eternity, could also become their target. The fiend god part on you belongs to the Heaven's Legacy race. The clown went straight to the point. Just as Xianxia expected, the Heaven's Legacy race's intelligence allowed them to discover the truth as soon as they discovered the slightest clue. The Heaven's Legacy race already knew what part he had. However, they didn't know that this was the most important part of a primal chaos fiend god, the heart of eternity. But it belongs to me now. He didn't believe the clown's words. How could a fiend god part belong to the Heaven's Legacy race? Xianxia definitely wouldn't go to the Heaven's Legacy race alone. Now that he was in someone else's territory, everything was up to them. If the Heaven's Legacy race wanted to take the heart of eternity, Xianxia could only offer it up with both hands. It would be useless even if he told his master. In terms of deterrence, the Heaven's Legacy race was far stronger than the human race. Even some of the supreme races of the origin world were somewhat wary of the Heaven's Legacy race. You won't be able to protect it. You'll only invite a calamity upon yourself. The clown had a calm expression, but this was abnormal. Normally, he wore a rather frightening and bizarre smile. At least for now, I'm safe and sound. Do you want to attack me? Xianxia stared straight at the clown. The next time we meet, we might attack. The clown stood up and left. Xianxia sighed. The clown clearly didn't want to be enemies with him, but the clown was standing on the side of the Heaven's Legacy race. He decided to leave the human race as soon as possible. Traveling could broaden his horizons, and he could also use this time to raise his cultivation and strength as quickly as possible. Dead Soul Desert. The deaths of Yansu and the Black Cloud Sovereign Lord naturally alarmed the Silver Soul race. The death of two sovereign lords was not only a loss, but it would also boost the morale of the human race. Sovereign Lord Luo Hai gave the order to thoroughly investigate Qinyu. Not long after, more detailed information about Qinyu was presented. He's actually related to the human race's Royal Azure Sky Overlord, and this Royal Azure Sky Overlord's name is Meng Qingyun. Emperor Lord Luo Hai's expression turned solemn. He got up and left, arriving at the depths of the palace complex. This was a forbidden area, and if ordinary clansmen recklessly trespassed, it would be a capital offense. He walked through a dark and ancient stone door and instantly arrived in another space. The world here was dark and gloomy, and the mountains were towering. The peaks of the mountains had been transformed into magnificent palaces. "What business do you have with me?" A voice that sounded like that of a deity echoed between heaven and earth. Sovereign Lord Luo Hai, who was usually awe-inspiring, was now like an ordinary person in this vast world. He said respectfully, "Lord God Eclipse, I found a human who seems to be closely related to Meng Qingyun." Among the upper echelons of the Silver Soul race, the god Corrosion was extremely concerned about Meng Qingyun. He had sent people to search for him many times. Meng Qingyun, that godlike voice suddenly grew louder and longer. In the end, there was even a hint of anger and excitement in it. Accompanied by the fluctuation of the other party's emotions, the entire world changed color, and tremors came from all directions. Whoosh, suddenly, a figure appeared above Sovereign Lord Luo Hai's head. This figure was like a mountain or a deep sea, giving off an unfathomable feeling. The other party was a god of the Silver Soul race, known as God Eclipse. "Speak." God Eclipse said calmly. Subsequently, Sovereign Lord Luo Hai explained the rumors about Qinyu and the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign. A descendant of Meng Qingyun? A certain divine light surged within the god Corrosion god, revealing a strong interest. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Next, Sovereign Lord Luo Hai informed God Eclipse of the deaths of Sovereign Lord Black Cloud and Yen Su. Right at this moment, four figures suddenly appeared in the sky. There was the Silver Soul race, the human race, and the winged race. The divine guard of the god-eroding tribe. Sovereign Lord Luo Hai scanned the four figures and was slightly shocked. "The human race, Qinyu. Bring him to me." Sovereign Lord Luo Hai ordered. "As you command." The four great divine guards stood up, turned into four black shadows, and disappeared without a trace. If the four great divine guards of the god-eroding sect make a move, it will definitely be a piece of cake. Sovereign Lord Luo Hai thought to himself. The four great divine guards of god-eroding were all at the middle stage of the mysterious underworld realm and above. As loyal servants of God, they would receive God's blessing and wield terrifying power. It could be said that the weakest of the four great divine guards could easily kill the Black Cloud Sovereign. Sovereign Lord Luo Hai originally thought that with the four great divine guards taking action, there would definitely be a result soon. But after a year, the four great divine guards returned to the Silver Soul race's camp without any results. 3 years, 6 years, it was as though Qinyu had vanished from the face of the earth. The four great divine guards couldn't find any clues in their search. In the end, they hired a divination master and confirmed that Qinyu was not in the human race. Even if it was a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, the divine guards would still carry out God's command. Moreover, Qinyu had only left the human race. On the wasteland, a huge flying tool that looked like a carriage was flying forward at high speed. "We've shaken off that group of blood-withered wood race." A demon race male covered in silver hair heaved a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect that we would actually encounter the blood-withered wood race on this wasteland after going around the ancient nether forest." Another companion complained. The blood-withered wood race was a relatively bloodthirsty race among the wood race. "Fortunately, we had Senior Lon and Big Brother Yulei. That group of blood-withered wood race was killed by us instead." Ha ha ha. An early-stage star condensation human race laughed. "It's just a few blood-withered wood race. If not for the safety of the young lady, we could have completely annihilated them here." A handsome demon race youth with silver hair and sharp ears said proudly. The handsome youth, Yu Lei, was at the early-stage star condensation peak. However, his strength was much stronger than the other two in the team. He was a young genius of the Silver Sea commerce and a key target of nurturing. After saying that, Yu Lei looked at a female demon race. She had a head of beautiful silver hair, a slender figure, and a pair of watery eyes that shone with intelligence. It was the young lady of the Silver Sea Commerce, Mu Wanyun. Yu Lei had always admired the young lady of the Silver Sea Commerce. However, at this moment, he noticed that Mu Wanyun's gaze was on another man. Chen Yu, thank you for just now. If not for your timely support, I might have been injured by the blood-withered wood's sneak attack. Mu Wanyun smiled, expressing her gratitude. The ordinary-looking young man, Chen Yu, calmly said, protecting the young lady's safety is also my duty. Yu Lei felt slightly annoyed when he saw this scene. He admired Mu Wanyun, but she treated him like an ordinary friend. Instead, she was more talkative when facing Chen Yu. However, he did not take this matter to heart. Chen Yu was a passerby that the Chamber of Commerce's team met 2 years ago. Mu Wanyun saw that he was alone and only had a void sea cultivation. She was kind enough to let him join the team. Brother Chen Yu is also very powerful. Just now, when the young lady was sneak attacked by the blood-withered wood, even big brother Yu Lei could not react in time. However, brother Chen Yu was able to react in time. Big brother Chen Yu's strength should be at the peak of the void sea realm. Someone in the Chamber of Commerce discussed. Yu Lei's expression became slightly unnatural when he heard this. In reality, he had also sensed Mu Wanyun's danger and was about to save her, but Chen Yu beat him to it. I'm just closer to young lady Wanyun. Chen Yu chatted with the others. This was already the 10th year since he left the human race. That's right, he was Chen Yu. In order to conceal his tracks, he had concealed his cultivation, appearance, and even changed his name. He was now called Chen Yu. Back when he was in the human race, a spy from the Silver Soul race had sent him a message that the god of the Silver Soul race had his eyes on Chen Yu. This was why Chen Yu was so secretive when he left. At the same time, he used this opportunity to comprehend life and improve his mental state. This was beneficial to his future cultivation path, and it could also cleanse and strengthen his star soul. Furthermore, Chen Yu could not be too brazen when he was tracking Meng Qingyun or collecting information on god and devil parts, or else he would attract powerful enemies. He now knew that the mysterious and powerful Heaven's Legacy race was collecting god and devil parts. After 10 years of traveling, Chen Yu had left the human race. His state of mind had also improved greatly because of his experiences and knowledge. At the beginning of his journey, he had experienced the vastness of the origin world. The territory occupied by the human race was truly insignificant compared to the entire origin world. He had heard many mysterious rumors, ancient forbidden grounds, and some powerful races. For example, the winged race of the origin world. They were the overlords of the sky and one of the super races of the origin world. If they wanted to destroy the human race, they could do so easily. All this time, he had been traveling alone and comprehending all living beings. But 2 years ago, the young mistress of the Silver Sea Merchant Group saw that Chen Yu was traveling alone and was afraid that he would encounter bandits, so she let him join her group. At first, the members of the merchant group were very wary of Chen Yu. But as time passed, Chen Yu displayed decent strength. At the very least, he wasn't just a freeloader. He was recognized and gradually integrated into the group. There's still 1 year until the Heavenly Moon Alliance opens. Although Chen Yu traveled everywhere, he also had a goal. The Heavenly Moon Alliance was formed by 4 neutral small factions. The business here was developed and there were many people, so it was easy to gather information. The Silver Sea Merchant Group's goal was also the Heavenly Moon Alliance. That was why Chen Yu joined them. Chen Yu, thank you for saving Miss Wanyun. Yu Lei walked closer and looked down at Chen Yu. Although he was expressing his gratitude, he didn't seem to be very grateful. Instead, he gave off a feeling that strangers wouldn't get close to him. However, if your cultivation doesn't break through to the star condensation realm, you'll still be an ant in the origin world. But you're still young. If you work hard for 10 years, there's a high chance that you'll break through to the star condensation realm. Yu Lei guided Chen Yu like a senior. With Chen Yu's situation, he might be able to catch up to Big Brother Yu Lei in the future. You must be joking. Big Brother Yu Lei is the youngest genius of the Silver Sea Merchant Group. He might even have the chance to enter a 4-star faction. Everyone discussed. I have 70 to 80% confidence in entering a 4-star faction. However, it was the Silver Sea Merchant Group that took me in and nurtured me. Yu Lei, will always be by Miss Wanyan's side for the rest of my life. Yu Lei's eyes were brimming with vigor. He looked at Mu Wanyun and took the opportunity to express his feelings. The crowd started to jeer. Big brother Yu Lei, you're joking with me again. Mu Wanyun smiled shyly. I didn't. Yu Lei was about to say something. At this moment, Senior Lan, who was at the front of the group, shouted, the blood-withered trees are catching up. Let's go. Damn it. These blood-withered trees are really persistent. They still haven't given up. The group increased their speed and successfully got rid of the blood-withered trees. Qinyu, there's still a year before we reach the Heavenly Moon Alliance. This time, you have to thank our Mississippi. If she didn't let you join our group, who knows where you would be now. After reaching the Heavenly Moon Alliance, you can come and look for Brother Stone when you have time. A short-haired burly human patted Qinyu's shoulder. His nickname was Stone. Initially, when Qinyu was guarded against by the whole group, only Stone of the human race treated Qinyu well. You're right. Qinyu also patted the short-haired burly man. After 10 years of traveling, he had already treated himself as an ordinary traveler. After living together for 2 years, he had completely integrated into the group, becoming Mu Wanyun's bodyguard and the short-haired burly man's friend. At this moment, Qinyu sensed that something was amiss and glanced behind him. Brother Qinyu, what's wrong? There's nothing behind us. Stone took a glance and was puzzled. At this moment, Senior Lan, who was at the front of the group, suddenly shouted, increase our speed. Seeing Senior Lan's grave expression and rapid tone, everyone knew that the group had encountered some trouble. Without saying anything, everyone followed behind him. Ha ha ha, we found a fat sheep. Where are you going? A huge black ship was rapidly approaching. There were more than 10 figures on it and they were all roaring. The invisible pressure of the aura turned into a dark cloud filled with an astonishing baleful aura as it charged over. The people in the Silver Sea Trade Group's group instantly felt a powerful pressure. Not good, it's bandits. Activate the flying car with all your might. A clamor came from the Silver Sea flying car. With the Silver Sea Trade Group's group, we won't be able to resist them. Qinyu slightly shook his head. However, he was now a member of the Silver Sea Trade Group. He wouldn't just watch as the group was destroyed. However, if he were to take action, his peaceful and low-profile life would come to an end. The Silver Sea Trade Firm's flying chariot moved at full speed, its speed not slower than the giant black ship behind it. Isn't this the demon race's evil ghost bandits? Why are they here? Yu Lei stared at the flag on the giant black ship. In the demon race's territory, the evil ghost bandits were a notorious evil force near the Silver Sea Trade Firm. But this was the wood race's territory, why would they chase them here? It seems that the evil ghost bandits have their eyes on us for some other reason. Senior Lan said in a deep voice. He wore a deep blue robe, had a tough face, and a short beard. His cultivation was at the middle stage of star condensation, and he was the strongest in the team. He had already worked in the Silver Sea Trade Firm for 500 years, so everyone called him Senior Lan. Senior Lan, what should we do next? An early-stage star condensation demon asked. Mu Wanyun was the master here, but facing a strong enemy, the experienced and powerful Senior Lan was the pillar of support for everyone. As far as I know, the evil ghost bandits have 3 middle-stage star condensation cultivators, and they call themselves the 3 evil ghosts. So we can only run. Senior Lan also lowered his head. In the Silver Sea Trade Firm's team, Senior Lan was the only middle-stage star condensation cultivator, but the enemy had 3 middle-stage star condensation cultivators. The Silver Sea flying chariot moved at full speed, spitting out several silver streams of air as it flew towards the horizon. Stay here for this king. Second brother, third brother, let's attack together. A big man with a curly beard rushed out from the flying chariot, his monstrous baleful aura turning into a malicious spirit, enveloping the Silver Sea flying chariot. He was the evil ghost boss. Behind him, 2 middle-stage star condensation cultivators rushed out, heading straight for the Silver Sea flying chariot. Fiendish ghost fist. The evil ghost boss growled and punched out fiercely, forming a blood-black fist light several hundred zhang in size, surging with baleful aura as it smashed towards the silver sea flying chariot. The other two middle-stage star condensation cultivators also immediately attacked. 3 middle-stage star condensation cultivators joining forces was enough to instantly destroy the silver sea flying chariot. Not good, quickly activate the defensive array. Star condensation cultivators and above, help me block. Senior Lan hurriedly ordered. In an instant, the silver sea flying chariot was surrounded by a dazzling silver luster. The intermediate star condensation realm Senior Lan and the other star condensation realm experts stood on the defensive barrier, resisting the attacks of the 3 evil spirits. Hee, you guys are underestimating us, the 3 of you. The third of the 3 evil spirits laughed evilly and took out a metal ball. The numerous holes on the metal ball suddenly let out a ghostly light. Xiao. Inside the metal sphere, countless fine black needles shot out. They contained poison, and like a torrential downpour, they enveloped the entire silver sea flying carriage. These black needles were also controlled by Old Third to attack the weakest areas of the barrier. Pong, a crack appeared on the defensive barrier, and it instantly expanded, forming a huge hole. As expected of a mechanical tool developed by the Heaven's Legacy race, ha. Third brother laughed in satisfaction. Little ones, attack. The Wraith bandits rushed out with all their might, heading straight for the silver sea flying carriage. Quite a few bandits directly entered through the hole in the barrier. Jinyu walked out of his residence and looked at the chaotic scene outside. He had originally thought that the Silver Sea Merchant Guild would be able to resist for a while, but he did not expect that they would be defeated so quickly. This tool was developed by the Heaven's Legacy race? Jinyu glanced at the metal sphere in Old Third's hand. He had once fought with the Heaven's Legacy race. This race's fighting prowess was very average, but they had all sorts of tricks up their sleeves. Even Jinyu had to be careful when dealing with them. Brat, die. A fiend wielded a serrated saber and fiercely slashed at Jinyu with a cold expression. Clang, the serrated saber seemed to strike a metal mountain. It violently trembled, and cracks appeared on the saber. The fiend retreated in shock, but it was too late. The recoil passed through the saber and into the fiend's body. Cracks appeared on his body, and with a bang, he exploded into dust. His strange death was not noticed by others. At this moment, the entire place was in chaos. All the members of the Silver Sea Merchant Group were trying to save themselves, and some were even trying to escape. She's Mu Wanyun. Capture her. A burly demon race man with a stocky build berated. He bore the brunt of the attack, setting off violent astral winds. His cultivation was at the early stage of star condensation. Mu Wanyun was also at the early stage of star condensation. She took out a profound artifact sword and slashed out with a cold silver sword light. Pung, the fiend race man grinned. Astral winds revolved around his white claws as he struck out, shattering Mu Wanyun's sword attack. He was also at the early stage of star condensation, but in terms of strength, he was much stronger than Mu Wanyun. At the same time, many bandits were charging over. The evil ghost bandits' true target was Mu Wanyun. The astral winds tore open a wound on Mu Wanyun's arm, and she retreated. Her combat prowess was average, and she was instantly injured when surrounded. Moreover, the Silver Sea Merchant Group's members were having a hard time protecting themselves. No one came to save her. Even Yu Lei, who was fighting outside the barrier, was considering whether or not to retreat. At this moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of Mu Wanyun. Chen Yu, hurry and leave. Mu Wanyun yelled. Chen Yu's strength was indeed at the peak of the late-stage Void Sea, but in the current situation it was useless. You'll be fine. Chen Yu said calmly. Mu Wanyun was absent-minded. The current Chen Yu was completely different from before. It was as if he was no longer an ordinary guard, and he had an indescribable charm. When she recovered, she found that a bandit in front of Chen Yu had a huge hole in his chest. His entire body had shattered and turned into ashes. She didn't even notice when Chen Yu made his move. Brat, die. A bandit slashed out with his palm. A dark blue palm light with lightning swimming in it struck Chen Yu's chest. Pung, Chen Yu's figure remained unmoved. The enemy's palm power was reflected back, and its power was several times stronger than before. No, the other party was swallowed by his own attack and turned into ashes in the blue lightning. A peak late-stage Void Sea Realm bandit died instantly. Chenyu, you? Mu Wanyan felt that the current Chenyu was very strange. He seemed to have become much stronger. Bastard brat, you killed so many brothers of my evil spirit bandits, you're courting death. The burly man gnashed his teeth in anger, and a dark and fierce astral wind erupted around him. Chenyu, he's in the star condensation realm. Let me handle him. Mu Wanyan rushed out with her sword. No matter how strong Chenyu was, how could he fight against a star condensation king? However, in the next instant, she saw Chenyu appear in front of the monster race man, only a few dozen feet away. The violent astral wind swept over, as if it would tear Chenyu into powder. Mu Wanyan revealed a look of pity. At this critical moment, Chenyu had stepped forward to save her, but he would also die because of her. Ah, a scream rang out, but it was not Chenyu's voice. Mu Wanyan looked over and saw Chenyu's palm lightly slash. Swish, this palm did not set off any power, nor did it create any shocking scene. However, the violent astral wind suddenly tore apart and split in two. A line of blood appeared between the burly man's eyebrows, and he was also split in two. The burly man's face was filled with horror. He died before he could finish speaking, and the two halves of his body fell to the ground. Chenyu, you, Mu Wanyan looked at Chenyu in a daze, suddenly feeling that this Chenyu in front of her was a stranger. The burly man who chased after her was the 6th-ranked star Condensation King of the evil ghost bandits, yet Chenyu killed him with a wave of his hand. How was this possible? No, it was indeed possible. That is, Chenyu's true cultivation was not at the peak late-stage Void Sea Realm, but from beginning to end, Chenyu had repeatedly attacked, yet Mu Wanyan could not see through Chenyu's cultivation. Swish, Mu Wanyan was just about to say something, but Chenyu instantly disappeared and flew out of the Silver Sea flying carriage. Senior Lan, let's retreat. Yu Lei, who was struggling to resist the attack of the second brother, sent a sound transmission to Senior Lan. No, Senior Lan gritted his teeth. He could escape, but the entire Chamber of Commerce team would die tragically, including Miss Mu Wanyan. Hee, old man, why don't you pledge allegiance to my evil ghost bandits and follow us from now on? The evil ghost boss laughed wildly, teasing Senior Lan. The other party had worked for the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce for 500 years. Even if he really pledged allegiance, the evil ghost bandits would not easily take him in. Third brother, come over and attack this old man with me. Once we kill him, our mission will be almost complete. The evil ghost boss sent a sound transmission. But he found that the sound transmission actually failed. With a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he saw an ordinary-looking young man standing on the corpse of the third brother, playing with the metal ball in his hand. Third brother. Who did it? The evil ghost boss suddenly roared, like a giant beast roaring. Black clouds of baleful chi swept in all directions, and many peak Void Sea Realm powerhouses bled from their ears and noses. He saw Chenyu standing on the corpse of the third brother, but did not suspect Chenyu to be the murderer. One dead? Senior Lan looked happy. The enemy's 3 strongest mid-stage celestial condensation cultivators had died for some unknown reason. This meant that the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce still had a chance of winning. Bastard, how dare you stand on the third brother's corpse and take his treasures? The second brother stared at Chenyu with a murderous look. From thousands of feet away, he pulled the big red bow in his hand and shot out a meteor-like scarlet arrow. Yu Lei originally had the opportunity to stop him, but he did not. Swish, the meteor-like scarlet arrow fell from the sky, shooting toward Chenyu. However, this arrow actually brushed past Chenyu's shoulder in the end. Rumble, an explosion sounded, and several bandits in the rear were hit by this arrow. They died instantly, their bodies and souls turning into ashes. Second brother, you. The evil ghost boss saw this scene and suddenly widened his eyes. Was the second brother a traitor? He was just dealing with an ant, how could he miss it? He even killed nearly 10 people from the evil ghost bandits. This luck, Yu Lei was also dumbfounded, thinking that Chenyu was just lucky. With a flushed face, the second evil ghost drew the crimson bow once more and locked onto Chenyu. If you miss it again, I, the second brother, will recognize you as my father. he said fiercely and released the bowstring. The scarlet arrow drew a dazzling arc of light, piercing a big hole in the barrier of the silver sea flying carriage. The arrow had a spiritual nature, and Xianxia could not avoid it. Swish, however, this arrow once again strangely passed by Xianxia and flew to the other side of the sky. Missed? How is that possible? The second brother could not believe it. He was in the middle stage of the star condensation realm, and his attack had completely locked onto Xianxia, yet he could not hit him. He had the title of Evil Spirit Shooter in the Evil Ghost Bandits. Ah! Second brother, you! At this time, the evil ghost boss on the other side screamed and gnashed his teeth. The second brother looked and saw that his arrow had flown to his boss buttocks. He had used all his strength in this arrow, and it was powerful. The big evil ghost boss buttocks were blown up. Boss, this kid is very strange. The second brother stared at Xianxia and found that the latter was smiling at him with his mouth slightly open. Just from the shape of his mouth, he read Xianxia's words, "Call me father." The second brother suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Separated by thousands of feet, only he could hear a sentence, yet this kid actually knew. Big brother, this. The second evil ghost brother panicked and broke out in a cold sweat, unable to explain himself. He was the first person to have the guts to burst the anus of the leader of the evil ghost bandits. Senior Lan did not know the situation. He only knew that the evil ghost boss was suddenly attacked by the second evil ghost brother. Good chance. Senior Lan's eyes shone brightly. He waved his arms, forming a vast blue tornado that stirred up the wind and clouds as it charged toward the evil ghost boss. He attacked with all his strength, trying to save the situation. The evil ghost boss was attacked by the second evil ghost brother, causing his buttocks to explode and burn his whole body. The strength of the second evil ghost brother was ranked second in the bandit group. Even the evil ghost boss was not much better off after being hit by his attack. Not only was he injured, but he was also full of anger, which affected his condition. Facing Senior Lan's sudden attack, the evil ghost boss raised his fists to meet it, but his baleful ghost fist was at a disadvantage. Bang! Several blue streams of wind left several bloody marks on the evil ghost boss body and sent him flying hundreds of feet away. The evil ghost boss eyes swept across the scene. The evil ghost bandits originally had an absolute advantage, but for some reason, many star condensation bandits died tragically. Even the third evil ghost brother died mysteriously. He was attacked by the second evil ghost brother and injured by Senior Lan, causing his injuries to be a bit serious. Could it be that the second evil ghost brother was a traitor, and he did all this secretly? Retreat. The evil ghost boss frowned and gave the order. What was supposed to be a sure-win situation ended like this. His heart was full of anger. Retreat. The evil ghost bandits quickly retreated into the big black ship, turned around, and ran. Inside the big ship, the evil ghost boss was covered in a monstrous black and red baleful aura, like a peerless demon. All the subordinates were trembling under the might of the evil ghost boss. Bastard, I actually failed. The evil ghost boss eyes were blood red as he stared at the second evil ghost brother and slapped with his palm. A ferocious black baleful aura rushed out. The second evil ghost brother did not dare to dodge and could only secretly circulate his essence energy to protect his vitals. Bang! His figure was sent flying, leaving a human-shaped pit on the wall. Big brother, it's all that kid's doing. It has nothing to do with me. The second evil ghost brother hurriedly begged for mercy. The evil ghost boss was just venting his anger. Everyone saw that his chrysanthemum had been broken by the second evil ghost brother. That kid is indeed a little strange. The malevolent spirit boss was not an idiot. After calming down, he suspected Xianxia. We won. The malevolent spirit bandits have been repelled. This time, it was all thanks to Senior Lan that he managed to injure the malevolent spirit boss. In the Silver Sea flying car, the members of the Chamber of Commerce cheered. Almost 90% of the people thought that they would definitely die this time, but the sudden victory made them ecstatic. Yulei was also stunned. This victory felt very surreal. He lowered his head and looked at Xianxia, his eyes filled with disgust and confusion. This brat is actually not dead. Being targeted by the second malevolent ghost and being able to survive. 2 consecutive attacks, there was no doubt about his luck. When Senior Lan looked at Qinyu, his pupils constricted slightly, as if he wanted to see through Qinyu. However, his opponent seemed to be an ordinary Kong Hai. There was nothing special about him. After making some preparations, the Silver Sea flying car set off again. Encountering the bandits' attack this time, the Silver Sea Commerce's team suffered heavy casualties. Senior Lan and Yulei arrived at Mu Wanyun's room. "Miss Wanyun, are you alright?" Yulei asked with concern. "I'm fine." Mu Wanyun looked elsewhere, as if she was thinking about something. She did not even look at Yulei. "Miss Wanyun, what happened on the Silver Sea flying car just now?" Senior Lan asked with a calm expression. The malevolent spirit bandits' victory this time was too strange. There must be a reason. Mu Wanyun was silent for a moment and decided to tell him about the shocking scene she saw today. It was Qinyu. His strength suddenly increased by a lot. He could easily kill enemies of the same realm. Even an early-stage celestial condensation cultivator died in his hands. Back on the Silver Sea flying car, apart from Mu Wanyun, there were no other celestial condensation cultivators. Almost everyone else was running for their lives and had no time to care about anything else. The only one who could clearly see Qinyu's every move was Mu Wanyun, followed by the bandits. "Qinyu?" Senior Lan pondered and recalled the scene of Qinyu standing on the body of the third malevolent ghost. Could it be that the third malevolent ghost was also killed by Qinyu? "Miss Wanyun, are you sure?" Senior Lan asked again. The third malevolent ghost was also an intermediate-stage celestial condensation cultivator. If Qinyu could easily kill him, then how strong was he? Yulei thought that Senior Lan did not believe it, so he laughed disdainfully. "Qinyu. Hee, Miss Wanyun, are you confused? A celestial condensation king died in Qinyu's hands?" This was a huge joke. "Elder brother Yulei, what I said is true." Mu Wanyun emphasized in a serious tone. That scene really happened in front of her. An early-stage celestial condensation demon race man was cut in half by Qinyu. How could it be fake? "I think it must be the first time you encountered such a crisis. You must have been frightened, so you were hallucinating." Yulei smiled and comforted her. However, the person in Mu Wanyun's hallucination turned out to be Qinyu. He felt a little jealous in his heart. Yulei felt unhappy and left first. "Wanyun, don't say anything about this. Wait for me to investigate before making a decision," Senior Lan urged. If everything was true, then Qinyu was most likely an intermediate-stage celestial condensation cultivator. Since he did not want to reveal his identity, then there was no need for them to help him do so. Perhaps it was all a misunderstanding. After the battle ended, Qinyu did not care much and returned to his residence. He did not take part in the battle, so not many people witnessed it. If the Silver Sea Trade Union suspected that he was up to no good, he could leave now. In the following days, Qinyu found that Senior Lan and Mu Wanyun often paid attention to him. They were the strongest person in the team and the owner of this place, which made the other members of the trade union pay more attention to Qinyu. Qinyu did not say much, nor did he want to meddle in other people's business. When he reached the Heavenly Moon Union, he left. He opened the inner space of the heavenly secluded feather and entered it to cultivate. Although he concealed his cultivation and identity, he did not fall behind in his cultivation. After 10 years of travel, Jinyu's cultivation had begun to approach the peak of intermediate-stage mysterious underworld realm. 3 months later. Enemy attack. There are enemies. The Silver Sea Trade Union was once again ambushed by powerful enemies of the wood race, including 3 intermediate-stage celestial condensation cultivators. Jinyu was slightly puzzled. Why did the Silver Sea Trade Union encounter trouble again? This time, he still acted in a low-profile manner, secretly resolving the crisis, killing 1 intermediate-stage celestial condensation cultivator, seriously injuring another, and the enemy immediately fled. It's really him. Senior Lan's eyes darkened. He had been paying attention to Jinyu just now, and indeed found some clues. Jinyu was completely different from the ordinary members. He was calm and collected from start to finish, while the enemies around him strangely died one after another. However, after observing Jinyu closely this time, Senior Lan had actually gained some trust in Jinyu. Because the other party had helped the Silver Sea Trade Union solve trouble twice, and had secretly rescued Mu Wanyun several times. He clearly did not seem to be a malicious person. After the battle ended. Qinyu, I just discovered that you actually have the strength to kill celestial condensation cultivators. You hid your cultivation and sneaked into the Silver Sea Trade Union's team. What are you plotting? Yulei suddenly asked. It turned out that the other party was also closely observing Qinyu, and saw the scene of Qinyu killing an early-stage celestial condensation cultivator. During this period of time, the other members also gradually discovered that something was wrong with Qinyu. With Yulei's actions, they immediately became suspicious of Qinyu. Big brother Yulei, brother Qinyu just broke through to the celestial condensation realm a few days ago. At this time, the human race man Stone stood beside Qinyu and said. Just broke through to the celestial condensation realm? Why didn't I know about it? Yulei frowned and stared at Stone. The soul pressure of a celestial condensation king caused Stone to be unable to move. His face turned pale, as if he could not bear the pressure any longer. Does anyone have to tell you about breaking through to the celestial condensation realm? Qinyu laughed lightly and asked. The invisible star soul energy enveloped Stone, instantly dispelling the other party's pressure, causing Stone to feel relieved. Yulei was speechless at Qinyu's question. At the same time, he discovered that his soul pressure had no effect on Stone. What was going on? Stop quarreling. Qinyu breaking through to the celestial condensation realm is a good thing. At this time, Senior Lan spoke, stabilizing the situation. Yulei did not expect Senior Lan to speak up for Qinyu, so he left angrily. Following that, many members of the Silver Sea Commerce congratulated Qinyu on breaking through to the celestial condensation realm. Qinyu, you brat. You didn't even tell your brother that you broke through to the celestial condensation realm. Stone patted Qinyu's chest and laughed. Hee, you know that I've always been low-key. Qinyu joked. In fact, he knew that Stone had discovered Qinyu's secret the first time he met the evil spirit bandits. At that time, Qinyu had also saved Stone. 5 months later. The Silver Sea flying carriage was getting closer to the Heavenly Moon Union. We'll be there soon. Qinyu stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. Once he reached the Heavenly Moon Union, he had to bid farewell to Mu Wanyun, Senior Lan, Stone and the rest. When he returned to his room, Mu Wanyun was actually there. Qinyu, did you break through to the celestial condensation realm not long ago, or have you always been in the celestial condensation realm? Mu Wanyun gathered her courage and asked. She stared at Qinyu with her bright silver eyes, trying to see through Qinyu's secret. Neither. As they were about to reach the Heavenly Moon Union, Qinyu did not hide it anymore. Mu Wanyun's pretty face was filled with doubt. What did neither mean? I haven't thanked you for saving me. Mu Wanyun started to thank him. No matter what secrets Qinyu had, it was a fact that he had saved her several times. Qinyu shook his head slightly, not taking it to heart. To him, this was indeed a small matter that was not worth mentioning. He had spent 2 years in the Silver Sea Commerce. He would not watch everyone die without saving them. However, at this moment, Qinyu frowned, a doubtful look appearing on his face as he muttered, "It's here again." What did you say? Mu Wanyun did not hear Qinyu's words clearly. Rumble, the Silver Sea flying carriage shook violently. A member died. There's an assassin. Hearing the commotion, Mu Wanyun immediately left Qinyu's room. However, as soon as she walked out of the room, swoosh, in the darkness, a silver-gray light flashed towards Mu Wanyun's neck. A dark figure appeared with an evil glint in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Mission completed." Mission complete. A dark figure appeared from the darkness, holding a silver blade against Mu Wanyun's neck. Who are you? Mu Wanyun froze on the spot, her voice trembling. She never thought that she would encounter danger in the Silver Sea flying car, and her life would fall into someone else's hands in the blink of an eye. Follow me obediently, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you can go see Yama. The dark figure laughed in disdain. Whoosh, Senior Lan instantly arrived, and his expression changed when he saw the situation. The moment he discovered the abnormality, He immediately searched for Mu Wanyun's traces, but he was too late, and the enemy succeeded. The dark figure ignored Senior Lan. Mu Wanyun's life was in his hands, and he was confident that he could safely leave the Silver Sea flying car. "You're Night King Shen, a silver token assassin from Bloodblade Tower." Senior Lan recognized the identity of the Black Shadow. Bloodblade Tower was an assassination force of the demon race, and the prerequisite for obtaining the title of a silver token assassin was to assassinate a middle-stage star condensation cultivator. Night King Shen was a well-known silver token assassin. Not only did he have a special concealment technique, but his speed was also superior to middle-stage star condensation cultivators. "You're quite knowledgeable." The dark figure, Night King Shen, smiled proudly, not putting Senior Lan in his eyes. Senior Lan stood in place, not daring to make a move. It was almost impossible to rescue a hostage from the hands of an elite assassin of the same level. In fact, Mu Wanyun might even die the moment he made a move. Hee. Night King Shen glanced at Senior Lan and walked past him. "Did I say you could leave?" At this moment, Qinyu's voice came from the room. Night King Shen stomped his feet and turned around, revealing an astonished expression. "Who do you think you are?" He found it extremely funny. Even the strongest person on the flying car, Senior Lan, did not dare to make a move, yet an ordinary member dared to shout at him. "Qinyu, don't act rashly." Senior Lan immediately stopped him. He knew that Qinyu was very strong, but if he acted rashly, he would only harm Mu Wanyun. "Go and kill this brat," Night King Shen said to Senior Lan in a commanding tone. This, Senior Lan revealed an awkward expression. "If you don't kill him, I'll kill Mu Wanyun." Night King Shen revealed a sinister smile. He was wondering if he should ask Senior Lan to kill everyone on the Silver Sea flying chariot. "Senior Lan, do it." Just as Senior Lan was in a dilemma, Qinyu spoke again. Senior Lan and Mu Wanyun were puzzled by Qinyu's actions. Perhaps Qinyu realized his impulsive words and actions just now and wanted to apologize. Unfortunately, even if Senior Lan killed Qinyu, he wouldn't be able to save Mu Wanyun. "Qinyu, I'm sorry," Senior Lan sighed. Origin energy condensed in his palm, turning into a thick blue tornado. Xiao, the blue tornado rushed out and instantly rushed into Qinyu's room, hitting its target. Night King Shen sneered disdainfully. He was just an ant, yet he wanted to be the hero and save the damsel in distress. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. "Qinyu, it's all my fault." Mu Wanyun stood on the spot and sobbed. "How did Miss Wanyun harm me?" A familiar voice transmitted into her ear. Mu Wanyun turned her head and saw Qinyu standing beside her. His calm face was right in front of her, and his eyes were bright and deep. Wasn't the person standing here the star condensation intermediate stage Night King Shen? How did it suddenly turn into Qinyu? What exactly happened? Mu Wanyun's heart was filled with doubts. But due to her fear and panic, she instantly threw herself onto Qinyu. As a member of the demon race, her alluring body was completely stuck onto Qinyu's body, especially the softness of her chest. Qinyu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he would suddenly be attacked by Mu Wanyun. But this was also normal. It was probably the first time Mu Wanyun had been so close to death and experienced such torment since she was born. "Miss?" Senior Lan turned around and saw Mu Wanyun lying on Qinyu's body. She didn't know what had happened. "Ah," within the ruins, Night King Shen roared. "Brat, what did you do just now?" Night King Shen rushed out. There was a bloody hole in his chest that had been caused by Senior Lan's attack. His fierce, blood-red eyes glared at Qinyu. Just now, he had suddenly switched places with Qinyu and suffered Senior Lan's attack. And Mu Wanyun had been successfully rescued by Qinyu. "Senior Lan, please continue." Qinyu's face remained calm. "Okay." Senior Lan gave Qinyu a deep look. He thought that he had seen through this youth, but he discovered that there was still a mysterious veil around him. Qinyu's method of switching places with Night King Shen was something that even he had not discovered. "Night King Shen." Senior Lan roared and fiercely struck out with his palm. Dozens of deep blue tornadoes as thick as a thigh shot towards Night King Shen from all directions. He absolutely could not let this silver token assassin escape, Night King Shun was already injured and did not dare to fight Senior Lan head-on. Moreover, there was still the mysterious and unfathomable Qinyu. Whoosh, a layer of dark mist rose from Night King Shun's body and spread out in all directions. His figure was concealed within, as if he had suddenly disappeared. Even spiritual sense could not pinpoint his exact location. Damn it. Even if Night King Shun is injured, it won't be easy to kill him. Senior Lan felt troubled. But soon, the dark mist dispersed. Night King Shun's corpse was lying in a corner. There were dozens of holes on his body, and his face was filled with shock. His eyes were staring in Qinyu's direction. He's dead? Senior Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. He inspected the corpse and discovered that all his attacks had actually hit Night King Shun. This was really strange. With Night King Shun's concealment ability and speed that could rival those at the middle stage of star condensation, it was impossible for all his attacks to hit him. Senior Lan looked at Qinyu. Just as he was about to ask something, he discovered that Qinyu was walking away. He and Mu Wanyun immediately followed. Qinyu, you saved Wanyun again. This old man is extremely grateful. Senior Lan thanked Qinyu with the tone of someone from the same generation. At this time, Yu Lei and the others rushed over and heard this. Yu Lei's face turned green from anger. Qinyu saved Mu Wanyun again. How many times had this happened? Why wasn't it Qinyu and not him? Qinyu, did you arrange all of this? Why did you save Miss Wanyun every time she was in danger? I think you're eyeing the Silver Sea Commerce's wealth, so you're purposely using Miss Wanyun to gain her trust. Yu Lei suddenly questioned. Not many people present retorted. This matter was too strange, and Yu Lei's words were not without reason. Brother Yu Lei, don't speak nonsense. Mu Wanyun immediately stood up. Brother Qinyu is not this kind of person. Stone spoke up. Senior Lan also stood on Qinyu's side, but he was also suspicious of Qinyu's motive. Qinyu, where are you going? Stop right there and answer my question. Yu Lei saw that Qinyu was walking away, completely ignoring him, and berated him again. Qinyu walked out of the Silver Sea flying carriage. Everyone looked at Qinyu. Did he admit it? Was he trying to escape now? Humph, since you've admitted it, then I, Yu Lei, will not let you leave so easily. Yu Lei had long wanted to teach Qinyu a lesson. Now that he had found a reason, he immediately flew out. But when he flew out of the Silver Sea flying carriage, he was stunned in midair, and his gaze stared fixedly into the distance while terror surged out violently. So troublesome. Qinyu gazed into the distance and sighed. What was going on with Mu Wanyun? Who was it that wanted to kill her? Bandit groups, ambushes, assassinations, all sorts of methods. Whoosh, 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 everyone in the Silver Sea flying carriage rushed out and looked at the three huge flying ships in the distance. They were all silent as they emitted powerful auras and cold-killing intent. Mu Wanyun looked at one of the flying ships. There was a young man on the deck. He was covered in silver hair and had a handsome appearance. He looked similar to her. Brother? Mu Wanyun was stunned. That man was her brother, but he wasn't here to pick her up. There were two different ships beside him, and they belonged to the evil faction that had ambushed the Silver Sea flying carriage. It seems like Night King Shun failed. The silver-haired man shook his head with doubt in his eyes. With Night King Shun's skills, it was impossible for him to fail. Fortunately, he had made preparations and mobilized people to intercept them. Otherwise, Mu Wanyun would have successfully reached the Silver Sea Trade Union. Young Master Haiyun, why did you want to deal with third young miss? Senior Lan questioned. Hee, do I even need to tell you the reason? It's all because of that damned father of mine. I don't know if his brain is damaged or if he's stupid. He actually handed the entire Silver Sea Trade Union over to a girl. I'm just taking back what belongs to me. The silver-haired man, Mu Haiyun, glared at Mu Wanyun with disgust and killing intent. So that's the case, Qinyu finally understood the reason. But to kill his sister because of this, Mu Haiyun was simply a scum. You've really exceeded my expectations. You've smoothly passed through all three crises. Even Night King Shun from the Bloodblade Tower failed. Invite the expert behind you out. This young master will ask him if he can help you through the fourth crisis. Mu Haiyun smiled. Rumble, on the three giant ships, waves of profound and powerful cultivation aura spread out. Powerful willpower rushed into the sky, forming a vast and mighty pressure. The sky changed colors, and all kinds of radiance surged. It was as if an ancient beast was roaring. Under this pressure, the silver sea flying chariot creaked and sank several dozen feet. 6 middle-stage star condensation cultivators, 15 early-stage star condensation cultivators, and even a late-stage star condensation cultivator. Senior Lan felt the enemy's strength, and his face gradually turned pale. Mu Haiyun was determined to kill Mu Wanyun. Call the expert behind you out and answer this young master's question. Mu Haiyun's lips curled into a naughty smile. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh. You brat, what are you still pretending for? You killed third young miss. You had the guts to do it, but now you don't have the guts to admit it? The second brother stared at Qinyu and angrily rebuked. On both sides, the gazes of many star condensation experts gathered on Qinyu. They weren't sure if Qinyu was this expert. Whoosh, Qinyu slowly floated up. His face was still calm. 10 breaths of time. Scram for me. His words were extremely cold. It was as if the world had frozen. The surroundings were deathly silent. Get out of my sight in 10 breaths. Qinyu's cold voice seemed to freeze heaven and earth. The entire place was dead silent. Both sides were shocked, especially Mu Haiyun's side. They almost wanted to laugh out loud. How arrogant was Qinyu? Or was his brain damaged? How could he say such a thing? However, the moment Qinyu's voice came out, everyone on Mu Haiyun's side felt an inexplicable chill in their bodies, blood, and souls, and instinctively felt fear in their hearts. Next to Mu Haiyun, there was a Stone Clan member. His whole body was golden, like a golden god of war. He was the late-stage star condensation king of the Stone Golem race invited by Mu Haiyun. His name was Golden Stone King. The Golden Stone King, who had a bored expression, also felt fear in his heart. He could not help but look at Qinyu solemnly. Bastard, what did you say? The second evil spirit shouted angrily. He was really shocked by Qinyu just now. That was why he was so angry. Ignorant boy, I will skin you and pull out your tendons later. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What nonsense are you talking about? Then, angry roars came out to cover the fact that they were shocked by Qinyu. 9. 8. Qinyu ignored these curses and began to count down. This scene made Mu Haiyun and the others even angrier. You should think it through. You want to be our enemy? Mu Haiyun's face sank. Qinyu's behavior was indeed infuriating and funny. However, the previous operations had all failed. It was very likely that Qinyu had caused it, which proved that the other party was the real deal. Therefore, Mu Haiyun began to rope in Qinyu and said, I don't know what my stupid sister offered you. I will give you double the offer. Serve me from now on. How about it? 6. 5. Qinyu's eyes were cold, as if he ignored everything. Mu Haiyun's face suddenly became ferocious. Kill him in 5 breaths. Kill. Suddenly, many celestial condensation kings rushed out from the 3 giant ships. Qinyu's actions had already incurred the wrath of the masses. They wished that they could immediately tear Qinyu into pieces. Qinyu, run! Senior Lan immediately shouted. Facing such a terrifying enemy, the Silver Sea Merchant Guild's team did not have the slightest bit of strength to resist, and could be annihilated in an instant. Boom, the Silver Sea flying car started up and immediately changed directions, shooting out a silver stream of light. Qinyu glanced at him and sighed, it's good that he left. Qinyu, come up quickly, let's go. Mu Wanyun also shouted. However, Qinyu did not move in the slightest. The Silver Sea flying carriage sped into the distance, disappearing without a trace. Ha ha ha, they're all gone. You're the only one left. Why don't you kill yourself? Ha ha ha. Many evil cultivators on Mu Haiyun's side laughed, but they didn't stop. They wanted to kill Qinyu within 5 breaths of time. After that, they still had to chase after the Silver Sea flying car and kill Mu Wanyun and the others. Since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Qinyu was too lazy to count down. His gaze suddenly fell on an early-stage star condensation cultivator in front of him. In an instant, the other party's body withered at an extremely fast speed, and all the blood and vitality in his body turned into a stream of blood that flowed into Qinyu's body. The star condensation king turned into a dried corpse in the blink of an eye and fell to the ground. This scene shocked the rest of the experts. Qinyu's strength was indeed extraordinary. To think that he could use such an evil secret technique of the blood path, turning a star condensation realm cultivator into a dried corpse in an instant. Die for this, father. In the distance, the second evil ghost brother roared and released the bowstring. Swish, the scarlet arrow light was surrounded by flames, like a huge fiery bird swooping down, wanting to destroy everything. Seeing this scene, the evil ghost brother's back couldn't help but tighten, and he locked onto the arrow light with extreme vigilance, fearing that the previous situation would occur again. The arrow shot towards Qinyu like a thunderbolt, and was about to hit its target. At this moment, the scarlet arrow light made contact with Qinyu's gaze. The next moment. Bang, the scorching and violent scarlet arrow light trembled and twisted in an instant, before collapsing and dissipating. The long-range attack of an intermediate-stage star condensation realm cultivator was shattered by Qinyu's gaze. This, the second evil ghost brother's heart suddenly trembled in disbelief. In the previous few fights with Qinyu, his attacks never hit Qinyu. This time, he finally confronted Qinyu head-on. But death also came. Ah, the second evil ghost brother screamed, and his body quickly shriveled, turning into a dried corpse in less than a breath. Crystal-clear crimson blood flew into Qinyu's body. Qinyu possessed the Blood Clan's ancestral bloodline, and swallowing blood could nourish his bloodline and body, and even improve his cultivation. Courting death. The evil ghost brother's eyes turned blood red. The second and third brother were killed by Qinyu, and the evil ghost bandits no longer had their former glory. He must take revenge. Boom, the evil ghost brother displayed the evil ghost fist, and the black-red evil cheek condensed into a mountain-like fist light, emitting ghostly wails and wolf howls as it smashed towards Qinyu. Qinyu glanced at the evil ghost brother lightly, and used the profound meaning of space to instantly shatter the other party's attack. Then the profound meaning of blood activated. The evil ghost brother's face suddenly distorted, and he struggled violently, but still turned into a dried corpse within a breath. The battle had just begun, and Qinyu was unscathed. Everyone had not even seen him make a move in the real sense. However, his side had already lost 2 intermediate-stage star condensation cultivators and 1 early-stage star condensation cultivator. No, 3 early-stage star condensation cultivators. Just now, 2 early-stage star condensation cultivators had turned into dried corpses. Golden Stone King, hurry up. Seeing this scene, Mu Haiyun trembled in fear, hoping that the Golden Stone King would immediately take action and kill Qinyu. Young master, I'm afraid I'm not his opponent. The Golden Stone King also revealed a nervous expression. Although they had not fought yet, the powerful means Qinyu had displayed made even him feel shocked. What did you say? You're a late-stage star condensation stone clan expert, and you cultivate the 10,000 gold indestructible body. How can you not be his opponent? Mu Haiyun suddenly shouted. At this moment, he was completely flustered. Otherwise, he would not speak to the Golden Stone King in such a tone. You're from the Stone Clan, and you cultivate the 10,000 gold indestructible body. You can definitely resist this person. Plus, with so many star condensation cultivators here, you can definitely kill him. Mu Haiyun continued to shout, and ordered the Golden Stone King to act according to his instructions. The Golden Stone King sighed. He had received Mu Haiyun's kindness, so he decided to take the risk. Even if he was not a match, he would not die here. Boom, the Golden Stone King suddenly flew out, and his body blossomed with dazzling golden light. His body instantly grew to 100 feet in size, emitting a terrifying gravitational pressure that enveloped the world. The Golden Stone King has made his move. The Golden Stone King is from the Stone Clan, and he cultivates the 10,000 gold indestructible body. His defense is superior to his peers, and his strength has reached the point where he can easily shatter mountains and rivers. Many panicked star condensation monarchs felt slightly relieved when they saw the Golden Stone King make his move. Huh. The Golden Stone Monarch roared as he pushed his palm forward. A terrifying power burst out from his ancient golden palm, pushing everything in its path. Qinyu's star soul moved slightly, and the space profundity condensed and enveloped the Golden Stone King's palm. The palm shrank rapidly, and eventually, it exploded and vanished. Even the Golden Stone King's attack was directly destroyed by Qinyu's space profundity. Your space profundity, the Golden Stone King's golden eyes widened in shock. He could clearly feel that his metal profundity, earth profundity, yuan force, and other powers couldn't withstand a single blow from Qinyu's space profundity. His opponent's space profundity had reached a level that he couldn't comprehend. It was at least at the 7th level, or even the 8th level. Normally, only mysterious nether realm experts could grasp such a level, and the lowest requirement was the half-step mysterious underworld realm. Following that, the Golden Stone King discovered that he was locked on by the profound space profundity. He, who specialized in defense, couldn't move at all. What kind of expert is this? The Golden Stone King exclaimed. Even the Golden Stone King can't resist. Run! Run! Mu Haiyun's huge team was instantly filled with fear, and they scattered in all directions. I gave you guys a chance before. Die. Qinyu's expression was cold. They were all the evil forces and wandering cultivators that Mu Haiyun had entangled with. Mu Haiyun himself had killed his younger sister for the inheritance, so they deserved it. The blood race's primogenitor bloodline spread out from the mysterious heart. Buzz, his body emitted a blood-colored radiance. His flesh, skin, pupils, and hair all turned blood red, making him look like a blood god. His body emitted a domineering aura. Under the influence of the blood race's primogenitor bloodline, all life forms were greatly restrained. Given the huge gap between them and Qinyu, all of them couldn't move at all. They were like fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Senior, spare me. I was wrong. I failed to recognize Mount Tai. Mu Haiyun knelt in midair, trembling. Qinyu ignored him and activated his primogenitor bloodline, unleashing a powerful suction force. A blood-colored whirlpool formed with him at the center. All life forms and blood were devoured by Qinyu without any resistance. 2 breaths later, Mu Haiyun and all the life forms turned into dried corpses and fell to the ground. However, there were a few members of the stone race among them. The Golden Stone King's face was pale. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Fortunately, he was from the stone race, or else he would have turned into a dried corpse. Qinyu circulated his fire profundity, and a layer of blazing flame spread out in all directions. In a breath's time, the flying ship and the dried corpses were turned to ashes. Even the stone race members were incinerated. Ah, the Golden Stone King screamed. His golden body was burnt black, and it was impossible to tell what race he was from his appearance. You have an indestructible body. Qinyu glanced at the Golden Stone King, but the latter's indestructible body was of a lower level, and his injuries were recovering at an extremely slow speed. Golden Stone King, right? Are you from the Heavenly Moon Alliance? Qinyu didn't continue to kill him. The Heavenly Moon Alliance was nearby and not far away. Senior, I am indeed from the Heavenly Moon Alliance. The Golden Stone King's consciousness was blurry, but when he heard Qinyu's words, he immediately woke up. I am going to the Heavenly Moon Alliance. Are you willing to lead the way? Qinyu asked coldly. Of course, of course. The Golden Stone King was overjoyed and quickly agreed. He could only survive if he led the way for Qinyu. When he reached the Heavenly Moon Alliance, the stone race was there, and his life would be guaranteed. The Silver Sea flying chariot escaped at its fastest speed. 2 hours later, the pursuers still hadn't arrived. They haven't caught up? Did they give up? Yu Lei said in bewilderment. Senior Lan shook his head. Mu Haiyun's target was Mu Wanyun. How could he give up so easily? Once Mu Wanyun reached the Heavenly Moon Alliance, Mu Haiyun would be finished. Half a day passed, and the Silver Sea merchant group still hadn't encountered a single enemy. Could it be that Qinyu chased the enemy away? Mu Wanyun guessed. Impossible. Qinyu is so arrogant. He must have been killed by Mu Haiyun, Yu Lei said with certainty. Another day passed, and the Silver Sea flying chariot returned without encountering any danger. The group arrived at the place where they encountered Mu Haiyun. What, exactly, happened here? Senior Lan was stunned. The ground in his vision seemed to have turned into a charred hell. There were still flames burning, and there was nothing else. Qinyu left the Silver Sea Trade Association, which had accompanied him for more than 2 years. He ended his low-profile life and followed the Golden Stone Monarch to the Heavenly Moon Alliance. There were many large clans in the Origin world, and the weaker clans were either destroyed or annexed. The Heavenly Moon Alliance could exist peacefully because it was surrounded by large clans that kept each other in check. Secondly, the Heavenly Moon Alliance was established by 4 clans. The Heavenly Legacy clan was one of the large clans in the Heavenly Moon Alliance. This clan had all sorts of mysterious auras, and even the super clans of the Origin world were not willing to offend them. The Stone clan is also one of the large clans in the Heavenly Moon Alliance, right? Qinyu asked calmly. The Golden Stone Monarch broke out in a cold sweat, and he immediately flattered, "Senior is wise and brilliant. You managed to guess it before I even said anything. You are truly a godly person." He had not said it directly because he was worried that Qinyu would kill him after making use of him. The Golden Stone Monarch merely wanted to leave a way out for himself. "As long as I am done with my business, I will leave and spare your life," Qinyu promised. The Heavenly Moon Alliance was a special neutral force with many people. It was convenient for Qinyu to hide his tracks and secretly gather information. Moreover, the large clan beside the Heavenly Moon Alliance was the insect race. Back then, Qinyu had obtained information from the Black Cloud Emperor that the Blue Cloud Emperor might have appeared in the insect race. "Senior, if you have any orders, I will do it for you no matter what." The Golden Stone Monarch immediately patted his chest and promised, hoping that Qinyu would finish his business quickly. 3 months later, a vast and boundless building complex appeared in his field of vision. The buildings inside were all of different styles. There were majestic skyscrapers that towered into the sky, sacred palaces that floated in mid-air, and strangely shaped metal buildings. This was the central city of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. In reality, Qinyu and the Golden Stone Monarch had long entered the territory of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. There were many people coming and going, and there were various clans. Qinyu even saw mortal enemies of the human race. However, here, they were like strangers and did not look at each other. "We are here," the Golden Stone Monarch sighed. He only felt a sense of security after returning to the Heavenly Moon Alliance. However, he still didn't dare to act rashly. Based on his observations over the past few days, Qinyu was at least at the half-step mysterious nether realm. One breath would be enough to kill him, and he wouldn't be able to resist. He hoped that Qinyu would keep his promise. "I need to hide my identity. After entering the Heavenly Moon Alliance, you can just keep in touch with me secretly," Qinyu transmitted his voice to the Golden Stone King. "Understood." The Golden Stone King nodded. It seemed that there was a big problem with Qinyu's identity. Just who was he? The central city of the Heavenly Moon Alliance was extremely huge. There were a total of 4 entrances. At the entrance that Qinyu had arrived at, there was already a queue that was over 100 feet long. Golden Stone King. Late Star Condensation Stone Clan Powerhouse. Many people looked at King Xianxia with respect. No one paid any attention to the human male behind the Golden Stone King. "Senior, you'll need to apply for a Heavenly Moon order here to enter the central city of the Heavenly Moon Alliance," the Golden Stone King transmitted his voice to Qinyu. The procedures were completed very quickly. Soon, it was Qinyu's turn. "This is your first time entering the Heavenly Moon Alliance. A Heavenly Moon order costs 10,000 superior grade origin stones. You'll need 5,000 superior grade origin stones for every month you stay in the Heavenly Moon Alliance." The old man with a goatee who was handling the procedure said to Qinyu impatiently. Qinyu was slightly stunned. This price was relatively expensive. Ordinary Void Sea Realm cultivators might not even be able to afford it. "Brat, hurry up. If you don't have origin stones, scram." At this moment, a man wearing a bamboo hat behind Qinyu shouted impatiently. Qinyu ignored him and continued to ponder. He had traveled for more than 10 years. This time, he was going to rest here. Furthermore, he would not be able to obtain any information immediately. Thus, he decided to stay in the Heavenly Moon Alliance for a few more days. When Xianxia was about to take out the origin stones to complete the procedures, he remembered that he had already used up all his superior-grade origin stones. Furthermore, superior-grade origin stones were not used by ordinary people. They would definitely attract attention. Xianxia took out a storage bag. This was Mu Haiyun's. As the second young master of the Silver Sea Trade Association, he should be very wealthy. He took out 100,000 superior-grade origin stones. The people queuing up, including the man wearing a bamboo hat behind Xianxia, were instantly attracted. Not everyone could take out 100,000 superior-grade origin stones. Furthermore, Xianxia did not have any cultivation aura. He was also young and did not seem to have advanced to the star condensation realm. 100,000 superior-grade origin stones, the old man with a goatee instantly smiled. For Xianxia to be able to take out so many superior-grade origin stones at such a young age, he must be the descendant of some powerful force. His gaze fell on a word embroidered on the storage bag in Xianxu's hand. It was the word Mu. The Silver Sea Trade Association? The old man with a goatee guessed. The Silver Sea Trade Association was only considered an ordinary force in the Heavenly Moon Alliance. However, something had happened recently and its reputation had spread. He happened to know that all the managers of the Silver Sea Trade Association were people with the surname Mu. With the identity token, Xianxia successfully entered the central city of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. What a dense heaven-earth essence qi. It is even better than the 8 emperor sects of the human race. Apart from that, the Heavenly Moon Alliance also had a certain level of security. This could be considered a high-end trading place in the origin world, and it was the trading center where experts gathered. These were the reasons why it was so expensive to enter the Heavenly Moon Alliance. After entering the central city, Xianxia first went to a designated residence and rented an ordinary cultivation cave abode. With Xianxu's cultivation, the cultivation environment here had little impact on his cultivation. Unless it was a top-notch cave abode for mysterious nether realm cultivators, it would be too eye-catching. Use your connections to help me investigate an enemy. His name is Main Qingyun. Xianxia did not completely trust the Golden Stone Monarch, so he hid some information. This way, even if the news was leaked, Xianxia would not be targeted by Main Qingyun's enemies. I understand. The Golden Stone Monarch replied and left. However, Xianxu's spiritual consciousness was always locked onto him. If the Golden Stone Monarch did anything, Xianxia would be able to detect it immediately and take countermeasures. After watching for a day, the Golden Stone Monarch did not do anything strange. However, Xianxia also realized that the Golden Stone Monarch did not have many connections. The Stone Clan is lazy by nature. I guess he was too lazy to make friends and establish connections, that might be the reason. After watching the Golden Stone Monarch for a period of time, Xianxia relaxed a little and spent more time cultivating. His current cultivation was not strong enough. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to hide his identity and keep a low profile. In the Heavenly Quiet Feather, Xianxu's cultivation time was 5 times that of an ordinary person. His cultivation was getting closer and closer to the mid-stage mysterious nether realm. The resources he had brought out from the Blood God Island were plentiful. At the very least, he did not have to worry about resources when it came to cultivation. However, the cultivation of the Divine Four Symbols body required some special resources, which he still had to find a way to collect. Currently, his Divine Four Symbols body had reached the 5th level, the Black Tortoise Sea Suppressing Arm. The Black Tortoise Sea Suppressing Arm was completely focused on defense and had all kinds of powerful defensive combat skills. With Xianxu's current cultivation, he could reach the beginner level of the Black Tortoise Sea Suppressing Arm in a month of seclusion. However, the following cultivation would not be so easy. Not only do I need a large number of water attribute materials, but I also need water attribute profound crystals. Xianxu needed Emperor Lord level materials, and the profound crystals were at least grade 6 and above. He did not plan to let the Golden Stone Monarch handle this. He planned to change his identity and collect them himself. At this moment, a calm and indifferent voice came from outside the cave abode. Xianxu, come out and accept the inspection. Xianxu was quite curious. He had not been here for long, and he had not done anything wrong. Why would he accept the inspection, After walking out of the cave abode, Jinyu saw the fiend race soldiers. They were the law enforcement team here. Come with us. The leader was a burly man from the tiger race. He had a dignified expression and was at the mid-stage star condensation realm. Everyone, you should at least tell me what I did wrong, right? Jinyu asked. If there was nothing else he could do, he could only let the Golden Stone Monarch come out and solve these problems. You know the Mu clan of the Silver Sea Trade Association, right? The burly man from the tiger race said coldly. Mu clan? Jinyu naturally knew of them. Before arriving at the Heavenly Moon Alliance, he was a member of the Silver Sea Trade Association and lived with Mu Wanyun, Senior Lan, and the others for more than 2 years. He took the initiative to separate from the Silver Sea Trade Association to put an end to everything. However, even if they wanted to see me, they wouldn't need to alarm the law enforcement team in this way. Jinyu's eyes sank. Perhaps there was something fishy. A moment later, Jinyu followed the law enforcement team to the Silver Sea Trade Association. In a solemn hall. The moment Jinyu appeared, the gazes of the surrounding men and women focused on him. He did not recognize any of them. No, there was one familiar person. It was the man in the bamboo hat who had lined up behind Jinyu when they entered the central city. Young master, he has been brought. The law enforcement team leader said. Well done. You may leave. A man from the demon race with sharp eyebrows and fierce eyes waved his hand. Jinyu, someone saw you take out the special storage bag of the Mu clan of the Silver Sea Trade Association. Hurry up and confess. Who did you kill in the Mu clan? The man with sharp eyebrows shouted at Jinyu. At the front of the hall stood a silver-haired middle-aged man from the wolf race. His cultivation was at the peak of the star condensation intermediate stage. He was from the same race as Mu Wanyun and should be one of the upper echelons of the Silver Sea Trade Association. Take out the storage bag. The silver-haired middle-aged man's gaze was as cold as a blade. Hurry up and confess. Who did you kill in the Mu clan? Another member of the Silver Sea Trade Association shouted. So it's this storage bag. Jinyu took out Mu Haiyun's storage bag without hesitation. However, even if he really killed Mu Haiyun, it was something that happened outside and the law enforcement team of the Heavenly Moon Alliance had nothing to do with it. It is indeed the special storage bag of the Mu clan. How dare you kill someone from the Silver Sea Trade Association? The evidence is conclusive. Vice President, please execute this person. Angry shouts came from all directions. It turned out that the silver-haired middle-aged man was the vice president of the Silver Sea Trade Association. Haha. Does having the storage bag of the Mu clan mean that I killed someone from the Mu clan? Where's Mu Wanyun? I'm her friend, and this storage bag was given to me by her. Jinyu said with a faint smile. Mu Wanyun was the daughter of the president of the Silver Sea Trade Association. She should have arrived here by now. With her identity, she should be able to resolve these problems. You know. Mu Wanyun? Everyone's faces changed. The faces of the members of the Silver Sea Trade Association sank as they exchanged glances. The man with sharp eyebrows frowned and asked unkindly, You said that Wanyun gave you a gift? When Jinyu mentioned Mu Wanyun's name, everyone's attitude towards him became extremely complicated. Jinyu faintly sensed that something was wrong. Could it be that Mu Wanyun and the rest had not arrived at the Silver Sea Trade Union? Even the cloaked man was slightly startled, and he began to worry. The cause of the matter was that he had seen Jinyu take out a huge amount of primeval stones outside the Heavenly Moon Alliance's central city, as well as the Mu family's insignia on the primeval stones. If Jinyu was really related to the Mu family, then he was done for. This is a gift from Wanyun? The man with sharp eyebrows and tiger-like eyes abruptly stood up and released a powerful aura as he questioned Jinyu once more. Young Master Feng Hao, don't listen to this person's nonsense. How can the Mu family's special storage bag be given away so casually? Even if Miss Wanyun really gave a gift, why would she give this thing? The silver-haired vice president said calmly. This man was not an ordinary person. He had a great background in the Heavenly Moon Alliance's central city. Otherwise, the Silver Sea Trade Union would not be able to command the law enforcement team. The man with the sharp eyebrows Xiao Feng Hao had seen Mu Wanyun once and fell in love with her at first sight. He was extremely sensitive to anything related to Mu Wanyun. When he heard the vice president's words, his anger subsided and he sat down again. However, his tiger-like eyes were still staring at Qin Yu with hostility. "Junior, tell us the truth. How did you get this storage bag?" A higher-up beside the vice president questioned. Qin Yu sighed in his heart. He had been low-key ever since he came to the Heavenly Moon Alliance. He did not want the matter to escalate, so he mentioned Mu Wanyun, hoping to resolve the matter. However, things did not go as he wished. If the stalemate continued, the matter would still escalate. Within his natal star source, Qin Yu's star soul fluctuated. His powerful and profound spiritual sense spread out and permeated every inch of the Silver Sea Trade Union. However, many of the higher-ups in the hall, including Xiao Fenghao and the vice president, did not sense Qin Yu's spiritual sense and continued to question him. Did Mu Wanyun and the rest successfully return? Qin Yu's spiritual sense gradually covered the entire Silver Sea Trade Union. Finally, he found Mu Wanyun in a remote courtyard. However, the other party seemed to be imprisoned here, unable to leave. Then, Qin Yu's spiritual sense found more acquaintances underground. Senior Lan, Stone, Yu Leiren, and the others were all imprisoned here. Interesting, Qin Yu thought to himself, his eyes gradually turning cold. Back then, Mu Haiyun had mobilized a large number of people to eliminate Mu Wanyun and seize the entire Silver Sea Merchant Guild. It wasn't just Mu Haiyun who was eyeing the Silver Ocean commerce. The vice president in front of Qin Yu probably also wanted to sit in the position of president. Otherwise, how could Mu Wanyun and the others receive such treatment when they returned to the Silver Sea commerce? Who is it? An old and panicked voice suddenly echoed in Qin Yu's mind. There's actually someone in the Silver Sea Merchant Guild who can detect my spiritual sense. Qin Yu was at the mysterious nether realm, and his star soul had transformed. He was on a completely different level from the star condensation realm. He was slightly curious, so he focused his spiritual sense on it. This was a quiet and secluded abode in the Silver Sea Trading Company, and within one of the rooms lay a silver-haired old man who was on the verge of death. "Do you really think there's no one in the Silver Sea Trading Company?" The sickly old man suddenly stood up. His expression became dignified, and an invisible aura spread out. Just now, he had sensed a powerful spiritual sense probing the Silver Sea Trading Company, not even letting him off. Swish, within the room, Qin Yu's will affected heaven and earth, turning into a blurry white figure. The silver-haired old man looked at the figure in front of him. Although it was blurry, there was a terrifying aura that made his heart tremble. This is the mystic Nether Emperor Lord's projection technique. Although it's just a small projection, it's very difficult to do so without the cultivation of the half-step mysterious nether realm. The silver-haired old man murmured. He hadn't expected the person investigating the Sea Domain Trading Company to have such a powerful cultivation. "May I know why you're investigating the Silver Sea Trading Company?" "I'm Mu Fu. Please forgive me for my previous offense." The silver-haired old man's attitude immediately changed, and he cupped his fists in apology. Qin Yu's clone's attention was focused on a deep blue crystal bead in the other party's hand. "You sensed me because of this bead?" asked Qin Yu. "Yes." The silver-haired old man stared at the crystal bead in his hand and tightened his grip on it, afraid that Qin Yu would snatch it away. "You said you're Mu Fu? The president of the Silver Sea Trading Company?" Qin Yu had followed Mu Wanyun and the others for a few years, and he had occasionally heard the name Mu Fu. He was the president of the Silver Sea Trading Company and Mu Wanyun's father. It was about the same as what he knew. Mu Fu was heavily injured, and his lifespan was approaching its end. "That's me." Mu Fu was puzzled. What was this mysterious expert's goal? "Do you know Mu Wanyun's situation?" asked Qin Yu. "What? Wanyun's already here?" Mu Fu was shocked. Due to his illness, he had left everything to his brother. Mu Fu didn't know that Mu Wanyun had already returned. The answer was obvious. Mu Fu's brother wanted to take over the Silver Sea Trading Company. Please help Wanyun escape and successfully inherit the Silver Sea Trading Company. Mu Fu cupped his fists. "After this is done, I'm willing to tell you a big secret." "Oh?" Qin Yu wasn't interested in the big secret that Mu Fu was talking about. The other party was indeed the leader of the trading company. He was indeed a schemer. He had asked Qinyu to help because he wanted to find a powerful backer for Mu Wanyun to intimidate the Silver Sea Trading Company. Although Mu Fu could solve everything, Mu Wanyun was young and weak. How many people would be willing to submit to her? Would Mu Wanyun be able to control the situation after Mu Fu died? Sir, this secret belongs to the mysterious underworld level. I believe you will be interested. Mu Fu revealed a little more when he saw that Qinyu wasn't interested. I promise you. Qinyu agreed without hesitation. Even without Mu Fu, he would still help Mu Wanyun and Stone. Moreover, he was a little interested in the secret that Mu Fu was talking about. In the main hall. Bastard, this king is asking you a question. Why are you daydreaming? An old lady had an annoyed look on her face. Qinyu acted as if nothing had happened in the face of the questioning of the Silver Sea Trading Company's upper echelons. He didn't move or say a word. Humph, torture is necessary to deal with such a stubborn person. Otherwise, he won't say anything. Another upper echelon said as if he was going to do it himself. At this moment, a guard hurried to the main hall and bowed. Vice President, they have confessed. Speak? The Vice President remained calm. The murderer of Haiyun's second son is someone called Qinyu. The guard reported immediately. Qinyu? The Vice President felt that this name was a little familiar. Qinyu, it's you. The man with sharp eyebrows was the first to react. Back then, he was the one who had mobilized the enforcement team to find out information about Qinyu. He is Qinyu. Second young master was killed by him? Everyone in the main hall was shocked. They didn't expect Mu Haiyun's murderer to be right in front of them. The person you killed from the Mu family is Mu Haiyun. This time, the vice president was shocked and in disbelief. The president didn't have long to live. Besides him, the second son, Mu Haiyun, was also coveting this position. The other party was a great rival of his. But now, his rival was killed by someone else. Logically speaking, he should be happy. With Mu Haiyun's death, Mu Wanyun was in his hands. The Silver Sea Trading Company was already in his pocket. But at this moment, he was unprecedentedly solemn. He immediately stood up and shouted, "Someone come quickly." According to his information, Mu Haiyun had brought almost all of his men to ambush Mu Wanyun, but in the end, none of them returned. To be able to wipe out Mu Haiyun's entire army, Qinyu was not simple, or there might be a big shot behind him. Come, take down the murderer who killed the second son. The vice president ordered. Take him down. In the main hall, experts gathered, and Qinyu was instantly surrounded. An old woman at the peak of the early star condensation realm suddenly made a move. She slashed out a silver wind blade, cutting towards Qinyu's head. Facing the old woman's attack, Qinyu didn't move. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light rushed in, turning into a tall golden figure. With a wave of his arm, a heavy golden fist smashed out. Bang, the silver wind blade was instantly shattered, turning into dust. This powerful fist smashed into the old woman, sending her flying and turning her into minced meat. Golden Stone King. The vice president recognized the person and was even more surprised. The reason why he was afraid of Mu Haiyun was because of the Golden Stone King. But why was the expert behind Mu Haiyun together with Qinyu? Golden Stone King, you're actually helping Mu Haiyun's murderer? The vice president questioned. The Golden Stone King didn't speak. He didn't want to help Qinyu, but he had no other choice. Golden Stone King, kill him. Qinyu stared at the vice president. He was the leader here. If Mu Wanyun wanted to smoothly become the owner of the Silver Sea Trading Company, this vice president had to die. Yes. The Golden Stone King replied and immediately punched out, causing a resplendent golden light and berserk power to blast the palace into ruins as the punch smashed towards the vice guild master. The vice president's cultivation was at the peak of the middle stage celestial condensation realm. He didn't dare to face the Golden Stone King head-on and could only defend passively. He still had many celestial condensation realm confidants. At this moment, they all acted together to assist the vice president and neutralize the Golden Stone King's attack. The backer behind this kid is the Golden Stone King? The vice president calmed down again. Perhaps it was because of the Golden Stone King's betrayal that Mu Haiyun suffered such a crushing defeat. The real killer of Mu Haiyun shouldn't be Qinyu, but the Golden Stone King. If it was just the Golden Stone King, there was nothing to fear. Golden Stone King, why are you helping this person? The man with sharp eyebrows, Xiao Finghao, shouted. Young Master Fenghao? The Golden Stone King recognized the other party, but he couldn't say anything. In the eyes of outsiders, he was only helping Qinyu. But in reality, his life was in the hands of Qinyu. If Qinyu personally acted, no one here would survive. Young Master Fenghao, I advise you to cut all ties with the Silver Sea Trading Company. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The Golden Stone King persuaded. What did you say? Xiao Finghao was somewhat angry. The Golden Stone King actually dared to say this to him. He had fallen in love with Mu Wanyun at first sight. How could he cut ties with the Silver Sea Trading Company just because of this? Young Master Feng Xiao, please help me capture this murderer. The vice president shouted. Now that the Silver Sea Trade Association is facing a crisis, Mu Wanyun will definitely be grateful if I kill Qinyu and resolve this problem. Xiao Finghao did not know about the internal strife in the Silver Sea Trade Association and thought that he was helping Mu Wanyun. Golden Stone King, a wise man submits to circumstances. If you still insist on helping this person, you should think about the consequences. The vice president said to the Golden Stone King. He fancied the Golden Stone King's ability and hoped that the latter could work for him. I've thought it through. The Golden Stone King said firmly. After interacting with Qinyu, he had guessed that Qinyu's strength was most likely at the mysterious nether realm, so he had already thought it through. Rumble, the ground cracked, and boulders appeared in the surroundings. They were enveloped by the Golden Stone King's essence energy and profundity, turning golden as they smashed toward the vice president. Golden Stone King, you're not going to save that kid? The vice president was puzzled. In his opinion, Qinyu had relied on the Golden Stone King to annihilate Mu Haiyun's team and act so fearlessly. However, this was the Silver Sea Trade Association. He and the upper echelons could restrain the Golden Stone King while the other monarchs could eliminate Qinyu instantly. Are you joking with this king? The Golden Stone King snorted. Did Qinyu need his help? The vice president suddenly felt uneasy when he saw the Golden Stone King's reaction. On the other side, 15 early-stage star condensation monarchs and 6 peak early-stage star condensation monarchs charged at Qinyu. Wind blades and purple lightning descended from all directions. Die, Qinyu! Xiao Finghao roared. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage star condensation realm, and a scarlet storm condensed on his palm, turning into a raging tiger claw. Courting death. Qinyu snorted. He stood where he was without moving. However, the attacks were blocked by a silver barrier, making it difficult for them to advance any further. Buzz, the silver barrier rippled like water and reflected all the attacks. What? An early-stage star condensation monarch was shocked. They had originally thought that even if Qinyu didn't die from their joint attack, he would definitely be heavily injured. They had never thought that Qinyu would use such a method to reflect all of their attacks. Qi, this early-stage star condensation expert, was enveloped by the rebounding wind blade. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere, and he was turned into minced meat. On the other side, another star condensation expert had been killed by his own attack. It was because Qinyu didn't show any signs of attacking that they weren't on guard. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lost their lives so easily. Only a few with quick reactions were able to escape this calamity. Fear lingered in their hearts as they looked at each other, not daring to make a move. Howling Wind Hero, whose attack speed was slightly slower, trembled in fear. Because at this moment, his attack was about to be unleashed. Stop, stop. Xiao Fenghao hurriedly shouted, controlling his own origin energy, wanting to retract it. Pung, the scarlet gale surrounding his palm suddenly exploded, sending him flying dozens of feet away. His robes were torn to shreds, making him look like a beggar. The surface of his palm, which had forcefully stopped his attack, was scorched black, and the bones and meridians inside were also damaged. For a moment, there was no one around Qinyu. Everyone kept a certain distance from him, not daring to attack rashly. Qinyu also couldn't be bothered to attack. Golden Stone King, hurry up and kill that old guy, then kill the rest of the resistance. At this moment, the vice president realized that Xianxia was standing there unscathed. And many of his subordinates were either injured or dead. What exactly happened? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and attack, kill this kid. The vice president roared, not lightly angry. Vice president, this kid is too strange. He can actually reflect our attacks. A Mu family demon said. That must be some powerful profound weapon or secret technique that can't be used multiple times. Hurry up and kill him. This person must have many treasures in his hands. The vice president said again, using benefits to motivate people. But his words were not without reason. How could such a strange and powerful ability be used continuously? The vice president is right. Xiao Fenghao also reacted and felt that this was reasonable. He shouted, attack together. But he himself didn't act rashly. Attack. Under the command of their superiors and the encouragement of benefits, the members of the Silver Sea Chamber of Commerce attacked again. Wind, fire, lightning, and all kinds of attacks came from all directions. A faint smile appeared on Qianyu's face, and a faint silver spatial barrier appeared around him once more, blocking all of the incoming attacks. Damn, he can still use this kind of method. Hurry up and dodge. Everyone was already prepared and immediately dodged. They wouldn't fall into the same trap twice. But in the next instant, all the kings attacking Qianyu revealed incomparably terrified expressions. What's going on? I can't move. They suddenly discovered that they were suddenly unable to move, and could only watch as the reflected attacks arrived. Not good, ah. An early-stage star condensation cultivator was hit by a huge blazing fireball and burned to ashes. Bang! 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 Explosions rang out everywhere, and miserable screams rang out, causing a huge wave of dust to rise. Xiao Fenghao stood rooted to the ground, feeling a chill run down his spine. When the dust settled, he discovered that all the star condensation cultivators that had attacked Qianyu had died, not a single one survived. Qianyu was still standing there, not a speck of dust on his body. What kind of monster is this? Xiao Fenghao was shocked. At this moment. Figures rushed in one after another. It was the law enforcement team that had captured Qianyu. But this time, the captain of the law enforcement team had also moved out. He wore golden armor, and the cape on his back fluttered in the wind. His entire body was shrouded in an astonishing baleful aura, and his cultivation was impressively star condensation late stage. Captain Li, you're finally here. If you were any later, this young master would have lost his life. Xiao Fenghao rebuked. The golden-armored man, Captain Li, said indifferently, this subordinate came late, please forgive me, young master. Qianyu, you're indeed very amazing, but do you know who this young master is? Lower your head and apologize to me, and you'll have a chance to live. Xiao Fenghao revealed a smile, and said arrogantly. From his point of view, although Qianyu's methods were strong, it was impossible for it to be effective against a star condensation late-stage Captain Li. Qianyu's expression did not change, and he did not answer Xiao Fenghao. Kill him. Xiao Fenghao was furious, and his killing intent soared as he shouted. How dare you kill people in the Heavenly Moon Union's central city, and even dare to make a move against young Master Fenghao? This captain will execute you on the spot. Captain Li's pair of fierce eyes stared at Qianyu. He did not say any more superfluous words, and his essence force surged out, completely displaying the strength of a star condensation late stage. The baleful aura in the sky surged, and turned into a ferocious tiger head that was thousands of feet long. Its roar shook the surroundings, shaking the soul. Boom, the ferocious black tiger head descended, and opened its pitch-black mouth, wanting to swallow Qianyu. Buzz, the silver barrier appeared again, blocking Captain Li's attack. Captain Li's expression changed slightly. Logically speaking, Qianyu should have been smashed into pieces by his attack. What method was this? What was this person's cultivation? Many questions surfaced in his mind. In the next moment, Captain Li's attack was also reflected, and the black tiger head was smashed into pieces, turning into a black fiendish storm that rushed in another direction. But its target was not Captain Li. This, impossible. Xiao Fenghao's eyes protruded, and his hair stood on end. Even a star condensation late-stage attack could not do anything to Qinyu. How was this possible? Not only that, but this time, Captain Li's attack rebounded towards him. Save me, quickly save me. Xiao Fenghao immediately screamed. Young master. Captain Li's expression changed, and he immediately acted to save Xiao Fenghao. But it was too late. Rumble, the huge black tiger head whizzed past, and Xiao Fenghao's body was destroyed by a star condensation late-stage killer move. The surrounding enforcers were all scared silly. Young Master Fenghao is dead. And he was killed by Captain Li. In the sky, Captain Li's face was slightly pale. Xiao Fenghao died because of him. Even if he did not directly act, there was still some connection. Then the person behind Xiao Fenghao would definitely not let him off easily. Capture him for me. Captain Li suddenly shouted. Right now, only by capturing Qinyu could he redeem himself. Otherwise, he would have to bear the wrath of that lord. Eh? Where is he? Captain Li discovered that Qinyu was nowhere to be found. Did he escape? At this moment, Captain Li suddenly felt the life force in his blood flowing away uncontrollably. And he immediately noticed that there was another person behind him. It was Qinyu. Captain Li was trembling in fear. Previously, he was not clear about Qinyu's cultivation, but just based on Qinyu's elusive speed, he was not in existence that he could contend against. And at this moment, the life force in his blood was still flowing away, and he was unable to stop it even after using all his methods. Spare me. You and I have no enmity. Captain Li was filled with regret. But since Qinyu had decided to kill him, he would definitely not let him off. Captain Li's mournful scream spread in all directions. Everyone in the Silver Sea Commerce watched as Captain Li slowly turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. The world seemed to have fallen into a bitter cold, and everyone felt a chill in their bodies and souls. The surroundings were silent, with only the howling of the cold wind. His cultivation, the vice president, was tongue-tied. Captain Li had died miserably in Qinyu's hands, which meant that the other party's strength was at least late-stage star condensation realm, or even stronger. No wonder the Golden Stone King was so at ease with Qinyu. The other party's strength was actually that strong. In the corner, the man in the bamboo hat who had exposed Qinyu was so scared that his face turned ashen, and his body trembled non-stop. Golden Stone King, you still haven't killed him? Qinyu frowned. He felt that the Golden Stone King was deliberately going easy on Qinyu so that Qinyu could resolve everything. Immediately, the Golden Stone King's body turned cold, and his body shone with golden light, forming a gravity domain around him. Qinyu, I admit that you've won. The vice president suddenly said. He could not resist the joint attack of Qinyu and the Golden Stone King. However, you won't have a good ending either. The vice president changed the topic, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Do you know who you just killed? His name is Xiao Fenghao, and his grandfather is a member of the Central City's upper echelon. So what? Qinyu was expressionless. The vice president's eyes twitched. He had already made it so obvious. Was Qinyu playing dumb? His grandfather is an Emperor Lord expert. The vice president said straightforwardly. That was a mystic Nether Emperor Lord. You killed the grandson of an Emperor Lord, so the other party will definitely make you wish you were dead. The vice president roared, venting the resentment in his heart. The battle at the Silver Sea Commerce stopped. Captain Li is dead, young Master Fenghao is also dead. It's over, the Ardent Tiger Emperor will definitely be furious. The members of the enforcement team were in chaos, panicking. They hated Qinyu, the murderer, but they didn't dare to find trouble with him. Qinyu killed Xiao Fenghao, the Ardent Tiger Emperor will definitely tear him to pieces. However, the members of the Silver Sea Commerce were not happy. Xiao Fenghao had come to the Silver Sea Commerce as a guest, and they were at fault for not protecting him. Bang, the Golden Stone King pushed out with both palms, sending the vice president and the others flying. The vice president was lying on the ground with a pale face, coughing out blood. There were also 2 star condensation intermediate stage members who were even more seriously injured. Qinyu, this old man was careless and lost to you, but you killed Xiao Fenghao, so you also lost. The vice president laughed. He and Qinyu had both lost. However, The price Qinyu paid was death, and he still had a chance to sit on the president's position. Xiao Fenghao was really killed by him? The Golden Stone King didn't dare to look at Qinyu. He knew Xiao Fenghao's identity, but he didn't persuade Qinyu to show mercy. This was because the Golden Stone King hoped to lure the Ardent Tiger Emperor over to confront Qinyu. If Qinyu was defeated, he could be saved. However, seeing Qinyu's calm appearance, the Golden Stone King gradually lost confidence. Perhaps Qinyu's cultivation had reached the mysterious Nether Realm and he didn't fear the Ardent Tiger Emperor. Cough, cough. The Silver Sea Commerce stretched out its hand and coughed. He saw a sickly old man walking over. President. Big brother. The vice president and the other members looked over. The vice president suddenly had a plan to let his big brother deal with Qinyu. However, President Mufu spoke first and shouted at Qinyu, "Lord, you killed Xiao Fenghao? Big brother, you know this person?" The vice president was dumbfounded. He instantly understood that Mufu already knew that he coveted the position of president, so he had colluded with Qinyu to deal with him. Mufu ignored the vice president. Instead, he said to Qinyu anxiously, "Behind Xiao Fenghao is the Emperor Lord Xianming. He holds great power in the central city of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. Sir, please leave quickly." In Mufu's opinion, Qinyu's cultivation should be at the half-step mysterious underworld realm and he knew Mu Wanyun. That was why he begged Qinyu to step in and become Mu Wanyun's backer. It was just that he didn't think that Qinyu would be so bold as to even kill Xiao Fenghao. In this way, everything he did was in vain. Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger might even vent his anger on the Silver Sea Commerce. If he had known this earlier, Mufu would have been more willing to solve the Chamber of Commerce's problems himself. "I can leave, but you have to tell me the secret you promised me." Qinyu didn't mind. Mufu saw that Qinyu was not flustered and could not help breaking out in cold sweat for him. "Fine, I'll tell you." Mufu admitted defeat. He had made a loss in this deal. Suddenly, a blazing gale blew over. A red cloud storm rapidly gathered in the sky and stirred violently. Everyone in the Silver Sea Commerce, including the enforcement squad, felt the danger and immediately circulated their essence force to protect their bodies. Even so, when the gale blew over, the essence force protection on the surface of their bodies was torn apart. "You killed my grandson. Where do you think you're going?" An old and dignified voice came from the sky. Looking over, there was an old man from the tiger race floating at the top of the red cloud storm. His face was old and fierce. His hands were behind his back and his eyes were filled with disdain. "Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger." The members of the enforcement squad knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Mufu's expression was solemn, revealing helplessness. Facing the Emperor Lord of the mysterious underworld realm, he didn't dare to play any tricks and could only confess everything. At this moment, the vice president suddenly shouted and took the initiative to ask for forgiveness. "Emperor Lord, your grandson came to my residence as a guest. I was unable to protect his safety. I deserve to die. The murderer who killed young Master Fenghao is here. Furthermore, this lowly one discovered that my big brother colluded with this brat and caused the death of young Master Fenghao. He even wanted to silence me." After the vice president asked for forgiveness, he started to distort the truth. He wanted to borrow the power of Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger to exterminate Qinyu and Mufu and then become the leader of the Silver Sea Commerce. "Is this true?" Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger's scarlet-red eyes stared over. His eyes flickered with a red light that shook the soul. The vice president instantly felt an unprecedented pressure. It was as if he was facing the scorching sun. His entire body felt like it was about to be burned. This was the power of Emperor Lord Xianming. With a thought, the other party could produce the power to destroy mountains and rivers. Killing him was easy. The vice president trembled. Because of the lies just now, he was inexplicably flustered and terrified. "Humph." Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger coldly snorted. The vice president's reaction showed that those words were lies. But some words were true. Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger's gaze turned, fixing on Qinyu's body. "How dare you, to actually dare to kill my grandson?" The instant Xiao Fenghao died, Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger used the other party's shattered soul tablet to trace the scene of Xiao Fenghao's death. Facing Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger's questioning, the others all lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. I didn't want to kill him, Qinyu calmly said. Mufu secretly said in his heart. Qinyu wasn't too arrogant and ignorant. As long as he lowered his stance and begged for mercy, he might still have a way out. But Qinyu's next words scared him to the point that his entire body trembled. But he was courting death. Qinyu's expression didn't change. You. Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger's eyes widened. A red light blossomed. It was incomparably dazzling, burning everything. He had never seen such an arrogant junior. After killing someone, he was still so unrestrained. His eyes became more and more resplendent, like two scarlet suns, emitting intense light and heat, roasting the heaven and earth. Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger decided to roast Qinyu to death. 3 breaths passed. The remaining people below were already charred black, constantly begging for mercy. Even the late-stage star condensation Golden Stone King and Mufu were unable to escape and succumb to the might of the Emperor Lord. But Qinyu was safe and sound. His breathing was calm, not even a drop of sweat appeared. How is this possible? Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger's expression changed slightly. He realized that he might have misjudged. At this moment, Qinyu stared over. Both of them stared at each other. That pair of pitch-black eyes blossomed with a resplendent white light. It contained boundless soul pressure, like raging waves, permeating the horizon. Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger's heart was overwhelmed with shock. His scarlet eyes seemed to be extinguished by ice water as the light disappeared. His astral soul swayed, like a small boat in the vast ocean, rocking unceasingly. I said before, I didn't want to kill him. He was the one courting death. Qinyu said again. Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger suddenly sobered up. When he looked at Qinyu again, he was nervous, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Just now, he had the feeling of an ant facing a giant. He must be at the profound nether realm, and his cultivation is even higher than mine. Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger was shocked in his heart. If he insisted on taking revenge for Howling Wind Hero, the one to suffer in the end would definitely be him. And Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger was unable to determine what level Qinyu's cultivation had reached. After hesitating for a few breaths, Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger made a choice. He chose to give in. Then maybe I misunderstood you. It's all my fault for not teaching him well, Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger said with an uncomfortable expression. The people who were being roasted on the ground suddenly heard these words. All of them were dumbfounded, suspecting if they had heard wrongly. Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger, who came to take revenge, actually said such words. Just what happened? It's good that you know. Qinyu nodded. Howling Wind Hero was so arrogant, despotic, and did not use his brain when doing things. As a grandfather, he naturally had the responsibility. It was Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger who spoiled him too much that harmed the other party. Since it was my bad grandson who offended you, as an elder, I also have the responsibility. If you have time, you can come to my residence as a guest. This old man will definitely treat you well. Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger had completely accepted it. He had a total of 3 grandsons. This Howling Wind Hero was the oldest, but he was useless and ruined his reputation everywhere. He only knew how to cause trouble. If he died, then so be it. Well said, well said. Qinyu saw that Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger was so tactful and did not make things difficult for the other party. Goodbye. Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger turned and left. Everyone was shocked and tongue-tied, unable to speak for a long time. Even the members of the disciplinary squad were shocked and could not believe all of this. When did the hot-tempered Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger become so easy to talk to? You are still not scramming? Qinyu glanced at the disciplinary squad. Instantly, all the members scrambled and left. The vice-chairman was in complete despair and said, "Just who are you?" Even when Emperor Lord Xianming made a move, Qinyu was still fine. He was not stupid and knew that there was definitely something fishy going on. Golden Stone King was also so shocked that he did not dare to say anything. Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger had not even made a move and had already admitted defeat. This was too shocking. President Mufu was a wily old fox. How could he not see the problem? His face was immediately filled with smiles as he bowed and said, "This old man is extremely grateful for your help in resolving the internal conflict of the Silver Sea Trade Union. Please stay in the trade union for a few more days and give us a chance to express our gratitude. Qingyu thought about it and did not refuse. He had tried to be low profile and did not want to cause trouble, but things had still gotten out of hand. Next, Mu Fu took control of the situation and arrested all the members of the vice chairman's faction. Mu Wanyun and the rest were also released. Why did they suddenly release us? Everyone was puzzled. At this moment, they saw the vice chairman and the others being imprisoned in the place they had stayed before. It seems that the president discovered the vice chairman's ambition and saved us. Senior Lan guessed. Soon, everyone saw the president. Father, you finally came to save your daughter. Mu Wanyun had a wronged expression and spoke with a sobbing tone. Chenyu? Immediately after, Mu Wanyun saw Chenyu. She was extremely shocked as she did not expect that Chenyu was still alive. Back then, when they had faced Mu Haiyun's powerful team, they had fled and Chenyu had stayed behind. A few days later, they returned and saw a charred scene. Almost everyone was sure that Chenyu was dead. Why are you here? Yu Lei frowned and shouted. He disliked Chenyu no matter how he looked at him. From his point of view, Chenyu had purposely gotten close to Mu Wanyun and coveted the Silver Sea Trade Union's wealth. President, this person has bad intentions and purposely got close to Miss Wanyun. This might be disadvantageous to the trade union. Yu Lei had a respectful expression as he exposed Chenyu. Originally, Mu Fu was very happy when he saw that Mu Wanyun and the others knew Chenyu. But after hearing Yu Lei's words, he was so angry that he could not breathe. Mu Fu slapped out and even used his elemental energy. The powerful force sent Yu Lei flying 100 feet away. His face was swollen like a bun. Bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Quickly apologize to Senior Chenyu. Mu Fu shouted angrily. President? Yu Lei was dumbfounded as he looked at the furious Mu Fu. He was astonished. What was going on? The other people in Mu Wanyun's group were also shocked, but they didn't say anything. Although the president didn't have long to live, he was still the president of the Silver Ocean Trade Union and had saved them from the clutches of the vice president. Didn't you hear what I said? Apologize to Senior Chenyu. The president was flustered and exasperated, his anger erupting. He had managed to get Chenyu to stay in the Silver Ocean Trade Union and curry favor with this person. In the end, this Yu Lei insulted Chenyu as soon as he was released. Could this bastard be a spy from a rival trade union? Yu Lei's blood froze under the president's aura. He could feel that the president was truly enraged. Chenyu, I'm sorry. Yu Lei suppressed his anger and lowered his head to apologize. No sincerity at all. The president coldly glanced at Yu Lei, then looked at Chenyu and said apologetically, Senior, this subordinate is insensible. You can do whatever you want. Even the ardent Tiger Emperor didn't dare to touch Chenyu. This meant that Chenyu had something that made the other party afraid. Normally, the ardent Tiger Emperor was someone he couldn't even fawn over. But now that Chenyu was right in front of him, everything was worth it to please Chenyu. Yu Lei was scared out of his wits when he heard this. He felt a chill running down his spine. Lord Chenyu, please forgive me. I didn't mean to offend you just now. Please spare my life. Plop. Yu Lei knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Even the president was so respectful to Chenyu. He guessed that Chenyu must have a powerful background. Get him to scram. Since they were acquainted, Chenyu would not kill Yu Lei. But if this person stayed in the Silver Ocean Trade Union, he would keep pestering Mu Wanyun. Scram. President Mu Fu waved his sleeves and created a silver storm that sent Yu Lei flying. Yu Lei escaped immediately to save his life. Next, Mu Fu personally arranged a cave for Chenyu. My humble abode is simple, please don't mind it. Mu Fu smiled flatteringly. This was the most expensive cave in the Silver Sea Merchant Guild, and the initial purpose of its construction was for some esteemed guests to stay in the future. Now, Mu Fu felt that this cave abode was not worthy of Chenyu's identity. After coming out, Mu Wanyun immediately asked, Father, what are you doing? In order to curry favor with Chenyu, her father drove Yu Lei away and gave him the best cave abode, which puzzled her. Wanyun, do you know the identity of this person? Mu Fu asked softly. I met him on a trading trip and saw that he was alone, so I allowed him to join the group. He's just an ordinary rogue cultivator who has embarked on the path of seeking revenge. Mu Wanyun gradually realized that Qianyu's background might not be ordinary. When Mu Fu heard this, he didn't expect his daughter to have such a relationship with Qianyu. Who exactly is he? Mu Wanyun was very curious. I'm not sure either, but Blazing Tiger Emperor didn't dare to say anything when Xiao Fenghao was killed. Even if this person isn't Mystic Underworld Emperor, he must have Mystic Underworld Emperor behind him. Mu Fu shook his head and began to speculate. He felt that there was a high possibility that both of them were true. Mystic Underworld Emperor, Mu Wanyun's eyes froze. In her mind, Mystic Underworld Emperor was an unreachable existence. And Qianyu might be at the Mystic Underworld realm, he was still so young, not much older than her. In any case, it's a fortune for the Silver Sea Merchant Guild to be able to form a relationship with him. You have to grasp it well. Mu Fu said in a serious tone. Mu Wanyun nodded. She was kind-hearted, but she was born in the Merchant Guild, so she knew how to conduct herself. Qianyu was an important figure that the Silver Sea Merchant Guild had to form a relationship with. Gradually, the news spread. Everyone in the Silver Sea Merchant Guild knew that there was an important figure in the Merchant Guild that even the president had to treat with respect. This news also spread in the Heavenly Moon Alliance's central city. Ardent Tiger Emperor was an Emperor Lord and had some reputation in the central city. In the end, his grandson had been killed, but he had let the murderer go. Imperceptibly, the Silver Sea Merchant Guild's reputation rose. Even if Qianyu left the Merchant Guild, the Silver Sea Merchant Guild would be different from before. Some hostile factions would hesitate if they wanted to touch the Silver Sea Merchant Guild. This was a merchant's way of maximizing profits. Similarly, Qianyu used the Silver Sea Merchant Guild's vast network to search for the information he wanted. He revealed the matter regarding Meng Qianyun to Mu Fu. As for God and Devil parts, he could only rely on himself. Ordinary people had no idea what God and Devil parts were. If others knew that Qianyu was collecting God and Devil parts, he would also be noticed by other factions that were also collecting God and Devil parts. For example, the Heaven's Legacy race. That night, Mu Fu finished his business and came to visit. In the room. Senior, are you living comfortably? Mu Fu asked. Alright, let's talk business. Qianyu was expressionless. Mu Fu nodded and told him the secret that he didn't say during the day. It's like this. This secret was discovered 30 years ago when I was doing business. To the north of the Heavenly Moon Alliance, there was a Lost Soul mountain range. At that time, Mu Fu's team had encountered danger and was forced to hide in the Lost Soul mountain range. Due to a freak combination of factors, Mu Fu had an opportunity and obtained several treasures and precious materials in the Lost Soul mountain range. Mu Fu took out a deep blue crystal pearl and said, "This pearl is what I obtained back then." Previously, when Qianyu had secretly probed the Silver Sea Merchant Guild, no one had sensed it. However, this deep blue pearl had sensed it. My strength is limited, so I didn't go deeper. I returned after obtaining these benefits. Because of that exploration, Mu Fu had encountered danger and his lifespan was shortened. He was poisoned and was close to the end of his lifespan. With his current state, he couldn't enter the Lost Soul mountain range again. He had decided to tell this secret to Mu Wanyun before he died, so that she could expand the Merchant Guild and explore it when she had the strength. Lost Soul mountain range? Qianyu was slightly interested in the secret that Mu Fu had told him. Opportunities were extremely important on the path of cultivation. Qianyu didn't have anything important to do right now. Since he had encountered it, how could he miss it? Under normal circumstances, the Lost Soul mountain range is an extremely dangerous forbidden ground. In the past, there were even mysterious Nether Realm experts who got lost in there and never came out. Mu Fu continued. Even mysterious Nether Realm experts can get lost in there. You can come out safely? Qianyu revealed a trace of interest. This was the key point. I only managed to come out by chance and managed to gather some tips, following which, Mu Fu informed Qianyu of the trick as well. It was all worth it to please Qianyu. Qianyu wasn't in a rush to explore the Lost Soul mountain range. According to Mu Fu, there weren't any shocking treasures there. At most, there would be some mysterious Nether Realm level treasures. Right now, he wanted to cultivate the 5th level of the Four Symbols Divine Body, the Black Tortoise Sea Suppressing Arm. He didn't have the resources needed to cultivate the Black Tortoise Sea Suppressing Arm. Even the Silver Sea Merchant Guild couldn't help him. According to the news, there will be a large auction in the central city of the Heavenly Moon Alliance tonight. Qinyu snuck out, changed his identity, and snuck into the large auction. During this period of time, he won several water path materials and profound meaning crystals of the water element. To avoid being targeted, Qinyu didn't attract too much attention and only auctioned a small amount. Next, he went to a big shop and bought some precious materials. After returning to the cave abode, Qinyu started grinding resources to create the medicinal liquid for cultivating the Black Tortoise Sea Suppressing Arm. 6 hours later, he created a portion of black nether water. Then, Qinyu started cultivating. Gurgle, he opened the jade bottle and poured the black nether water on his arms. The moment the deep blue liquid landed on his arms, it froze and wrapped Qinyu's arms in ice. However, there wasn't a trace of coldness. Buzz, ancient deep blue patterns appeared on Qinyu's arms, forming a mysterious tortoiseshell pattern. Qinyu immediately circulated his cultivation technique. The deep blue patterns on his arms absorbed the medicinal energy from the ice to speed up his cultivation. Other than cultivating the Black Tortoise Sea Suppressing Arm, Qinyu would also comprehend the intent of water. The two complemented each other, which was beneficial to his cultivation. After cultivating in the Heavenly Quiet Feather for a year, Qinyu's intent of water had reached the peak of the 5th level. This speed of improvement was enough to make ordinary mysterious nether realm experts dumbfounded. The intent of water combined with the Black Tortoise Sea Suppressing Arm allowed him to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The medicinal liquid Qinyu had concocted in the past, as well as some water-related materials, were all used up. The Black Tortoise Sea Suppressing Arm had also improved, and it was getting closer and closer to Xiaocheng. Buzz, Qinyu activated the Black Tortoise Sea Suppressing Arm. In an instant, his arms emitted a deep blue light, and the surrounding water rippled as though it had turned into a deep sea. This water energy didn't have the slightest coldness. It was calm and deep, as if it could contain everything. In the next moment, Qinyu formed a unique domain around himself. Any external energy that entered would be dispersed to the greatest degree. Swish, Qinyu waved his arm, and a large turtle shell shield appeared in front of him. It was completely blue, and the aura of the Black Tortoise Sacred Beast spread out. This was the basic defensive combat skill of the Black Tortoise Sea Suppressing Arm, the Black Tortoise Shield. According to the description of the cultivation technique, the Black Tortoise Shield could even defend against soul attacks. As for how effective it was, he would have to see it in actual combat. On this day, Qinyu came out of seclusion. He saw the Golden Stone King and Mu Fu, but there was no progress on Meng Qingyun's trail. Is it because their level is too low? Qinyu sighed inwardly. Brother Chen, don't worry. You will definitely find your enemy, comforted Mu Wanyun. Mu Wanyun comforted him. Qinyu smiled and didn't say much. When he asked others to gather information, they said that Meng Qingyun was his enemy. Now, Mu Fu had already stepped down and handed the position to Mu Wanyun. I'm going to leave. Qinyu said to Mu Wanyun. Brother Chen, where are you going? Will you come back to see Wanyun? Mu Wanyun revealed a reluctant expression, not because she wanted to suck up to him, but because she was expressing her true feelings. Qinyu had saved her too many times, and with his mysterious identity, Mu Wanyun didn't realize that she cared more and more about Qinyu. I will. Qinyu nodded with a smile and left the Silver Ocean Trade Association. In a restaurant outside the Heavenly Moon Alliance's central city, the Golden Stone King had been waiting for a long time. Lord, where are we going? Now, the Golden Stone King was willing to listen to Qinyu's orders. Just follow me. Qinyu brought the Golden Stone King away from this place. 5 days later, a gloomy mountain range appeared in their vision. Lord, this is the Lost Soul Mountain Range, one of the famous forbidden grounds of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. The entire mountain range is covered in a strange fog. When cultivators enter, their spiritual senses and 5 senses will be greatly weakened, and they will even lose their ability to judge correctly. Recently, there were rumors that a mysterious nether realm expert entered and never came out. The Golden Stone King had a grave expression. The stone race's weakness was the soul. He didn't want to enter such a forbidden ground. They were probably just passing by. Qinyu wouldn't enter the Lost Soul mountain range for no reason, right? Come, let's go in. Qinyu flew closer to the Lost Soul mountain range. When Qinyu left disordered Ocean City's central city, in a dark cave abode. If I'm not wrong, the mysterious Qinyu from the Silver Sea Commerce is the person Lord Eclipse is looking for. Or maybe you're thinking too much. A Silver Soul clan member and a Winged clan member were conversing. The two of them were God Eclipse's divine guards. They were following Qinyu's trail and came to the Heavenly Moon Alliance to gather information. However, they accidentally heard news about Qinyu. Suddenly, the two of them received a message at the same time. My guess was right. The Silver Soul clan divine guard smiled. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures suddenly disappeared. In a certain part of the city center, the two of them met up with the third divine guard. I've received some interesting news. The former president of the Silver Sea Commerce obtained some benefits in the Lost Mountain Range. He has already told this secret to Qinyu. If I'm not wrong, Qinyu is currently heading to the Lost Soul Mountain Range. The third divine guard was a human from the Ancient Alliance. She was dressed in red and had a graceful figure. Her eyes were as clear as water and extremely charming. Emperor Red Smoke, it's normal for some forbidden areas to have some treasures. Let's complete Lord Eclipse's orders first. The Silver Soul clan divine guard said. He had only listened to Emperor Red Smoke. With his cultivation level, he had no interest in the so-called secret treasures. Are we not going to wait for Emperor Lord Yunluo? Martial Monarch Hong Yen chuckled and asked. God Eclipse had a total of 4 divine guards, all of whom were elites in the mysterious Nether Realm. They were all searching for Qinyu, but Emperor Lord Yunluo had gone somewhere else. It would take at least half a year for them to rush over. Let's not wait any longer, in case this kid escapes again. The Silver Soul clan divine guard said. This mission had already taken up too much of their time. Then let's go. The other Winged clan divine guard spread his scarlet-red wings and soared into the sky. He was like a scarlet-red phoenix, and invisible waves of fire spread in all directions. His actions shocked the people around him, causing them to retreat rapidly. Fire Phoenix clan? No, that's the Fire Winged clan of the Winged clan? Moreover, his cultivation base is that of Emperor Lord Xianming. Immediately after, 2 Sovereign Lord auras faintly spread out. The Silver Soul Race Divine Guard and Sovereign Lord Hong Yen quickly followed the Winged Race Divine Guard. Keep a low profile. The Silver Soul clan Divine Guard appeared next to him and shouted coldly. He had never liked this Winged Race companion of his. He was too flamboyant, narcissistic, and lustful. On the other hand, everyone was shocked. Emperor Lord Mystic Underworld, who was nearby, was also alarmed. What is the objective of the 3 mysterious Emperor Lord experts? In a nearby arena, a monarch lord of the Stone clan opened his eyes. His cultivation was at the mid-stage mysterious underworld realm, and he was overseeing this place. However, the 3 auras just now made him feel fearful. Who cares? It's none of my business. The Stone Race monarch closed his eyes again. He wasn't cultivating, but rather, he was snoring away. A few days later, the 3 divine guards arrived at the Enchanted Mountain Range. Let's split up. This is the famous forbidden area of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. Be careful. Empress Red Smoke said. I don't need you to tell me that. The Winged Race Divine Guard calmly flew into the Enchanted Mountain. The Silver Soul clan Divine Guard entered as well. Empress Red Smoke watched the 2 of them disappear. Her lips curled into a sly smile. Since you guys aren't interested in the so-called treasures, leave them to me. She was slightly interested in the treasures of the Enchanted Mountain Range. She would also capture Qinyu alive by herself and make a great contribution. Qinyu and the Golden Stone Monarch had already entered the Enchanted Mountain Range. The Golden Stone Monarch was helpless, but he didn't dare to say anything. He pondered in his heart. Qinyu wouldn't come looking for trouble for no reason. Could there be some secret in the Enchanted Mountain Range? Inside the Enchanted Mountain Range, Qinyu and the Golden Stone Monarch's spiritual consciousness and 5 senses were greatly weakened. The surrounding dark fog was called the Enchanted Fog. It was slowly seeping into their souls. As time passed, too much fog would seep into their souls, causing all sorts of abnormalities, such as hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, and more. If there was an abnormality in the soul, the person might not be normal anymore. They might lose themselves in the fog and never come out again. Qinyu's cultivation was at the mid-stage mysterious underworld realm, so he was more resistant to the enchanted fog. As time passed, the Golden Stone Monarch, who was beside him, had already been infiltrated by the enchanted fog. There was no need to make a fuss even if he did anything abnormal. At that moment, another team appeared not far away. There was a total of 3 stone race members. The Golden Stone Monarch had an unnatural expression. "You know him?" Qinyu asked. After all, the other party and the Golden Stone Monarch were both primogenitors. "Yes, he's a sworn enemy." The Golden Stone Monarch answered unwillingly. The 3 stone race members also noticed Qinyu and the Golden Stone Monarch. One of them, a tall stone giant, looked at the Golden Stone Monarch and sneered, "Golden Stone Monarch, you are getting bolder. You dare to come to the enchanted mountain range with just a servant?" Originally, the Golden Stone Monarch didn't want to fight with his sworn enemy. After all, the other party had the advantage in numbers. However, when his sworn enemy scolded Qinyu the moment he opened his mouth, the Golden Stone Monarch immediately felt emboldened. "Giant Martial Monarch, what nonsense are you spouting? Be careful, or I will tear your mouth apart," he immediately yelled. On the surface, the Golden Stone Monarch was protecting Qinyu's reputation. If his sworn enemy, the Giant Martial Monarch, attacked him, Qinyu definitely wouldn't ignore it. "Don't cause trouble. Let's go," Qinyu shouted. He had no interest in this kind of squabble. Seeing that Qinyu had left, the Golden Stone Monarch didn't dare to stay and scold the Giant Martial Monarch and immediately followed. "Bastard, don't run if you have the guts. This monarch wants to see who will tear whose mouth apart." The Giant Martial Monarch was shocked to see that the Golden Stone Monarch actually dared to refute him. Then, his anger rose. Seeing that the Giant Martial Monarch was about to give chase, the eyes of the other stone race member in the team darkened. At the start, he also thought that the human beside the Golden Stone Monarch was the other party's servant. However, just now, it was the human who made the first move, and then the Golden Stone Monarch followed. This was a little thought-provoking. "Did you invite this old man here to search for treasure or to seek revenge?" the stone race member said indifferently. The Giant Martial Monarch, who was about to charge over, immediately stopped when he heard this. "Of course, I'm here to search for treasure. If Senior Su is in a hurry, we will take action immediately." The Giant Martial Monarch smiled flatteringly. In reality, he had only taken the initiative to find trouble with the Golden Stone Monarch because he had 2 companions. Unexpectedly, Senior Su saw through it and seemed a little displeased. The Giant Martial Monarch could only let go of this matter. Senior Su was a half-step mysterious underworld expert, and he didn't dare to offend him easily. "If this matter succeeds, this young master will help you if you want to cause trouble for him," the other stone race member in the team said proudly. "Young Master Songshan, it's a deal." The Giant Martial Monarch smiled. Even a mysterious underworld expert wouldn't dare to be careless in a forbidden area like the Lost Mountain Range. Everyone walked very slowly. "After walking for half a day, we're not there yet?" Senior Su asked somewhat impatiently. We're almost there, almost there." The Giant Martial Monarch's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He had heard many rumors before and had gone to the Lost Mountain Range. He had encountered a cave and found many precious materials and ores in it. However, there was a powerful ghostly monarch in the cave, and he was sent flying and injured in 3 moves. This time, he invited 2 helpers to search for the cave again. He followed the route he had once memorized, but he found that the route no longer existed, or rather, it had been changed, and the cave was nowhere to be found. After walking for another half a day, the Giant Martial Monarch felt that he was lost. "Idiot!" Senior Su cursed. Perhaps the Giant Martial Monarch's soul had been penetrated by the Lost Mountain Range, and his senses were wrong. "Giant Martial Monarch, don't look for this young master for such things in the future." The other young master Songshan also had an impatient expression. He had heard from the Giant Martial Monarch that he had found a treasure in a cave, but he had made a wasted trip. The giant martial monarch's face was pale. He regretted offending Senior Su and young Master Songshan. At this moment, he saw the Golden Stone Monarch and his servant again. Don't tell me that bastard Golden Stone Monarch knows my secret and is purposely following me. The giant martial monarch didn't like the Golden Stone Monarch. In fact, Qinyu also discovered that the route map given by Mufu was wrong. He wandered around and ended up here. At this moment, he saw a crack on the hill in front of him. It extended horizontally and was over 100 feet long. This is exactly the same as the weak area of the Lost Mountain Range described by Mufu. Qinyu's eyes lit up. Although the route map was wrong, he still managed to find the destination by accident. According to Mufu, after passing through this crack and proceeding in a straight line, the Lost Mountain Range would be very weak, and one would eventually reach a valley. Mufu had obtained something there. Let's go. Qinyu brought the Golden Stone Monarch and approached the crack. He could see that the giant martial monarch and the others not far away had also lost their way and would not leave easily. Qinyu did not deliberately avoid them. Even if they discovered the weak area of the Lost Mountain Range, it was fine as long as they did not provoke him. Idiot, you actually hid in the mountain crack. Do you think you can avoid the corrosion of the Lost Mountain Range fog? The giant martial monarch sneered. The Lost Mountain Range fog enveloped the entire Lost Mountain Range. The closer one was to the center, the thicker the fog. Let's follow and take a look. Senior Su's eyes flickered. The Golden Stone Monarch clearly had a purpose for coming here. Now that the giant martial monarch was unreliable, it was better to follow the Golden Stone Monarch. Young Master Songshan also agreed and did not want to return empty-handed. The giant martial monarch had an awkward look. He did not expect that he would have to follow the Golden Stone Monarch and hide in the mountain crack. However, not long after, he was shocked to discover that although there was fog here, it was relatively thin and had a weak penetration into the soul. How did he know the secret here? What else does he know? The giant martial monarch immediately felt unbalanced. Giant martial monarch, didn't you want to make a move? You can do it now. Senior Su spoke. It seemed that the Golden Stone Monarch knew some secrets. If he blindly followed behind, he might fall into the other party's trap. He wanted to control the situation. The giant martial monarch was overjoyed. Now that Senior Su agreed to find trouble with the Golden Stone Monarch, he could obtain some of the Golden Stone Monarch's secrets and dig out some benefits. Golden Stone Monarch, stop. The giant martial monarch immediately rushed out. Young Master Songshan also followed, planning to help. You seem to know some secrets of the Lost Mountain Range. Tell me everything honestly and I can spare your life. The giant martial monarch revealed a playful smile. In his opinion, the Golden Stone Monarch had no other choice. Lord, I already said that the giant martial monarch is greedy. You shouldn't let him know the secrets here. The Golden Stone Monarch sighed. When the giant martial monarch heard this, he was enraged by the Golden Stone Monarch's words. However, he immediately discovered that something was wrong. The late-stage star condensation Golden Stone Monarch actually addressed the young human next to him as Lord. It turned out that he had made a mistake. The other party was not the Golden Stone Monarch's servant, but the Golden Stone Monarch's master. Qinyu didn't mind letting outsiders know the secret of the soul-bewitching fog. In his opinion, there might not be any treasures here. As long as these people didn't provoke him, there was no need for him to kill. But perhaps he was too low-key. In this world where strength was respected, the weak were only targets to be bullied. How did you know that this is the weak area of the soul-bewitching fog? Young Master Songshan arrived with a cold and arrogant attitude, as if he was questioning a servant. Young Master Songshan, the youth beside the Golden Stone King isn't simple. Giant Martial King transmitted his voice. Young Master Songshan's cultivation was the same as his, late-stage star condensation. Learning that Qinyu was in existence that even the Golden Stone King had to be respectful to, young Master Songshan's expression sank, and he withdrew his aura. The Golden Stone King's cultivation was late-stage star condensation, so Qinyu's cultivation had to be higher. He might be a peak late-stage star condensation king, or even a 4-star king. This meant that they had to consider their actions carefully. The Golden Stone King found it funny. The arrogant giant martial king and young master Song Shan immediately began to hesitate after discovering that Qin Yu's identity wasn't ordinary. Senior Su slowly walked over, but he was annoyed to see that the giant martial king and young master Song Shan didn't dare to attack. With him, a half-step profound nether expert, behind them, these two pieces of trash didn't dare to attack. Giant martial king, didn't you want to teach the Golden Stone King a lesson? You don't dare to attack anymore? Senior Su said disdainfully. He was completely disappointed in this unreliable giant martial king. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's father was once his good friend, Senior Su wouldn't have bothered with the giant martial king. The giant martial king knew that if he didn't attack now, he would be afraid of the Golden Stone King. Golden Stone King, let me see how much you've improved recently. The giant martial king coldly shouted, and an invisible force aura spread out. His figure instantly expanded, turning into a huge mountain giant, like a giant metal mountain. He thrust out a palm, and a chaotic ball of black light smashed toward the Golden Stone King like a meteor. The Golden Stone King activated the 10,000 gold undying body and turned into a golden god of war. His fists and palms erupted with dazzling golden light. The two rivals instantly attacked. Young Master Song Shan inwardly cursed Giant Martial King for being shameless, throwing the troublesome Qin Yu to him. He couldn't put down his pride and said to Qin Yu, "My father is Sovereign Lord Qiu Yun, the owner of the treasure-gathering hall in the central city. I advise you to tell me everything, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Young Master Song Shan brought out his background in an attempt to intimidate Qin Yu. "I'll give you 5 breaths of time to scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Qin Yu's face was expressionless and his words were cold. Young Master Song Shan glared at him. He hadn't expected that Qin Yu wouldn't give him any face. However, he did not dare to act rashly, as it was very likely that Qin Yu's cultivation was even higher than the Golden Stone Monarch's. This old man would like to see exactly who will be rude to who. Senior Su snorted coldly and instantly flew over. The aura of the half-step profound nether realm spread, and the void immediately became dark and oppressive. Everything seemed to submit to his pressure. Young Master Song Shan sighed in relief. He would leave this human brat to Senior Su. Haha, a mere half-step profound nether dares to be impudent in front of me? Qin Yu found this situation laughable. Senior Su was furious. Not only did his aura fail to intimidate Qin Yu, but he was even mocked by Qin Yu. At the same time, Senior Su, who had lived for thousands of years, felt a trace of unease. He couldn't sense Qin Yu's true cultivation, and the other party was so unbridled that he even dared to mock a half-step profound nether realm. Could it be that Qin Yu's cultivation was far above the half-step profound nether realm? Since things had reached this point, Senior Su decided to personally test it out. However, at this moment, boom, an even more powerful aura came crashing over like a raging wave. Senior Su's aura was instantly crushed. His body swayed, and even his soul was trembling. This aura that had suddenly spread over was truly terrifying. He had no intention of resisting and voluntarily submitted to the other party. Young Master Song Shan was curled up in a corner. Even his father hadn't given him such intense pressure and danger. The giant martial monarch and the Golden Stone Monarch, who were fighting in the distance, immediately stopped when they were corroded by this aura. In the distance, a red-cloaked figure appeared, appearing even more strange and terrifying in the dark Lost Soul Mountain range. "Qin Yu, I've finally found you." It was Emperor Lord Hong Yen. She licked her sexy red lips with a wide smile on her face. Senior Su and the others trembled in fear under Emperor Red Smoke's might, keeping quiet out of fear. This woman is at least in the mid-stage profound nether realm, or even stronger. Senior Su speculated, what did that kid do? He attracted such a powerhouse to chase him here. However, this also meant that Qin Yu's strength wasn't simple. His cultivation might really be higher than his, reaching the profound nether realm. Fortunately, this powerful Emperor Lord had appeared. Otherwise, he would have died if he had attacked Qin Yu. "Who are you?" Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. Since the other party knew his real name, God Eclipse Divine Guard. Emperor Lord Hong Yen wasn't in a hurry to make a move. She liked to slowly torture and kill her enemies. It really is a divine guard. Qin Yu didn't expect them to find him. When he was in the human territory, he had found out that the God Eclipse Divine Guard was searching for him through the Celestial Sect's intelligence network. At that time, he was very confused as to why he had been targeted by the Silver Soul race's god. Senior Su, the Golden Stone Monarch, and the others listened to the conversation between Qinyu and Emperor Lord Hongyan. They trembled in fear and kept quiet out of fear. They actually heard the word god. The red-clothed woman who had suddenly arrived was actually a subordinate of the god who had been ordered to capture Qinyu. Who exactly is this lord? The Golden Stone Monarch was shocked. Senior Su, the giant martial king, and young Master Song Shan were drenched in cold sweat. They realized that they had underestimated Qinyu. The other party's true body might be a profound netherworld monster who had lived for thousands of years. Let me see what you're capable of. Emperor Lord Hongyan smiled charmingly. Her slender fingers danced slightly, forming a blood-red ribbon in the air that instantly attacked. Seeing Emperor Lord Hongyan make a move, Senior Su and the others retreated in fear, circulating their origin energy to defend themselves. Qinyu's expression was calm as he activated the black tortoise sea suppressing arm. A huge dark blue tortoise shell shield instantly appeared, blocking Emperor Lord Hongyan's attack. This was the black tortoise shield. Boom, violent and powerful energy spread out in all directions, causing the mountain to collapse. Huge rocks fell and buried everything. Emperor Lord Hongyan stood on the spot. Blood light surged around her, and not a single speck of dust came within 10 feet of her. This kid's cultivation doesn't seem to be at the early stage of the mysterious nether realm, Emperor Lord Hongyan muttered. He liked to torture and kill his enemies. In addition, the God Eclipse wanted them to capture Qinyu alive. Just now, she had suppressed her strength to the early stage of the mysterious nether realm, afraid that she would accidentally kill Qinyu. In the end, she couldn't even break through Qinyu's defense. Boom, a blood-red ribbon instantly pierced through, shattering the huge rocks on the path ahead. Emperor Lord Hongyan's figure flew out and chased after Qinyu. A moment later, the Golden Stone King struggled out of the rubble. Mystic Nether Realm Lord is too terrifying. He checked his body and found that he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Did Qinyu protect me? The Golden Stone King vaguely remembered that when Qinyu attacked, a hidden saint power had entered his body, which allowed him to remain unharmed in the battle between Emperor Lords. Bang, another loud sound rang out. Senior Su smashed a boulder into pieces and flew out. He had many wounds on his body, while the giant martial king and young Master Song Shan were dead. This was all because this place was too narrow. They were almost right next to the two Emperor Lords, which was why they were affected so badly. At this moment, Senior Su wasn't in the mood to attack the Golden Stone King, or rather, he didn't dare to. The two of them had already come this far and weren't willing to leave just like that. In the end, the two Stone Race clansmen joined forces and continued to explore this place. On the other side, Qinyu had already escaped some distance. Peak mid-stage mysterious nether realm, he had determined Emperor Lord Hongyan's cultivation from the beginning. At the same time, he could tell that Emperor Lord Hongyan hadn't used her full strength, so he had deliberately suppressed his cultivation and didn't use the black tortoise shield with his full strength, so that the enemy would continue to think that he was only at the early stage mysterious nether realm. Peak mid-stage mysterious nether realm was the strongest Emperor Lord enemy Qinyu had ever faced. Of course, he wasn't afraid. One Emperor Lord Hongyan couldn't do anything to him, but Chen. You had heard that God Eclipse had 4 divine guards. If Qinyu fell into the siege of the 4 divine guards, it would be terrible. After all, they weren't ordinary mysterious nether realms, but subordinates of Unity Sky gods. Since they were chosen by a god, they naturally had their own strengths. Qinyu was wearing the star-concealing robe and had touched upon the space profundity at the nomological level. His speed was faster than Emperor Lord Hongyan's. To a certain extent, the special environment here also helped Qinyu. Even the 5 senses and spiritual consciousness of a mysterious nether realm expert were greatly suppressed. The deeper they went, the stronger the suppression became. The bewildering fog kept seeping into Emperor Lord Hongyan's star soul, making it much more difficult for her to search. Emperor Lord Hongyan had underestimated and lost Qinyu. Little brat, you can run. Emperor Lord Hongyan's expression was cold as she bit her lips. If she had known Qinyu's true cultivation, she would have gone all out from the beginning. the result might not have been like this. The bewildering fog here is also troublesome. Even my star soul is being infiltrated. Emperor Lord Hongyan decided to search for treasures according to the information she had obtained from Mu Fu. Maybe this kid is too greedy and still hasn't forgotten about treasures. I can catch him there. Of course, the probability of this was very small. He had finally escaped from her hands. The other party should have guessed that she knew this secret and definitely wouldn't go to that place again. Emperor Lord Hongyan began to search for the weak areas of the bewildering fog. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to stay in the bewildering mountain range for too long. Not long after, a half-step mysterious nether realm ghost flew over. It bared its fangs and claws, stirring up a dark and chaotic storm. Scram! Emperor Lord Hongyan spat out a single word. Blood-red light exploded in front of her, crushing everything in its path and instantly killing the king-class ghost. A moment later, she arrived at a wide flat ground. Poison mushroom? Emperor Lord Hongyan found a grayish-black mushroom under a crack in a nearby rock. The poison mushroom was extremely poisonous and could only affect a half-step mysterious nether realm expert. This grade of treasure was very precious to late-stage star condensation experts, but Emperor Lord Hongyan ignored it and continued deeper. Not long after Emperor Lord Hongyan left, the poison mushroom under the crack suddenly floated up and disappeared. A human silhouette appeared in the air. Mu Fu should have come here back then. Chen Yu murmured. He might not need the poison mushroom, but it would be a waste not to take it. He could also plant it in the world inside his heart. Next, he took away all the treasures that Emperor Lord Hongyan didn't want and threw them into the world inside his heart. With a peak mid-stage mysterious nether realm emperor leading the way, Qin Yu had a relaxed journey. Imperial Lord Hongyan thought that Qin Yu was only at the early stage mysterious underworld realm and did not guard against Qin Yu at all. She thought that Qin Yu would not dare to go to the place Mu Fu had mentioned after encountering her. He would even hide far away. Coupled with the special environment of the Lost Soul Mountain Range, Imperial Lord Hongyan did not even notice Qin Yu following behind her. Kill! Kill! A fiend race member suddenly appeared from the depths of the fog. He was huge and covered in scales. His entire body was filled with killing intent as he kept shouting kill 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 kill. What was even more shocking was that this fiend race member's cultivation was at the early stage mysterious underworld realm, but he looked like he had gone mad. Did he become like this after getting lost in the Lost Soul Mountain Range and being corroded by a large amount of soul-bewildering fog? Imperial Lord Hongyan sized up this fiend race large. This fiend race member had mistakenly entered this mysterious underworld realm many years ago and became completely lost here, becoming neither human nor ghost. This was a warning to Imperial Lord Hongyan not to be careless, or she might end up in the same state. She immediately attacked and killed anyone blocking her way. With her peak mid-stage mysterious underworld cultivation, it was easy for her to deal with this crazy early-stage mysterious underworld being. Behind them. After collecting several precious materials, Qin Yu paused for a moment when he sensed the sounds of fighting ahead. There are quite a few dangers here, he murmured. For it to be called a forbidden land, there had to be many experts who had entered it, encountered great trouble, or died inside. That was why it was seen as a forbidden place. Who knew how many experts that had lost themselves in the Lost Soul Mountain Range were still there, experts that had gone mad? Originally, Qin Yu had to be careful when exploring by himself. Now that Imperial Lord Hongyan was scouting ahead, Qin Yu was much more relaxed. He did not need to be too vigilant and only needed to maintain a distance from Imperial Lord Hongyan to avoid being discovered. In addition, Qin Yu had spare time to study the soul-bewildering fog. The greatest threat of the Lost Soul Mountain Range was this special soul-bewildering fog. It could even affect mysterious underworld star souls. As time passed, mysterious underworld star souls would have all sorts of problems, and the user might not even be able to detect them. The entire mountain range is shrouded in soul-bewildering fog, but there are also weak areas. Why does it feel like there are loopholes in a large array? Qin Yu found some similarities. Even so, the person who laid down this formation must have been a mighty figure. It was not something that Qin Yu could easily break. At most, he could think of a way to reduce the effects of the bewildering fog. For example, walking in areas where the bewitching fog was weak would be less affected. I wonder if the defensive ability of the black tortoise sea suppressing arm is effective against the bewitching fog. Qinyu put some distance between himself and Empress Red Smoke, in order to avoid being detected by her when he activated his Saint energy and battle techniques. Buzz, the black tortoise sea suppressing arm was activated, and the deep blue patterns on it shone brightly. In an instant, the surrounding water rippled, as if it had turned into a deep sea. It was tranquil and deep, as if it could contain all things. This was the most basic ability of the black tortoise sea suppressing arm. The area around Qinyu formed a unique domain. Any external energy that intruded would be weakened. However, it was very limited, and the effect was not obvious in actual combat. However, he discovered that after activating the black tortoise sea suppressing arm, the speed at which the bewildering mist seeped into the domain slowed down, as if it was obstructed. Most of the defensive abilities of the black tortoise sea suppressing arm had a certain effect on the soul. Although it can't completely isolate the bewitching fog, it can slow down the penetration of the bewitching fog. That's good enough. Qinyu was satisfied. Next, he reduced the range of the domain to a radius of a few dozen feet around him. The fluctuations produced were smaller, and it was easier to avoid Empress Red Smoke's senses. After shrinking the domain, the efficiency of slowing down the penetration of the bewitching fog was slightly lower, but it was more stable. Qinyu followed again, and heard the sounds of fighting. Empress Red Smoke had encountered another enemy. It seems that the other 3 divine guards are not with her. Qinyu had been following Empress Red Smoke for a long time, but he had not seen any signs of the other divine guards. This made him feel slightly relieved. Ahead, Empress Red Smoke had taken care of another divine guard. I'm getting close to the center of the bewitching mountain range, she guessed. In such a special place, even she could not make a concrete judgment. However, this trip was not in vain. Empress Red Smoke's gaze locked onto a pit left by the previous battle. There was a pitch-black jade-like stone, and the patterns on the surface were like feathers. Under her attack, this stone was not damaged at all. This was not simple at all. Ink feather stone, an excellent material for forging high-grade defensive profound artifacts. High-grade profound artifacts corresponded to the mysterious dark realm. Some of the natural treasures she had encountered had already reached the mysterious dark realm. She might encounter even better ones later. After walking for a short while, a blood-red hill suddenly appeared in front of her. Empress Red Smoke's gaze changed as she felt a powerful and dense blood chi. There were many blood path resources on the blood-red hill, including blood chi flowers, blood crystal fruits, and so on. They were all at the mysterious dark realm. Other than that, at the top of the hill where the blood chi was the densest, there was a foot-long stalk of grass that emitted a dazzling blood light. It was extremely attractive to beings of flesh and blood. Revival Sanguine Grass. Empress Red Smoke's breathing quickened. The Revival Sanguine Grass was a treasure of the blood path. It was known as a divine healing medicine. It was even effective for soul-level injuries. Basically, a stalk of Revival Sanguine Grass could save anyone below the middle stage of the mysterious dark realm. Other than that, the pure energy contained in the Revival Sanguine Grass could be directly absorbed for cultivation. This made the Revival Sanguine Grass even more valuable. It could save a life at a crucial moment, and it could be used for cultivation even if it was not needed. Especially for a blood path sovereign lord like Empress Red Smoke, the Revival Sanguine Grass was even more valuable. This trip was not in vain. After refining this Revival Sanguine Grass, I will have hope of reaching the late stage of the mysterious dark realm after a few decades. Empress Red Smoke revealed a bright smile. She did not expect to encounter such a pleasant surprise. If she could capture Qinyu, it would be a great harvest. Empress Red Smoke desired the Revival Sanguine Grass, but she did not rashly approach to pluck it. This blood mountain was unusual. The aura emitted by the Revival Sanguine Grass was extremely attractive to ordinary beings. However, the surroundings were strangely quiet. Suddenly, roar, a furious roar rang out, and a violent bloody aura burst forth from the blood mountain, shaking the sky. Amidst the boundless bloody turbulence, a huge dark blue figure leaped out of the blood mountain. It was shaped like a qilin. Greedy human, how dare you disturb my sleep? Die. Dark red blood flowed around the qilin figure, and its murderous aura was astonishing. Boom, the Qilin figure opened its mouth and spat out a huge red and blue stream of light that slammed over like a tsunami. Empress Red Smoke felt some pressure and revealed a serious expression. Her figure floated up, and a bloody light erupted around her, turning into dozens of brutal bloody light pillars that clashed with the Qilin figure's attack. Bang, there was a shocking explosion. Bloodlight ribbons danced around Empress Red Smoke's body, blocking all the shockwaves of the storm. The Qilin figure on the other side was also unharmed. Could it be that this blood-colored hill is a dead saint beast, the water Qilin? Empress Red Smoke gasped. The water Qilin was dead, but its remnant will and intense resentment allowed it to revive in another way, becoming an emperor-level vengeful spirit. So it's a dead holy beast. No wonder it could cultivate a treasure like the resurrection sanguine grass. Empress Red Smoke chuckled. To her, the resurrection sanguine grass was not the only valuable thing, but also the holy beast's corpse. Her eyes glowed, and she immediately attacked, wanting to kill the Qilin figure. The bloody light around her surged, turning into dozens of agile bloody ribbons. They were like cold bloody blades that extended out, attacking the Qilin figure from all directions. In terms of cultivation, the Qilin figure was the same as Empress Red Smoke. However, the Qilin figure was a vengeful spirit, and its attacks were ferocious. It was not as calm as Empress Red Smoke, who could attack and defend at once. Empress Red Smoke had an excited smile on her face. She liked to kill her enemies slowly, and an enemy like the Qilin figure was just right. It would allow her to use her full strength and slowly kill it. After a moment of intense battle, Empress Red Smoke was still attacking, and the smile on her face grew wider. On the other hand, the Qilin figure was already injured and much weaker than before. It's time to finish you off. Empress Red Smoke's lips curled into a smile, and her attacks became more ferocious. Bam bam bam, the chaotic bloody ribbons around the Qilin figure stirred, leaving wounds on its body. The numerous bloody ribbons shrank further, as if they were trying to bind the Qilin figure and kill it. Sensing the danger, the Qilin figure let out a deafening roar. Blue and red light shone from its body, and endless water gathered above its head, forming a dark ball of light that emitted a terrifying aura. Boom, the dark ball of light grew larger, and suddenly shot out like a meteor. It instantly smashed through the bloody ribbons, and continued toward Empress Red Smoke. Struggle, Empress Red Smoke laughed evilly. She did not take the Qilin figure's dying counterattack seriously. Instead, she enjoyed its final struggle. With her powerful combat strength, as long as she did not make any big mistakes, there would be no mishaps. She slightly withdrew her attacks, retreated slightly, and strengthened her defense. But at that moment, boom, behind Empress Red Smoke, a sharp golden light flashed. It was dazzling and blinding, and it struck her in an instant, sending chills down her spine. What? Her expression changed drastically. A sneak attack? It was too late to dodge, so she immediately defended with all her might. The bloody ribbons circled around her, forming a thick bloody light shield. Bang, bang, one after the other, the Qilin figure's dying counterattack arrived at the same time as the razor-sharp light scars. Even though Empress Red Smoke was defending with all her might, the bloody light shield around her cracked and shattered. Damn it, metal ultimacy and space ultimacy, Empress Red Smoke's face was filled with rage. The combination of metal ultimacy and space ultimacy was top-notch in breaking through defenses. The next moment, Empress Red Smoke screamed in pain. One of the golden light scars struck her body. Even with the defense of the Xian artifact inner armor, a ghastly wound was left on her body. The wound extended from her neck to her cheek, and blood gushed out. At the same time, the Qilin figure's attack also reached her, sending her flying. Her body withered instantly, and with the wound, she looked extremely hideous. Who is it? Empress Red Smoke resisted the pain of her injuries and shouted with a frown. Who was it that ambushed her at such a critical moment? You don't recognize me anymore? A faint laugh was heard, and a familiar figure appeared. It was Xianxia. Empress Red Smoke was enraged. She could no longer resist the pain of her injuries, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Empress Hong Yan knew that the attacker must have been hiding for a long time. Otherwise, the timing would not have been so precise. But she had not expected the attacker to be Qinyu. She had chased Qinyu before, but he had escaped. She had thought that he would hide far away, but Qinyu had still dared to come here and follow her. The other party's guts were not ordinary big. But at the same time, Empress Hongyan realized that something was wrong. The power of that attack just now was not something an early-stage star condensation cultivator could unleash. You were hiding your cultivation? Empress Hongyan was slightly shocked. She should have thought of this long ago. But how could someone who had just broken through to the mysterious dark realm improve so much in such a short time? That was why Empress Hongyan had not thought about it when she had sensed that something was wrong, causing her to underestimate Qinyu. You're really stupid to only realize it now. Qinyu smiled. You, Empress Hongyan gritted her teeth. She had always thought of herself as a smart person and did not mind being called stupid. But she did not have time to argue with Qinyu. On the other side, the powerful sacred beast's pressure surged over like a cold wave. The Qilan's killer move suddenly descended. Blue and red intertwined cold water surged over with a strong murderous aura. Whoosh! Bang! Empress Hongyan flew into the air, leaving a huge crater where she had been standing. However, the instant she flew into the sky, Qinyu predicted her movements, and 5 dazzling streaks of light pierced through the void, descending in an instant. Only one of the 4 divine guards had appeared. Qinyu would not let go of such a good opportunity. He no longer hid his strength and attacked with all his might. The white tiger's sacred claws were sharp and fast, and with the help of space intent, Empress Hongyan had no room to dodge. She could only take it head-on. She waved her hand, and layers of blood-colored ribbons flew out. Bzzzt bzzzt bzzzt, their attacks clashed fiercely, and the blood-colored ribbons were torn apart by the golden light scars. How can he be so strong? In this head-on confrontation, Empress Lord Hongyan's expression was solemn, and she was slightly shocked. Qinyu's strength had greatly exceeded his expectations. He had actually reached the middle stage mysterious underworld realm. This was simply unimaginable. According to what he knew, Qinyu had only broken through to the mysterious nether realm a dozen or so years ago. No matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to reach the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm in such a short time. What was going on? Emperor Lord Hongyan was bewildered as thoughts flashed through her mind. Boom, both her and Qinyu's attacks collapsed and dissipated. The two were equally matched. Empress Hongyan found it hard to believe that she, a peak mid-stage mysterious underworld realm divine guard, was actually on par with Qinyu. Your strength is only SOSO. Qinyu's voice came from the other side. The Archlord Hongyan was infuriated when she heard this. Her strength was definitely top-notch in the middle mysterious underworld realm. However, she couldn't refute Qinyu. After all, the two of them were equally matched. Die. The roar of the giant Qilan's shadow could be heard. A turbulent current shot into the sky and headed straight for Empress Hongyan. Although Qinyu was also an outsider, Empress Hongyan had almost killed the giant Qilan's shadow. She naturally hated this enemy even more. Now, Empress Hongyan was in a 1 versus 2 situation. She didn't dare to hold back and used all her techniques. A blood-red dagger suddenly appeared and stabbed out, piercing through the turbulent current of red and blue. Next, she made a decision. Retreat. Qinyu had displayed strength that was on par with her. Coupled with the enraged giant Qilan's shadow, the situation was too disadvantageous for her. Once I recover from my injuries, I will definitely make you wish you were dead. Empress Hongyan's eyes were cold and fierce. You want to leave? Qinyu chuckled and immediately charged out. One of the 4 divine guards was alone. This was the best opportunity to weaken the enemy. If the 4 divine guards gathered, the situation would be disadvantageous to Qinyu. If I want to leave, you won't be able to stop me. Empress Hongyan shouted coldly. Her figure was light and agile. In a flash, it was difficult to track her. Speed was also Empress Hongyan's forte. However, Empress Hongyan, who was escaping, suddenly felt a sense of danger. The void in front of her suddenly distorted like ripples on the surface of water. A bright silver spatial palm suddenly emerged from the ripples and grabbed at Empress Hongyan. Swoosh! Empress Hongyan's saint power suddenly exploded and she narrowly dodged the attack. In the next moment, Qinyu's attack arrived. Sharp, cold golden claw light accompanied by a sky full of fiery feathers descended. Damn it! Empress Hong Yan didn't have time to dodge. Blood-red ribbons rose around her again and danced to resist Qin Yu's strong attack. However, she discovered that her defenses were showing signs of collapsing. No, it should be because Qin Yu's attack technique was stronger than before. Swoosh, Empress Hong Yan quickly retreated, but she was still scratched by several of the crimson feathers. Her red dress was burned to shreds, and her skin was charred black with blood. You actually injured me. Empress Hong Yan was infuriated. Previously, Qin Yu had injured her as well. However, that was because he had caught her off guard. Now, she had actually been injured by Qin Yu in a direct confrontation. My goal is not just to injure you, Qin Yu said coldly. Empress Hong Yan could feel a faint killing intent from Qin Yu's words. Qin Yu wanted to kill her, ridiculous. Ignorant, she was a mid-stage mysterious nether realm divine guard. Swoosh, Empress Hong Yan suppressed her anger and continued to retreat. After all, the situation was too disadvantageous for her. You can't escape. Qin Yu's star soul locked onto Empress Hong Yan and he used his spatial profundity. Buzz, 1,000 feet in front of Empress Hong Yan, the void flashed with silver light. A huge spatial wall formed and crushed towards her. Break for me. Empress Hong Yan controlled the blood-colored dagger and slashed out. Chi, this top-tier upper-grade profound artifact drew a blood-red light that was as smooth as a mirror, cutting a hole in the spatial wall. But under Qin Yu's control, the wound was instantly closed. This, Empress Hong Yan was just about to pass through, but she could only stop. Her breasts rose and fell violently. What level has this kid's spatial profundity reached? A full-powered attack from my profound artifact was only able to cut a hole, and it healed so quickly. Empress Hong Yan was getting more and more frustrated. Qin Yu's strength had far exceeded her expectations. In some aspects, he had even surpassed her. For example, her 8th level blood profundity had completely lost to Qin Yu's spatial profundity. She had no time to think because Qin Yu and the Qilin Phantom were attacking her from behind. Empress Hong Yan could only flee to the other side. Buzz, the void flashed with silver light again. Ripples spread out as a huge spatial hand appeared and slapped over. The corner of Qin Yu's lips curled up. With his attainments in spatial profundity, everything within a radius of tens of li was within his control. It would not be easy for Empress Hong Yan to escape from this range. Furthermore, the bewildering mist had seeped into Empress Hong Yan's astral soul, hindering her judgment and reaction time. Bang bang bang, explosions rang out continuously. Empress Hong Yan kept changing directions, but was blocked. She realized that with Qin Yu's control over the situation, there was no way for her to escape from Qin Yu's obstruction with her speed. Behind her, Qin Yu and the Qilin Phantom were hot on her heels. If she was the slightest bit slower, a ferocious attack would descend. Empress Hong Yan was already injured. How could she fight against the combined forces of Qin Yu and the Qilin Phantom, 20 moves later? Empress Hong Yan was blocked once again. The attacks of Qin Yu and the Qilin Phantom descended, covering a radius of several thousand zhang. Bang, she was sent flying. Her hair was a mess, and her body was covered in blood. She was in a sorry state. Die. Qin Yu flew over. He had broken through to the mysterious underworld realm as a 9-star monarch. His battle prowess was already invincible among his peers, and he could challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Moreover, he had launched a sneak attack first, and he had the assistance of the Qilin Phantom. This battle was very easy. The astral source sacred energy in Qin Yu's body surged as he prepared to attack. Qin Yu, I am not your opponent in a 1 versus 2 fight. But if you want to kill me, you must be dreaming. Before I die, I will definitely have a way to drag you down with me. Empress Hong Yan's face was filled with anger. Her aura rose and returned to its peak, as if she was going to fight to the death with Qin Yu. If it was someone else, they would definitely be frightened and not dare to act rashly. However, Qin Yu's expression did not change much. He had a huge advantage at this moment, and he knew what was going on. Sky-sundering Emperor Fist, Qin Yu executed his Emperor-class battle skill and punched out 3 times. During his travels, he had already comprehended the 3rd stance of the Sky-sundering Emperor Fist. The 3 punches stacked together, and their destructive power increased greatly. Boom! 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 The 3 silvery yellow fist lights seemed to fuse into one and shot out. Wherever they passed, the void distorted and everything was destroyed. I will fight you to the death. Empress Hongyan had nowhere to go. She was only trying to scare Qinyu before, but now she really had the thought of dying together with Qinyu. The blood light behind her surged, enchanting and strange. In the end, it turned from red to purple like a purple sun, and with a majestic sacred energy, it blasted out. The 2 attacks collided. However, Empress Hongyan was already heavily injured and was at a disadvantage. Qinyu's 3 sky-sundering emperor fists contained powerful spatial power, and they shattered the purple sun. In the void, the space distorted and cracks spread. Empress Hongyan was even more injured. One of her arms was chopped off by the spatial cracks, and her body was sent flying. Die. Qinyu did not stop attacking. He executed the 3rd stance of the sky-sundering star claw, intending to deal a fatal blow to Empress Hongyan. At that moment, Empress Hongyan's body seemed to turn from solid to intangible, and she turned into a huge blood-red mist. Qinyu's sacred claw attack passed through it. This huge mass of blood-red mist arrived above Qinyu, and countless blood-red ribbons extended from it, stirring back and forth, enveloping Qinyu's surroundings. 1,000-thread entanglement. Let's die together, Qinyu. Empress Hongyan's mad and resentful voice rang out. 1,000-thread entanglement was her strongest secret technique. If she could release all of her power and kill the enemy first, there would be a chance of survival. At that moment, Qinyu indeed felt danger, but he did not move. Go. Qinyu activated the Void Sky Sacred Flame and fused it with the White Tiger Sacred Claw formed from Saint Energy. It turned into a dazzling gold and silver claw that pierced towards the blood-red mist above. Wherever the gold and silver flame claw passed, the void twisted and wrinkled, and a few tiny sharp cracks appeared. This flame is, Empress Hongyan sensed the extraordinary power of Qinyu's attack, and her voice was filled with shock. Pfft, the gold and silver flame claw hit the blood-red mist, piercing through it. The silver-gray color instantly spread and exploded. Ah! Empress Hongyan screamed in pain. The gold and silver flame claw tore a hole in the space where it hit. The spatial cracks extended in all directions, and the blood-red mist was completely destroyed. Empress Hongyan's life and soul quickly dissipated, and she finally died. One of the 4 great divine guards had fallen. It's done. Qinyu successfully killed Empress Hongyan. The process was easy, and there were not many twists and turns. In reality, he could have won without using the Void Sky Sacred Flame, but it would have taken more effort. However, the matter was not over after killing Empress Hongyan. The Qilin figure now saw him as an enemy, and it was activating its saint energy to attack. Qinyu prepared to face the attack, eliminate the last enemy, and then collect the spoils of war. But at that moment, the spatial cracks in the area where the Void Sky Sacred Flame had attacked grew larger and larger, as if a mysterious power was forcibly tearing it apart. Finally, it formed a gap that was dozens of feet long and wide, and dense heaven and earth yuan qi surged out. Through the spatial gap, Qinyu saw another scene, one that was completely different from the environment in the Lost Mountain Range. This leads to another space. Qinyu was slightly surprised. He did not expect that there was a secret realm hidden in the Lost Mountain Range. There was a mysterious space hidden in the Lost Soul Mountain Range. This was a secret that few people knew about. When Qinyu inquired about it, he had never heard of such a rumor. If he hadn't used the Void Sky Sacred Fire to break through space, he wouldn't have had the chance to know this secret. However, what kind of place was this mysterious space? Everything was unknown, so Qinyu did not enter rashly. Moreover, there was still an enemy at the moment. You go and die too. All of you go and die. The gigantic Qilin shadow roared angrily, and endless streams of red and blue water swirled around its body. Previously, it had been forced into a desperate situation by Empress Hongyan and had almost been killed. The state of dying counterattack had long since ended, and the Qilin was now at the end of its tether. Its combat power was less than 60% of its peak. Qinyu dealt with it with ease. After dodging the opponent's attack, he immediately launched an attack. 10 moves later, The Qilan shadow suffered even more severe injuries and was on the verge of death. Qinyu's white tiger sacred claw slashed the Qilan's gigantic figure apart, turning it into a cold baleful storm and completely dissipating. He wasn't in a hurry to explore the mysterious space. Instead, he organized the loot in front of him. First was Empress Red Smoke's storage space. As the woman explored, she had gained quite a bit. As for Qinyu, he was just picking up the leftovers. Some of the good treasures were stored in the ring. After opening the storage space, Qinyu discovered that the treasures that Empress Hongyan had obtained were all piled up separately. These were all natural treasures meant for the mysterious dark realm. Otherwise, Empress Hongyan wouldn't have been interested in them. Apart from that, Empress Hongyan's own wealth was not bad either. The red dagger she used was a top-notch upper-grade profound weapon, and in the storage space, there was a blue crystal spear, which was also a top-notch upper-grade profound weapon of good quality. In terms of cultivation resources, there were only a few that were targeted at the peak of the mid-stage mysterious underworld realm. Most of them were targeted at the mid-stage mysterious underworld realm and below. Generally speaking, the spoils of war were not bad, but none of them were particularly useful or needed by Qinyu. They were only used to expand his capital and pave the way for his cultivation. At this moment, a communication token was flashing faintly in Empress Hongyan's storage space. After Qinyu picked it up, a voice echoed in his mind. "Where are you? The environment here is too special, it's not convenient to search." A deep male voice was heard. It should be the other divine guards. Qinyu speculated as he crushed the communication token. Otherwise, the other divine guards might be able to locate Qinyu through the token. In the special environment of the Lost Mountain Range, Qinyu wasn't afraid of the divine guards coming to find him, but he also didn't want to take the initiative to invite trouble. After doing all this, Qinyu's gaze immediately fell on the foot-long stalk of grass. Blood Soul Reviving Grass. In terms of usefulness, the Sanguine Revival Grass was a holy medicine for treating injuries. At a crucial moment, it could be used to save another life. Blood Path cultivators could also directly absorb it for cultivation. Qinyu had the Chaos Body, so he could use it for cultivation. In terms of value, the Revival Sanguine Soul Grass was even more expensive than ordinary late-stage mysterious underworld treasures. Qinyu was not in a hurry to use the Resurrection Sanguine Grass, so he transplanted it into the world inside his heart. Apart from the Resurrection Sanguine Soul Grass, there were many precious Blood Path and Water Path treasures near the blood-colored mountain. After harvesting them one by one, Qinyu started to size up the entire blood-colored mountain. The corpse of the holy beast, Water Qilan. He released sacred power from his body, which turned into a dazzling white light. After washing the blood-colored mountain, the soil was removed, and the original appearance of the corpse was revealed. The holy beast, Water Qilan, had been dead for an unknown period of time. When the corpse was revealed, there was still a formless holy beast aura emitting from it. I should be able to harvest the blood of the holy beast. Qinyu guessed in his heart. Cultivating the Black Tortoise Sea suppressing arm also required the blood of a water-type holy beast. After observing, Qinyu discovered that the energy in the body of the holy beast, Water Qilan, had dissipated greatly. A portion of it was absorbed by the Qilan figure, while the rest became nourishment for the various treasures. He collected some special ores that contained the blood of the Qilan, but the blood concentration was not high. Cultivating the Black Tortoise Sea suppressing arm also required the bloodline of a water-type holy beast. However, Qinyu felt that he was not in a hurry to refine the blood. He had just started cultivating the Black Tortoise Sea suppressing arm, and his attainment level was Xiaocheng. Perhaps there would be better choices in the future. Thus, Qinyu activated the mysterious heart to refine and extract the bloodline. The entire mountain trembled slightly. Traces of blood floated out and gathered into a finger-thick stream of blood that entered the mysterious heart. Perhaps the Water Qilan had been dead for a long time, and its bloodline power was almost completely exhausted. The mysterious heart had only extracted an extremely small amount of the bloodline, which was at most enough for Qinyu to use once or twice. After collecting all the good stuff, Qinyu came to the top of the corpse. On the back of the Water Qilan, there was a huge hole that pierced through its entire body. This Water Qilan's fatal wound should be here. The rest of the bones of the Water Qilan were very intact, and there was only this terrifying wound. From this, it could be seen that the water Qilin was killed in one blow. And this water Qilin's corpse was beside the mysterious space. At this moment, the hole in the space had already healed. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Qinyu activated the void sky sacred flame and started to burn the void. 5 breaths later, a human-sized hole appeared in front of Qinyu. He decided to enter and take a look. Shua, he carefully passed through the hole and entered the mysterious space. In an instant, he entered another world. The scenery around him changed drastically. The gray mist disappeared and was replaced by dense heaven-earth yuan qi, which made one feel extremely comfortable. At this moment, within the mysterious heart, the consciousness of the primogenitor's blood awakened. "Kid, where are you?" "An unknown space." Qinyu replied honestly. "I can feel the remnant aura of a god in this space," the blood race's primogenitor said. "God?" Qinyu was instantly shocked. Fortunately, it was only the remnant aura of a god. If he had accidentally entered the territory of a unity heavenly god, the consequences would be severe. This might be a place where a unity heavenly god had stayed in before, as there was still the remnant aura of a unity heavenly god. Qinyu decided to explore a little. If there was any danger, he would immediately leave. Not long after he entered the mysterious space, he used the void sky sacred flame to burn open a hole, but it did not close immediately. Suddenly, a suction force was produced within it. Hoo-hoo, the bewitching mist in the bewitching mountain range was instantly sucked in. This suction force was extremely powerful, and it covered a large area, covering more than half of the bewitching mountain range. On the other side, the Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su were still exploring the bewitching mountain range. At this moment, the Golden Stone Monarch's soul had been infiltrated by too much bewitching mist. He often saw strange sights and heard strange sounds. "I'm hallucinating again. The surrounding bewitching mist is decreasing." The Golden Stone Monarch shook his head slightly and closed his eyes to calm himself down. "No, this should be real," Senior Su said. He did not think that he would be hallucinating the same way as the Golden Stone Monarch. What happened? The bewitching mist is starting to weaken? After learning that this was real, the Golden Stone Monarch was confused. At the same time, he maintained his vigilance. "It seems like a portion of the bewitching mist has been sucked away. Let's go over and take a look." Senior Su looked into the distance. The Golden Stone Monarch originally planned to retreat, but he could not hold back his curiosity. He decided to follow Senior Su to take a look. Perhaps there might be a fortuitous encounter. These people were not the only ones exploring the bewitching mountain range. The other 2 divine guards and other experts were also there. The bewitching mist in the entire bewitching mountain range was fading. This strange scene alarmed everyone nearby. The bewitching mist was considered a dangerous forbidden ground mainly because of the bewitching mist. However, the bewitching mist had suddenly disappeared. It didn't take long for the news to spread like wildfire. As a forbidden ground in the Heavenly Moon Alliance, the bewitching mountain range attracted a lot of attention. After learning that there was a change in the forbidden ground, many mystic underworld sovereign lords came to investigate. One of the fiend race sovereign lords that specialized in space intent came to a conclusion after investigating. There was a secret realm hidden in the bewitching mountain range. The sudden disappearance of the bewitching mist is definitely related to this secret realm. It is probably not safe inside. This sovereign lord that specialized in space intent did not rashly investigate. Instead, he returned to the central city of the Heavenly Moon Alliance and reported the news to the fiend race. A secret realm, this shocked the fiend race, one of the 4 major races of the Heavenly Moon Alliance, and they immediately sent out a demigod and many people to investigate. At the same time, the other 3 major forces of the Heavenly Moon Alliance, the Sure race, the Heaven's Legacy race, and the Cloud Dragon race, also received the news. They didn't want to fall behind the fiend race, so they immediately sent people to the bewitching mountain range. At this point in time, the bewitching mountain range became the topic of discussion among the cultivators of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. On the same night, a huge battle broke out between the fiend race and the Cloud Dragon race, one of the 4 major races of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. As it turned out, the fiend race thought that they were the ones who discovered the secret realm and that it belonged to the fiend race, which was why they were in conflict with the Cloud Dragon race. In the clouds. The representatives of the four major races of the Heavenly Moon Alliance, the Fiend race, the Heaven's Legacy race, the Sure race, and the Cloud Dragon race, gathered together. This mystic realm was first discovered by my demon race. An expert of the Fiend race said coldly. His body was covered in bright fur, and his body was handsome. His purple eyes seemed to be able to see through one's mind. He was the demigod Evil Sparrow from the Fiend race. But this area is the territory of the Cloud Dragon race. A sovereign lord of the Cloud Dragon race said with a smile. No, this is an unknown dimension that doesn't belong to any force. We should redistribute it. An elder of the Heaven's Legacy race smiled. The four major races argued for a long time, and in the end, the Fiend race agreed that this secret realm would belong to the four major races. That day, the four major races teamed up and sealed off the entire bewitching mountain range, leaving the control of the secret realm in the hands of the Heavenly Moon Alliance. However, they didn't know that someone had entered the secret realm before them. On the other side, Xianxia was flying in the secret realm. He was very careful at the beginning, but as time passed and he didn't encounter much danger, he relaxed slightly. Not only that, but he also saw many treasures on the way. Although they were all around the starry sky sea level, this proved that this was a treasure ground. No one knew how many years it had been since anyone explored this secret realm. Xianxia felt that since he was the first to arrive, he should take the initiative. Where did you sense the remnant aura of a god? Xianxia asked the blood race progenitor. The east. The progenitor answered after a moment of thought. Inside the secret realm. Xianxia flew slowly at a low altitude while observing this unknown space. He seemed to be at the border of the space, and the deeper he went, the denser the heaven-earth yuan-chi became. The grade of the natural treasures he occasionally found also increased. Xianxia's cultivation was at the mid-stage mysterious underworld realm, and the treasures he had found so far were all at the low-stage star condensation level. Furthermore, he believed that he should seize the initiative. How could he waste time on these low-grade resources, a day later? It's just up ahead. However, I've determined that this isn't the remnant aura of a true god. It's the remnant aura of a demigod. Perhaps the remnant aura of a god is somewhere else. The blood race's progenitor said. Demigod aura? It seemed like the blood race's progenitor's senses weren't completely accurate and could be interfered with. Xianxia wasn't dejected after learning this. At least this news reduced the risk of his adventure. God was still too far away from Xianxia's current level. Demigods were actually still at the mysterious underworld level. However, only those who had touched upon the heaven unity level could be called demigods. After flying for another 4 hours, Xianxia's spiritual consciousness occasionally sensed that there were precious materials close to the mysterious underworld level nearby. This time, he spent some time picking the good quality ones while observing the situation in the distance. Before reaching his destination, he could already sense the gloomy sky in the distance. There seemed to be countless ghosts roaring and dancing within the clouds. Xianxia felt his heart palpitate from dozens of miles away. The remnant aura of a demigod is indeed not a safe place. Xianxia didn't retreat in fear. Instead, he went closer to observe. It was an enormous group of buildings that were pitch black, ghastly, lifeless, and enveloped in a strong aura of resentment. As Xianxia approached, a powerful aura suddenly fluctuated within the ghost city. Ghostly figures appeared, revealing bloody mouths and claws. It was a terrifying sight. Outsider, die. Become our burial object. A cold, hoarse voice filled with murderous intent sounded. In the next moment, countless ghostly figures flew out of the ghost city. Most of them were at the star condensation realm, but there were also quite a few ghost emperors at the mysterious nether realm. Xianxia also discovered a few ghost emperors that were close to the Qilin. Not only that, but Xianxia could also vaguely sense a faint demigod aura hidden deep within the ghost city. Retreat. Xianxia's scalp went numb. Even if there were treasures in this ghost city, it would be best for him not to casually set foot in it with his strength alone. Whoosh, Xianxia quickly retreated. His speed was extremely fast. After leaving a certain range, the powerful ghosts in the ghost city did not chase after him. In fact, it was a good thing for Xianxia if the malicious ghosts chased after him. He could slowly lure the enemies out and kill them in batches. Let's leave this place for now. Xianxia left this place and began to explore other places. In this vast mystic realm, it was impossible that this was the only place with treasures. He wasn't in a hurry. Safety was more important, and he would explore slowly. The four major races of the Heavenly Moon Alliance sealed off the entire Enchanted Mountain range and controlled the mysterious space. This made the cultivators that weren't any weaker than the four major races extremely unhappy. However, this was the territory of the Heavenly Moon Alliance, and they couldn't do anything about it. There were four massive objects floating in the clouds. There was a huge battleship and a majestic palace that looked like a giant beast. There were experts of the four major races inside, and they were monitoring the entire Enchanted Mountain range. In a golden palace of the Fiend race, the experts gathered in front of a huge light screen that showed the various areas of the Enchanted Mountain range. Suddenly, an elder of the monkey race wearing a long robe appeared on the light screen. "Master Du, what's the result?" a sovereign lord of the Fiend race asked. "I can sense that there's a fluctuation of divine power in this mystic realm," the elder of the monkey race said solemnly. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The mystic realm actually contained heavenly fusion realm experts. Could there be a godly realm expert inside? An upper echelon of the Fiend race asked. Perhaps this was the private territory of a heavenly fusion realm expert. If that was the case, their efforts would have been in vain. The possibility isn't high. If this mystic realm has an owner, the owner would have sensed it when I was inspecting it and would have taken action. However, there's no rejection in this mystic realm. It doesn't seem to be controlled by someone, the elder of the monkey race said. The upper echelon of the Fiend race heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. They could explore a mystic realm that wasn't occupied. In addition to the fluctuation of divine power, it meant that there was definitely a treasure of the heavenly fusion realm inside. These two pieces of good news were too exciting. However, this mystic realm isn't stable, the elder of the monkey race continued. I reckon that if a godly realm expert were to enter it, it would cause the mystic realm to collapse. Even a demigod wouldn't be able to enter too much. The upper echelon pondered for a while. This news wasn't too bad. This matter hadn't reached the stage where a godly realm expert would be alerted. Of course, if a godly realm expert knew that there was a fluctuation of divine power in the mystic realm, it would be a different matter. He didn't dare to hide this information. If a godly realm expert asked, he would report it truthfully. "It's time to have a chat with the other three major races," the demigod Evil Sparrow said from the main seat. They had gathered enough information about the mystic realm. It was time to take action. At the same time, the other three major races also received the same information as the Fiend race. After a simple discussion, the four major races decided to send people to explore the mystic realm. Because there were fluctuations of divine power in the mystic realm, there was a high chance that there was a treasure of the heavenly fusion realm. However, because of the mystic realm itself, there would be serious consequences if a heavenly fusion realm expert entered. Therefore, the four major races decided to send one demigod each. In terms of numbers, the other three major races each had 15 people, while the Fiend race had a bit more, 18 people. This was what the demigod Evil Sparrow had obtained during the negotiations. After all, the Fiend race was the first to arrive and occupy this mystic realm. 3 days later, everyone had been gathered. Outside the mystic realm, almost all the mysterious nether experts of the four major races of the Heavenly Moon Union had gathered together. This was a rare sight. Open the array. The complex array patterns in the surroundings began to fluctuate, and the void began to ripple, forming an oval-shaped halo. The spatial pathway created by the four major races wouldn't cause any damage to the mystic realm. "Enter!" the demigod Evil Sparrow exclaimed as he turned into a streak of light and entered the circle of light. "Let's go!" a graceful figure in the clouds of the Cloud Dragon race shouted softly. The mist around her suddenly dissipated, and even her graceful figure seemed to disappear along with it. The spatial pathway trembled slightly, and only then did they know that an expert had entered. The people of the Heaven's Legacy race weren't in a hurry and were the last to enter. Outside the Lost Soul Mountain range, the experts of the other races and some independent cultivators weren't able to enter. If there really is a treasure of the heavenly fusion realm in this mystic realm, then there will definitely be an intense fight. The Fiend race has the advantage in numbers, and with the demigod Evil Sparrow leading the team, the fiend race has the highest chance of winning. Hehe, having more people doesn't mean we have the advantage. The true deciding factor is the demigods and the peak mystic Nether Emperor lords. Although the fiend race had the advantage in numbers, they only had a few low-tier mysterious nether realms. At this moment, an elder smiled and said, "You seem to be underestimating the Heaven's Legacy race too much. Although their battle power isn't strong, their intelligence and methods far surpass the other 3 races." The demigod Evil Sparrow and the 18 fiend race experts entered the mystic realm. Almost all the mysterious nether realm experts of the Heavenly Moon Alliance had come out for this exploration. Not only that, but the fiend race was also negotiating with the independent cultivators and the other races. There might be a second or even a third exploration. After all, this mystic realm involved heavenly fusion realms, so it was very dangerous. Split into 5 teams and explore the terrain of this dimension. The demigod Evil Sparrow ordered. Knowing the terrain of this unknown dimension gave them a greater advantage. Also, although the 4 major races have sealed off the Lost Soul Mountain range, there's no guarantee that no one has been exploring the Lost Soul Mountain range before. If we encounter any cultivators that accidentally entered this dimension, we'll try to recruit them. The demigod Evil Sparrow's plan was very thorough. Lord Evil Sparrow, what if the people that accidentally entered were enemies of the fiend race or were unwilling to join us? A tiger asked. He had a large body and black fur, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. It was obvious that he wasn't a good person. Kill. The demigod Evil Sparrow was expressionless. If the people that accidentally entered weren't willing to join the fiend race, they would definitely become enemies, so they had to be killed quickly. On the other side, there was a cave on a cliff. Chinyu had found this place while exploring. He hadn't encountered any danger, but there were many rare treasures within the cave. No one knew how long it had been since this place had been explored, but Chinyu was the first to arrive, so he had the advantage. He could obtain the treasures that were easy to obtain first. He could find helpers to explore further in the future. There were spirit crane flowers, azure jade grass, and a few other natural treasures for the mysterious nether realm. What Chinyu wanted the most was a strange-looking plant that looked like a lantern. It burned with a faint yellow flame that lit up the cave. Fire crystal cage. Chinyu was very interested in this rare resource. The fire crystal cage was a unique resource that could give birth to a Xianxia spiritual flame. For example, the blood soul flower had a chance of giving birth to the blood-glazed flame. In comparison, the fire crystal cage could give birth to a Xianxia spiritual flame. Chinyu already had the blood-glazed flame and the void sky sacred flame, so he didn't need it. Apart from being able to give birth to a Xianxia spiritual flame, the fire crystal cage contained a large amount of pure fire essence. It was a treasure for cultivators that cultivated the Tao of fire. However, once the fire crystal cage was taken, the fire essence within it would gradually dissipate. There are many dangers in this secret realm. How about I use this fire crystal cage to raise my cultivation to the peak of the middle stages of the mysterious nether realm? Chinyu made his decision. His cultivation was extremely close to the peak of the middle stages of the mysterious nether realm. This fire crystal cage of high quality was enough. Chinyu immediately stopped moving and entered seclusion. Reaching the peak of the middle stages of the mysterious nether realm was just a small breakthrough, and it wouldn't take much time. Once Chinyu's cultivation and strength increased, he would have a greater chance of surviving some of the more dangerous places he encountered. Within the cave, Chinyu took out the fire crystal cage and circulated his chaotic body to absorb the fire essence within. Ever since the mysterious heart's transformation in the Fortune Bloodland, the chaotic body had become stronger, and its absorption rate was much higher than before. In the sea of stars within Chinyu's body, his natal star source burned with an intense radiance, slowly rotating as it absorbed strands of flame essence, devouring them to strengthen itself. The reason he chose to absorb the fire crystal cage and break through to the peak middle stage mysterious nether realm was to increase his strength and obtain more treasures. The other reason was that not many people knew the secret of this place, and he had plenty of time. But in reality, the experts of the 4 races had already entered this place. In the sky above the ancient forest, a gray mist slowly moved, and there were 3 dragon figures within it. The cloud dragon race was one of the more mediocre branches of the dragon race. The heaven-earth Xianxia in this secret realm is so dense, and the terrain is very complete. There are many treasures here, and it's obvious that this place hasn't been explored before. We might be the first group of explorers. A Cloud Dragon Emperor Lord revealed a joyful expression. Although they had to hand over a portion of what they obtained here to the race, they would be able to obtain many treasures themselves. The first group of explorers? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Another female Cloud Dragon said. According to the array masters of the race, there were divine power fluctuations here that involved the secrets of the heavenly fusion realm. If they were lucky, they might be able to dig out these secrets or treasures, and their entire lives would change. Stop talking nonsense. Demigod Glazed Light said that we should first understand the terrain and then discuss. Of the 3 Cloud Dragons, the peak middle stage mysterious Nether Realm Cloud Dragon was the captain. However, in terms of overall strength, his team was relatively weak. The other teams also had late-stage mysterious Nether Realm captains. Demigod Glazed Light's team was the most comfortable. What's that? 2 members of the Stone Race. One of the Cloud Dragons looked into the distance with its giant eyes. 2 members of the Stone Race were slowly flying. Stone Race? Are they natives, or did they accidentally enter the secret realm before us? The captain's face darkened. He instantly flew out and transformed into a white-haired old man in an elegant robe with cloud patterns. The 2 members of the Cloud Dragon race immediately followed. Spare me, Lord, spare me. We just entered this place by accident. We didn't mean to offend you. Just as the 3 dragon race beings approached, the 2 stone race beings knelt on the ground, trembling and begging for mercy. They were none other than Xianxia and the Golden Stone Monarch. After discovering the abnormality of the Lost Soul Mountain range, they also mistakenly entered the mystic realm. The moment they sensed the aura of the mysterious underworld, the 2 of them thought that they had encountered the experts of this world. Hence, they chose to beg for mercy. A stray trespasser? The captain said faintly. The other 2 Cloud Dragons looked embarrassed. They thought that they were the first batch of explorers, but they immediately encountered 2 Stone Race members who seemed to have arrived earlier than them. Senior Xianxia? Xianxia looked up and saw the white-haired old man's face. He recalled a powerful Emperor Lord of the Cloud Dragon race. In that case, these 3 Cloud Dragons also came from the outside and weren't natives here? Xianxia and the Golden Stone Monarch heaved a sigh of relief. In the Heavenly Moon Alliance, the 4 clans coexisted peacefully. This was much better than encountering the natives of the secret plane. Hearing the other party call him by his title, the team leader, Monarch Lord Xianxia, completely believed that these people were trespassers. I'll give you 2 choices now. Monarch Lord Xianxia said faintly. What choices? Xianxia and the Golden Stone Monarch sensed that something was amiss. The first choice is to die. The moment he said that, Xianxia and the Golden Stone Monarch felt a chill down their spines. Their hearts sank as despair filled their hearts. They thought that the Cloud Dragon race had discovered this mystic realm and wanted to silence them. The second choice is to submit to the Cloud Dragon race. Previously, the 4 clans coexisted peacefully. However, they were enemies when it came to the distribution of benefits in the mystic realm. Xianxia and the Golden Stone Monarch exchanged glances. After hesitating for a few breaths, they made their choice. We are willing to submit. The 2 of them spoke one after another. Lord Xianxia, let me plant a black cloud seal on these 2. If they rebel, I can kill them instantly, another middle-aged Cloud Dragon race member said. His cultivation level and the 3rd female Cloud Dragon race members were both at the peak early-stage mysterious underworld realm. Monarch Lord Xianxia nodded. The middle-aged Cloud Dragon laughed evilly. The power of his star soul condensed into an ethereal black seal that entered the souls of Xianxia and the Golden Stone Monarch. Only those who adapt to circumstances can survive. Monarch Lord Xianxia said calmly and proudly. Next, they continued to explore this place with the 2 stone monarchs. A few hours later. There's an intense Xianxia fluctuation ahead. Monarch Lord Xianxia reminded the other Cloud Dragon race members and led them forward. In the end, they discovered that the Xianxia fluctuation came from a cave. The cave was surrounded by a spatial barrier. This is man-made. Could it be another person who entered by mistake? The female Cloud Dragon race member frowned. How could there be so many people who entered before them? It seems that the other party is cultivating in seclusion inside. Another middle-aged Cloud Dragon race member said. Lord Xianxia, should we barge in directly or? The female Cloud Dragon race member asked. Later, this person would also face the test that the Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su had experienced. He might become one of them. Barging in directly and interrupting their cultivation might cause the other party to suffer a backlash. If the consequences were more serious, they might be seriously injured or even lose their cultivation foundation. We don't have much time to waste here. Let's barge in directly. If the other party refuses to submit, we'll just kill them. Monarch Lord Xianxia's expression was cold. In his opinion, the cultivation levels of the people who entered this mystic realm before them would not be too high. They were probably at the level of the Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su. Leave this small matter to us. The Golden Stone Monarch spoke. The female Cloud Dragon race member nodded and could not be bothered to attack. The Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su exchanged glances. If the Monarch Lord of the Cloud Dragon race were to attack, he would definitely be able to barge in instantly and interrupt the cultivation of the person in seclusion. The two of them were weaker. If they showed mercy, they would not be able to break through the barrier immediately. In this way, it was equivalent to giving a reminder to the cultivators inside. They might even be saved because of this. The Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su walked out. Both of them were from the Stone Monarch race. They executed the profound meaning of Earth and struck out with a massive fist shadow and palm light. Bang! Bang! The spatial barrier did not move at all and shattered their attacks. The Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su were delighted. It seemed that the person in seclusion was not too weak. He might really be able to cause trouble for the three from the Cloud Dragon race. Therefore, the two of them continued to attack but did not go all out. After 10 attacks, there was not a single mark on the spatial barrier. You guys retreat. The middle-aged Cloud Dragon race member shouted. He had left a black cloud seal in the souls of the Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su. He could vaguely sense their thoughts. In addition, he gradually discovered that the spatial barrier was extremely stable. It was impossible for those two pieces of trash to break it. Lord, leave such a small matter to us. Senior Su smiled. I told you guys to retreat? Are you deaf? The middle-aged Cloud Dragon race member was displeased as he shouted coldly. His sleeves fluttered, creating a storm of cloud chi. Senior Su and the Golden Stone Monarch were sent flying hundreds of feet away. There were many wounds on the bodies of the Stone Monarchs. The middle-aged Cloud Dragon race member did not even look at the two Stone Monarchs. He attacked the spatial barrier in front of him. Boom! Sacred power surged out, and the surrounding clouds turned. It was as though a supreme sacred light descended from the 9 heavens. It carried the might of heaven and earth as it struck the spatial barrier. The Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su watched this scene with pale faces. The middle-aged Cloud Dragon race member was at the peak early-stage mysterious underworld realm. His attack shook the sky and was like the might of heaven. It was easy for him to deal with a small spatial barrier. Rumble, the entire mountain was turned to dust by the middle-aged Cloud Dragon race member's attack. Only the square-shaped space surrounded by the spatial barrier was intact, quietly floating in the air. The middle-aged Cloud Dragon race member's eyes widened. This spatial barrier was so stable that it could even block the attack of a peak early-stage mysterious underworld realm expert. Break! The middle-aged Cloud Dragon race member's sacred power erupted. White sacred light illuminated the sky, and the image of a 3,000-foot dragon appeared in the void. Sky-shattering clouds. The middle-aged Cloud Dragon used a powerful Monarch tier battle skill. A huge dragon's fang condensed in the air. It was as white as jade and shone brightly. The dragon tooth pierced through the sky and struck the spatial barrier, bursting with blinding light. Inside the cave, Xianxia opened his eyes. A powerful sacred power aura spread out from his body. He had successfully broken through to the peak mid-stage. His natal astral source had expanded slightly, and the quality and quantity of his astral source sacred power had increased. He immediately activated the seal left behind by the Blood Race's Divine Realm expert to conceal his cultivation aura. I want to see who disturbed my seclusion. Qinyu stood up, and the spatial barrier around him dissipated. Rumble, the void trembled, and the light dimmed. The dragon tooth gradually dissipated. The middle-aged Cloud Dragon race member vaguely saw the spatial barrier disappear. Only then did he feel relieved, thinking that he had broken through the spatial barrier. The barrier disappeared, and a huge rock fell apart. The spirit crane flower, green jade grass, and other rare resources were revealed. The three Cloud Dragon race, the Archlord's eyes lit up. In the sky, a man with an ordinary appearance, a cold expression, and a deep gaze appeared. Three Cloud Dragons. Qinyu looked at the three people who disturbed his cultivation. They should be from the Heavenly Moon Alliance's Cloud Dragon race. Then, he saw the Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su. The two of them had also come here. Had the secret of the space been completely exposed? Kid, I'll give you two choices. The middle-aged Cloud Dragon race member imitated the Xianxia the Archlord. The first choice is death, the second choice is to submit to the Cloud Dragon race. Qinyu coldly glanced at the other party, not taking his words to heart. My lord, it's you? The Golden Stone Monarch was overjoyed when he saw Qinyu. Senior Su was surprised as well. He did not expect that the person in seclusion they attacked was Qinyu. Oh? You two pieces of trash know him? The middle-aged Cloud Dragon asked the Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su. Due to the Black Cloud seal, the two of them could not go against the other party's will. They could only tell him everything they knew about Qinyu. Qinyu saw that scene. Qinyu? You're the expert behind the Silver Sea Trade Association that even the fierce tiger the Archlord is wary of? After the middle-aged Cloud Dragon race member learned of everything, his evaluation of Qinyu increased. Such a human expert was worth roping into the Cloud Dragon race's camp. Qinyu, right? You're pretty lucky to have entered this place before us. However, this mystic realm is in the hands of the four major races. Therefore, you can only join one of the four camps. Tell me your choice. The middle-aged Cloud Dragon race member smiled. If Qinyu joined the other three camps, he would be making an enemy of them. It was equivalent to choosing death. He believed that Qinyu was a smart person and would choose to join the Cloud Dragon race. Qinyu's gaze turned even colder. He was interrupted during his breakthrough and the other party even forced him to join the Cloud Dragon race. He also discovered that the Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su seemed to be controlled by the Cloud Dragon race and could not disobey their orders. The middle-aged Cloud Dragon's expression turned cold when he saw that Qinyu was ignoring him again. This was already the second time that Qinyu had ignored him. At this moment, Sovereign Lord Tianyu moved forward and released his peak mid-stage mysterious underworld cultivation. The surroundings were oppressive as grayish-white clouds lingered around, forming a cloud cage. Join the Cloud Dragon race or die. Choose one. Sovereign Lord Tianyu said somewhat impatiently. The Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su conversed secretly. Can Qinyu resist the might of the Cloud Dragon race? Senior Su asked. He did not know much about Qinyu. This? I'm not sure either. The Golden Stone Monarch answered hesitantly. He also hoped that Qinyu could save them, but the enemy's lineup was too strong. There were three mysterious underworld sovereign lords, and the leader, Sovereign Lord Tianyu, had a peak mid-stage mysterious underworld cultivation. How about this? Qinyu finally spoke. The middle-aged Cloud Dragon was even more annoyed when he saw that Qinyu only spoke to Sovereign Lord Tianyu and ignored him. I'll give you two choices too. Qinyu smiled coldly. What did you say? The middle-aged Cloud Dragon asked with a gloomy expression. He felt that Qinyu had gone mad. Instead of replying to the impatient Sovereign Lord Tianyu, he actually said such a thing. Submit to me or die. Qinyu finished speaking. The entire place fell into dead silence. The middle-aged Cloud Dragon and the other female Cloud Dragon were dumbfounded. Even Sovereign Lord Tianyu was taken aback, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. How dare you? The female Cloud Dragon immediately shouted. The mysterious underworld Sovereign Lord's dragon might spread and shook the sky. As for Sovereign Lord Tianyu, veins bulged on his forehead. Sacred power radiated from his body, and the surrounding void trembled. Endless clouds surged and roared. Qinyu's words completely infuriated Sovereign Lord Tianyu. Lord Tianyu, let me deal with this fellow. The middle-aged cloud dragon volunteered. He had long since found Qinyu to be an eyesore, and he had decided to personally defeat Qinyu and brand him with the black cloud seal, making Qinyu his servant. Before Sovereign Lord Tianyu could reply, Qinyu struck out like lightning, activating the white tiger sacred claw. A golden light flashed in the void. Qinyu had already struck out. Qi, the dazzling golden light, contained a terrifying force. It stirred up a storm and instantly attacked the middle-aged cloud dragon. What? The middle-aged cloud dragon did not expect Qinyu to be so bold as to launch a sudden attack. He immediately mobilized his holy power and prepared to face the attack. However, the moment he was enveloped by Qinyu's attack, the middle-aged cloud dragon felt a powerful force oppressing him. A sense of death surfaced in his heart. How is this possible? The middle-aged cloud dragon was in disbelief. How could Qinyu give him such a sense of oppression? How could his attack be so powerful? It gave him a feeling that he was unable to resist. This must be an illusion. Previously, he had broken the spatial barrier that Qinyu had cast. Logically speaking, his strength should not be much different from Qinyu's. However, what the middle-aged cloud dragon did not know was that Qinyu had ended his seclusion and retracted the spatial barrier. Roar! Under the stimulation of death, the middle-aged cloud dragon revealed his true form. He transformed into a 10,000 feet long white dragon, surrounded by clouds and radiating light. The dragon reached out with its claws and released a white light cloud, forming a huge white crystal barrier. Bang! At that moment, Qinyu's attack descended and hit the white crystal barrier. With a chi sound, the golden claws pierced through it. Then, the white crystal barrier cracked and collapsed. Ah! At the same time, the white dragon's tragic cry resounded throughout the world. The other party's huge body was sliced into several large pieces by Qinyu and smashed down. The middle-aged cloud dragon died. All of this happened in an instant. When the cloud dragon cast the defensive barrier, it was broken by Qinyu. When the barrier shattered, the middle-aged cloud dragon was already dismembered. This, the female cloud dragon cried out in horror. She was just about to watch a good show, but in just an instant, her companion was sliced into several pieces by Qinyu, and his corpse fell to the ground. One of their companions died in the blink of an eye, and they had yet to see through Qinyu's cultivation. In that attack just now, Qinyu had only used essence force subtly. It was mainly the power of his life force. His four symbols divine body had been cultivated to the 5th level, Xiaocheng. The power contained in his body had already far exceeded the standard of same-level sacred beasts. Therefore, a simple claw had killed the middle-aged cloud dragon at the peak early-stage mysterious underworld realm. You hid your cultivation level? Emperor and Lord Tianyu shouted in anger. Qinyu had hidden his cultivation level and deceived him to kill the middle-aged cloud dragon. Even now, Emperor and Lord Tianyu could not see through Qinyu's specific cultivation level. My lord, thank you for saving our lives. The Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su immediately fled to Qinyu's side and were extremely grateful. They could tell that Qinyu had killed the middle-aged man from the Cloud Dragon race to save them. Otherwise, the two of them would have been forced to fight with Qinyu, and their final outcome would have been death. It's too early to say that. Not only will he not be able to save your lives, but he will also die in my hands. Emperor and Lord Tianyu snorted coldly. The astral source sacred power around him released a grayish-white glow, and the dragon might shook the sky and suppressed everything. The Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su immediately retreated when they saw that Emperor and Lord Tianyu was going to attack personally. It's too early for you to say that. Qinyu smiled. Whatever I say will definitely come true. Emperor and Lord Tianyu's eyes shone brightly. In an instant, the grayish-white glow around him merged with the boundless clouds and turned into two huge white dragon shadows that tore through the sky and charged at Qinyu. Rumble, the two white dragon shadows seemed to represent the will of heaven and earth, and they wanted to obliterate Qinyu. The Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su felt extremely insignificant when facing a peak mid-stage mysterious underworld being. They retreated again and again, afraid that they would be affected. Boom, a powerful astral soul intent suddenly burst forth from Qinyu's body and rushed into the sky, shaking Empyrean Lord Tianyu's will. Empyrean Lord Tianyu's astral soul trembled, and he had a look of shock on his face. This brat's astral soul intent is actually stronger than mine. Could he be a soul cultivator? However, not only was Qinyu not a soul cultivator, but he was also a body cultivator. His cultivation level was the same as Empyrean Lord Tianyu, but he had broken through to the mysterious underworld realm as a sovereign. He was invincible among his peers. Qinyu activated the White Tiger Sacred Claw again, and the attack he executed was completely different from before. The sharp golden light contained the power of heaven and earth, and it was comparable to Empyrean Lord Tianyu's attack in terms of might. Bang! Qinyu's White Tiger Sacred Claw clashed with Sovereign Lord Tianyu's White Dragon Shadow, causing a storm to erupt in all directions. The woman from the Cloud Dragon race was at the peak early-stage mysterious underworld realm, so she couldn't interfere in the battle between Qinyu and Empyrean Lord Tianyu. At this moment, when the shockwave of the explosion spread out, she also retreated to avoid being affected. How is this possible? How can Qinyu be so strong? The female Cloud Dragon was in disbelief. However, all of this was so real. Perhaps, the reason why Emperor Lord Ardent Tiger had retreated back then was because he had been deterred by Qinyu's pure strength. In the explosion, several streaks of dazzling golden light streaked towards Sovereign Lord Heaven Peak. He didn't expect that he would fall into such a disadvantageous position. It was already too late for him to dodge. His arm and chest were cut open, and blood flowed out. The storm dissipated, and this scene fell into the eyes of the Golden Stone King, the Cloud Dragon the Arch, and the others. Empyrean Lord Skypeak is injured. Elder Su was dumbfounded. He originally doubted whether Qinyu could withstand the might of the Cloud Dragon race. In the end, Empyrean Lord Tianyue was injured in a single move. Submit to me, or die. Qinyu repeated once again. This time, the atmosphere was completely different. No one found it funny. The female Cloud Dragon was shocked by Qinyu's words. Courting death. Empyrean Lord Skypeak was furious. He was at the peak of the mid-stage mysterious nether realm and an elder of the Cloud Dragon race. How could he submit to a junior? If news of this spread, he would probably die of laughter. Empyrean Lord Skypeak spat out a vast white mist that enveloped the surroundings. Vision and spiritual senses were all affected. Lord, be careful. This is the Cloud Dragon race's innate ability, Cloud Roam, the Golden Stone King warned. Rumor had it that the Cloud Dragon race lived in the sky. They devoured clouds and stored them in their bodies for nourishment. When they encountered danger, they would release a special cloud mist. In this cloud mist, the enemy would be greatly affected. The Cloud Dragon race could hide within it, and their speed would increase exponentially. Whether it was killing or escaping, they had a great advantage. This was the Cloud Dragon race's special innate ability, Cloud Roam. At this moment, Empyrean Lord Skypeak's choice was naturally to kill Qinyu. His speed increased exponentially, reaching the late-stage mysterious nether realm. On the other hand, Qinyu's spiritual senses were weakened. It was almost impossible for the attacks to hit him. Under such circumstances, Empyrean Lord Skypeak had the absolute initiative and was in an invincible position. In the boundless mist, Qinyu stood calmly without the slightest panic. He possessed the spatial profundities that had touched upon the laws of space. He could cover the void and find Empyrean Lord Skypeak's location. Other than that, the mysterious heart could sense life forms. The blood race's progenitor was known as the bane of all life forms. In the eyes of others, Empyrean Lord Skypeak was like a phantom, but in Qinyu's eyes, he was still a live target. Dong, Qinyu's organs shook as he activated the murderous heart art. With the mysterious heart and the progenitor's bloodline, he locked onto Empyrean Lord Skypeak and activated his secret art. A formless vibration sounded in the void. It was like the sound of death. It instantly locked onto Empyrean Lord Skypeak. What? The expression of Empyrean Lord Skypeak, who was flying rapidly in the clouds, suddenly changed. The next instant, his heart trembled without warning and expanded rapidly as though it was about to explode. Feeling the danger of death, Empyrean Lord Skypeak immediately circulated his sacred power to protect his heart. Poof, more than a dozen cracks appeared on his enormous heart, and blood splattered everywhere. With his heart severely injured, Emperor Lord Skypeak's divine art was interrupted. The mist gradually dissipated, and his figure was exposed. Swoosh, at that moment, Emperor Lord Skypeak turned and fled. Even his cloud-traversing divine art had been severely injured by Qianyu's secret art. He was certain that he was not Qianyu's match. One move injured him, 2 moves heavily injured him. Emperor Lord Skypeak no longer dared to exchange a third move with Qianyu. At that moment, his cloud-traversing divine art had yet to completely end. His speed increased by more than 50%, and he fled far away like a cloud phantom. Emperor Lord Skypeak. The cloud dragon female was shocked. Why would Emperor Lord Skypeak, who was using cloud traversing, suddenly be severely injured and fleeing frantically? What happened just now? Furthermore, Emperor Lord Skypeak had fled. What should she do? When she looked at Qianyu again, the cloud dragon female's eyes were filled with deep shock and fear. At that moment, the calm and cold man stared at Emperor Lord Skypeak and said indifferently, "I said, submit to me or die. I've said it before. Submit to me or die." Qianyu looked at the escaping Archlord Tianyu. The power of his star soul affected everything in the world as he unleashed the power of space. Swish, space suddenly rippled, and the ripples spread out for hundreds of feet, forming a giant whirlpool that sucked in everything around it. Spatial strangulation, activate. The Archlord Tianyu, who was fleeing, felt the spatial ripples and stared ahead. The spatial whirlpool that suddenly appeared was like an abyss of death that rapidly approached him. It was too late when the Archlord Tianyu was about to retreat. Pft! Pft! The Archlord Tianyu's giant body slammed into the spatial strangulation and was instantly cut into countless pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and a bloody mist enveloped the area. The Archlord died without a complete corpse. Qianyu was quite satisfied after killing the enemy. This battle was mainly to test his strength. He had just reached the peak of the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm and was invincible among those in the same realm. Killing the Archlord Tianyu would only take a few moves. This was the advantage of a sovereign breaking through to the mysterious nether realm. "He's dead." The cloud dragon female exclaimed in shock. She had thought that the Archlord Tianyu had the ability to escape. She hadn't expected that a peak middle stage mysterious nether the Archlord couldn't resist at all against Qianyu. He was injured in 1 move, heavily injured in 2 moves, and killed in 3 moves. Qianyu's strength shook the cloud dragon female's heart, making her give up all thoughts of resisting. "I'm willing to submit to you." The cloud dragon female took the initiative. The difference between her and Qianyu was too great. She was afraid that Qianyu wouldn't even give her a chance and would kill her directly. "Alright, from now on, I'm your master." Qianyu activated the Azure Dragon's sacred wood legs, and his legs glowed with azure holy light. Azure wood shadows swam out, and like tiny wood dragons, they coiled around the cloud dragon sovereign and pierced into her body. The cloud dragon female didn't feel any killing intent. She knew that it was too easy for Qianyu to kill her, so she obediently obeyed. Gradually, all the green wood dragons in the surroundings entered the body of the cloud dragon female, forming a green dragon mark in the sea of stars in her body. This was the Azure Dragon parasite. From then on, the life of this female cloud dragon emperor was in the hands of Qianyu. With just a thought, Qianyu could take his life even if they were separated by tens of thousands of miles. When everything around her disappeared, the cloud dragon female could sense that there seemed to be a foreign object in her body. She did not dare to touch it easily. She knew that this was the method Qianyu used to control his life. It was similar to the black cloud seal of the middle-aged man from the cloud dragon race. In the distance, Senior Su and the Golden Stone Monarch watched this scene quietly. Qianyu's strength had actually reached such a level. Just what was his background? They did not dare to investigate all of this. Otherwise, offending Qianyu would only result in death. Next, Qianyu collected the spoils of war. He collected the spirit crane flower, glazed green jade grass, and a few other rare treasures on the ground. Then, he went to the storage space of the 2 cloud dragons. It was especially so for Emperor Lord Tianyu, who was at the peak of the mid-stage mysterious underworld realm. His family should be pretty good. What's going on with the 4 great clans and the secret plane? Qianyu asked the cloud dragon female. Right now, the four great clans control the entire secret plane and have sent people to explore this place, the cloud dragon female said. Jinyu gradually understood the situation. If he continued to explore this place without understanding anything, there would definitely be a huge problem. I didn't expect that this secret plane would be completely exposed and controlled by the four great clans not long after I entered this place, Jinyu sighed. Furthermore, the four great clans had each sent over a dozen mystic nether the archlords, including a demigod. Jinyu's advantage of being the first to arrive was instantly gone. With so many mystic nether realms, including demigods, entering at once, the treasures in the secret plane would be plundered in a short period of time. Originally, Jinyu had planned to slowly conquer some dangerous places and search for treasures. Now, it seemed like he had to act quickly. Let's go. Jinyu shouted, and the cloud dragon female immediately followed. After learning of the situation, Senior Su and the Golden Stone Monarch knew that they had no ability to protect themselves here, so they could only follow Jinyu. If you encounter the stone race, join them, Jinyu suddenly said. Senior Su and the Golden Stone Monarch were too weak, and Jinyu could not keep carrying these two burdens. Joining the stone race's exploration team was their best choice. They also had self-awareness, so they all agreed. Master, where are we going? The cloud dragon female asked. She realized that Jinyu was not flying aimlessly but had a clear destination. You'll know when we get there. Jinyu did not even turn back. The cloud dragon female realized that she was Jinyu's servant now. All she needed to do was listen to his orders and did not need to know too much. She did not ask any more and followed Jinyu closely. 8 hours later, a huge lake appeared in front of them. The lake water was extremely viscous and dark red, as though it was formed by blood. There were 2 rivers around the lake that extended into the distance, and the water in them surged endlessly. Bang! A series of explosions came from the dark red lake, and sacred power surged in all directions. There seemed to be a huge battle taking place there. When Jinyu and the others flew closer, the Golden Stone Monarch suddenly saw a shocking figure that was 2,000 feet long leap out of the lake. What is that? The Golden Stone Monarch's face turned pale. That monster was just too huge. It looked like a fish or a crocodile, and its body was covered in dark red scales. Its ferocious aura spread in all directions. Especially its bloody mouth, which was like the abyss of hell that could devour everything. Mutated sacred beast, giant scaled shark. The cloud dragon female took a deep breath. The giant scaled shark was almost extinct in the main world. She did not expect to see one in this mystic realm. Not only that, but this giant scaled shark was a mutated species with extraordinary strength. There were other species of sacred beasts and ancient beasts beside the giant scaled shark. However, the mutated giant scaled shark was the main one, and it launched a frenzied attack. Retreat for now. This mutated giant scaled shark is not simple, shouted a brawny tiger. He was covered in black fur, and his eyes flashed fiercely. His cultivation had reached the late-stage mysterious underworld realm. Not only that, but he also had 3 mysterious underworld realm helpers. However, even such a lineup of emperors could only temporarily retreat when facing the terrifying power of the mutated giant-scaled shark. Whoosh whoosh, a small team of fiend race retreated rapidly. Lord Baofeng, look! This giant-scaled shark did not chase after us, said a white-robed male fiend in the team. After the team retreated, the mutated giant-scaled shark only launched long-range attacks and did not leave the range of the dark red lake. I originally planned to tame it and submit to the fiend race, but it seems that there must be treasures in this lake. Otherwise, given this fellow's personality, it would definitely chase after us. The brawny tiger, Sovereign Lord Baofeng, sneered and speculated. Lord is right. When we passed by this area, we sensed an unusual energy aura from the lake. There must be treasures in it, another member said. Let's retreat first and discuss countermeasures. This mutated giant-scaled shark is not easy to deal with, and there are other sacred beasts in the lake. Sovereign Lord Baofeng led the team and retreated dozens of miles away. At this moment, they realized that there were other teams approaching from afar. There are enemies, the white-robed fiend immediately said with a vigilant look. They had just experienced a huge battle and were exhausted. If they encountered a strong team, they would be in danger. There were a total of 5 people. Another member could not help but feel even more fearful when he sensed the other party's numbers. The total number of people from the 4 major races that entered the mystic realm was just that, and they actually encountered a team of 5 people. Cloud Dragon Race, Human Race, Stone Race? What's going on? The white-robed fiend was stunned when he saw the newcomers. The 4 major races were all competitors. Why would the Cloud Dragon Race be together with the Stone Race? And there was even a human race? What kind of team was this? Damn, that scared me to death. I thought we encountered a strong team, but it turns out to be a bunch of trash? The member cursed. Among the 5, the female Cloud Dragon Race seemed to be slightly stronger. Her cultivation was at the peak early-stage mysterious underworld realm. The 2 Stone Race members were at the half-step mysterious underworld realm and late-stage star condensation realm. The human's aura was even weaker. He looked very young, and his cultivation was probably even lower. But just now, it was these 5 pieces of trash that had frightened them. Lord Baofeng, should we get rid of this group of people? The white-robed fiend said in a low voice. He harbored ill intentions toward the team of 5. Just a bunch of trash. Our target is the treasure in the amber, followed by the mutated giant-scaled shark. We can get rid of this bunch of trash anytime. Baofeng glanced at Qinyu and the others and did not take it seriously. Swoosh, Qinyu and the others flew over slowly and stopped in midair. Now, the Golden Stone Monarch, Senior Su, and the female Cloud Dragon Race guessed that Qinyu was going to attack the mutated giant-scaled shark. But how did he know about the situation here? The female Cloud Dragon Race thought to herself. Since they set off, they had been flying in a straight line, heading straight for this place. She observed the dark red lake secretly. This lake was very strange. She could only see dozens of feet of the water surface. It was murky, dark red, and poisonous. Apart from that, it seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. She did not dare to use her spiritual consciousness to check rashly for fear of alarming the mutated giant-scaled shark. However, based on her experience, there must be a secret for such a terrifying monster like the mutated giant-scaled shark to be born in this lake. Coupled with the fact that the mutated giant-scaled shark was guarding this place to the death and refused to leave, she was even more certain of this. Master, this mutated giant-scaled shark is at the late-stage mysterious nether realm, but it's a mutated species. If it's in that lake, its strength is close to the peak late-stage mysterious nether realm. The female Cloud Dragon Race reminded worriedly. Not only that, but there was also a 4-man team from the demon race nearby. The leader was the famous Arch-Lord Baofeng of the demon race. He was violent and cruel. It was unwise to compete with such an expert for benefits. However, she realized that Qinyu did not seem to hear her at all. His eyes were calm, and he had a faint smile on his face as though victory was in his grasp. Old fellow, is your perception accurate? Qinyu asked the blood race progenitor via voice transmission. You don't trust me? I can confirm that this lake has the aura of the divine blood. Unfortunately, it has been greatly diluted and absorbed. After such a long time, there's not much energy left. When Qinyu explored this place previously, he had come here because of the blood race progenitor's guidance. This was a place that was not very dangerous and contained great benefits. Therefore, after learning that the 4 major races had entered the mystic realm, Qinyu had rushed here immediately. According to the blood race's progenitor, there was god blood in the lake. After a long time, a lot of it had been absorbed, so there wasn't much energy left. Even so, the energy contained within the god blood was extremely beneficial to ordinary mysterious nether realms. For example, the giant-scaled shark might have absorbed the god blood and evolved to become the overlord of this place. Back when Qinyu had come here, he had been alone. It had been difficult for him to fight the giant-scaled shark and the other ancient and sacred beasts in the lake, so he had retreated. Now that his cultivation had broken through, his strength had increased. Furthermore, he couldn't slowly plan for the 4 races to enter the secret realm. We were a step too late. The Yao team has already discovered this place. If Qinyu took action now, then the Yao race's Arch-Lord would definitely watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits. Therefore, Qinyu had to change his plan. On the other side, the giant-scaled shark was extremely powerful, and there were other powerful sacred and ancient beasts in the lake. Other than that, the dark red blood water in the lake was extremely poisonous and had a strong corrosive effect on mysterious nether realms. Other than that, the dark red blood water in the lake was extremely poisonous and had a strong corrosive effect on the life forms of mysterious nether realm experts. However, the giant-scaled shark and the others living in the lake weren't affected by the poison and had the geographical advantage. This group of monsters is guarding this lake. It'll be hard for us to break through, said a Yao. I think we can fight a war of attrition. I think we can fight a war of attrition, said the white-robed Yao. The giant-scaled shark and the others wouldn't easily leave the lake, so they could fight and retreat as they pleased. After weakening the enemy a few times, they would have a great advantage and could attack in one go. Sovereign. Lord Beaufong listened to his team members' discussion and finally made a decision. We can't waste too much time here. Let's waste it twice and then take down this treasured land the third time. Then, the four demons began to recuperate. 6 hours later, the Archlord Beaufong led the three Yao race the Archlords to attack again. His cold and ferocious eyes swept over Qinyu and the others, and he ordered, if this team dares to touch this place, eliminate them all first. Haha, just a peak early-stage mysterious netherrealm dares to compete with us? If they dare to come, then let them all be buried in the blood lake. The sovereign lords of the monster race revealed mocking expressions. They did not take Qinyu and the others seriously at all. Sovereign Lord Luo Feng and the others quickly approached the blood lake. Scram out of this emperor's territory. The mutated giant-scaled shark suddenly rushed out of the blood lake, its dark red body as huge as a mountain, blotting out the sky. Boom, the giant scale shark opened its mouth, and a roaring river of blood ran through heaven and earth. Among the demon race's troops, only the late-stage mysterious underworld sovereign Lord Luo Feng could contend against it. The other three demon race's members retreated and defended, circling around to restrain the mutated giant-scaled shark and other enemies. Imperial Lord Beaufong roared with laughter as the black light and baleful qi around him transformed into a tempest, and a bloody tiger-shaped enormous beast was concealed within it, and its might shook the heavens. Boom, the saint energy within his body exploded as he activated the wind ultimacy and fire ultimacy. A pitch-black flaming tiger claw slashed out and crashed into the raging river of blood. Emperor Lord Feng's true form was a saint beast, the black flame sacred tiger, and its combat strength was extremely formidable. After an intense battle, Emperor Lord Beaufong and the rest of the demon race immediately retreated after gaining some advantage. Quickly recover and begin the second round of attrition, Emperor Lord Beaufong ordered. While recovering, Emperor Lord Beaufong and the rest of the demon race glanced at Qinyu's group again. From the beginning until now, they had been stunned and hadn't done anything. A bunch of trash. The white-clothed demon race cursed in disdain. 10 hours later. Begin the second round of attrition, Emperor Lord Beaufong shouted again. After the second round of attrition, the third round of attack would be the decisive battle, and they would take down the blood lake in one fell swoop. This bunch of trash hasn't left, and they haven't taken any action yet. A demon race observed Qinyu's group. If they don't leave before the third round, this emperor will eliminate them. The white-clothed demon race shouted coldly. In the beginning, they didn't care about that weak team. However, after 3 consecutive battles, it was hard for them to recover to their peak state even with all sorts of elixirs. The third round of battle was extremely important, and there couldn't be any accidents. Emperor Lord Beaufong nodded, tacitly agreeing with the white-clothed demon race's actions. You still dare to come? You're courting death. In the blood lake, the mutated giant-scaled shark was enraged. Its injuries from the previous battle hadn't fully healed yet. The mutated giant-scaled shark could vaguely tell that these demon race wanted to fight a war of attrition. It no longer held back and unleashed its full power, intending to deal a heavy blow to the enemy and break their strategy of attrition. Swish, swish. Swish, the mutated giant-scaled shark's body fluctuated with blood-colored sacred radiance. Tens of thousands of blood-colored scales formed and turned into a whirlwind that swept in all directions. Retreat. Apart from Emperor Lord Beaufong, the rest of the demon race unleashed their defensive means and retreated. The mutated giant-scaled shark had never used this move before. Its attack covered a radius of nearly 10,000 feet, and its speed was extremely fast. Its ability to break through defenses was top-notch. Swish, a peak early-stage mysterious underworld demon race's sacred barrier was easily cut open by several blood-colored scales. A wound was left on his body, and his palm was cut off. Hiss, don't be presumptuous. Emperor Lord Bo Feng shouted angrily. He took out a black battle axe that was covered in black flames and slashed out a ferocious black light. Puff, the scales on the surface of the mutated giant-scaled shark's body were split open, revealing a wound that was over 100 feet long. Blood splashed everywhere. Bang bang, an unprecedentedly fierce battle unfolded between the two sides. Saint energy surged in all directions. Sir Bao Feng, we can't hold on much longer, let's retreat first. The white-robed demon transmitted his voice. In this battle, the enemy sensed their intentions and resisted fiercely. Sovereign Lord Bo Feng's face was gloomy. The second round of consumption did not meet his expectations. However, it was indeed time to retreat, or else the losses would be too great. In the distance, Qinyu suddenly said, "Do it." "Master, should we do it now?" The female cloud dragon was very surprised. Shouldn't they wait for the golden-scaled shark and the demon race to be mutually injured before taking action? Qinyu was too lazy to explain. To him, the current situation was perfect for him to make a move. Sovereign Lord Bo Feng suddenly sensed that there were two figures rapidly approaching from behind. It was Qinyu and a female cloud dragon. The female cloud dragon stopped beside the blood lake while Qinyu continued to approach. "What is this kid doing here at this time? Are you tired of living?" The white-robed demon was very surprised. Even if this team wanted to reap the benefits, this was not the time. "Isn't this perfect? This kid can help us share some of the pressure." Sovereign Lord Bo Feng sneered. At this moment, he felt that these people were not here to cause trouble, but to help. "You're right." The other demons agreed. Bang, a half-step profound nether realm ancient beast opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and charged at Qinyu. Swoosh, sacred light shone from Qinyu's body, turning into a sharp golden sword light that stabbed out. The half-step profound nether realm beast was instantly pierced by the golden sword light. Its body was split in two, and its corpse fell into the blood lake. Qinyu could clearly see the corpse rapidly decomposing and merging into the blood lake. Die. More ancient beasts and sacred beasts charged at Qinyu from the blood lake. Qinyu's expression was calm. He had his hands behind his back, and sacred power revolved around him. Attacks were unleashed automatically, killing everything that got close. At this moment, Qinyu had reached the edge of the blood lake. This human kid's strength isn't simple. A peak early-stage profound nether realm demon saw Qinyu attack and exclaimed. "It's good that he's not simple. If he's too weak, how will he help us share the pressure?" The white-robed demon laughed. "Let's go. Draw the enemies to that kid's side." Another demon suggested. Not a bad idea. Two peak early-stage mysterious underworld demons unleashed powerful attacks that attracted the attention of many enemies. Then, they closed in on Qinyu. Qinyu glanced over and saw the scene. "Scram, or I'll kill you." Qinyu shouted coldly. No matter what, the demons had helped him stall the giant-scaled shark this time. Qinyu did not plan on taking the initiative to attack the demons. However, he would not be merciful if the other party came to bully him. "Haha, don't be so fierce, little brother. Help us share some of the pressure. I can ask Lord Bao Feng to share some leftovers with you." One of them, a slender and graceful demon race woman, said with a charming smile. The two demons ignored Qinyu's warning and approached with their enemies. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, ignoring the two demons, Qinyu continued to attack. The saint energy around him condensed into rays of incomparably sharp golden radiance that shot out in all directions, launching an indiscriminate attack. "How dare you attack me?" The graceful demon clan woman's face suddenly turned cold when she saw a golden sword piercing toward her. She immediately used her sacred power to attack. A cold whirlpool swept over with a cold current. "Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me." The graceful demon lady decided to kill Qinyu here. However, The moment the two attacks collided, the cold whirlpool was pierced through by the golden sword. It was as easy as piercing through a piece of paper. What a powerful attack. The graceful demon lady's face changed. She moved to the right and her right arm was cut open. She narrowly dodged the attack. Damn it. The graceful demon lady was flustered and took out a purple crystal bell. She planned to attack with all her strength and let Xianxia taste the pain. Ding ding dang dang, a crisp ring came from the purple crystal bell, and layers of dark purple watery ripples spread out from the bell. The ripples then surged toward Xianxia and corroded his soul. The layers of dark purple ripples rushed into Xianxia's body. The graceful demon lady's lips curled. Xianxia would definitely suffer after being affected by her soul attack. But suddenly, Xianxia turned his head. His dark and cold eyes were like an endless abyss. The graceful demon lady could not help but fall into it. Swoosh, the astral source sacred power in front of Xianxia condensed into a golden sword again and pierced out. He had only attacked casually against these small fries and did not use his full strength. Even when dealing with the demon race that offended him, he did not deliberately attack. He only gave the demon race a warning. But now, he wanted this demon race to die. The graceful demon lady felt the threat of death. But her body could not move. She could only watch as the sharp golden sword pierced towards her. Bang, her head was pierced and exploded. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. The powerful sacred power contained in the sword affected the demon race's astral source and destroyed her astral soul. ***, you killed him? The other peak early stage mysterious underworld demon race shouted. Meanwhile, Sovereign Lord Feng and the white-clothed demon race also sensed that one of their sovereign lords had died in Xianxu's hands. To Xianxia, the current situation was perfect for him to make a move. The demons and the mutated gigantic shark had reached a critical moment in the battle, and both sides were greatly exhausted. If Xianxia did not make a move, the demons would retreat and continue the battle. Even if they could reap the benefits in the end, they would have to wait for a long time. But now, because of his interference, the demons changed their strategy and continued to fight the mutated gigantic shark. Both sides regarded Xianxia as a weakling and ignored him. How dare you kill my subordinates? I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. The Archbo Feng shouted angrily. He originally thought that Xianxia could help him share the pressure, but one of the archlords died immediately. This was out of the Archbo Feng's expectations. Xianxia paid no attention to the threats and curses of the other three demons. Poof, he flew directly into the blood lake. The mutated gigantic shark originally did not care about Xianxia until Xianxia touched the blood lake. It said angrily, "Kill this bastard human." Immediately, its powerful subordinates gave up on the demons and went to kill Xianxia. Courting death. The white-clothed demon snorted. Even they did not dare to touch the blood lake. Otherwise, they would be offending the mutated gigantic shark's reverse scale and would be besieged. In addition, the blood lake contained a strange energy that blocked the five senses and spiritual consciousness. It also contained a poison that could corrode the body and star soul of a mysterious nether realm expert. It was too dangerous to go deep into it. Ignore him for now and continue to exhaust the gigantic shark. The Archbo Feng ordered. After all, Xianxia had attracted a group of enemies away, and the pressure on them was greatly reduced. After this round of exhaustion was over and he was done using Xianxia, he did not mind personally finishing him off. Next to the blood lake. The female cloud dragon looked at the situation in front of her. The demons and the gigantic shark underestimate Xianxia too much. She shook her head slightly. If this continued, the biggest winner would be Xianxia. The female cloud dragon was wondering if she should secretly inform the demons or the gigantic shark to assassinate Xianxia here so that she could escape. But after thinking about it, she still felt that it was not safe, so she gave up. This time, Xianxia did not let her participate in the operation. He just watched from the side, perhaps to test her. The female cloud dragon did not want to gamble with her life. In the blood lake. An ordinary early-stage mysterious underworld martialist would definitely feel uncomfortable as a powerful pressure surged over from all directions. The deeper they went into the blood lake, the stronger the pressure became. Xianxia's cultivation was at the peak of the mid-stage mysterious underworld realm, and he was also a body cultivator, so he wasn't affected at all. Moreover, his resistance to poison was extremely strong, so the poison contained in the blood lake could not affect him at all. At this moment, the ancient beasts and saint beasts in the blood lake charged at Qinyu. "Kid, get out of here, or I'll turn you into a part of the godly lake." The most powerful holy beast was shaped like an octopus. It had a sinister mouth and 3 blood-red eyes. "Kill!" it roared, and 1,000 thick thorns formed in the blood lake. They carried a bloody fiendish aura, and in an instant they all stabbed towards Qinyu. In this blood lake, the power of heaven and earth favored them, greatly increasing the power of their attacks. It was not just the octopus holy beast. The other ancient beasts and saint beasts with slightly lower cultivation also roared and attacked Qinyu. Swoosh, Qinyu circulated the space intent and leaped down, dodging most of the attacks. The remaining small portion of attacks landed on his body, causing layers of explosions and shocking waves. Qinyu was unharmed, and he continued to rush to the bottom of the blood lake. In the sky above the blood lake, the mutated giant-scaled shark and the 3 demon lords could sense the intense ripples on the surface of the lake. Chaotic saint power spread out, and they could guess the intense battle in the lake. "I hope this kid can still come out alive." Monarch Lord Bofang's words were cold. In fact, even the giant-scaled shark did not notice that the situation at the bottom of the lake was not what they had imagined. Swoosh, Qinyu leaped down rapidly. The reason why he did not kill the octopus holy beast and the others was naturally to continue hiding his strength. If he used his full strength and killed all these small fries, it would definitely attract the attention of the mutated giant-scaled shark and the 3 demon lords. They might even join forces to attack him. "Stop him! Quickly kill him!" Cries of alarm came from behind. But even with the geographical advantage, they could not catch up to Qinyu. They could only watch as Qinyu's figure blurred and reached the bottom of the blood lake. Buzz buzz, at the bottom of the blood lake, layers of resplendent blood light rippled out, containing a terrifying pressure. At this point, even Qinyu could feel the pressure. He swept out with his spiritual sense and found a deep pit at the bottom of the blood lake. There was a bright red demonic light in it. Flying closer, he saw that it was an irregular blood-colored stone. It was crystalline, and there seemed to be a bottomless sea of blood within it. "Divine bloodstone, kid, your luck is pretty good. To think that a portion of the god blood's power has condensed into a divine bloodstone." The voice of the blood race progenitor sounded. The divine bloodstone contained the essence of the god blood. For those at the profound nether realm, not only could it increase their vitality, but it could also improve their bloodline. The bit of divine power contained within it could also be absorbed by the life star source and condensed into sacred power to advance one's cultivation. Other than that, the divine bloodstone could also be used as a material to forge supreme-grade profound artifacts. For example, the 10,000 dragon crown in Qinyu's hands was a supreme-grade profound artifact. Around the divine bloodstone were several round blood-red crystal beads. These were sacred blood beads. For blood path cultivators, sacred blood beads were the best cultivation tool. They could purify the energy of the blood path and increase the efficiency of cultivation. Qinyu's primal chaos body could absorb any kind of energy. The divine bloodstone was a great treasure to Qinyu, but the sacred blood beads were useless. Swish, he put the sacred blood beads and divine bloodstone into his interspatial dimension. But Qinyu found that the sacred blood beads had disappeared, and the divine bloodstone was still far away. "Kid, this divine bloodstone contains divine power. An ordinary interspatial dimension cannot store it." The kindred ancestor smiled. "Unless you can completely suppress the divine power of this treasure, or have a higher interspatial dimension. But there is another way, and that is to use my bloodline power to suppress it." The kindred ancestor pointed out the right path like a senior. "There is no need." Qinyu interrupted the kindred ancestor. In fact, he could move the divine bloodstone into the light silver crystal space in his heart. But Qinyu had another plan. He reached out to grab the divine bloodstone, but found it difficult to pull it out. The divine bloodstone seemed to be one with the entire blood lake. Qinyu seemed to be fighting against this blood lake that was tens of thousands of feet wide. Rumble, the blood lake shook violently. Endless blood flowed, and an even more powerful pressure came. This blood lake seems to have spirituality. Qinyu was slightly surprised. The existence of the blood lake nurtured the divine bloodstone, and the blood lake transformed because of the divine bloodstone. The two could be said to be closely connected, forming a special environment. This was also the reason why the giant-scaled shark did not directly take away the divine bloodstone. In such a special environment, the benefits were the greatest. Above the blood lake. Divine bloodstone. The mutated giant-scaled shark suddenly shouted. The other ancient and sacred beasts were also enraged. In an instant, blood essence filled the air, blood rain fell, and bloody light illuminated the world. The mutated giant-scaled shark swung its tail, setting off a terrifying bloody storm that knocked away Monarch Lord Baofeng's battle axe. Monarch Lord Baofeng was also hit by the aftermath of the storm. Several bloody lights bombarded his body, leaving behind numerous wounds. Vitality dissipated around the wounds, and they turned black and rotten. He retreated several thousand feet, stabilized his body, and immediately healed himself. Damn it, what is going on? Monarch Lord Baofeng was puzzled. Why did the mutated giant-scaled shark suddenly go crazy, as if its parents had died? Divine bloodstone? He heard the mutated giant-scaled shark shout. Could there be a divine bloodstone at the bottom of the lake? At this time, he saw a figure fly out of the blood lake. It was Qinyu. In the other party's hand was an irregular blood-red stone. It contained enormous energy and faintly emitted a divine might that shook the world and intimidated all living beings. Divine bloodstone. Monarch Lord Baofeng's eyes widened, revealing intense greed. Heavens, there is a treasure like the divine bloodstone at the bottom of this blood lake. The white-clothed monster also stared straight at the divine bloodstone, unable to shift his gaze away. Human, you're courting death. The mutated giant-scaled shark was enraged. The sacred power within its body gathered, as if it was about to use a killing blow to turn Qinyu into ashes. The entire blood lake also set off waves, forming a monstrous bloody hand that grabbed at Qinyu. This kid is really stupid. Does he think that obtaining the treasure is the same as winning? The white-cloaked monster sneered. With the mutated giant-scaled shark's strength, killing Qinyu would be a piece of cake. Prepare to attack. The target is the mutated giant-scaled shark. At this time, Monarch Lord Baofeng suddenly transmitted his voice to the white-cloaked monster and the other monster. The two froze for a moment and immediately reacted. They could make use of the giant-scaled shark to attack Qinyu and weaken the other party's strength. After the giant-scaled shark killed Qinyu, they would then kill the giant-scaled shark, and the divine bloodstone would be in their hands. The three monster monarch lords immediately focused and prepared to launch a fierce attack the moment the giant-scaled shark attacked Qinyu. In the distance, the female cloud dragon watched this scene. Qinyu is still too anxious. This way, he will become enemies with the monster race and the giant-scaled shark. Can he win? The female cloud dragon analyzed and speculated. Although it was easy for Qinyu to kill Monarch Lord Tianyu, Monarch Lord Baofeng was a late-stage mysterious underworld being, and the mutated giant-scaled shark was even more terrifying. There were also other monster race monarch lords, sacred beasts, and ancient beasts. She believed that it was almost impossible for Qinyu to win. That was good too. Once Qinyu died, she would be free. Suddenly, Qinyu said loudly, Monarch Lord Baofeng, help me take care of the divine bloodstone. The divine bloodstone in his hand suddenly flew out. Under the power of space ultimacy, it went around the mutated giant-scaled shark and accurately flew towards Monarch Lord Baofeng. Monarch Lord Baofeng stood on the spot and did not do anything. The divine bloodstone fell into his arms. Shock immediately appeared on his face. He found it hard to believe that Qinyu had actually given him the god bloodstone. Ha ha ha. After the shock, Monarch Lord Baofeng threw his head back and laughed. He could understand Qinyu's actions. In order to escape, Qinyu could only give him the divine bloodstone and curry favor with a monster race monarch lord like him. As for Qinyu asking him to take care of the divine bloodstone, Monarch Lord Baofeng felt that it was because Qinyu could not put down his pride and was just putting it in a nice way. Although the giant-scaled shark would also attack him because of this, it was all worth it if he could obtain the divine bloodstone. Retreat. He and the other two monsters immediately retreated. As long as they got rid of the mutated giant-scaled shark, they would have made a huge profit this time. Leave the divine bloodstone. The mutated giant-scaled shark roared angrily and chased after them. The blood light around its body surged and turned into several raging blood rivers that rushed forward. Master, you gave the divine bloodstone. The cloud dragon female did not expect that the domineering Xianxia would hand over the divine bloodstone in order to save his life. Hee, I said to let him take care of it for me first. Xianxia flew up and was not in a hurry to give chase. Where could Monarch Lord Bo Feng escape to when he was being chased? With the blood race progenitor's senses, he could not lose the divine bloodstone. Moreover, now that the monster race monarch and the mutated giant-scaled shark had been lured away, his eyes were focused on the blood lake that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide. This blood lake also contained the remnant power of the divine blood. It was also a treasure. Buzz, his body changed, and blood light rippled all over his body. The ancient and domineering bloodline pressure surged in all directions. The blood race progenitor's bloodline was activated by Xianxia. Xianxia's body fluctuated with a blood-colored radiance. His flesh, skin, pupils, and hair all turned blood red, appearing demonic and bloodthirsty. He gave off a domineering aura of supremacy. This is? Under the pressure of this bloodline, the blood of the female cloud dragon trembled. Unable to withstand this aura, she bent her body as though she wanted to submit to Xianxia. The cloud dragon female had not expected Xianxia to be hiding such a terrifying bloodline power. From the looks of it, even the stormy wind, the Archlord, and the mutated gigantic scaled shark could not do anything to Xianxia. Xianxia might have other plans for handing over the divine bloodstone. Although the Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su were not living beings of flesh and blood, they trembled under the pressure of this pure bloodline aura and did not dare to approach. Devour! Xianxia shouted and activated the blood race's progenitor bloodline. The greatest innate ability of the blood race bloodline was to devour blood and rapidly increase one's cultivation. Xianxia possessed the blood race's progenitor bloodline and obtained this ability. This lake that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide contained shocking power of the blood Tao. There was no way he would miss it. Boom! The progenitor bloodline was activated further and the blood-colored light around Xianxia's body intensified. A gigantic figure appeared behind him and gave off an ancient aura that could suppress all things. The gigantic figure opened its mouth and sucked. Immediately, a gigantic blood-colored vortex was formed with Xianxia at the center. The blood in the lake below floated uncontrollably and surged towards Xianxia. The lake of blood was sentient. It struggled with all its might but to no avail. In front of the progenitor bloodline, it was completely restrained and could only obey Xianxia's will. Gurgle, a vast whirlpool of water formed around Xianxia, and a steady stream of dark red blood enveloped and seeped into Xianxia's body. The lake was too big and Xianxia's time was limited, so he increased the absorption rate. Rumble, the entire lake of blood trembled and waves surged towards Xianxia. The female cloud dragon stood rooted to the ground, completely dumbfounded. The blood in the blood lake was extremely poisonous. Ordinary mysterious nether realm experts would be poisoned if they soaked in it for too long. The consequences were severe, and they might even lose their lives. But now, Xianxia was crazily absorbing the blood in the blood lake, but there were no signs of poisoning. Xianxia's resistance to poison was already very strong. How could the ancestral bloodline be affected by the poisonous blood? In 3 breaths of time, the water volume in the giant lake had decreased by 20%, however, this was only the beginning. Xianxia was still devouring the blood crazily. His body was like a bottomless black hole, devouring everything. At the same time, Xianxia's cultivation was also slowly increasing. The progenitor blood race's bloodline was extremely powerful. As it absorbed blood, it began to transform it into pure energy that strengthened Xianxia's body and his natal star source. Xianxia's aura grew stronger and stronger. At that moment, the Golden Stone Monarch and the others could clearly sense that Xianxia's cultivation was at the peak of the mid-stage mysterious underworld realm. This cultivation was already very shocking. After all, Xianxia looked very young. However, they all thought that Xianxia should be at the late-stage mysterious underworld realm. After all, Sovereign Lord Tianyu, who was at the peak of the mid-stage mysterious underworld realm, had been instantly killed in 3 moves. The surroundings were silent. Rumble, the giant blood-colored whirlpool spun rapidly, and the water level of the blood lake dropped rapidly. Meanwhile, Qianyu's cultivation aura continued to rise, shaking the heavens and earth. 15 breaths later, the blood lake disappeared, and a giant pit appeared where it had been. Qianyu floated in the sky, and blood-colored ripples constantly surged out of his crystal-red body. The entire blood lake was too large, and it also contained poison. Even if Qianyu had the ancestral bloodline, he couldn't possibly convert and use the entire blood lake so quickly. The ancestral bloodline even felt some pressure. Qianyu's absorption speed was too fast. If he took it slowly, there wouldn't be any problem. The cultivation aura on Qianyu's body was still rising, and the ancestral bloodline was constantly being refined and converted. Under normal circumstances, Qianyu would need to enter seclusion for a few days before he could convert and use the entire blood lake. At that time, his cultivation would also improve significantly. However, he didn't have much time at this moment. He still had to retrieve the divine bloodstone that was in the hands of Sovereign Lord Bo Feng. "Old man, store the rest of the blood." Qianyu transmitted a voice transmission to the blood clan's progenitor. "It's a small matter." The blood clan's progenitor cooperated with Qianyu and stored the remaining blood in the ancestral bloodline. The blood Tao pressure that was constantly fluctuating from Qianyu's body gradually weakened and finally dissipated. He retracted the ancestral bloodline, and his body returned to normal. "Master, are we going to retrieve the divine bloodstone now?" The female cloud dragon asked respectfully. She had been completely shocked by the scene just now, and she was full of admiration for Qianyu's shocking means. She, the demon ray sovereign lord, and the others did not treat the blood lake as a treasure, but a danger. Qianyu was the only one who seemed to have set his sights on this massive blood lake a long time ago. In such a short period of time, he absorbed all the blood in the blood lake, and his cultivation aura was much stronger than before. However, before long, the female cloud dragon realized that she could not sense Qianyu's cultivation aura. The other party's method of hiding his cultivation was not simple either. "Yes." Qianyu nodded and left first. The reason why he absorbed the blood lake so quickly and stored all the remaining blood was to retrieve the divine bloodstone. The remnant divine power aura fluctuation in the air could not be erased by Sovereign Lord Bo Feng and the mutated gigantic scaled shark. In fact, Qianyu did not even need to use the ancestral bloodline to sense it. Following the remnant divine power aura, Qianyu used his full speed and vanished instantly. As for the female cloud dragon, Senior Su, and the golden stone monarch, they flew into the dried blood lake and searched for some of the treasures that Qianyu ignored. "Leave the divine bloodstone behind. Otherwise, I will tear all of you into pieces." The mutated gigantic scaled shark roared furiously and opened its bloody mouth. Its sharp teeth emitted a blood-red glow. Boom, a violent river of blood surged out. The octopus sacred beast and the other subordinates that followed the mutated gigantic scaled shark hid in the river of blood and rapidly closed in on Sovereign Lord Bo Feng and the rest. "Ah! Save me!" A peak early-stage mysterious underworld demon was bitten by an ancient beast covered in dark red scales. Half of its body was torn off, and blood splattered everywhere. Sovereign Lord Bo Feng and the white-clothed demon unleashed a sacred power defensive barrier and fled with all their might without looking back. To Sovereign Lord Bo Feng, it was fine as long as he obtained the divine bloodstone. It did not matter if his subordinates died. With this divine bloodstone, he would be able to reach the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm after a few decades of seclusion. The possibility of him becoming a demigod would also increase greatly. "Lord, I'm afraid we can't hold on for long." The white-clothed demon had a bitter expression. In the second round of exhaustion, more than half of their astral source sacred power had been consumed, and they were all injured. In order to keep up with Sovereign Lord Bo Feng, his astral source sacred power was rapidly consumed. "Don't worry. As long as you can keep up with this Emperor's speed, you won't die," Sovereign Lord Bo Feng said coldly. The gigantic scaled shark's exhaustion was similar to theirs. However, it had repeatedly unleashed powerful attacks during the pursuit. Sovereign Lord Bo Feng focused on escaping and defending, so his exhaustion was relatively smaller. The gigantic scaled shark's speed was comparable to his, so Sovereign Lord Bo Feng was confident of escaping. The only thing that troubled him was that he couldn't hide the divine bloodstone in his storage space. If he encountered other teams and the divine bloodstone was discovered, he would be completely finished. Swish! Swish, swish! Suddenly, thousands of bloody lights flew over from behind. Every bloody light was a sharp blood crystal scale. They were densely packed and enveloped the sky. The profound artifact battle axe on Sovereign Lord Baofeng's back spun and blocked the attack of the blood-golden scales. Chi! Chi! Two of the blood crystal scales flew over and sliced through Sovereign Lord Baofeng's sacred power defensive barrier, leaving a bloody wound on his leg and arm. Sovereign Lord Baofeng ignored these injuries and continued fleeing. Right at this moment, he discovered a figure in front of him. Logically speaking, the 4 clans that entered the mystic realm space all moved in small teams. How could it be one person? It's you. In the next moment, Sovereign Lord Baofeng saw the other party's appearance clearly. It was Qinyu who had handed the divine bloodstone to him previously. Sovereign Lord Baofeng recalled that Qinyu's strength was not weak. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to successfully retrieve the divine bloodstone from the bottom of the blood lake. Hence, he said, Qinyu, hurry up and fight against the gigantic scaled shark with this emperor. After killing it, I can give you 30% of the benefits. Haha, Sovereign Lord Baofeng, are you sending off a beggar? Qinyu smiled disdainfully and then shouted, the divine bloodstone that I entrusted to you for safekeeping, it's time to return it to me now. Bastard, you want to take advantage of the situation? Even if you obtain the divine bloodstone, you will have to face the gigantic scaled shark and me. You will definitely die. Sovereign Lord Baofeng scolded angrily. This is not something you should care about. You just need to hand the divine bloodstone to me. Qinyu was calm and indifferent. Sovereign Lord Baofeng naturally would not hand it over obediently. One breath later, Qinyu suddenly attacked, activating the white tiger sacred claw and executing the star-splitting claw. Xiaoqi, a huge golden crescent, flickering with silver luster, struck out like a phantom. Under the power of space intent, the speed of this star-splitting claw was extremely fast. What? Sovereign Lord Baofeng did not expect that Qinyu would really dare to snatch it. But immediately after, he was shocked. The attack that Qinyu executed was not ordinary. He felt that he could not dodge, and a sense of danger arose in his heart. His strength is actually so monstrous? Sovereign Lord Baofeng revealed a look of shock. It was also at this moment that the gigantic scaled shark behind him executed a powerful attack. The blood light pillar rushed over, it was ferocious and tyrannical, wanting to destroy everything. The saint power in Sovereign Lord Baofeng's body surged wildly, and the black battle axe above his head slashed out a circle of pitch-black flames. Boom boom boom, explosions shook the sky, and a storm enshrouded. There was no doubt that Sovereign Lord Baofeng faced a pincer attack. Even if he used his full strength, he was still at a disadvantage. Qinyu's attack left a bloody wound on Sovereign Lord Baofeng's body that was so deep that bones could be seen. The gigantic scaled shark's attack sent Sovereign Lord Baofeng flying, and his entire body was withered and pale. Swish, Qinyu had already expected all of this. He rapidly closed in on Sovereign Lord Baofeng and lightly waved his white tiger sacred claw. Chi, a blade of gold and silver light pierced through the void and slashed at Sovereign Lord Baofeng's arm. Divine bloodstone. Sovereign Lord Baofeng screamed. His arm that had been sliced off was holding an irregular blood-red stone. Whoosh, under the effect of the power of space, the arm landed in Qinyu's hand. Divine bloodstone, obtained. With this, Qinyu did not have to spend much effort, and the greatest benefits from the blood lake all fell into his hands. After achieving his goal, Qinyu unfurled the vermilion bird's sacred wings behind his back. The blood wings covered the sky, and he turned into a streak of blood-red flame that flew into the distance. Bastard, that's my divine bloodstone. Sovereign Lord Baofeng roared in rage. He and the gigantic scaled shark chased after Qinyu at the same time, but their speed was inferior to Qinyu's. Previously, the monster race and the gigantic scaled shark had fought for a long time, and after that, they had experienced an intense chase. Both sides were injured, and they had expended a lot of energy. At this moment, they could only watch as Qinyu left. This is infuriating. Imperial Lord Baofeng flew into a rage. The divine bloodstone that was in his hands was taken away by Qinyu. Moreover, the strength that the other party displayed was extraordinary. They had been deceived previously. Now that they thought about it, Qinyu wasn't joking when he said that he would hand the divine bloodstone to him for safekeeping. Now, Qinyu had taken away the divine bloodstone. ***, when this emperor recovers to his peak, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Imperial Lord Bo Feng roared in anger. That kid is your accomplice, right? The mutated gigantic scaled shark stared at Imperial Lord Bo Feng. Comparatively speaking, it was the angriest. The god bloodstone was originally its treasure. Imperial Lord Bo Feng was so angry that he couldn't breathe. The gigantic scaled shark actually thought that he and Qinyu were accomplices. If it wasn't for you chasing this emperor, how could the divine bloodstone be taken away by that kid? Imperial Lord Bo Feng had a bad temper and hated the gigantic scaled shark to the bone. The gigantic scaled shark released the saint power within its body, illuminating the heaven and earth. A boundless sea of blood appeared in the surroundings, gradually condensing into a huge ball of blood, crushing over. Imperial Lord Bo Feng was also angered and joined forces with the white-cloaked monster to launch a counterattack. However, in terms of manpower, the gigantic scaled shark had more subordinates. In the pursuit from before, Imperial Lord Bo Feng and the white-cloaked demon had both suffered injuries. Especially Imperial Lord Bo Feng, the joint attack from Qinyu and the golden-scaled shark had caused his previous injuries to erupt, causing him to be heavily injured. Bang bang, both sides exchanged several moves, causing explosions in the sky. Retreat. Blood flowed from the corner of Imperial Lord Bo Feng's mouth as he retreated from the battle. The white-cloaked monster also hurriedly retreated. Both his legs were gone, leaving only his upper body flying in the void. Kill them all. The mutated gigantic scaled shark roared in anger, wanting to kill all these enemies to vent the hatred in its heart. Damn it, this emperor is heavily injured and isn't this monster's match. Imperial Lord Bo Feng gritted his teeth in extreme anger. The mutated gigantic scaled shark chased relentlessly, attacking from behind. Imperial Lord Bo Feng and the white-cloaked monster were in danger. Lord Bo Feng, save me, the white-robed demon was enveloped by the mutated giant scaled shark's attack. In his current state, there was no way he could escape. Sovereign Lord Luo Feng took a look. If he were to save the white-robed demon, he would be in even greater danger. He gritted his teeth and decided to take this opportunity to retreat. At this moment, a cold and arrogant voice descended, Sovereign Lord Luo Feng, you disappoint me. Sovereign Lord Bo Feng's entire body shuddered. He looked into the distance and saw an imposing figure standing proudly in the void. In the blink of an eye, that figure instantly appeared in front of him, so fast that he couldn't react. His body was covered in dazzling feathered hair, and he stood tall and straight. His dark purple eyes seemed to be able to see through one's mind. Master Evil Sparrow, I, Sovereign Lord Luo Feng prepared to explain. Of the four-man squad he led, only two remained. The white-robed demon was about to fall into the jaws of the giant-scaled shark. He also felt ashamed of such a miserable result. Before he could finish speaking, the demigod Evil Sparrow unleashed a terrifying aura that instantly froze everything in its path, causing the air to become deathly silent. This aura, the mutated giant-scaled shark instantly froze in midair. Its subordinates all turned into statues, unable to move. Everything nearby bowed down to the demigod Evil Sparrow. The demigod Evil Sparrow's gaze turned toward the mutated giant-scaled shark, and two beams of purple light instantly shook heaven and earth with a terrifying divine might. All matter was completely annihilated by these two beams of dark purple light. The mutated giant-scaled shark felt the danger of death and started to struggle. Its sacred power surged, and its aura rose. Whoosh, whoosh. The two beams of purple light instantly pierced through the giant-scaled shark's body and left behind two giant holes. Countless cracks appeared on the mutated giant-scaled shark's blood-red body, and pieces of flesh and blood fell to the ground. Some of the subordinates next to the giant-scaled shark weren't hit by the demigod Evil Sparrow's attack, but their bodies also exploded at this instant. One glance instantly killed the mutated giant-scaled shark. One had to know that the mutated giant-scaled shark's strength was close to the peak late-stage mysterious dark realm in the Lake of Blood. Even the famous sovereign Lord Luo Feng had almost died at the hands of the mutated giant-scaled shark. However, against a demigod, the other party died instantly. The white-robed demon had also escaped from danger. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Just now, he had been near the mutated giant-scaled shark, and he had a feeling that he was already dead. Eh? There's a weak divine power in this shark's body. The demigod Evil Bird found something unusual from the corpse of the shark after killing it. Lord Evil Sparrow, please allow me to tell you everything that happened. Emperor Lord Bo Feng bowed. Next, he narrated his team's encounter in detail. It's all because of that bastard human. Sovereign Lord Bo Feng gritted his teeth. He still didn't know Qianyu's name. God Bloodstone. The demigod Evil Vermilion Bird's eyes lit up. The mutant giant scale shark was of no use to him. However, the God Bloodstone was different. It could improve his cultivation to a certain extent. Take me to the blood lake you spoke of. Demigod Evil Sparrow ordered. That's right. Perhaps that human brat is still near the blood lake. Emperor Lord Bo Feng immediately agreed and started to look forward to it. Qianyu hadn't left for long, so he might still be near the blood lake. Once Demigod Evil Sparrow took action, Qianyu wouldn't be able to survive. Demigod Evil Sparrow's team originally had 3 people, but now there was a total of 5 people including Emperor Lord Bo Feng and the white-robed demon. A while later Demigod Evil Sparrow's team arrived at the blood lake. Where's the lake? Emperor Lord Bo Feng? A Emperor Lord from Demigod Evil Sparrow's team asked with a smile. This? Emperor Lord Bo Feng and the white-robed demon were dazed. The giant lake of blood that was several 100,000 yards wide had disappeared, and only a giant crater was left. There were only some low-grade resources around the early stages of the star condensation realm left in it. For Emperor Lords and demigods, they were all trash. The lake disappeared. Emperor Lord Bo Feng took a deep breath in disbelief. Emperor Lord Bo Feng? Are you joking with us? The Emperor Lord from before said with a smile. According to Emperor Lord Bo Feng, the lake of blood wasn't normal blood water. It could block the 5 senses and divine sense, and the poison within it could even kill those at the mysterious dark realm. The amount of blood water in such a large crater should be shocking. A normal interspatial dimension wouldn't be able to store it. Even if it could be stored, there was no need to spend so much effort to fill the interspatial dimension with water. The God Bloodstone can't be put into a normal interspatial dimension, but I can't sense any divine power from it. This means that the human has a special method to suppress the divine power within the God Bloodstone, or he has an extremely high-level interspatial dimension. Demigod Evil Sparrow spoke, and the other beasts instantly shut their mouths and listened. Thinking about how the entire lake of blood had disappeared, Demigod Evil Sparrow guessed that Qianyu had an extremely high-level interspatial dimension. Send a message to the other members of the beast race. Tell them to pay attention to this person. If he doesn't join the beast race, capture and kill him. Demigod Evil Sparrow ordered. Qianyu left after obtaining the God Bloodstone. He had already taken everything in the lake of blood, so there was no need for him to stay. The female from the Cloud Dragon race, the Golden Stone King, and Senior Su took all the treasures that Qianyu didn't want and obtained a lot. They didn't do anything, but they were still able to obtain benefits. They wanted nothing more than to hug Qianyu's leg. He's walking so quickly and in a straight line. Does he have a new target? The female from the Cloud Dragon race speculated as she observed Qianyu. If it was her who obtained the God Bloodstone, she would definitely find a place to enter seclusion and protect the Blood God Stone. However, Qianyu moved very quickly and didn't even stop to organize his spoils. That's right, Qianyu entered this place by mistake before the 4 major races. He might know many secrets that we don't. The female from the Cloud Dragon race thought of this. She had seen Qianyu obtain a lot of benefits from the Lake of Blood, but she didn't know where Qianyu was going next. There were many places in Qianyu's memories that could contain treasures. Now that the 4 major races were involved, he had to hurry up and give up some places in order to obtain the greatest benefits. Qianyu had already determined his next target a long time ago. I just hope that the 4 major races haven't already taken everything there. Qianyu thought. At that moment, the voice of the blood race's primogenitor sounded. Kid, the blood in the entire lake is enough for you. You won't be able to use the god blood stone for the time being. I have a secret art that can maximize the use of this god blood stone. It was rare for the blood race's primogenitor to take the initiative to suggest something. Xinyu pondered for a while. The blood in the entire lake contained massive energy. Given the power of the primogenitor's bloodline, his cultivation would increase greatly if he could absorb all of it. However, he had just broken through to the peak mid-stage mysterious underworld realm, and it wasn't suitable for him to increase his cultivation rapidly. Even the blood stored in the primogenitor's bloodline couldn't be used up in a short time by Xinyu. For Xinyu, the god blood stone could only be used to increase his cultivation, followed by his vitality. As the blood race's primogenitor said, Xinyu might not be able to use the god blood stone for the time being. It was indeed a waste. What secret art? Xinyu's interest was piqued by the blood race's primogenitor. The god bloodstone was expensive. He was willing to give it a try if he could fully utilize its value in a short time. Blood god avatar. The blood race's primogenitor said. Blood god avatar? Xinyu was shocked by the blood race's primogenitor's words. What kind of secret art was that? It was actually related to God. Blood god avatar is a top-tier secret art in my memories. Among the entire blood race, I was the only one who used it. The blood race's primogenitor continued. From this, it could be seen that this secret art wasn't something an ordinary person could control. The blood race's primogenitor was a god who shook the origin world. To put it simply, you can use the god blood stone as the core to cultivate a special avatar. Once the blood god avatar is formed, its potential will far surpass that of the blood-devouring race. Add to that the materials used to create the avatar and the power of the god blood, the avatar's potential will be limitless. An avatar with far more potential than the blood-devouring race. Xinyu was somewhat tempted. But if I create an avatar now, it won't be of much help to me in a short time, right? Xinyu countered. Haha, you're underestimating the blood god avatar. The blood god avatar is a special form of energy. It has no fatal weaknesses and can be called an immortal body. And because of the god blood, the avatar can even comprehend divine skills. Xinyu was extremely tempted by the blood god clone that the blood ancestor had described. It could fully unleash the value of the divine blood stone in a short period of time. Moreover, the blood god clone had great potential and could cultivate extremely quickly. As long as there were enough resources, the blood god clone's cultivation could increase rapidly. As for combat strength, there was no need to worry at all. The blood god clone isn't that easy to refine. Xinyu communicated with the blood ancestor. He had never heard of such a powerful blood god clone before. Such a top-notch secret technique naturally can't be simple. I'm the only one in the entire main world who knows and has created a blood god clone. The blood ancestor said proudly. If you want to refine a blood god clone, one divine blood stone isn't enough. You'll need a large amount of other resources. The blood ancestor continued. If it was any other time, Xinyu might have hesitated. However, there were all sorts of resources in the special mystic realm, so it was definitely worth a try. Alright, I'll give it a try. Xinyu made up his mind. However, he had no time now. He had to rush to the second destination as soon as possible. 12 hours later. A massive ruined ancient city appeared within the range of everyone's spiritual senses. Dark ghost clouds gathered in the sky, emitting a murderous aura. The female cloud dragon, the golden stone monarch, and the others felt shocked even though they were dozens of miles away. What is this place? The golden stone monarch's voice trembled. Compared to the blood lake from before, this ancient city with a frightening ghostly aura caused his hair to stand on end and a sense of danger to envelop his heart. The female cloud dragon felt the same way. She had a bad feeling before she even got close. This was clearly an extremely dangerous place. Haven't the four races discovered this place yet? Xinyu scanned the surroundings with his spiritual senses but did not find any traces of cultivators. According to the blood ancestor senses, there was a dense demigod aura in this ghost city. The ghostly aura here had already formed a special region that would definitely nurture some unique treasures. Xinyu had originally planned to explore with the four races so that they could share the burden. However, he did not expect that no outsiders had discovered this place. Xianxia could not help but ponder. Perhaps he had to change his plans again. He didn't dare to casually step into the ghost city alone. But it wasn't like he didn't have help. Xianxu's consciousness entered the world inside his heart. Elder Lu and the other elders of the blood tribe were living in this world, helping Xianxia take care of the flowers and plants. Although their freedom was restricted, it was easy for them to stay here. The effect of their cultivation was not worse than that of the blood god island. Suddenly, a blurry figure condensed in the void. It was Xianxia. "Greetings, Blood Lord." Elder Lu and the other vampires bowed in unison. "Help me take care of this batch of precious materials. The Blood Saint Pearl is your reward." Xianxu's thoughts moved slightly, and several heavenly materials and earthly treasures were moved out of the light silver crystal space, all of which were Xianxu's recent gains. The Blood Saint Pearl was a treasure he had obtained at the bottom of the Blood Lake. It was right next to the divine bloodstone and was extremely valuable. Blood Saint Pearl? Elder Lu widened his eyes. The Blood Saint Pearl was an excellent auxiliary treasure for Blood Dao cultivators. It could purify Blood Dao energy and increase the efficiency of cultivation. To them, the Blood Saint Pearl was extremely valuable. There were some on the Blood Saint Island, but they were in the hands of an extremely small number of Blood Tribe members. On the other hand, the late-stage mysterious underworld Elder Lu appeared rather calm. However, he was very curious about how Xianxia had obtained so many Blood Saint Pearls. Xianxia scanned the 5 Blood Tribe the Archlords. Elder Lu was the strongest with late-stage mysterious underworld cultivation. As a member of the blood-devouring race, his strength could even match a peak late-stage mysterious underworld human. It was still a little risky to bring all these Blood Tribe the Archlords along to explore the ghost city. At this moment, the female cloud dragon outside said, "Master, there are other teams approaching." Xianxu's consciousness left the world inside his heart. He had brought 5 the Archlords from the Blood Tribe, but unless it was absolutely necessary, Xianxia did not want to borrow these external forces. If he were to ask others for help when he encountered any trouble, it would only make his progress stagnate. Only by relying on his own ability to break through difficulties could he continuously improve and transform. Xianxu's consciousness returned to his main body. As expected, there was a team of 3 people in the distance. They were riding on 3 special flying tools in the shape of birds. They were shiny silver, and their surfaces were shiny and shimmering. What's going on with this team? Did they accidentally enter this place before us? Someone from the Heaven's Legacy race asked. The team of the human race, Cloud Dragon race, and Stone race was indeed rather strange. Lord Ziyun, should we attack these people? Another middle-aged man from the Heaven's Legacy race asked. He had a handsome face and a light beard. The leader of the 3-man team was a graceful lady in purple robes. She was dignified and elegant, and she gave off a scholarly aura. The purple cloud the Archlord scanned the distance with her beautiful eyes and sized up the female cloud dragon race and Xianxia. There's no need. Our current target is this ancient city. This place is filled with dangers, and it will be very difficult for us to conquer it with our strength. We need other helpers. They can be cannon fodder, the purple cloud the Archlord said calmly and elegantly. In the distance, Xianxia and the others also knew the identity of the newcomers. Heaven's Legacy race. Xianxu's expression tensed up, but he did not act rashly. He had already learned from the clown Mo Sandong that the Heaven's Legacy race was collecting God-fiend parts. Although he did not know if the Heavenly Moon Alliance's Heaven's Legacy race was the same, it was better to be careful. Once the secret of the Heart of Eternity was exposed, he might face a powerful enemy in the Heavenly Moon Alliance's Heaven's Legacy race. Let's retreat, Xianxia ordered. The female cloud dragon race was rather surprised. Xianxia was fearless when facing the 4-man team of the Archlord Bo Feng. He toyed with the demonic race and the golden-scaled shark in the palm of his hand and obtained the greatest benefits. But why did Xianxia become cautious when facing 3 members of the Heaven's Legacy race? She did not ask any questions and retreated with Xianxia and the others. Ha ha ha, they retreated. It seems like they really did enter this place by mistake and had no choice but to band together. But even so, their strength is too low. The middle-aged man from the Heaven's Legacy race laughed. Ignore them for now. Spread the news in a small area and attract the other teams. We'll use their strength to help us conquer this place. The purple cloud the Archlord instructed. Yes. The middle-aged man replied. Follow me to inspect this ghost city and come up with a strategy. The violet cloud sovereign said to the other Heaven's Legacy race member. The Heaven's Legacy race middle-aged man boarded a flying tool and left the group, preparing to carry out the mission. However, the other party was heading in Qianyu's direction. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, the strange-looking flying tool arrived in front of Qianyu and the others. The Cloud Dragon Lady, the Golden Stone Monarch, and the others all knew that Qianyu was extremely strong and was comparable to a late-stage mysterious underworld expert. The middle-aged man from the Heaven's Legacy race was at the peak mid-stage mysterious underworld realm, so he was not worried. Everyone, why don't you consider joining the Heaven's Legacy race? The Heaven's Legacy race middle-aged man indifferently said. No need. Qianyu coldly refused, not wanting to interact too much with the Heaven's Legacy race. The Heaven's Legacy race middle-aged man had not expected his opponent to be so decisive, as if he had some sort of grudge with the Heaven's Legacy race. Moreover, he acutely sensed that these weak cultivators did not fear him at all. Then why had they retreated just now? This was really strange. The Heaven's Legacy race man said nothing more and immediately left. It looks like these 3 Heaven's Legacy race members have their eyes on this ghost city. Qianyu did not need to worry and only needed to wait for the right time. Whoosh, he took out the heavenly dark feather and entered the inner space. Give me the blood god clone technique. Qianyu said to the blood race progenitor. Now that he had some free time, he planned to try out the blood race progenitor's suggestion. In the mysterious heart, the blood race progenitor's bloodline sent a massive amount of information into Qianyu's mind. Qianyu closed his eyes and began to browse through the blood god clone technique. This secret technique was at the divine level and had a lot of profound and cryptic content. It involved many domains that Qianyu did not understand. Fortunately, he had the blood race progenitor, who was a blood Tao almighty, to ask him if he had any questions. While comprehending the blood god clone technique, Qianyu's knowledge and experience were also expanding. As he continued to understand it, Qianyu discovered that the blood god clone technique was far more powerful than he had expected. After all, the blood race progenitor had only described it in general terms. On the surface, the blood god clone technique was a method to create powerful clones, but the blood race progenitor's original goal in creating this secret technique was to increase his own cultivation. The blood race progenitor had spent a lot of effort on this secret technique. According to the description of the blood god clone technique, after nurturing the blood god's doppelganger, Qianyu could also refine the doppelganger and greatly improve his cultivation. Back then, I had reached the peak of the origin world and created the blood god clone. It had been less than 300 years, so I did not absorb and refine it. The blood race progenitor said with some regret. So you're saying that this secret technique might not be complete? Qianyu understood the meaning behind the words. No wonder the blood race progenitor suggested that Qianyu refine the blood god clone. Part of the reason was that the blood race progenitor wanted to test the blood god clone technique. The blood Tao secret technique that I created can't have any problems. The blood race progenitor's tone was firm. At his peak, the blood race progenitor could be said to be the #1 blood Tao expert in the universe. Qianyu didn't refute it. Even if the secret technique was incomplete, it was attractive enough. After reading through the entire blood god clone technique, Qianyu started to create the blood god clone. The blood god clone was closely connected to the main body, and with the progenitor's enslavement, Qianyu had absolute control over the clone. He cut open his skin and took out his own blood and a drop of essence blood. The blood god clone's essence came from Qianyu. In the future, it would be easier for Qianyu to absorb and refine the blood god clone. He formed a hand seal. Endless holy power flowed out and merged with his blood and essence blood, turning into a bright-colored blood bead. After 3 days of refinement, Qianyu took out the divine blood stone and merged it into the blood bead's core. Instantly, the blood bead underwent an earth-shattering change. It gained sentience and released a faint divine aura that shook the surroundings. With the remaining divine blood and divine power inside the divine blood stone, the blood god clone you create will have no bottlenecks. As long as you have enough resources, you can reach demigod. the blood race progenitor said. Qianyu's mind stirred. For ordinary cultivators, every small realm was a bottleneck. If they wanted to reach demigod, they would have to go through countless bottlenecks. 10 days later. Inside the heavenly secluded feather, the blood bead in front of Qianyu had turned into a 1-meter-tall blood figure. Blood surged inside, and there seemed to be crystal red blood vessels connected to the whole body. This short blood figure had a strange connection with Qianyu, as if it was a part of him. The blood race progenitor sensed it and said, "The embryonic form of the blood god clone is complete. At present, this little guy should have the strength of the early star condensation stage. As it continues to devour blood and treasures, its cultivation will increase rapidly. Currently, this little guy should have the strength of early star condensation realm. As it continues to devour blood and treasures, its cultivation will improve rapidly." This characteristic of the blood god doppelganger stemmed from the power of the progenitor bloodline, which surpassed the blood-devouring clan. "Then let's try." Qianyu took out a blood saint pearl. Although the blood saint pearl was an excellent auxiliary treasure for blood path cultivators, it also contained the essence of blood path energy. The blood god doppelganger, as if smelling something tempting, opened its mouth and swallowed the blood saint pearl. The surface of its body wriggled slightly, as if digesting the energy of the blood saint pearl. Qianyu had a special connection with the doppelganger, and was aware of its changes. He could clearly sense that the blood god doppelganger's cultivation was increasing, its aura was getting stronger, and its body was becoming more complete. After swallowing a blood saint pearl, the blood god doppelganger's cultivation was very close to the peak early star condensation realm. With one more, its cultivation could break through. This cultivation speed was really amazing. Qianyu immediately took out some blood path resources from his storage space to cultivate the blood god doppelganger. The blood god doppelganger had just been created, and could not be used yet. As it devoured and absorbed resources, its cultivation would grow, and it would be able to play a role. In other words, Qianyu had to be willing to invest in order to see results in a short period of time. When he chose to cultivate the doppelganger, he had already made up his mind. Qianyu not only took out the blood path resources from his storage space, but also planned to use some of the blood path resources from his heart to cultivate the blood god doppelganger. Among them, Qianyu did not plan to use the resurrection sanguine grass, which was equivalent to another life at a critical moment. The blood god doppelganger was like a big eater, excitedly devouring all kinds of treasures, even blood path ores. It could digest and absorb them. Soon, the blood god doppelganger swelled up. Because it devoured too much at once, the blood god doppelganger needed time to digest. Just like Qianyu, who devoured the entire blood lake, even with the blood race's ancestral bloodline, it needed time to digest the huge amount of blood. Qianyu temporarily rested and cultivated with the blood god doppelganger. While the doppelganger was digesting the blood path resources, Qianyu was digesting the blood stored in the ancestral bloodline. 3 days later. Qianyu opened his eyes. He had already absorbed more than half of the blood stored in the progenitor bloodline. His cultivation had improved by quite a bit. As for the blood god avatar beside him, its cultivation had already reached the peak of intermediate celestial condensation realm. It hadn't finished digesting the precious materials it had devoured. In this aspect, it was weaker than Qianyu, who had the progenitor's bloodline. However, Qianyu discovered that the blood god doppelganger had developed a relatively complete consciousness and could communicate with it. "You stay here and cultivate." Qianyu ordered the blood god doppelganger and left the heavenly secluded feather. "Master, there's a team of 2, the cloud dragon female reported the situation." "It's him." In the distance, one of the winged race members in the 2-man team stared at Qianyu, his scarlet eyes burning with fire. "This kid is really here." The other silver soul was overjoyed. They were the other 2 divine guards who accompanied Empress Red Smoke. When they were exploring the enchanted mountain range, they also encountered the phenomenon of the enchanted fog suddenly thinning, so they explored this mystic realm. "Should we attack?" the winged race divine guard asked. Over the past few days, they had learned about the situation in this mystic realm. The 4 major races controlled the mystic realm, and they adopted the strategy of roping in and killing those who had entered by mistake. Once they appeared, they might be targeted by the Heaven's Legacy race team and be forced to join the Heaven's Legacy race. "Attack." We'll leave immediately after capturing Qinyu. The Silver Soul Divine Guard made a decision. He didn't care about the Heaven's Legacy race alone. Qinyu didn't know these two, but one of them was from the Silver Soul race, so the other party's identity was obvious. Divine Guards. The cultivation of these two Divine Guards was higher than Empress Red Smoke, late-stage mysterious underworld. It was at this moment that the two Divine Guards made their move, flying toward Qinyu's location. Master, they're coming this way. The Cloud Dragon female panicked. Although there were only two people in this team, the Silver Soul and Winged Race's cultivation were late-stage mysterious underworld. Killing her would be a piece of cake. Furthermore, the Winged Race was one of the strongest races in the origin world, while the Silver Soul race was a race descended from gods and devils. On the other hand, Qinyu's expression didn't change. Qinyu, come with us obediently. The Silver Soul Divine Guard laughed sinisterly. Cut the crap. Just attack. The Winged Race Divine Guard's eyes were cold. He flapped his wings, and several scarlet fire feathers shot out, attacking Qinyu's arms and legs. He planned to cripple Qinyu's limbs and capture him. Bang! Several scarlet fire feathers struck Qinyu's limbs, and a fiery light exploded. However, after the fiery light dissipated, Qinyu was still standing there, unharmed. How is this possible? The Winged Race Divine Guard was slightly shocked. He was afraid of accidentally killing Qinyu, so he hadn't used his full strength. However, that attack just now was enough to kill an ordinary early-stage mysterious underworld expert. The Winged Race Divine Guard knew that Qinyu had an indestructible constitution and wouldn't die instantly. He hadn't expected Qinyu to be unharmed. The Silver Soul Divine Guard was also shocked. They still thought that Qinyu's cultivation was early-stage mysterious underworld. They didn't know that the Archlord Hong Yan had died in Qinyu's hands. Haha, you want to capture me? Qinyu smiled disdainfully. He had broken through to the mysterious underworld realm as a sovereign and possessed many powerful trump cards. A late-stage mysterious underworld expert couldn't do anything to him. Qinyu even wondered if he should expose his strength and attack the Divine Guards. Using their flesh to feed his blood god clone would definitely be very effective. The Silver Soul and Winged Race Divine Guards felt humiliated and angry when they saw Qinyu's gaze. It was like a hunter sizing up his prey. The astral source sacred energy in their bodies surged, and they decided to go all out to take down Qinyu. However, at that moment, the Heaven's Legacy race team was approaching. Why don't you consider joining the Heaven's Legacy race? The Purple Cloud Thearcha's voice was noble and elegant. She had been disdainful of Qinyu's strength before, but the scene just now made her realize that she might have misjudged him. The Winged Race and Silver Soul Divine Guards were late-stage mysterious underworld experts. Such experts couldn't fall into the hands of the other three races, so she immediately tried to rope them in. The two Divine Guards frowned slightly. The Heaven's Legacy race seemed to be recruiting them out of goodwill, but they would definitely become a thorn in the other party's side if they rejected. Now, Qinyu had become unfathomable. It didn't seem like he could capture him so easily. Master, the experts of my race are here as well. The female cloud dragon suddenly sent a voice transmission to Qinyu. She could sense the experts of the cloud dragon race rapidly approaching. The Heaven's Legacy race had purposely spread the news, so it was very normal for other forces to rush over. Qinyu raised his head and saw that it wasn't just the cloud dragon team. There was also the demon race. Now, the experts of the three races were gathered together. Only the stone race had yet to arrive. Demon race. The female cloud dragon couldn't help but panic. After all, Qinyu had killed the Archlord of the demon race and offended the Archlord Bo Feng. The demon race team immediately noticed Qinyu. It's that brat. Lord Demigod Evil Sparrow has given the order. If this brat isn't willing to submit to the demon race, he will be killed. The demon race team stared at Qinyu. Let me see what's so special about this brat that Lord Demigod Evil Sparrow personally gave the order. The leader of the demon race was covered in blue scales and had a giant tail behind him. Swish, in the blink of an eye, the Archlord Blue Scales arrived before Qinyu and the two Divine Guards. The Archlord Blue Scales was rather old, and his cultivation was at the late-stage mysterious underworld realm. His aura was hidden, and he gave off an invisible pressure. The other party had probably been at the late-stage mysterious underworld realm for several hundred years or even 1,000 years. His strength was not to be underestimated. There seemed to be whirlpools spinning in the Archlord Bluescale's turbid blue eyes, and he emitted a powerful soul pressure. It was as if a tsunami had formed in the soul dimension. Qinyu's expression remained unchanged, and his body was like a giant mountain that didn't move at all. On the other hand, the consciousness of the female from the Cloud Dragon race shook as if it was about to be devoured by the tsunami. The Golden Stone Monarch and the others prostrated on the ground with despair on their faces. The Archlord Bluescales couldn't help but look at Qinyu in a higher light. Qinyu wasn't affected by his soul pressure at all. "You're not bad, but unfortunately, you offended someone you shouldn't have. You have no other choice but to join the demon race," the Archlord Bluescale said in a tone that didn't allow for refusal. If Qinyu refused, he would immediately attack and kill him. The two divine guards could sense the faint murderous intent hidden in the air. "Winged race and Silver Soul race, if you're willing to join the demon race, we can discuss the distribution of benefits." The Archlord Bluescales threw an olive branch to the two divine guards. "The Cloud Dragon race welcomes anyone." The laughter of the Cloud Dragon race the arch sounded from behind. The two divine guards looked around. They weren't afraid of the Heaven's Legacy race team before. But now, there were a total of 3 great clans that were trying to rope them in. Once they refused, they might be attacked by the 3 races. However, when the Cloud Dragon race team walked in, the other party realized that there was a Cloud Dragon race member among the intruders who were surrounded by the crowd. "Yushi? Why are you together with this human? Where are the Archlord Tianyu and the rest?" The Cloud Dragon race the arch, who was the leader, had his white hair and beard fluttering. A terrifying aura spread out, and the white clouds in the sky rolled and roared like giant dragons swimming around. This white-bearded elder from the Cloud Dragon race was at the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm, and he suppressed everyone present. "This kid's situation might be even worse than ours," the Winged Race Divine Guard thought to himself. They were surrounded by the 3 races, and it was the same for Qinyu, the intruder. Moreover, he seemed to have offended the demon race and the Cloud Dragon race and was being targeted by the 2 races. "Perhaps Qinyu will be killed first. By then, we can take his corpse and run," the 2 divine guards discussed secretly. However, Qinyu, who was surrounded by the 3 races and targeted by the demon race and the Cloud Dragon race the arch, did not panic at all. Qinyu secretly sent a voice transmission to the female Cloud Dragon race. After hesitating for a moment, she immediately looked at the Cloud Dragon race and said to the white-bearded elder who was at the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm, "My lord, Qinyu has joined the Cloud Dragon race." As for the Archlord Tianyu and the others, they were ambushed by these 2 and died tragically. These 2 from the Winged race and the Silver Soul race are the culprits who killed the Archlord Tianyu. The female Cloud Dragon race pointed at the 2 divine guards with grief and hatred. The 2 divine guards, who were waiting to watch a good show, were instantly dumbfounded. "No, we don't know Sovereign Lord Tianyu. We didn't kill any members of the Cloud Dragon race," the Winged race and Silver Soul race divine guards hurriedly explained. The white-bearded elder of the Cloud Dragon race naturally believed the Cloud Dragon race members' words and thought that the 2 divine guards were quibbling. Moreover, the 2 divine guards were at the late-stage mysterious underworld realm and had the strength to kill Sovereign Lord Tianyu. For a moment, the 2 divine guards were labeled as murderers while Qinyu, the real murderer, was ignored. "How dare you kill the experts of my race? How do you want to settle this score?" The white-bearded old man glared at the 2 divine guards with a stern look. He also wanted to recruit these 2 powerful experts. If they were unwilling to join the Cloud Dragon race, he would definitely not let them become the help of the other 3 races. The 2 divine guards could tell that if they refused to join the Cloud Dragon race, the white-bearded elder would kill them. The 2 of them glared at Qinyu. Although the female Cloud Dragon race had slandered them, Qinyu was definitely the mastermind. "Hurry up and make your decision." The demon race's Bluescales the Archlord said coldly. The 3 Heavenly Legacy race members pressured them further. The 3 major races adopted the strategy of killing if they failed to recruit them. "Once we join another race, we will have to listen to their orders. How can we complete the mission that Lord God Eclipse gave us?" The Winged Race Divine Guard pondered. The 4 divine guards were extremely loyal to God Eclipse. Otherwise, they would not have become divine guards. Let's join the demon race. The Silver Soul race member suddenly sent him a voice transmission. Why should we join the demon race? We don't have to join any faction and can just escape. The winged race divine guard was unwilling to live under others. Given the current situation, joining the demon race is more advantageous for us. The demon race has a grudge with Xianxia. We can use the demon race to explore this place and dig for treasures. We can also eliminate Xianxia. The Silver Soul Divine Guard analyzed. It was not a good choice to reject the 3 major factions and escape. The Winged Race Divine Guard hesitated for a moment before agreeing to the Silver Soul Divine Guard's suggestion. We will join the demon race. The Silver Soul Divine Guard said and quickly approached the demon race's Blue Scales the Archlord's team. A moment later, the 3 members of the Cloud Dragon race and the 3 members of the Heaven's Legacy race immediately launched their attacks, their dreadful and oppressive auras engulfing the surrounding area. The white-bearded elder of the Cloud Dragon race opened his mouth and spat out a ball of white light that contained powerful astral source sacred energy. It smashed down like a nebula. On the Heaven's Legacy race's side, the 3 silver ships each fired off 3 thick and dazzling pillars of light. The 2 clans had already made their preparations and launched an attack instantly. The demon race had also been prepared for an attack from the beginning, but after learning that the other party had joined their side, their reinforcements were a step slower. Rumble, a violent explosion occurred on the spot, and a destructive storm spread out. Almost at the same time, a crimson figure shot into the sky at lightning speed. It was the Winged Clan Divine Guard. However, the other party's clothes were tattered, and even his pair of dazzling fiery wings were tattered. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. The Silver Soul Clan's Divine Guard's face was pale as he retreated hundreds of feet. There was a silver round shield in front of him that flickered with a silver luster, blocking the damage. However, there were some traces of damage on this silver round shield, which made the Silver Soul Clan's Divine Guard feel some pity. The Cloud Dragon race and the Heaven's Legacy race's sneak attack had failed to kill the 2 Divine Guards. This was within their expectations. A late-stage mysterious underworld expert was not that easy to kill, and the 2 Divine Guards were clearly on guard. In addition, the 2 Divine Guards' methods of escaping proved that their opponents were not simple. Scram! It's not that easy to touch the demon race. The leader of the demon race team, the Blue Scales the Arch, immediately shouted and led the team out. With the strength of the demon race the Archlord and the 2 Divine Guards, they indeed did not need to fear the Heaven's Legacy race and the Cloud Dragon race. Furthermore, the current situation was still focused on excavating treasures. Since the 2 factions' strength was about the same, they basically could not clash head-on. Humph, this the Arch will make you regret making this decision. The white-bearded elder snorted coldly. He had already placed the 2 Divine Guards on his must-kill list. The 3 factions spread out and began to observe this ghost city. The white-bearded the Archlord of the Cloud Dragon race did not pay special attention to Xianxia, the Golden Stone Monarch, and the others. In his eyes, Xianxia, the Golden Stone Monarch, and the others who had mistakenly entered were far inferior to the 2 Divine Guards. They might even become cannon fodder in the subsequent exploration. Xianxia was also happy to be idle as he entered the heavenly quiet feather space. The Blood God clone was cultivating there. Its cultivation had already broken through to the late-stage star condensation realm. TSK, this improvement speed. Xianxia could not help but click his tongue. Ordinary beings in the origin world had to put in a lot of effort to reach the late-stage star condensation realm. Of course, the Blood God clone's cultivation speed was fast, and Xianxia had to pay a corresponding price in resources. A late-stage star condensation cultivation is still not very useful at this stage. Currently, most of the enemies Xianxia faced were at the mysterious underworld level. The Blood God clone could not help much. However, Xianxia suddenly thought of an idea. The Blood God clone was a special energy body. It did not have any fatal weaknesses and could be called an immortal body. In terms of physical defense, the Blood God clone was already comparable to an ordinary early-stage mysterious underworld expert. In other words, its offensive level was only slightly weaker. Then what about the mysterious underworld attack that Xianxia had given the Blood God clone, first? Qinyu let the blood god clone refine 2 high-grade profound weapons as a life-saving measure. Immediately after, Qinyu opened his palm, and a ball of blood-colored flame suddenly appeared. It was the blood-glazed flame. Qinyu disconnected the connection with the blood glass flame and handed it to the blood god clone. His blood path methods were limited to the murderous heart mantra and the ancestral bloodline, but the blood god clone cultivated the blood path completely. The blood glass flame would be even more useful in its hands. There was another reason. Qinyu's strength had increased, and the blood glass flame was no longer that important to him. The blood god clone looked excited and immediately began refining the blood glass flame. It was naturally excited to be able to control such a powerful innate spirit flame at the late-stage star condensation realm. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 races reached an agreement and began to explore the ghost city. There weren't just many vengeful ghosts in the ghost city. The purple cloud the Archlord, the white-bearded elder, and the blue scales the Archlord could all feel the faint aura of divine power inside. Places with divine power could turn something rotten into something magical. Ordinary natural treasures would be refined and become priceless. At the same time, the dangerous forbidden lands would become even more dangerous because of this. Thus, the 3 factions were very cautious. Qinyu followed behind the Cloud Dragon team and slowly approached the Ghost City ruins with a monstrous ghostly aura. As the factions approached, ghostly figures suddenly appeared in the Ghost City, and a powerful aura swept over. Outsiders, die. Kill without mercy. Murderous voices rang out one after another. Countless ghostly figures flew out of the Ghost City. Most of them were at the star condensation realm, and their numbers were shocking. They could threaten the mysterious underworld realm. Moreover, there were many the arch-level ghosts. In a place of extreme and evil like the Ghost City, their combat power would multiply. The 3 factions each had their own camps. During their previous observations, the Cloud Dragon race had already planned the place to explore. Follow me. The white-bearded elder led the way at the front. White clouds revolved around his body, and streaks of crystal and white light swept out, annihilating all of the ghost kings that were charging at them. A ghost emperor was also sent flying 1,000 feet away. Qinyu was very low-key and didn't do anything. He only pretended to attack occasionally. Corpses. Qinyu discovered that there were many corpses in the ruins of the ancient city. Most of them had already rotted away, but there were some corpses that were still intact. There were even energy fluctuations coming from them. Under normal circumstances, the corpse of the mystic underworld the Archlord would not decay for 1,000 years. However, the environment here was special and couldn't be measured by common sense. These corpses that haven't completely decayed are good nourishment for the blood god avatar. Qinyu communicated with the avatar, and it came out of the heavenly quiet feather. It turned into a dark red stream of blood and flew into the ruins of the ancient city. All of this was very obscure. Only the female cloud dragon who had been paying attention to Qinyu noticed it. What is that? The female cloud dragon didn't know what Qinyu was doing. The aura of the dark red blood was very weak. If she hadn't been paying attention to Qinyu, she might not have noticed it. The dark red blood surged into the ruins and discovered a half-rotten corpse. It immediately split into several tiny streams of blood and entered the corpse. When the avatar was within a certain range, Qinyu could directly see the avatar's vision, so he didn't have to keep staring at it. We're here. The white-bearded elder stopped in his tracks. There was a circular ancient castle in front of him. It was relatively large and well-preserved. That was the target of the Cloud Dragon race. Invaders, stay here. A massive aura condensed in the ancient castle, and a purple-robed figure appeared in the void. It was hundreds of feet tall, and a terrifying and sinister emperor might spread out. It was a ghost arch, and it was extremely powerful. Apart from this purple-robed ghost arch, several vengeful ghosts in black armor rushed out of the ancient castle. Kill! Seize this ancient castle! The white-bearded elder shouted. The Cloud Dragon race team attacked. Qinyu was about to attack when the ancestral bloodline ancestor suddenly said, "According to my senses, there is nothing valuable in this ancient castle. It seems like the Cloud Dragon race's efforts are going to be in vain. However, there is a strong blood Dao aura in the ruins 10,000 feet behind you. It should be a valuable blood Dao treasure. It seems like this Emperor Lord doesn't have good taste. Qinyu smiled helplessly. He followed the Cloud Dragon race team because he wanted to reap some benefits. Unexpectedly, there was nothing valuable in this ancient castle that the white-bearded elder had his eyes on. Since that was the case, Qinyu might as well act alone. Swoosh, he took advantage of the intense battle between the Cloud Dragon race Emperor Lord to retreat and slip away. Qinyu headed straight for the place described by the ancestral bloodline ancestor. There was a huge pit there. He probed it with his spiritual perception and instantly found a few treasures in the ruins. The treasure with a strong blood Dao aura that the ancestral bloodline ancestor mentioned was a black-red bamboo that emitted a rotten aura. Gloomy rotten blood bamboo. Qinyu recognized this treasure. It was a blood Dao treasure that contained a lethal poison. Looking at the bamboo, it had absorbed a lot of cold blood Dao power, and its quality had reached the mid-stage mysterious nether realm. The gloomy rotten blood bamboo could not only be used for Qinyu's cultivation, but it could also be used to nurture the blood god avatar. It seemed like it was better to act alone than follow the Cloud Dragon race. With the ancestral bloodline ancestor around, it was much easier for Qinyu to search for blood Dao treasures. In the sky above the circular castle, the white-bearded elder led the Cloud Dragon team and started an intense battle with the purple-robed ghost the Arch and the other ghosts. The ghost the Arch's strength had reached the late-stage mysterious underworld realm, and he had the geographical advantage in this special area. Furthermore, there were many ghosts here, which greatly disturbed the Cloud Dragon team. Lord, that brat Qinyu has disappeared. A Cloud Dragon discovered that someone was missing. Those who aren't of our race can't be trusted. The white-bearded elder's expression was slightly cold. Qinyu's brazen escape showed that he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Ignore him. This castle is well preserved, and there might be many treasures inside. Let's attack together. The white-bearded elder ordered. After conquering this place and digging out the treasures, he would reprimand Qinyu for running away. While the Cloud Dragon team was fighting, Qinyu had already obtained a high-quality dark rotten blood bamboo. Apart from the dark rotten blood bamboo, there were a few other resources in the pit, but they were slightly less valuable. Qinyu had the chaos body, so he could absorb any type of resource. He naturally didn't reject them and took them all. Die. A roar sounded. Several ghost kings floated over from afar, and one of them was even at the half-step mysterious underworld realm. These ghost kings had a shockingly cold aura, and they released a violent wave of attacks. Where are the precious blood Dao resources next? Qinyu asked the blood race progenitor as if he didn't see the incoming enemies. Spatial energy gathered around him and turned into several bright silver spatial blades that pierced through the bodies of the ghost kings. In an instant, the ghost kings turned into nothingness. The mystic underworld Arch could directly attack whoever he wanted to kill. For star condensation monarchs, the mystic underworld Arch could kill them with a thought. About 40,000 feet to the west. The blood race progenitor replied. Whoosh, Qinyu turned into a streak of afterimages as he flew away. His actions were seen by the Yao team not far away. Lord, it's that brat. Demigod Evil Sparrow ordered that if he doesn't submit to the Yao race, he must be killed. Tu Yao discussed. The Blue Scales the Archlord did not take action immediately. Although this order was given by the demigod Evil Sparrow, it had nothing to do with him. He was at a crucial point in his exploration, and he didn't want to change his plan just because of Qinyu. Let's go and take his life. At this moment, the Silver Soul Clan Divine Guard spoke. You guys? Emperor Lord Blue Scales shook his head with a faint smile. He was not at ease with the two Divine Guards who had just joined the demon race. After all, the other party had only agreed verbally, and he did not have the corresponding means to restrict them. I alone am enough to take his life. The winged race Divine Guard saw through Sovereign Lord Blue Scales' worries and said. Sovereign Lord Blue Scales pondered for 2 breaths and said, all right, go and bring his head back. He also wanted to deal with Qinyu. It was better to let the winged race, who had defected to the demon race, do it than him. The winged race Divine Guard nodded with a faint smile, turned into a stream of fiery light, and flew away. Be careful. Before he left, the Silver Soul Race Divine Guard's voice rang in his mind. Qinyu was different from what was described in the intelligence. His cultivation did not seem to be at the early stage mysterious nether realm, which was a little unusual. Previously, Chinyu did not panic when facing the two of them, which made the Silver Soul Divine Guard feel that something was amiss. The Winged Race Divine Guard revealed a disdainful expression. He was a dignified God Eclipse Divine Guard, so it was easy for him to deal with a human who had just broken through to the mysterious nether realm. There was no need to be careful. Eh? He escaped? The Winged Race Divine Guard that was approaching Chinyu realized that the other party had suddenly turned around and left. He thought that Chinyu had realized that he was coming, so he had fled. The Winged Race Divine Guard's lips curled up. You can't escape. Chinyu arrived at the location of the Blood Dao treasure that the Blood Race's progenitor had mentioned. This Blood Dao treasure, he looked at the deep pit under his feet. The Blood Dao treasure was like a claw that had stretched out. Its branches were snow white, and its leaves were blood red. This treasure was called the Bone Palm Bloodhand Grass. It was a rare treasure that had reached the peak of the mid-stage mysterious nether realm. The Bone Palm Bloodhand Grass grew on a corpse. This corpse was completely preserved, and its flesh and blood were still present. It emitted a dense fiendish aura. From the looks of it, the Bone Palm Bloodhand Grass was using this corpse as nourishment. This corpse must have been a powerful mysterious Nether Emperor Lord when he was alive. Chinyu was certain. Furthermore, he could sense that there was a powerful resentment within the corpse. Its aura was extremely shocking. Once he approached, he might be able to force out the Ghost Emperor who was sleeping within the corpse. Chinyu wasn't afraid, but at that moment, he discovered that an enemy was rapidly approaching. Chinyu. The Winged Race Divine Guard descended from the sky. His dazzling scarlet wings covered the sky as he descended with a terrifying scorching pressure. He didn't waste any words and directly attacked. The Winged Race Divine Guard had failed once before. He guessed that Chinyu might have made a breakthrough and reached the peak of the early-stage mysterious nether realm. Thus, he suppressed his cultivation to the mid-stage mysterious nether realm. Swoosh, flames exploded in the void as a huge flaming wing slashed towards Chinyu. Wherever the flaming wing slash passed, the high temperature distorted the void. Chinyu gave up on attacking after predicting the trajectory of the Winged Race Divine Guard's attack. Instead, he circulated the space ultimacy. The silver radiance around him distorted as he rapidly retreated. Bang! The Winged Race Divine Guard's attack landed in the deep pit and set off a shocking fiery storm. He was completely relieved when he saw that Chinyu had actually dodged his attack. He deduced that Chinyu's cultivation was only at the peak of the early-stage mysterious nether realm. I advise you not to struggle futilely. The Winged Race Divine Guard's wings burned with raging flames once again. Hee. You should worry about yourself first. Chinyu revealed a playful smile. The Winged Race Divine Guard frowned slightly as he didn't know what Chinyu meant. However, he suddenly sensed something and looked at the deep pit that he had just attacked. Boom, a huge ghost baleful chi gushed out, and within it, there was a giant figure that was hundreds of feet tall. Its body was covered in a black robe, and only its pale eyes were blood red. You deserve to die for disturbing this arch. The black-robed figure roared furiously as its eyes shot out two massive red and white beams of light. The attack affected the soul and the material plane, shaking the void. Swoosh, the Winged Race Divine Guard flapped his wings and flew into the sky at top speed, dodging the attack. However, the black-robed figure stared at the Winged Race Divine Guard and launched a second attack. Damn it! This damn thing! The Winged Race Divine Guard cursed. This black-robed figure had the strength of a mid-stage mysterious nether realm expert. He decided to use his full strength to deal with this ghost the arch first. Boom! The late-stage mysterious nether realm aura spread as it flapped its wings. Boundless flames surrounded the void, turning it into a purgatory. Many ghost kings nearby were turned into ashes by the Winged Race Divine Guard's flame domain. Die! The Winged Race Divine Guard shouted. The surrounding flames gathered into a blazing sun that smashed at the black-robed figure. With his late-stage mysterious nether realm strength, he only needed a few moves to deal with this black-robed figure. However, the Winged Race Divine Guard suddenly realized that Chinyu had rushed in front of the black-robed figure as if he wanted to protect this ghost the arch and take the attack head-on. Idiot, what are you doing? The Winged Race Divine Guard couldn't believe his eyes. Qinyu had actually taken the initiative to die. God Eclipse wanted them to capture Qinyu alive, so the winged race divine guard didn't use his full strength twice. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill Qinyu. However, since Qinyu had taken the initiative to die, he could only bring his corpse to see God Eclipse. Boom, the blazing sun descended, and surging flames exploded, spreading for thousands of feet and dispersing all the sinister aura. The winged race divine guard thought that Qinyu and the black-robed figure had been turned into ashes by his attack. However, his star soul suddenly sensed a powerful sacred power fluctuation. At the center of the explosion, a dazzling golden claw pierced through everything and stabbed at his forehead. What? The winged race divine guard was shocked. He hurriedly mobilized his astral source sacred power and formed a scarlet flamingo that flew over. However, the moment the two clashed, the golden claw seemed indestructible. It instantly pierced through the scarlet flamingo and stabbed at the winged race divine guard. He hurriedly dodged, but the golden claw was extremely fast and left a bloody wound on the side of his head. Roar! A loud roar was heard as the black-robed figure charged at the winged race divine guard again. He's not dead? However, that attack just now was obviously not done by this ghost the Arch. What exactly is it? The winged race divine guard was shocked. That attack had broken his attack head-on and injured him. Although he was careless and didn't use his full strength, the attacker's strength was probably close to the late-stage mysterious underworld level. At that moment, Qinyu's figure appeared in front of the winged race divine guard. He had a faint smile on his face as the sacred power around him fluctuated and formed a golden claw again. It's you. The winged race divine guard was shocked. This time, Qinyu had executed an attack that was close to the late-stage mysterious underworld level right in front of him. The winged race divine guard couldn't believe it. How could Qinyu's strength reach such a level when he had just broken through to the mysterious underworld level? He didn't have much time to think. Just the combat power Qinyu had displayed so far was enough for him to take him seriously. The winged race divine guard's body was ignited with flames that were hundreds of meters tall. A scarlet flaming feather formed in front of him and shot out like a scorching arrow. This time, the winged race divine guard didn't hold back at all and attacked with his late-stage mysterious underworld cultivation. Boom, the scarlet flaming feather and the golden claw swelled. Both sides were equally matched. Again. Qinyu's figure suddenly appeared at the side, and he executed another white tiger divine claw. Not only that, but a pair of wings similar to the winged race divine guards appeared on his back. With a flap, countless flaming feathers surged over. This was the first time Qinyu had attacked seriously after breaking through to the mid-stage mysterious underworld realm. The winged race divine guard could feel the pressure. He no longer treated Qinyu as a new archlord. Instead, he treated him as a formidable opponent of the same generation. Flapping his wings, he dodged to the side to dodge Qinyu's attack at the same time. Die, die, die. However, the black-robed figure suddenly charged over from the other side. Its pale eyes released a cold soul pressure, and a bloody giant hand grabbed at the winged race divine guard in the soul dimension. The winged race divine guard quickly counterattacked and defeated it with a soul attack. Why does this fellow keep bothering me? He was puzzled. Qinyu smiled to himself as he knew the reason. The winged race's divine guard's attack landed precisely on the corpse. This ghost emperor was formed from the corpse's death. After the previous exchange, the winged divine guard no longer underestimated Qinyu and treated him as a formidable opponent. To be a formidable opponent, one had to be extremely powerful and difficult to deal with. That was what the winged divine guard felt. However, Qinyu wasn't his only enemy. There was also a ghost emperor at the peak mid-stage mysterious underworld realm. The ghost emperor seemed to have gone crazy and kept pestering him. The black-robed figure unleashed another soul attack. His massive soul power turned into a ghostly shadow that attacked the winged divine guard. The winged divine guard didn't dare to be slow. The soul intent in his star soul collided with the black-robed figure and shattered the soul Dao attack. Not only that, but the winged divine guard also counterattacked. The black-robed figure seemed to have fallen into a fiery hell and was being roasted. Your opponent is me. Qinyu took advantage of this opportunity to attack. The white tiger sacred claw and the vermilion bird sacred wings enveloped the winged divine guard. The winged divine guard came back to his senses and felt pressured when he saw the blood-red feathers and dazzling golden claws coming at him. How long has it been? How did his strength grow to such a level? The winged divine guard was confused. Without any time to think, the winged divine guard activated his sacred power and fire ultimacy to counterattack. His entire body was covered in flames that emitted a terrifying radiance. As he waved his claws and wings, he unleashed powerful attacks. The divine guard's strength should be slightly stronger than a mysterious underworld expert of the same level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a divine guard. Qinyu evaluated in his heart. Even without the black-robed figure, Qinyu could still fight evenly with the winged divine guard. This was enough to show his strength. The quality of Qinyu's astral source sacred power was comparable to the late-stage mysterious underworld divine guards. After all, Qinyu's main cultivation technique was the four symbols divine body. If he cultivated another cultivation technique, the astral source sacred power he condensed might be even stronger than a late-stage mysterious underworld expert. In addition, Qinyu's fire ultimacy had reached the 8.5 level, which was the same as the winged divine guard. However, his metal ultimacy had reached the 9th level. The white tiger sacred claws and the vermilion bird sacred wings put a lot of pressure on the winged divine guard. Dancing flame annihilation. The winged clan divine guard shouted loudly, and a scarlet wave of flames rushed out of his body. It spun and danced in the air, and it incinerated all the remaining attacks. Damn it, if this goes on, I'll fail again. The winged race divine guard looked embarrassed. If he was unlucky, he might even be defeated by Qinyu. He had to admit that he had been careless. At the very least, he had to be together with the Silver Soul Clan divine guards in order to complete the mission. Now that things had come to this, he had no way out. He could only risk it all. Whoosh, in the hands of the winged race's divine guard, a scarlet longsword appeared. The hilt of the sword was engraved with a golden red blazing sun. This was his most powerful trump card, the Scorching Sun Sacred Sword, a top-grade magical weapon. This sword was once a high-grade sword. After he pledged his loyalty to the god-eroding sword, the other party used his divine power to modify it and raise its quality to the highest grade. What a strong aura! It's a supreme Xian artifact. Qinyu's eyes narrowed. This treasured sword was one of the best profound level weapons. Boom! The winged race divine guard held the Scorching Sun sacred sword in his hand and gathered all his power on the sword. As he swung the sword down, a monster scarlet sword light slashed down. This attack was probably comparable to an ordinary attack from a peak late-stage mysterious underworld expert. The black-robed giant figure was enveloped by this sword. Sensing the terrifying power of this attack, coupled with the restraining effect of flames on evil ghosts, he screamed and turned to flee. However, his speed was slightly slower, and the sword caught up to him. The scarlet flames instantly exploded and engulfed the black-robed giant figure. The peak mid-stage mysterious underworld ghost emperor was reduced to ashes by this attack. It's your turn now. The winged race divine guard's eyes burned as he swung his sword at Qinyu again. The power was not inferior to the first sword. Buzz, Qinyu's expression did not change. The dark blue ancient patterns on his arm flickered with light, and a layer of invisible water light appeared around him. The scorching heat wave of the winged race divine guard's attack was dispersed and blocked by the water attribute power around Qinyu. Black Tortoise Shield, he performed the combat technique of the Black Tortoise Sea suppressing arm, and a huge blue shield appeared to withstand the winged race divine guard's Scorching Sun sacred sword. Boom, the Black Tortoise Shield trembled, and the water light inside surged crazily as it dissolved the attack. In the end, the Black Tortoise Shield dissipated, but the winged race divine guard's attack was completely blocked, and Qinyu was unharmed. He blocked it? The winged race divine guard was surprised. His all-out attack with the Scorching Sun sacred sword was blocked by Qinyu's special defensive technique. The Black Tortoise Sea suppressing arm is indeed famous for its defense. Qinyu was satisfied. Currently, his Black Tortoise Sea suppressing arm was only at the small stage. Once he cultivated it to the great success stage, its defensive ability would double. Take another sword. The winged race divine guard was a little depressed, thinking that Qinyu couldn't use it continuously. Qinyu did not intend to use the Black Tortoise Sea suppressing arm all the time. His goal was to kill the winged race divine guard. How could he only defend? Bang! A ball of golden light appeared in front of Qinyu, and he threw it out as fast as a shooting star, facing the winged race divine guard's sword attack head-on. Boom! At the moment of the collision, the winged race divine guard's sword exploded into pieces. Then, the ball of golden light revealed its true appearance. It turned into a dragon crown that was thousands of meters long, and like a magnificent palace, it smashed toward the winged race divine guard. A top-grade magical weapon. The winged race divine guard instantly made a judgment. Not only that, the quality of this top-grade magical weapon seemed to be better than his scorching sun sacred sword. Clang! The winged race divine guard slashed out with his sword and collided with the dragon crown. Terrible power broke out between the two. The dragon might and the dragon crown surged out. The winged race divine guard was shocked and quickly retreated. The dragon crown was a top-grade magical weapon of the dragon clan, and Qinyu could not fully exert its power, but it was enough to restrain the winged race divine guard. Qinyu and the dragon crown attacked from both sides, while his vermilion bird sacred wings, white tiger sacred claws, and azure dragon sacred legs attacked continuously. The sky was full of flaming feathers like sharp swords, and the sharp golden claws were hidden in them. Green light floated below, and two giant azure dragon wooden dragons appeared, waiting for an opportunity. The vermilion bird sacred wings had a large range, the white tiger sacred claws had a strong defense-breaking ability, and the azure dragon's sacred legs were good at distracting. The winged race divine guard was in danger again. He waved the scorching sun sacred sword again and again, using his astral source holy power. But he still could not change the situation. The winged race divine guard had to use the scorching sun sacred sword to deal with the dragon crown alone. Qinyu's serious attacks and endless means were even more troublesome to deal with, causing him to be flustered. No. How could this be? He roared in his heart. He had taken out his trump card and tried his best, but the situation was still like this. His fire wings were gradually destroyed by Qinyu's attacks, and his body was full of wounds. Qinyu covered a radius of 10,000 zhang with the profound meaning of space to prevent the winged race divine guard from escaping. At a certain moment, Dong, Qinyu's mysterious heart shook violently, and the murderous heart sutra was activated. The winged race divine guard's body suddenly trembled, and his heart swelled violently. Cracks appeared, and blood flowed out. Oh no! After being hit, the winged race divine guard panicked and immediately protected his heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qinyu controlled the dragon crown to suppress it. Boom! The giant dragon crown fell to the ground, suppressing the winged race divine guard. Not only his body, but his soul was also pressed to the ground by many giant dragons. Ah! The winged race divine guard vomited blood and screamed. His soul was also suppressed, and his strength was greatly reduced. The power of Qinyu's star soul flowed into the dragon crown, and his soul power was amplified. It turned into a violent dragon that entered the winged race divine guard's body and tore his star soul apart. The second divine guard was dead. Qinyu dragged the winged race divine guard's body and immediately ran. At this moment, he had to keep a low profile. After all, the demon race and the Heaven's Legacy race were his enemies. If the Cloud Dragon race knew the truth about Qinyu killing Sovereign Lord Tianyu, they would also become his enemies. When he left, Qinyu flew into the pit and took away the blood hand grass with the bone palm. After flying for a dozen miles, Qinyu hid in a ruin and placed the two bodies in front of him. In the process of killing the winged race divine guard, Qinyu did not use any lethal means to preserve the winged race divine guard's body. Instead, he used the murderous hard art to inflict internal injuries on the winged race divine guard and used the 10,000 dragon crown to suppress the winged race divine guard's body before finally destroying the star soul. This way, the winged race divine guard's body didn't suffer much damage. Qinyu sized up the winged race divine guard's blazing sun sacred sword. It was a pretty good supreme grade profound artifact. If Qinyu didn't have the dragon crown, he would definitely refine it and use it. At this moment, he didn't plan on spending the effort to refine it. He would keep it for now. A while later, a dark red stream of blood surged over and turned into a bloody figure that looked similar to Qinyu. This was the blood god avatar, and his cultivation had reached the peak late-stage star condensation realm. When he saw the two bodies in front of him, his eyes lit up with greed and excitement. The winged race divine guard was at the late-stage mysterious nether realm. He had died not long ago, and the energy in his body hadn't completely dissipated. The other corpse had been dead for a long time, and almost all the energy and essence in its body had been transferred to the blood hand grass. Comparatively speaking, the effects of this corpse with precious materials might not be as good as the winged race divine guards. In addition, Xianxia took out the dark rotten blood bamboo he had obtained earlier. Go to the heavenly quiet feathers dimension and digest all of this, Xianxia instructed. Originally, he wanted the blood god avatar to search for treasures on its own to increase its strength. But Xianxia acted quickly, and in a short while, he had obtained so many nutrients for the avatar. After entering the heavenly quiet feathers dimension, the blood god avatar's body released a demonic bloody light that turned into countless strands of blood that entered the winged race divine guard's body and began to devour it. Comparatively speaking, the winged race's corpse that had just died was even more delicious. Xianxia could feel the blood god avatar's cultivation slowly rising. Once he digested the winged race divine guard's corpse, there was a high chance that the avatar would advance to the mysterious nether realm. After reaching the mysterious nether realm, the blood god avatar's cultivation speed would be slightly slower. Next, Xianxia continued to search for resources. Right now, he was mainly nurturing the blood god avatar so that it could help him. After searching for a while, Xianxia found something. At this moment, he felt the forces of the three major races closing in. It looked like they were planning to explore the center of the ghost city. In this ghost city, there was a demigod aura, and the ghostly aura was condensed to form a special region that could nurture many unique treasures. That demigod aura came from the center of the ghost city. If there were any precious treasures here, it was most likely to be in the center of the ghost city. Xianxia naturally would not miss it. He gave up on exploring alone and returned to the cloud dragon race to try his luck in the center of the ghost city. From afar, Xianxia saw the teams of the three races advancing towards the center of the ghost city from different directions. The center of the ghost city was a huge and majestic pitch-black palace. It was the most well-preserved building in the entire ghost city. There were also many vengeful ghosts gathered here. That was why the three races first explored the surroundings and were only approaching the center now. Didn't you escape? Why are you back? A yellow-robed man from the Cloud Dragon race team said unhappily when he saw Xianxia return. Who said I escaped? Xianxia asked. Hee, you coward, and you still refuse to admit it. The yellow-robed man laughed in disdain. Right then, the female Cloud Dragon race said, Brother Wu, we are all on the same boat now. Please don't make things difficult for him. If news of this gets out, other people might not join the Cloud Dragon race again. Xianxia had ordered her to help. Yushi, the yellow-robed man did not expect Yushi of the Cloud Dragon race to speak up for this human. He had always admired Yushi and naturally did not want to argue with her. Right then, the white-bearded old man said, no one is allowed to leave the team without permission in the future. Although he did not directly reprimand Xianxia, his words and actions made it clear that he was unhappy with Xianxia's action of leaving the team without permission. What did you guys gain just now? Xianxia asked the female Cloud Dragon race. Very little, the other party said slowly. Although there were experts guarding the ancient castle, there were no treasures. The only two valuable treasures were in the hands of the white-bearded old man. If Xianxia had followed the team back then, he would not have obtained anything. But when he left the team, not only did he obtain rotten blood bamboo, bone palm blood hand grass and other precious blood path materials, he also attracted the winged clan divine guards and killed them, turning them into nourishment for the blood god doppelganger. Kill! The white-bearded old man shouted and led the team, killing malicious ghosts along the way as they approached the central area. Along the way, they would occasionally obtain some natural treasures, and all of them fell into the hands of the white-bearded old man. When they got close to the pitch-black palace, a dancing fiendish ghost chi rushed over, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. There was definitely a powerful enemy in the central region. At the same time, they also saw the Heaven's Legacy race and the Yao race. On the other side, the demon team also saw Xianxia and the Cloud Dragon team. That kid didn't die? The Blue Scales the Archlord narrowed his eyes and frowned. He had sent a late-stage mysterious underworld expert to deal with Xianxia. Why had he returned to the Cloud Dragon tribe's team? When the Silver Soul Divine Guard saw Xianxia, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Where are your companions? The blue scales the Archlord asked coldly. He did not trust the two great divine guards and even suspected that the winged race divine guard was pretending to deal with Qinyu and would take the opportunity to escape. The silver soul divine guard took out a message token and sent it out, but there was no response. He used a mystic art to sense and discovered that the location of the other message token was with the Cloud Dragon tribe. He's dead. The silver soul divine guard concluded. Of the 4 great divine guards who had come to capture Qinyu, 2 were already dead. Another divine guard was rushing over, so he was the only one left. Can I complete the mission? The silver soul divine guard asked himself and gradually felt uneasy. Dead? How is that possible? The blue scales the Archlord was a little doubtful. The winged race divine guard was a late-stage mysterious underworld expert. How could he die just like that? Only that old monster has the ability to kill that winged race. Could all of this have been planned by the Cloud Dragon tribe? They deliberately used this kid as bait while that winged race divine guard fell into the Cloud Dragon tribe's trap? The blue scales the Archlord guessed that the white-bearded old man from the Cloud Dragon tribe had killed the winged race divine guard. A moment later, the teams from the 3 major races arrived at the central region. The blue scales the Archlord's cold eyes glanced at the Cloud Dragon tribe from time to time. This puzzled the white-bearded old man from the Cloud Dragon tribe. He said loudly, "Everyone, why don't we explore this place together?" The 3 factions were gathered here, and the pitch-black palace complex was filled with unknown dangers. No one would be foolish enough to rush in first. That's what I was thinking. The purple cloud the Archlord from the Heaven's Legacy race said with a faint smile. In the end, the blue scales the Archlord from the demon race said coldly, agreed. The teams from the 3 major races gradually gathered together. In front of the palace complex, there was a massive black metal door that was hundreds of feet tall. There were ancient and sinister totems carved on it, and it emitted an intimidating pressure. For example, the Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su were pale and had goosebumps just by standing in front of this metal door. Enter! The white-bearded old man shouted and flew out with the purple cloud the Archlord and the blue scales the Archlord. The 3 leaders released their essence force and bombarded the metal door, opening it. The moment the door opened, everyone saw 2 tall figures in black armor and many sinister figures behind them. Roar! Roar! 2 furious roars could be heard. The huge black armored figures seemed to have been guarding this place. They instantly opened their blood-red eyes, and killing intent filled the air. Kill all intruders! The 2 black armored figures were at the late-stage mysterious nether realm. There were other malicious ghosts in the palace, and they charged out together. Face the enemy! The white-bearded old man shouted. The 3 major races were ready to face the ghosts in the pitch-black palace. Qinyu was also among them. He was fighting an early-stage mysterious nether ghost the Arch while observing the surroundings. He could sense that there were many natural treasures hidden everywhere in this palace complex. Master, prepare to retreat, the female cloud dragon suddenly sent a voice transmission to Qinyu, which confused him. In the next instant, the white-bearded old man, the yellow-robed man, and the female cloud dragon retreated together. It turned out that this was the white-bearded old man's plan. He wanted the Heaven's Legacy race and the demon race to hold back the powerful enemies here while they took the opportunity to enter and plunder the treasures inside. However, the white-bearded old man did not inform Qinyu, the Golden Stone Monarch, and the others. It was obvious that he had abandoned them. Arg! Save me! The Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su screamed. Due to the white-bearded old man's sudden retreat, they became the main targets of some ghost thearchs. Boom! The 2 were instantly hit by powerful ghost Dao attacks. The Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su's bodies were torn to pieces and fell to the ground. At the same time, a few ghost thearchs attacked Qinyu. There were even 2 mid-stage mysterious nether ghost thearchs among them. Shameless old thief! The blue scales the Archlord cursed. However, when he saw that Qinyu had been abandoned, he felt better. Ha ha ha, Qinyu, you joined the Cloud Dragon race, but they abandoned you. He could not help but laugh. The Heaven's Legacy race only cursed the white-bearded old man for being shameless. They did not pay any attention to Qinyu. Let's retreat too. The purple cloud the Archlord ordered. The three Heaven's Legacy race experts boarded a special flying ship and instantly left. Furthermore, this special flying ship could conceal its body and aura as it flew. Clearly, they already had this plan, but they were slower than the Cloud Dragon race. Bastards, you also, the Blue Scales the Archlord cursed and could only retreat. However, more than half of the ghosts that gathered here chased after the Demon Race team. Only a small portion chased after the Cloud Dragon race and the Heaven's Legacy race team. Before the Blue Scales the Archlord retreated, he glanced at Xianxia, who was engulfed by the attacks of the Ghost Thearchs. The terrifying ghostly aura storm gradually dissipated, and Xianxia's figure disappeared. He was directly turned to ashes? The Blue Scales the Archlord was slightly puzzled. In his impression, Xianxia's strength was not bad. Although the situation just now was dangerous, it was not to the extent of being completely destroyed. Swoosh, the void rippled slightly, and a phantom flashed past before disappearing. Those attacks could not harm Xianxia at all. He put on the star-concealing robe and urged the space Upanishad to the best of his ability. He completely hid himself and hid somewhere. Even a late-stage mysterious nether ghost the Arch might not be able to detect Xianxia's existence. Cloud Dragon race. Xianxia's eyes were gloomy. The white-bearded elder's actions did not affect Xianxia much. In fact, he had hoped to see the current situation, which was why he did not leave with the Cloud Dragon race. However, the Golden Stone Monarch and Senior Su had died tragically here. After all, they did not have Xianxia's strength. Swoosh, Xianxia came to a dark place and entered the space inside the heavenly quiet feather. All that was left of the winged race divine guard's corpse was a pale skeleton. The blood god avatar beside him released a powerful blood Dao pressure. There was a powerful soul body inside that was undergoing a transformation. Layers of bloody light rippled in all directions. Xianxia could sense that the blood god avatar's soul was squeezing out the power of the divine bloodstone. Ordinary star condensation realm breakthroughs were more troublesome and needed to communicate with heaven and earth. However, the blood god avatar could rely on the divine bloodstone to complete the breakthrough. Boom, a dazzling bloody light suddenly flashed in the avatar's body, and a powerful sacred power aura spread out. Mysterious Nether Realm. Just like that, the blood god avatar broke through to the mysterious nether realm and condensed a star soul. It had a bloodline ability that surpassed the devouring blood race, an undying body, and a high-quality blood flame. The blood god avatar was invincible among those of the same realm. After breaking through to the mysterious nether realm, the blood god avatar turned into countless tiny bloody lights that surged toward the second corpse and the blood hand grass. Alright, continue to increase your strength. Xianxia nodded with a smile and left the space inside the heavenly quiet feather. He himself began to move again. In reality, the three races' joint exploration was not beneficial to him. The current situation was what he hoped for. Whoosh, Xianxia concealed himself and headed in the direction that the Fiend race team had escaped. The Fiend race team had attracted a large number of vengeful ghosts. The two late-stage mysterious nether ghost Thearchs were among them. Their situation was relatively dangerous. In other words, the Fiend race team was most likely to die. Thus, he could not miss out on these fresh Sovereign Lord-level corpses. 10 breaths later. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! 3 huge figures arrived. It was a team from the Stone race. The sacred power aura in the air is still very dense. A battle just happened here. Hurry up. The leading stone giant was covered in flames, and his every movement exuded a powerful pressure. Lord Earthfire, look. A stone race member pointed at a pile of rubble on the ground nearby. It was the Golden Stone King and Senior Su's corpses. Bastard, how dare you kill my people? I will bury them all here. The fiery giant's eyes were filled with killing intent. Inside the ancient and eerie palace complex. Swoosh, a total of 4 demons and the Silver Soul Divine Guards were flying rapidly. Kill. Intruders, kill without mercy. Behind him, ghostly figures overflowed into the sky, howling continuously as attacks descended. Damn Cloud Dragon race and Heaven's Legacy race. I will make sure you die a horrible death. The leader, the Blue Scales the Arch, shouted furiously. This way. The Blue Scales the Arch led the team into a wide, cold alley. However, after flying for several thousand feet, it was a dead end. Not only that, but the wall in front of them had a metallic black luster, and the patterns on it seemed to contain the profundities of an array formation. Break! A male from the cat race, who was at the peak early stage mysterious nether realm, lashed out with his claw, and 5 blood-colored claw lights struck the wall in front of him. Boom! The surface of the wall flickered with black light, and the energy of the blood-colored claw was dispersed. The attack of a peak early stage mysterious nether realm expert couldn't even break the wall. It didn't even leave a mark. This is black mysterious ancient iron, a metal or known for its hardness. It's an excellent material for refining high-grade defensive armor, the Silver Soul Race the Arch said. The Silver Soul Race the Arch said. Many places in this palace complex were made of black mysterious ancient iron, and they also contained arrays that had extremely powerful defensive abilities. Otherwise, this wouldn't be the only building in the entire abandoned ancient city that was perfectly preserved. At the same time, the vengeful ghost chasing them arrived. Kill them all. The Blue Scales the Arch decided to completely eliminate these pursuers. They weren't familiar with the terrain here, so they ran around randomly. It would be fine if they encountered a dead end, but it would be troublesome if they encountered other dangers. Go. After the Blue Scales the Arch gave the order, the others didn't say anything else. They had to eliminate the enemies in front of them first. Fortunately, they had roped in the Silver Soul Race Divine Guards. Otherwise, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to deal with the enemies in front of them. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Blue Scales the Arch and the Silver Soul Race Divine Guards charged toward the 2 late-stage mysterious Nether Race black-armored Ghost Emperors. The Blue Scales the Arch had a deep foundation and had been in the late-stage mysterious Nether realm for nearly 1,000 years. The Silver Soul Race Divine Guards were God-Fiend descendants and specialized in the Soul Dao, so they had an advantage against the black-armored Ghost Emperors. Furthermore, these 2 late-stage mysterious underworld Emperor Lords could even free themselves to deal with the other vengeful spirits, which reduced the pressure on the other 2 demons. Given their late-stage mysterious nether cultivation bases, a casual strike from them could instantly kill early-stage mysterious nether cultivators. The situation gradually turned for the better. Right at this moment, a blood-red figure suddenly appeared in the midst of the ghostly shadows. It was extremely eye-catching. What is this? The peak early-stage mysterious underworld man from the cat race sized up the blood-red figure. It was clear that this was not a vengeful ghost formed after a cultivator died, but a special blood path energy body. He didn't think too much about it, thinking that it was also born in this godforsaken place. Early-stage profound nether realm. The Blue Scales the Archlord had also noticed the blood-red figure. However, after discovering the other party's cultivation, he didn't pay much attention to it. The Silver Soul Race Divine Guard took a glance and frowned slightly. As a descendant of the God-Devil race, he could sense that this blood-red figure had an extremely powerful bloodline. His life force and physique were rather special and extraordinary. Was this also the birth of the Ghost City? Whoosh! The blood-red figure was extremely fast as it shuttled through the air. In the meantime, it was attacked by a vengeful ghost. A half-step profound nether realm vengeful ghost unleashed a pale bone claw that landed on the blood-red figure. Pfft! This claw completely hit its target and only left behind a few tiny marks that healed in the blink of an eye. The blood-red figure's self-healing ability was extremely powerful. Right at this moment, it approached the cat race male. Since you dare to find trouble with me, then I'll send you to the Yellow Springs first. The cat race male had a displeased expression. He was currently fighting a peak early stage profound nether realm ghost the Arch. However, he could temporarily defend and dodge while dealing with the blood-red figure first. While he blocked the ghost the Arch, he controlled a dark red dagger and slashed at the blood-red figure. This dark red dagger was a superior grade mystic artifact and had the ability to devour the enemy's life force and blood. Pfft! The dark red dagger drew a demonic, straight blood beam that pierced through the blood-red figure. The cat race male's lips curled up. His superior grade mystic artifact had pierced through the blood-red figure's vitals. Furthermore, this mystic artifact could devour blood to level up, so it countered this special enemy. He believed that even if his attack couldn't kill the blood-red figure, it could still severely injure it. Swoosh! Suddenly, the blood-red figure scuttled toward the cat race male. How is this possible? The cat race male was slightly shocked. The blood-red figure had just been severely injured by him. How could it be so lively in the blink of an eye? He scanned with his spiritual consciousness and saw a thigh-sized hole on the blood-red figure's body healing rapidly as if it wasn't affected at all. Burning blood art. The blood-red figure performed a hand seal and released a strange blood Dao power. In the next instant, the cat race male's blood was like boiling lava that burned his entire body. His skin instantly turned crimson red before traces of charred black appeared on it. What secret technique is this? The cat race male was shocked. The blood-red figure's secret technique targeted the blood in his body. One should know that the cat race male's original body was an ancient beast. Even a powerful ancient beast bloodline didn't have much resistance. Subsequently, the blood-red figure and the ghost the arch that attacked the cat race male launched their attacks at the same time. The cat race male's entire body was burning uncomfortably. He could only use 70% of his combat strength at most, and he was fighting 1 against 2. In the blink of an eye, several bloody wounds were left on his body. Blood-drawing art. The blood-red figure stared at the cat race man's wound. He reached out with his claws and activated his bloodline power once more. In the next instant, the blood in the catman's body gushed out uncontrollably through the wound. No, you, the man from the cat tribe panicked. As his blood flowed out, his strength plummeted. The blood-red figure drew blood, and the ghost emperor's attacks further injured the cat race male, making him even weaker and unable to resist. 2 breaths later, the withered corpse fell to the ground. The blood-red figure sucked the other party's blood dry, his face full of excitement. What? When Sovereign Lord Blue Scales, who was fighting with the black-armored ghost emperor, discovered that his subordinate had suddenly died, he was rather shocked. How could the most powerful enemy be killed so quickly when he and the Silver Soul Divine Guards were busy dealing with the Catman? 10 kilometers away, in a dark corner, Xianxia watched the battle of the blood god doppelganger. Not bad, he commented. The blood god doppelganger didn't have any fatal weaknesses, and its survivability was extremely high. Even if it was hit head-on by a mid-stage mysterious nether expert, it wouldn't die. Furthermore, the blood god doppelganger could execute many blood Dao secret arts, which gave it a great advantage against life forms with similar cultivation. Attack the next target, Xianxia ordered the blood god doppelganger. Swoosh, the blood god doppelganger charged toward the second demon. The other party was dressed in green and had a pair of white wings on his back. His cultivation was at the mid-stage mysterious nether realm. Courting death. The green-robed demon knew that the blood-red figure was the culprit who had killed his classmate. He didn't look down on it. Instead, his killing intent intensified. Swoosh. Swoosh, the holy power in his body surged out and turned into 2 dazzling holy swords of light, flying out. The green-robed demon's cultivation was at the mid-stage mysterious nether realm. If he was hit by the attack, he wouldn't be able to endure it even with his unique physique and healing abilities. Thus, the blood god doppelganger's body split down the middle. Bang, the green-robed demon's attack pierced through the middle. Only the remnant power affected the blood god doppelganger, but it didn't cause any damage. What? The green-robed demon's eyes widened. He didn't expect an early-stage mysterious nether enemy to dodge his attack like this. Then, he saw the blood-red figure that had been split in 2 fuse back together. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of sticky blood. Whoosh! Whoosh, thousands of blood-red snakes swam out of the sticky blood. Following that, thousands of blood-red snakes burned with the glass blood flame. Their ferocious auras surged as they pounced toward the green-robed demon from all directions. This is the blood glass flame. The green-robed demon recognized the flame. Furthermore, the blood glass flame's quality was extremely high, and it could pose a great threat to him. He couldn't understand how a monster born in this ghost city could possess the blood glass flame. Could it be that the blood-red figure had another origin? The green-robed demon didn't have much time to think. Rays of sword light formed around him and swept through the surroundings. While fighting the ghost the arch, he also dealt with the blood god doppelganger's attacks. Burning blood art. The blood god doppelganger used a blood Dao secret art. The green-robed demon's blood seemed to be burning. The terrifying temperature made him uncomfortable. Damn it! The green-robed demon gritted his teeth. The blood god doppelganger had many tricks up his sleeves. His blood Dao attacks were accompanied by the blood glass flame, which could threaten a mid-stage mysterious underworld being. He could also use other secret arts to interfere with the green-robed demon. Not bad, not bad. Xianxia was very satisfied with the blood god doppelganger's performance. Currently, the blood god doppelganger had the ability to fight against a mid-stage mysterious underworld being. Following that, Xianxia saw the green-robed demon being forced to use a powerful combat technique. Sky Feather Sword. The green-robed demon spread his white wings and infused sacred power into them. In the next moment, thousands of white radiances were released. The sword intent was intense and dazzling. This attack enveloped all the enemies around him, including the blood god doppelganger. The blood god doppelganger didn't show any weakness. A layer of violent blood light burst out of his body and rushed out with the glass blood flame. It collided with the green-robed demon's attack and counteracted it. The green-robed demon's enemy wasn't just the blood god doppelganger. The other ghost thearchs were also attacking crazily. After the killing move, the green-robed demon fell into a disadvantageous position again. He was forced into a corner, and the situation was dire. At this rate, the blood god doppelganger was about to complete a double kill. Furthermore, the target was a mid-stage mysterious underworld being. However, at this moment, swoosh, a dark blue light beam pierced through all the vengeful ghosts in its path and killed them instantly. This was the reinforcement from the Archlord Blue Scales. That dark blue light beam contained the powerful sacred power of a late-stage mysterious underworld being. It destroyed everything violently and attacked the blood god doppelganger. Bang, there was an explosion, and dark blue aqueous light scattered. A dark blue tortoiseshell shield suddenly appeared in front of the blood god doppelganger and blocked the Archlord Blue Scales' attack. What? The Archlord Blue Scales could sense that the sacred power contained in that dark blue tortoiseshell shield didn't belong to the blood god doppelganger. In the next moment, a dazzling gold and silver radiance flickered in front of him. There were spatial blades and domineering, sharp claw marks that shrouded them. These attacks seemed chaotic, but they didn't injure any ghost thearch. They instantly attacked the Archlord Blue Scales and the Silver Soul Race's Divine Guard. The two late-stage mysterious underworld experts were focused on the blood god doppelganger and didn't expect there to be a powerful enemy hidden in the dark. What a powerful attack. Such profound intent power. Could it be that the other party is a peak late-stage the Archlord? The Silver Soul Race's Divine Guard exclaimed. He and the Archlord Blue Scales were caught off guard and flustered. Chi. His waist was slashed by a sharp gold and silver claw mark, and his shoulder was pierced by a spatial blade. Blood splattered out. The Archlord Blue Scales was in an even worse state. He had 4 wounds on his body and a bloody hole in his abdomen. Shortly after, they saw a figure flying over. Xianxia? The Archlord Blue Scales was in disbelief when he saw who it was. The Blue Scales the Archlord looked at Xianxia in shock. Logically speaking, the other party should already be dead. How could he appear alive and kicking, combining the powerful attack just now? The Blue Scales the Archlord came to a conclusion. Xianxia had concealed his true strength and was just pretending to be dead. Apart from that, Xianxia's sneak attack was perfect, as though he had discussed it with the blood-red figure. The outcome was self-evident. The blood-red figure was Xianxia's subordinate. At that moment, save me! The green-clothed demon screamed. When the Blue Scales the Archlord provided support, the green-clothed demon thought that he was saved and relaxed. Who knew that Xianxia would interfere, causing the Blue Scales the Archlord's rescue to fail? Now, the green-clothed demon was severely injured. One of his wings had been chopped off, and his legs had been affected by the blood god clone's attack. They were scorched black and burned with blood-red flames. Scram! The Blue Scales the Archlord shouted. He couldn't let this subordinate die. However, Xianxia wouldn't let the Blue Scales the Archlord succeed. He activated the White Tiger Sacred Claw and the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings and launched an imposing attack. The golden light and the fiery feathers intertwined and enveloped the Blue Scales the Archlord. Xianxia, who was going all out, was stronger than an ordinary late-stage mysterious underworld expert. The Blue Scales the Archlord had to deal with him carefully and naturally couldn't provide support. Xianxia wasn't his only enemy. There was also the black-armored Ghost Emperor. The Blue Scales. The Archlord was instantly suppressed by the two late-stage mysterious underworld experts. Ah, the green-cloaked demon's screams echoed in the eerie space. The Blood God clone completed the double kill. Its body turned into countless blood threads that entered the green-clothed demon's body and devoured his blood and life energy. The asterisk starred, have you thought it through? Do you want to become enemies with the demon race? The Blue Scales. The Archlord shouted furiously. His two subordinates were dead. Furthermore, his current situation wasn't optimistic. The combat strength displayed by Qin Yu was too shocking. Together with the black-armored Ghost Emperor, he was completely suppressed. Now, the Blue Scales. The Archlord finally understood that the winged race Divine Guard might have been killed by Qin Yu alone. If that was the case, then there was a possibility that he would die. The Arch Blue Scales had lived for thousands of years. How could he be careless at this time? He immediately took out his supreme-grade profound artifact. Whoosh, a pitch-black bottle appeared in the air. It spat out a stream of dark water that emitted a rotten stench and rushed toward Qin Yu. Qin Yu sensed a dangerous aura. This stream of black water was not simple. He flapped his vermilion bird sacred wings and activated his spatial profundity. His figure flew backward and evaded the attack of the black water. The dark stream of water poured into the metal floor, leaving potholes in its wake and emitting a putrid green smoke. Qin Yu no longer held back. He took out the 10,000 dragon crown, turned it into a golden stream of light, and smashed it. Sovereign Lord Blue Scales sensed that this was also a supreme-grade profound artifact. He controlled the black water to envelop the pitch-black bottle and block the 10,000 dragon crown. However, the corrosive effect of the black water on the 10,000 dragon crown was not obvious. The grade of this Xian weapon is even higher than my corroding poison bottle. Sovereign Lord Blue Scales gritted his teeth and said. Immediately after, the 10,000 dragon crown instantly enlarged. It was like a golden dragon palace, and a massive force bombarded the pitch-black bottle, sending it flying and smashing into the wall. A hole was left in the wall made of black mysterious ancient iron. Although Sovereign Lord Blue Scales' profound artifact was powerful, it was not suited for head-on collisions. Sovereign Lord Blue Scales controlled the profound artifact again and counterattacked. Seal. Qin Yu circulated his spatial profundity with all his might and formed a bright silver spatial barrier that blocked the pitch-black bottle and sealed it in the hole in the wall. Dark water gushed out from the pitch-black bottle and corroded the wall made of black mysterious ancient iron as well as the spatial barrier created by Qin Yu. Black mysterious ancient iron was known for its toughness. The corrosion of the spatial barrier was also extremely slow. Damn it. This lad's spatial profundity seems to have reached perfection. Sovereign Lord Blue Scales was shocked. His water profundity was still a step away from the 9th level. In reality, Qin Yu's spatial profundity had already formed nomological law fragments. Hurry up and support me. Sovereign Lord Blue Scales shouted at the Silver Soul Race Divine Guard. He could tell that the Silver Soul Race Divine Guard was extremely powerful and not weaker than him. After all, the Silver Soul Race was a race of God-fiend descendants. Qin Yu, your cultivation. How did you do it? The Silver Soul Race Divine Guard was still in shock. Previously, Sovereign Lord Hong Yan and the Winged Race Divine Guard had the same expression when they learned of Qin Yu's true cultivation. The Silver Soul Race Divine Guard was convinced that the Winged Race Divine Guard had died in Qin Yu's hands. Perhaps Sovereign Lord Hong Yan had done the same. Qin Yu had the strength to kill a late-stage mysterious underworld expert. He observed the current situation. Even if he supported Sovereign Lord Blue Scales, he would not be able to do anything to Qin Yu and could only flee. He would have to flee eventually, so why did he help Sovereign Lord Blue Scales? The Silver Soul Race Divine Guard had joined the demon race because he had no other choice. He did not like Sovereign Lord Blue Scales in the first place. I'm coming. The Silver Soul Race Divine Guard approached rapidly while the black-armored Ghost the Arch chased after him. He looked like he was going to support Sovereign Lord Blue Scales. However, when he approached, he suddenly increased his speed and made a detour to escape. He would definitely not be able to complete his mission, so there was no point in continuing to fight with Qin Yu. Scoundrel, you actually, Sovereign Lord Blue Scales was flustered and exasperated when he saw this. He already knew that this Silver Soul Race Divine Guard could not be trusted. However, he did not expect that the other party would actually trick him at this crucial moment. Immediately after, Sovereign Lord Blue Scales widened his eyes and revealed an even more shocked expression. The 10,000 dragon crown that was attacking him suddenly smashed toward the Silver Soul Race Divine Guard. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly turned around and rained down a torrent of attacks on the Silver Soul Race Divine Guard. Xianxu's target was also the Silver Soul Race. Relatively speaking, although the demon race was his enemy, the Silver Soul Race knew his true identity. Moreover, there was a god behind him, so Xianxia hated the Silver Soul Race even more. What? The Silver Soul Race Divine Guard was astonished. He did not expect that Xianxia, who had completely suppressed Sovereign Lord Blue Scales, would actually give up his original target and attack him instead. The Silver Soul Race Divine Guard did not have much time to think and could only take defensive measures. Saint energy surged out and condensed into a strange-looking ancient light shield in front of him. Bang! However, when the 10,000 dragon crown smashed down, a terrifying force was released along with a domineering dragon might, causing the ancient light shield to be full of cracks. The moment Xianxu's attack touched the light shield shattered. Ferocious claw lights and blazing fiery feather light arrows surged over in a frenzy. The Silver Soul Race Divine Guard was previously injured by Xianxu's sneak attack. At this moment, he was even more severely injured. Bang! 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 Explosions sounded continuously. The Silver Soul Race Divine Guard frantically retreated. His body had several terrifying bloody wounds, as well as many charred holes that were 2 inches deep. His body smashed onto the ground, and blood spurted out from the wounds all over his body. Xianxia had caught him off guard and caused the Silver Soul Race Divine Guard to suffer a great loss. Die. Xianxu's killing intent surged, and he did not give the Silver Soul Race Divine Guard any chance to catch his breath. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, the mysterious heart entered an explosive state. Xianxu's physical strength and speed instantly multiplied. Not only that, a mysterious aura appeared around Xianxia. Black and white intertwined, intimidating all things. At this moment, all energy within a radius of dozens of miles was inexplicably suppressed. The Silver Soul Race Divine Guard also felt a familiar and respectful aura from Xianxia. Fiend God, aura, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Xianxia also sensed this and felt puzzled. This was the first time he had used the explosive heart after devouring the power of the blood race primogenitor. The result was different from before. Could this be a transformation after the mysterious heart evolved in the blood creation ground? Xianxia guessed. But now was not the time to think about this. Sky-sundering Emperor Fist. Xianxia clenched his fist and fully activated the profound truths of space. His body emitted a terrifying aura and the image of a peerless emperor appeared behind him. Rumble, he punched 3 times consecutively and executed the first 3 moves of the Sky-sundering Emperor Fist. The silver-yellow fist light seemed to penetrate through time and space and arrived in front of the Silver Soul Race Divine Guard at an astonishing speed. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Space distorted as cracks extended. Behind him, the Archlord Blue Scales was dumbfounded. He originally wanted to sneak an attack on Xianxia. If that failed, he would escape while Xianxia was attacking the Silver Soul Race Divine Guard. However, Xianxu's sudden explosive attack was too terrifying. The Silver Soul Race Divine Guard's strength was not inferior to his. However, he was completely crushed by Xianxu's sudden attack and suffered heavy injuries. Xianxu's final attack made the Archlord Blue Scales feel an intense life and death crisis. That terrifying battle technique seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. Escape. The Archlord Blue Scales only had this thought in his mind. Swoosh, he burned his astral source sacred power and took the opportunity to escape. Xianxia did not chase after the Archlord Blue Scales. If a veteran late-stage mysterious underworld arch wanted to escape, it would be more difficult to kill him. Moreover, he still wanted to explore this palace complex. When the storm dissipated, the Silver Soul Race Divine Guard's broken corpse was revealed. The Silver Soul Race Divine Guard was dead. Under normal circumstances, Xianxia could kill a late-stage mysterious underworld arch without using any tricks. However, it would be more troublesome. However, the situation just now was special. He had 2 enemies. Therefore, when Xianxia went all out, the Silver Soul Race Divine Guard was crushed to death without any chance to resist. He died extremely unwillingly. Swoosh, the Blood God Avatar flew over and looked at the Silver Soul Race Divine Guard's corpse. Although it was incomplete, the corpse of a God Fiend descendant was different from an ordinary corpse. The life energy contained in the corpse of a God Fiend descendant was more vigorous. The bloodline of a God Fiend descendant was also a great tonic for the Blood God Avatar. In the past, Xianxia would extract the bloodline of the Silver Soul Race Divine Guard. Now, he gave it to the Blood God Avatar. He sent the Silver Soul Race Divine Guard's corpse into the heavenly quiet feather for the Blood God Avatar to slowly absorb. After the Blood God Avatar killed the man from the cat race and the green-cloaked fiend, its strength had already increased. If it absorbed this late-stage mysterious underworld God Fiend descendant's corpse, it would be able to break through again. Xianxia quickly left this place and relied on his speed to shake off the black-armored Ghost Emperor. Then, he concealed himself and completely shook off the enemy. At that moment, Xianxia discovered the traces of another team. The Stone Race? Xianxia did not expect the Stone Race's forces to also come here. This way, almost all the forces of the four major races were here. No, he killed only the Archlord Blue Scales and the Fiend Race's team, and he had already escaped. Xianxia did not provoke the Stone Race's team and turned to leave. At that moment, in the depths of the palace complex, a demigod aura penetrated everything and intimidated all living things. Xianxia was alarmed and immediately followed his senses and rushed over. In a huge underground palace in the center of the palaces. The layout of this place is obviously a mausoleum. There are no malicious spirits here. The person buried here is likely to be the previous owner of this place. The three from the Heaven's Legacy race conversed softly. This place was cold and eerie, and the darkness seemed to hide unknown dangers. However, the three's eyes were filled with greed, and their hearts beat faster. The three from the Heaven's Legacy race arrived at the center. There was a tall platform made of pitch-black boulders, and a 10-meter-long coffin was placed on it. Stop. The Purple Cloud the Archlord suddenly spoke, and the other two from the Heaven's Legacy race stopped immediately. There are mechanisms and array formations on this platform. Moreover, the danger here is unknown. Let's retreat further and let the mechanical puppets do the job. The Purple Cloud the Archlord ordered. The three immediately retreated to the edge of the underground palace. Each of them controlled a mechanical puppet to approach the platform and begin breaking the array formations. Time passed slowly. The three from the Heaven's Legacy race focused on controlling the mechanical puppets to break the array formations on the platform one by one. At a certain moment, the array patterns on the platform distorted and shot out a blue icy light that froze everything. One of the mechanical puppets was instantly frozen by the blue icy light. After a breath's time, it shattered and turned into a pile of ice shards. This scene shocked the Purple Cloud the Archlord and the others. Fortunately, the array formations were successfully broken. Boom! The Purple Cloud the Archlord controlled a silver mechanical puppet to release Astral Source holy power and slowly opened the lid of the coffin. The moment a small crack appeared on the coffin, a dazzling treasure aura burst out. Following that, a sinister soul Dao aura rushed out. It was terrifying, and the souls of the three from the Heaven's Legacy race felt suppressed. Sky Crystal Ore. The Purple Cloud the Archlord could not contain his excitement. It turned out that the silver mechanical puppet she controlled had seen through the small crack that there was a dark silver crystal inside the coffin. Indeed, there is the treasure that I desire here. The Purple Cloud the Archlord was extremely excited. Before exploring this place, she had made a divination. The Sky Crystal Ore was an extremely precious water attribute ore that could be used to refine top-tier mystic artifacts. The Purple Cloud the Archlord wanted to use this ore to refine a mechanical puppet with superb defense. Given the grade of this celestial crystal ore, the mechanical puppet refined from it wouldn't even fear a peak late-stage mysterious underworld expert's attack. Apart from the Sky Water Crystal Mine, the Purple Cloud Emperor Lord also discovered traces of other treasures. At the same time, she saw a ball of ghostly blue mist, and a pair of evil blood-red eyes suddenly appeared within it. The silver mechanical puppet's soul suddenly felt a strong pressure, causing it to tremble all over. The Purple Cloud Sovereign Lord also felt a strong sense of danger through the silver mechanical puppet. Retreat. As she gave the mechanical marionette the order, she retreated. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I'm finally out. A cold and gloomy voice rang out, and the ghostly blue mist drifted out from the crack of the coffin, turning into a giant shadow that was over 1,000 feet tall, and opened its mouth and grinned hideously. An enormous and shocking aura erupted from his body. It even contained a sliver of supreme divine power, causing the entire palace to sink into a suffocating pressure. Hu Chi, a dark blue shadow flashed, and like a huge sinister ghost claw, it pierced through the escaping silver mechanical puppet. Gotcha! In an instant, the silver mechanical puppet was torn to shreds. Lord Purple Cloud's mechanical puppet has the powerful strength of a late-stage mysterious underworld expert, but a middle-aged man from the Heaven's Legacy race swallowed his saliva. He would probably be in an even worse state if that attack had landed on him. Damn it. The expert buried here was unwilling to die. His remnant consciousness, along with the other treasures in the coffin, condensed into a special form of energy. The Purple Cloud Sovereign Lord gritted her teeth. That special form of energy was similar to a vengeful ghost condensed from a corpse, but it was even more powerful and contained a demigod-level intent. Given the strength of the three of them, they wouldn't be able to contend against the dark blue shadow. The three of them had just escaped underground when they encountered a team of 4 people. The leader was a white-bearded elder from the Cloud Dragon race. Purple Cloud Sovereign Lord, why did you leave in such a hurry? The white-bearded elder asked when he saw that something was wrong with the Heaven's Legacy race. I was about to look for helpers to cooperate with. I wonder if anyone from the Cloud Dragon race has the guts. The Purple Cloud Sovereign Lord didn't hide anything and went straight to the point. When the Cloud Dragon race team arrived, they also smelled danger. The Purple Cloud Sovereign Lord's words confirmed their guess. Such a sincere attitude meant that the possibility of cooperation was higher. The white-bearded elder's powerful spiritual consciousness entered the underground palace. When he sensed the situation inside, his expression instantly became grave. Even if they worked together with the Heaven's Legacy race, they weren't very confident that they could take all the benefits here. However, no one was willing to leave just like that. Purple Cloud Sovereign Lord, what do you think are the chances of us winning if we work together? The white-bearded elder asked. If both sides don't hide their strength and attack with full force, there is a 70% chance of success. The Purple Cloud Sovereign Lord pondered for 2 breaths. In truth, she couldn't be certain unless she had enough time to perform a divination. All right. The white-bearded elder agreed. After the 2 teams made their preparations, they once again returned underground. The dark blue shadow was sitting cross-legged on the coffin, and a crystal trident floated in front of it. A violent and powerful water aura surged in all directions. The dark blue shadow was actually refining a supreme-grade profound artifact. Do it. The 2 teams reached an agreement. The dark blue shadow gave them an extremely dangerous aura. If the other party successfully refined that supreme-grade profound artifact, wouldn't it become even more powerful? I let you guys off, but you came back recklessly. The dark blue shadow's face was cold, and its blood-red eyes surged with a powerful soul aura. It was cold and sinister, like an ice storm that bombarded everyone's soul. The white-bearded elder, who was at the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm, also felt extreme pressure from this soul aura, and his face turned pale. The dark blue shadow's cultivation was also at the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm, but it contained a demigod-level intent, so it was able to suppress the white-bearded elder. The rest of the people, whose cultivation was lower than the white-bearded elder, retreated even further to protect their star souls. The white-bearded elder shouted and took out an ancient white mirror. The mirror shone with a pure, holy radiance that shone in all directions. Under the radiance of the ancient white mirror, the evil ghost aura on the dark blue shadow was suppressed, and its soul aura weakened slightly. It's the cloud light mirror. The Purple Cloud Sovereign Lord's expression softened. The cloud light mirror was a supreme-grade profound artifact that could restrain evil ghost Tao, and it could be used here. Cloud breath. The white-bearded elder used a powerful cloud dragon race battle technique and spat out a ball of white light that instantly expanded and enveloped the dark blue shadow. The entire underground palace was gradually filled with a white mist. This strange mist could interfere with soul power and disrupt astral sacred energy. This was also a special ability of the cloud dragon race. The dark blue shadow was currently refining the profound artifact, and it frowned when it was greatly disturbed. All of you, die. The astral source holy energy burst forth and turned into a cold icy light, rushing out in an incomparably violent manner. Mysterious underworld experts relied on their sole intent to attack, so they could multitask. While refining the profound artifact, the dark blue shadow could also attack. A faint ripple came from the wall at the entrance of the underground palace. The Cloud Dragon race and the Heaven's Legacy race didn't realize that the Stone race had also arrived and was hiding here. In some special places, the Stone race's disguise was extremely difficult to see through. I wonder what treasure is hidden in that coffin. There's definitely a great treasure. Otherwise, why would the Heaven's Legacy race and the Cloud Dragon race take such a risk? The Archlord of the Cloud Dragon race is also very powerful. Without him as the main force, there's no chance of victory even if we work together with the Heaven's Legacy race. There were 3 members of the Stone race hiding here. They discussed while observing the battle. Let them stall for time. It's best if both sides are injured before we make a move. The leader of the Stone race team, the Earthfire the Archlord, said. The Earthfire the Archlord's cultivation was also at the late-stage mysterious underworld realm. One of the Stone Face race members with stronger senses suddenly felt a life aura. Then, he saw a tiny drop of blood flash in front of him. A drop of blood, did it come from one of the Archlords who was injured during the battle? The Stone Face race member was at the mid-stage mysterious underworld realm. He didn't dare to fully release his spiritual sense in case the Cloud Dragon race, the Heaven's Legacy race, or the dark blue shadow noticed and exposed his identity. On the other side, Xianxia saw the situation in the underground palace through the blood god clone. That drop of blood was formed by the blood god clone. The battle won't end in a short time. Xianxia entered the heavenly quiet feather. Due to the close distance, he could still observe the battle through the blood god clone, but it wasn't as clear. Xianxia began to cultivate in the heavenly quiet feather. While he was nurturing the blood god clone, he couldn't neglect his own cultivation. There were demigod-level competitors in this secret realm. Fortunately, Xianxia hadn't met any yet. Currently, Xianxia mainly cultivated the black tortoise sea suppressing arm to increase his physical strength and survivability. After a while, Kakik, die. The dark blue shadow sitting on the coffin suddenly stood up. It held an ice crystal trident and released a terrifying cold ghost aura. Bang! A dark blue crystal light flashed through the air and shattered the white-bearded elder's defense. He was sent flying and spat out blood. It's refined so quickly? The yellow-robed man from the Cloud Dragon race was shocked. This monster's aura is similar to the aura of the Xian artifact's previous owner. The refining speed is much faster. The Purple Cloud Imperial Lord figured it out. After refining the supreme-grade Xian artifact, the strength of the dark blue shadow was close to the demigod level. The situation was getting worse for them. Swish, a drop of blood suddenly sprang up and fled. The dark blue shadow frowned. What was that? Swoosh. Bang, a ray of holy power shot out from his body and hit the wall at the exit, setting off a loud noise. At the same time, 3 Stone race members were exposed. Stone race? The Cloud Dragon race and the Heaven's Legacy race were slightly surprised. Apparently, they hadn't discovered the Stone race hiding nearby. The dark blue shadow's face was cold. He didn't expect to attract another group of enemies. We've been exposed. The Earthfire Imperial Lord shook his head slightly and flew out. Everyone, let's work together. The Stone Face race member in the team pondered. They seemed to have been accidentally exposed just now. But in his opinion, the main reason seemed to be that strange drop of blood. Inside the heavenly quiet feather, Xianxia was watching the battle in the underground palace through the blood god avatar. When the giant blue shadow successfully refined the magical weapon, its strength would increase greatly, and the white-bearded elder of the Cloud Dragon clan would definitely be defeated. Therefore, he used the blood god avatar to attract the blue shadow's attention and expose the Stone clan's traces. The reason why Xianxia knew where the Stone clan was hiding was because he had followed the Stone clan to this place, and he had seen them hiding in that wall. This way, the outsiders have a certain advantage, but it won't be so easy to defeat that monster. Xianxia speculated. In the end, both sides would probably suffer heavy losses, and Xianxia would be able to reap the benefits. He had to pay a price for that. Although the giant blue shadow's attack didn't hit the blood god avatar, it was severely injured. That was an attack from a monster close to the demigod level. A casual attack was enough to hurt the blood god avatar. The blood god avatar was severely injured, and its combat strength was greatly reduced. But now, Jinyu didn't need the avatar to participate in the battle. He only needed to pay attention to the battle. The blood god avatar's special ability was to turn into a drop of blood. Coupled with the chaotic battle, no one would notice that there was something fishy about the drop of blood. He was cultivating in the heavenly quiet feather. In a short while, the small number of water path treasures he had collected were all used up. Jinyu's Xuanwuxi suppressing arm had improved a little, but it was still a short distance away from the greater success level. There's a strong water element aura in that coffin. There might be a water path treasure in there. I must get it. Jinyu thought. Next, he activated the blood race ancestor bloodline to absorb and refine the stored blood to increase his cultivation. In the underground palace, the Stone Clan joined the battle. The Earthfire Emperor Lord was at the late-stage mysterious underworld realm, but as a member of the Stone Clan, his defense was outstanding. He and the white-bearded elder of the Cloud Dragon Clan could fight the giant blue shadow head-on. Cloud split. The white-bearded elder formed a huge dragon claw made of saint power, tearing out a few bright white marks. At the same time, the cloud mirror above his head released a holy light, dispelling the evil ghost chi and interfering with the giant blue shadow. Lava Fist. The earthly fire emperor lord of the stone race belonged to the lava giant bloodline of the stone race. His entire body was burning with raging flames. He punched out, and a soul-stirring fiery fist burst forth, burning away the ghost chi and coldness in its path. The Earthfire Emperor Lord cultivated the fire Tao and had a slight counter to the giant blue figure. Courting death. The gigantic blue figure was enraged. A shocking aura of saint energy mixed with a faint aura of divine power emanated from its body. The crystal trident in its hand emitted a terrifying cold energy. Boom, the trident swept across, creating a huge ice crystal that created a snowstorm that swept in all directions. Bang! Bang! The attacks of the earthly fire emperor lord and the white-bearded elder clashed fiercely with it, and both sides shattered. Within the storm, a violent and sinister cold current swept out. In this attack, the giant blue shadow had the upper hand. The earthly fire emperor lord and the white-bearded elder hurriedly retreated and defended against this cold current. It's too strong. The quality of this trident is probably a top-notch profound level weapon. The white-bearded old man sighed. Adding on the fact that the giant blue figure had a demigod intent realm, he and the earthly fire emperor lord were at a disadvantage even when working together. Luckily, there were other emperor lords here, and they attacked one after another. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning descended from the sky. At this moment, swoosh, an emerald robe flew out from the coffin. It was light and soft, and it instantly expanded 100 times and covered the body of the giant blue figure. Bang! 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 The attacks that came from all directions were blocked by the emerald robe. Another top-notch profound level weapon. The earthly fire emperor lord's eyes were filled with greed. The giant blue figure had yet to refine the robe. Even so, the robe's normal defense was able to weaken the attacks by at least 50%. He is refining this top-notch defensive profound level weapon. The purple cloud emperor lord suddenly said. If the giant blue figure refined this top-notch defensive profound level weapon as well, he would have both offense and defense, and he would be fearless. He would have the fighting strength of a demigod. At that time, even if the three clans worked together, they might not be able to win. If they were careless, they would be defeated one by one, and the entire army would be wiped out. We must not let him succeed. The white-bearded elder's face was solemn, and he felt even more pressure. The purple cloud emperor lord said, "Everyone, use whatever means you have. Otherwise, you will get nothing in the end." That's right. The others agreed. Lava purgatory. The Earthfire Emperor Lord's body burned with saint power, and blazing flames surged out like a volcano eruption. Lava purgatory was a powerful secret technique of the lava giant race, and it consumed a lot of energy. The surging flames from all directions instantly surged towards the giant blue shadow, turning the surrounding area into a purgatory of scorched earth. Seal him. The Purple Cloud Emperor Lord shouted. The secret technique of the lava giant race was powerful, but it fixed the void, and it was easy to dodge. In a split second, the Heaven's Legacy race threw out 5 metal balls, and several tough and soft metal tentacles extended out from them, wrapping around the giant blue figure from all directions. The others also joined in. The white-bearded elder opened his mouth and spat out a white mist, which covered everything. Vision and spiritual senses were all affected. His body was hidden within the mist, and his speed increased as he launched a sneak attack on the giant blue figure. This was the innate ability of the Cloud Dragon race, Cloud Travel. After a series of explosions, the giant blue figure was sent flying hundreds of feet, and there were many wounds on its body. Bastard, do you think you can kill me and steal my treasures? The giant blue figure roared, and the crystal trident in its hand danced wildly as it attacked furiously. Oh no, a member of the Cloud Dragon race was careless and was affected by the giant blue figure's attack. He turned into an ice sculpture on the spot and shattered into powder. The members of the 3 major forces displayed their trump cards one by one. Coupled with their advantage in numbers, they clashed fiercely with the giant blue figure. After enduring the wave of attacks from the giant blue figure, the members of the 3 major forces gradually gained the upper hand. Of course, they were still wary of the giant blue figure. In the fierce battle just now, the members of the 3 forces were all injured. There was even a member of the Cloud Dragon race who was accidentally hit by the giant blue figure's attack and died. Even now, if someone was accidentally affected by the giant blue figure's attack, they would probably die immediately. Within the space of the heavenly quiet feather, Xianxia had completely digested the blood stored in the ancestral bloodline, and his cultivation level had increased, approaching the late stage of the mysterious nether realm. This speed was already very fast. If he wasn't worried about the negative effects of rushing for results, Xianxia's cultivation speed could be even faster. The fierce battle below is about to reach its final stage. Xianxia ended his cultivation and left the space within the heavenly quiet feather. He circulated the space intent, hid in the void, and approached the battlefield. It wasn't good to act too early, and if he acted too slowly, the treasures might be divided up. Therefore, Xianxia focused on the battle now. In the underground palace. After the members of the 3 major races fought with all their might, the giant blue figure's injuries kept piling up, and it had reached a serious level. As long as the members of the 3 major races could hold on, they could exhaust the giant blue figure to death. A moment later, the 3 members of the Heaven's Legacy race suddenly formed hand seals. Sky sealing spacelock formation, open. The Purple Cloud Arch shouted. A powerful formation energy suddenly fluctuated in the underground palace. The entire void flashed with silver light, and a great pressure descended. Purple Cloud Arch, what are you doing? The white-bearded old man shouted. What powerful spatial energy! When was this formation set up? The Earthfire the Archlord was shocked. On the ground, there were some broken components that flickered with silver light. They were all connected to each other, and they were actually part of this formation. Boom, the void was filled with silver light like a silver ocean. Within the formation, the members of the other 2 races, including the giant blue figure, felt a powerful spatial pressure. Their every movement was extremely slow, and it was difficult for them to unleash the power of their intents. Lord Purple Cloud's foresight is truly divine. When he was breaking the formation on the high platform, he had already started setting up the sky-sealing spacelock formation. The middle-aged man from the Heaven's Legacy race smiled. At that time, the giant blue figure had awakened before the formation was completely set up. But in the following battle, the Heaven's Legacy race had also been secretly setting up the formation. The sky-sealing spacelock formation can only trap them for a few breaths. Quick, move! The Purple Cloud the Arch was the first to fly out and approach the coffin. The other 2 members of the Heaven's Legacy race followed closely behind. Seeing that the outsiders were about to steal the treasure, the giant blue figure released its divine power under the immense pressure. The hearts of all living beings palpitated, and the silver light in the air started to twist. The sky-sealing spacelock formation. It seemed like it was going to shatter prematurely. The experts of the Cloud Dragon race and the Stone race were also struggling, and they paid close attention to the giant blue figure and the Heaven's Legacy race. No one realized that there was a ripple of silver light at the edge of the formation, and the outline of a human figure could be faintly seen. Qinyu had originally planned to act last, but he didn't expect the Heaven's Legacy race to have such a plan. He immediately acted prematurely. His intent of space had touched the level of a law. Unless the sky-sealing spacelock formation could restrain a demigod, it wouldn't affect Qinyu much. However, it was obvious that this formation didn't have such power. The demigod aura from the giant blue figure's body made it seem like the formation was going to shatter. The giant blue figure roared into the sky, and the remaining demigod aura in its body was released. Boom! It broke free from the sky-sealing spacelock formation and swung the crystal trident at the three members of the Heaven's Legacy race. "Everyone, please help us. If we die, you will have no chance of winning." The Purple Cloud Imperial Lord begged for help. The giant blue figure's actions weakened the sky-sealing spacelock formation, and the pressure on the Cloud Dragon race and the Stone race was greatly reduced. The white-bearded elder and the Earthfire Imperial Lord cursed the Heaven's Legacy race for being cunning, but they had to admit that without the Heaven's Legacy race's help, they would definitely lose. Go! The white-bearded elder, the Earthfire Imperial Lord, and the others attacked again and clashed with the giant blue figure. Shua, amidst the chaotic explosion, a silver figure flashed past. Who is it? The white-bearded elder, who had used cloud roaming, sensed an unfamiliar aura in the clouds and locked onto a blurry figure. The three members of the Heaven's Legacy race also sensed that someone else had entered, and they quickly approached the coffin. "It's you." The white-bearded elder was in disbelief when he saw Qinyu's true body. The other party was actually the Qinyu that he had abandoned. The Purple Cloud Imperial Lord was also extremely surprised. She had some impression of Qinyu, but she did not expect him to be so bold as to steal treasures right under their noses. Die. The giant blue figure also discovered Qinyu. It swung its crystal trident, and a violent and cold ice crystal turbulence surged over. The members of the three races stopped. How could they let an outsider obtain the treasures? Courting death. The white-bearded elder of the Cloud Dragon race had previously abandoned Qinyu, and the two of them were naturally enemies. He hoped that Qinyu would die. A pair of flame wings appeared on Qinyu's back, and his speed increased once again. Pung! The instant the ice crystal turbulence descended, Qinyu darted into the coffin, moved the coffin lid, and sealed it completely. The giant blue figure's attack descended, but it was blocked by the coffin made of special materials. Qinyu, who was inside, was unharmed. At the same time, all the treasures in the coffin appeared in front of Qinyu. In the coffin, there was a 30-meter-long skeleton of an unknown race. Other than the crystal trident and the jade-green robe, there was another Xian artifact inside. It was a dark blue crystal pearl. It flickered with a faint light and was embedded in the skull of the skeleton. It was also a supreme-grade profound weapon, the same as the crystal trident and the jade robe. As expected of a demigod, he was so rich and had 3 supreme-grade profound weapons. Qinyu dug out the dark blue crystal bead without hesitation. Then, he looked at the other treasures in the coffin. Other than the supreme-grade profound weapons, there were many rare ores. Skywater Crystal Mine. Qinyu's eyes lit up with joy. He held a dark silver crystal in his hand. This was an extremely rare water attribute ore, and it was the main material for crafting water attribute profound weapons. He naturally did not plan to craft profound weapons. Currently, Qinyu had the 10,000 dragon crown, and he had just obtained a dark blue crystal bead. He was excited because the Skywater crystal bead was an excellent treasure for cultivating the Xian Wuxi suppressing arm. It could promote the cultivation of the Xian Wu sacred arm and strengthen its defense. Other than the Skywater crystal bead, Qinyu also found 2 other water attribute ores. They were slightly less valuable than the Skywater crystal bead, but they were also extremely precious. There is also a soul Dao fluctuation. Qinyu followed the feeling and searched carefully. There should be another precious soul Dao treasure here. His spiritual consciousness was greatly disturbed, and he could not look through the coffin to see what was happening outside. Qinyu thought that even if the giant blue shadow attacked him, he could escape with the treasure with his indestructible body and the defense of the Xian Wuxi suppressing arm. But the giant blue shadow did not seem to be in a hurry to attack Qinyu. This was also within Qinyu's expectations. If the giant blue shadow attacked him, it would be the same as leaving his back to the three races. In terms of threat, the giant blue shadow would definitely take the three races seriously, and underestimate Qinyu. Since that was the case, he was not in a hurry to leave, and began to search for the Soul Dao treasure. Outside the coffin, the members of the three clans watched as Qinyu narrowly escaped death. They couldn't help but curse at his good luck. He hid in the coffin at the critical moment and avoided the attack of the giant blue shadow. But in this way, Qinyu had also walked into a dead end with no way out. All of you must die. The giant blue figure's face was full of resentment and killing intent. Boom, the saint energy in his body continued to pour into the crystal trident. This profound artifact emitted a terrifying cold energy that filled the surroundings and froze everything. The entire underground palace seemed to have turned into an ice house. The huge coffin was wrapped in a thick layer of ice. What a strong cold energy! The white-bearded elder was alarmed. Even with his cloud dragon physique, he could not help but shiver. As for the others, their situation was worrying. This move contains the will of a demigod. Its power has increased tremendously. The purple cloud sovereign lord's face was pale and purple. She hurriedly used her saint power to defend herself, but when her saint power came into contact with this icy cold energy, it would also rapidly freeze. So cold! The earth fire sovereign lord shivered. The flames on his body were extinguished by the cold, and his combat strength was greatly reduced. Those whose cultivation was lower than the late-stage mysterious underworld realm were in an even more serious situation. The cold energy entered their bones and froze their souls. Purple Cloud Sovereign Lord, quickly release the array. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to freeze to death. The experts of the Cloud Dragon race and the Stone race shouted in unison. They were suppressed by the array and then frozen by the powerful battle technique of the giant blue figure. Their injuries gradually worsened, and their combat strength was greatly reduced. Kill. The giant blue figure's aura was slightly weaker after that attack, but he attacked again with a strong killing intent. Because of the demigod aura emitted from his body, he had completely broken free from the sky-sealing spacelock array. The Cloud Dragon race and the Stone race were still affected. The giant blue figure charged at the Cloud Dragon race and the Stone race and launched a frenzied attack. Damn it! Why doesn't this bastard deal with Qinyu? The white-bearded elder cursed in his heart. Logically speaking, since Qinyu hid in the coffin and took the treasures, the giant blue figure should have killed Qinyu first. Maybe that brat isn't worth mentioning to him, but we are strong opponents. The middle-aged man from the Heaven's Legacy race guessed. He looked over and saw that the huge coffin was sealed by a thick layer of ice. The giant blue figure had trapped Qinyu in the coffin, and he couldn't escape. As long as he dealt with the members of the three races, it wouldn't be easy to deal with Qinyu. Save me, Earth Fire Lord. The Stone Face race was swept by the blue shadow's attack. His body froze into ice and then shattered into countless pieces. No. The female Cloud Dragon race cultivator was at the peak early-stage mysterious nether realm. She couldn't resist at all and was instantly killed by the giant blue figure. Bang, the Earthfire Sovereign Lord was affected by the cold energy, and his strength was weakened. He was sent flying by the storm and smashed out a huge pit. The white-bearded elder clashed head-on with the giant blue figure, and a layer of frost formed on his huge body. He flew back hundreds of meters, and part of his body was corroded by the cold energy. At this moment, the sky-sealing space lock array was released, but the advantage they had before was gone. The three races had suffered great losses. This the Arch has miscalculated. The Purple Cloud Sovereign Lord sighed. Swish, the giant blue figure stood on the coffin and looked around arrogantly with its blood-red eyes. At this point in the battle, it had used up a lot of energy and was seriously injured. It would be difficult to kill all the enemies in front of it. Swoosh, the giant blue figure used its sacred energy and flew into the sky with the huge coffin. Where there's life, there's hope. He would take revenge when his cultivation level rose to the demigod level. Chase. Don't let him escape. The white-bearded elder shouted loudly. He had spent so much effort this time, but he didn't get anything. He was unwilling to accept this. The Purple Cloud Sovereign Lord and the Earthfire Sovereign Lord were the same. They didn't want to give up on the treasures. Inside the coffin. Found it. Qianyu's eyes lit up. He threw the skeleton's skull to the side and revealed a 1-foot-wide black-purple stone. This is the soul-suppressing stone. Qianyu was pleasantly surprised. The soul-suppressing stone was a precious soul Dao treasure with many uses. If one cultivated near the soul-suppressing stone, they could suppress evil thoughts and prevent mental demons from forming and qi deviation. Apart from that, the soul-suppressing stone could also suppress ghosts and souls. This was also why no ghosts or souls dared to enter this underground palace. When the giant blue figure was in the coffin, it was probably suppressed by the soul-suppressing stone and could not do anything. After Qianyu put the soul-suppressing stone into the light silver crystal space, his soul consciousness could spread out and vaguely sense the situation outside. The coffin was frozen by the giant blue figure with its cold energy, and it flew forward while the members of the 3 tribes chased after it. Once this monster successfully escapes, I will face him alone. Qianyu was as clear as a mirror. Of course, he would not sit and wait for death. The vermilion bird's sacred wings spread out behind him, and scorching flames filled the entire coffin. The ice outside the coffin slowly melted. This scene alarmed the giant blue figure. This kid can melt my cold energy? He did not take Qianyu seriously, so he was not in a hurry to deal with him. In his eyes, killing Qianyu would be a piece of cake. But now, he realized that he had underestimated Qianyu. But the giant blue figure did not care. He activated his holy power and used the trident to further freeze the coffin. What a powerful cold energy! Qianyu, who was in the coffin, felt some pressure. The giant blue figure was borrowing the power of a supreme-grade profound artifact, and his vermilion bird's sacred wings could not resist it. But Qianyu had another way. Buzz, the dark blue inscriptions on his arms flashed as he activated the Xianwu sacred arms. The water rippled and started to absorb the cold energy to cultivate the Xianwu suppressing arms. Devour. Qianyu activated his chaotic body again and absorbed the cold energy to increase his cultivation level. What's going on? The giant blue figure on the coffin noticed that the ice below was being consumed at an extremely fast rate. He had no choice but to continue freezing the coffin and consume his holy power. Meanwhile, the members of the 3 tribes were hot on his heels. Inside the coffin, Qianyu's Xianwu sacred arms absorbed a small portion of the cold energy to increase his cultivation level. In comparison, the chaotic body's absorption speed was faster. So, Qianyu took out the sky water crystal mine to help cultivate the Xianwu suppressing arms. Buzz, wisps of mercury flowed out of the sky water crystal mine and wrapped around the surface of the Xianwu suppressing arms. According to the description on the Xianwu suppressing arms, refining the sky water crystal mine could increase one's cultivation level and increase the defense of one's water Dao combat skills. Qianyu's Xianwu suppressing arms was about to reach the greater success stage. With the cold energy and the sky water crystal mine, the water Dao sacred beast's aura became stronger and stronger, and it was about to reach the greater success stage. Once the Xianwu suppressing arms reached the greater success stage, Qianyu's defense and survivability would both increase. 2 hours later, the giant blue figure stood on the coffin and flew quickly in the sky. He had an ugly expression and didn't have much holy power left in his body. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to escape with the coffin and might even die if the enemies behind him caught up. He suddenly felt that he had made the wrong choice. He should have killed Qianyu, who was hiding in the coffin. I'll kill you now. The giant blue shadow's face was full of anger, and it took the initiative to remove the ice around the coffin. Boom! The instant the ice dissipated, the lid of the coffin opened, and the huge blue figure stabbed out with the crystal trident in its hand. An icy blue turbulence surged out. Xianwu's protection. Qianyu had already sensed it. He charged out of the coffin and activated the Xianwu suppressing arms. The ancient water Dao sacred beast's aura spread out. Just now, the Xianwu suppressing arms had reached the greater success stage. Boom! An enormous dark blue wave came out of the Xianwu suppressing arms and covered Qianyu's entire body. It formed a giant turtle sacred beast. The Xianwu's protection was a defensive combat skill that could only be used at the greater success stage. It was a 360-degree defensive combat skill, and its defensive ability had increased. Boom, the icy blue torrent of water crashed into the protective barrier formed by the black tortoise. Ice and water, offense and defense, clashed. When the cold blue current entered the Xianwu's protection, it was as if it had fallen into a deep ocean whirlpool and was broken down to the greatest extent. The Xianwu's protection around Qinyu was like an independent ocean that could contain everything. In the end, the killing blow was absorbed by the Xianwu's protection, and Qinyu was unharmed. What? The giant blue figure couldn't believe it. This human had used such a powerful defensive combat skill. One must know that even the white-bearded elder of the late-stage cloud dragon race couldn't completely nullify his attack. The giant blue figure stared at Qinyu in bewilderment. When they clashed, he had sensed that Qinyu's cultivation was only at the peak of the middle stage of the mysterious underworld realm. However, Qinyu had perfectly nullified his killing move. Qinyu immediately left after blocking the attack. He was also very satisfied with the defense of the black tortoise suppressing arm. The blue figure's strength was close to the demigod level, and the black tortoise's shield could completely nullify its full-powered attack. Buzz, Qinyu withdrew the black tortoise's shield, and the surrounding blue light returned to the black tortoise sacred arm. Such a powerful defensive skill also consumed a lot of energy. Goodbye. Qinyu stomped on the ground, and the black coffin quickly fell. He then turned around and left. Leave the treasures behind. The blue figure's expression was dark. He scanned the coffin with his spiritual sense and found that all the treasures had been taken by Qinyu. The remaining items were of lower value. Didn't I leave some things for you? Qinyu smiled. You're courting death. The blue figure was so angry that smoke was coming out of its head. Do you think you can get rid of me with those inferior items? Boom, a powerful soul energy erupted from its body and turned into a huge black cloud that was bone-chilling. The huge black cloud twisted and suddenly opened its mouth, revealing its bloody fangs. The blue figure knew that Qinyu's defense was powerful, and it had already expended a lot of energy. It couldn't use another move that would consume a lot of energy. Since that was the case, it would use a soul energy attack to take down Qinyu. Through the exchange just now, the blue figure could determine that Qinyu's cultivation was only at the peak of the middle stage of the mysterious nether realm. With its mastery of the soul Dao, it could instantly kill Qinyu. Soul energy attack? Qinyu's expression changed slightly. In the past, he would have taken out the 10,000 dragon crown and focused on defense. But now, he had another plan. Swish, Qinyu withdrew a dark violet stone, and a strand of tranquil and profound energy of the soul Dao surged from it and enveloped the surrounding space. It was none other than the soul-suppressing stone, one of the treasures Qinyu obtained from the coffin. The soul-suppressing stone could suppress ghosts and spirits, but soul Dao attacks would also be weakened. Soul-suppressing stone. The giant blue shadow revealed a look of fear. Previously, he had been suppressed by the soul-suppressing stone in the coffin, unable to escape. However, the soul-suppressing stone could not completely suppress his soul attack. Bzzz, the huge fangs condensed in the sky instantly descended. The invisible soul force field emitted by the soul-suppressing stone suppressed and weakened it, especially the evil chi and ghost chi inside, which were suppressed to a great extent. In the end, this soul Dao attack was weakened by 50%. This was already very shocking. The remaining 50% is more than enough to finish you off. The gigantic blue shadow grinned. His cultivation base was at the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm. Even if his soul Dao attacks were weakened by 50%, he could still kill an ordinary peak mid-stage mysterious underworld realm expert. However, when this soul attack descended on Qinyu, an azure crystal bead appeared on his palm. A dark blue crystal bead appeared in his palm, and he said with a smile, "This should be a soul Dao defensive profound artifact." Although Qinyu had yet to refine it and could not unleash its power, he could still activate it slightly. Bzzz. Bang, a layer of deep azure radiance surged and surrounded Qinyu's body, colliding with the soul Dao attack that descended. When the soul Dao attack of the gigantic blue shadow penetrated the layer of azure radiance, it was only left with less than 20% of its power. Qinyu's star soul took the attack head-on. It shook slightly, but it was not injured. Instead, it strengthened itself and sharpened the star soul will. Azure Sea Mystic Pearl. The gigantic blue shadow gritted its teeth. It had forgotten that there was a Soul Dao defensive mystic artifact in the coffin. Damn brat. The gigantic blue shadow was exasperated. It had dealt with the members of the three great clans for a long time, but it had never been so frustrated before. In the end, it was defeated by Qinyu and could not do anything to him. Swoosh, Qinyu continued to fly away after blocking the Soul Dao attack of the gigantic blue shadow. Although the gigantic blue shadow still had two supreme-grade mystic artifacts, it did not mean that it could kill the gigantic blue shadow. Although Qinyu could block two attacks from the gigantic blue shadow, it did not mean that he could kill the gigantic blue shadow. Moreover, there were members of the three great clans chasing after him. He could be killed if he was not careful. Stay here. The gigantic blue shadow shouted angrily. It had thought that it could easily stop Qinyu. However, it realized that Qinyu's speed was extremely astonishing. The vermilion bird's sacred wings on his back were flapping rapidly, and there was a powerful profound meaning of space assisting him. Qinyu's speed had reached the peak late-stage mysterious underworld level. The gigantic blue shadow had consumed a lot of energy, so it was not suitable to chase. Even if it caught up, it was not confident that it could take back the treasure. Qinyu's defensive means were too strong, and he still had the soul-suppressing stone and the azure sea mystic pearl. Damn it! It roared, and gusts of chilly wind were set off around it as if countless ghosts were screaming. The gigantic blue shadow flew down, picked up the coffin, and took away the remaining inferior treasures. The purple cloud the Archlord, the white-bearded elder, the earth fire the Archlord, and the others had spent so much effort, but they did not obtain anything. They were all unwilling to give up. Given the amount of saint power consumed by that monster, there is a 90% chance that we can catch up, the purple cloud the Archlord said. There was a compass in his hand, and there was a purple spoon on it, guiding the way. Hurry up. If other strong teams encounter it, we won't have a chance to get those treasures. The Earthfire the Archlord was slightly worried. There were 4 teams led by demigods in the mystic realm. That brat Qinyu has probably been taken care of. The white-bearded elder thought to himself. The gigantic blue shadow did not have the time to deal with Qinyu just now, but now that it had the time, it would definitely not let go of the thief, Qinyu. We caught up. The purple cloud the Archlord could not hide the excitement in his heart. In his vision, the gigantic blue shadow was floating on a coffin at the foot of a hill far away, sorting out the treasures. Leave the treasures behind. Kill. The white-bearded elder, the Earthfire the Archlord, the purple cloud the Archlord, and the others increased their speed and charged over. You bunch of bastards, die for me. The gigantic blue shadow was furious. It flew into the sky and slashed with the crystal trident in its hand. An evil ice storm swept in all directions and froze everything. Now that it had completely refined the jade robe, it was slightly more confident. At the very least, it wouldn't be so easy to kill it. After an intense battle for a long time, the gigantic blue shadow was at a disadvantage. After all, it had expended too much energy, and it couldn't sustain a prolonged battle. However, it had also killed a member of the Heaven's Legacy race to vent its anger. Out of the large number of members from the 3 races, the Stone race and Cloud Dragon race each had 1 member left, and the Heaven's Legacy race had 2 members left. Whoosh, the gigantic blue shadow flew away once again. Hand over the treasures, or don't even think about leaving. The 4 members of the 3 races continued to chase. You shameless thieves, all the treasures have been taken by that brat. The gigantic blue shadow roared. All the treasures have been taken, everyone was slightly stunned. Who are you trying to fool? The Earthfire the Archlord didn't believe it. With that brat Jinyu's strength, how could he snatch the treasures from the gigantic blue shadow and escape? Your lie is too fake. The white-bearded elder smiled. The purple cloud emperor lord frowned slightly. She felt that the possibility of the gigantic blue shadow lying was very low. After a long chase, the gigantic blue shadow finally died in the hands of the 3 races. All the spoils of war had been dug out, except for the crystal trident and the jade robe. Where did he hide the treasures? The white-bearded elder frowned angrily. Could it be that there are really only these 2 profound artifacts? The other treasures were all taken by that brat. The Earthfire Emperor Lord recalled the words of the gigantic blue shadow and found it hard to believe. The three races had used all their means and suffered heavy losses, but in the end, they only obtained 2 supreme-grade profound artifacts. There were only 2 supreme-grade profound artifacts from the 3 forces present. How were they going to split them? Impossible. The white-bearded elder denied, but he accepted this fact in his heart. His hatred and killing intent towards Xianxia gradually increased. After obtaining the benefits, Xianxia flew for a distance before burrowing underground and entering the space within the heavenly quiet feather. The blood god doppelganger was refining the blood it had devoured earlier to increase its cultivation. The injuries caused by the gigantic blue shadow had also recovered by about 60 to 70%. His self-healing ability was far above that of the blood-devouring clan. With blood or rare blood path treasures, he could speed up the recovery of his injuries. Xianxia sensed that the blood god doppelganger seemed to have reached a bottleneck and was moving towards the peak of the early mysterious dark realm. He sat down cross-legged, took out the mysterious blue sea bead, and began to refine it. This was a supreme-grade profound artifact that could make up for Xianxia's shortcomings in the soul aspect. The refining of the profound artifact was relatively smooth, and he succeeded in half a day. After refining, Xianxia began to explore and understand this profound artifact. Buzz, after activating it, a deep blue light shot out, forming a round and bright blue light shield that protected Xianxia's star soul. In addition, Xianxia suddenly felt that his star soul was cool and comfortable. This mysterious blue sea bead seems to have the effect of healing star soul injuries. In other words, this was a profound artifact that could both defend and heal the soul. Of course, the healing effect wasn't particularly strong, and it probably wouldn't be of much use if the soul was severely injured. After refining the mysterious blue sea bead, Xianxia took out the sky crystal ore and the soul-suppressing stone. He activated the black tortoise sea suppressing arm and continued to absorb the energy in the sky crystal ore again. As for the soul-suppressing stone, it was a treasure with an extremely strong auxiliary ability that could be forged into a special profound artifact. In fact, there was another use for the soul-suppressing stone, which was to absorb the soul Tao energy within it to strengthen the star soul. In this way, the various effects of the soul-suppressing stone would be lost. Currently, Xianxia had the mysterious blue sea bead, a defensive profound artifact, so he wasn't in a hurry to improve the star soul's will. There were many evil spirits in this secret realm, and the soul-suppressing stone was also a means to restrain them. Xianxia cultivated in the heavenly quiet feather for 15 days, which was equivalent to 3 days in the outside world. At this time, the blood god doppelganger had also successfully broken through to the peak of the early mysterious dark realm, and it continued to cultivate and improve its cultivation. The gains in the ghost city can't be used by the clone. I have to find more resources to continue to nurture it, Xianxia murmured and left the underground. Next, he didn't have a clear goal. The 4 clans had been here for some time, and many of the treasure places that Xianxia had explored before might have already been captured. If he was unlucky, he would have made a wasted trip. When he explored before, there were a few places that were more dangerous and were more likely to have hidden treasures. Xianxia decided to start from these places. There were 3 more such dangerous places besides the ghost city, according to the first ancestor of the vampires. These 3 dangerous places used to have a top expert, at least at the demigod level. But these 4 top experts were likely to be the divine guards of a certain expert. There were 4 danger zones in the secret realm, including the ghost city he had just explored. In every dangerous place, there used to be a top-notch powerhouse who was at least a demigod. However, these 4 top-notch experts were very likely to be the divine guards of a certain expert, or in other words, the followers of some expert. The kindred progenitor guessed that there was a god in this world. It might even contain a god's treasure or core inheritance. Many places here have the remnant aura of a god, and I can even sense the faint fluctuations of divine power. There must be a god here, the kindred progenitor said. But Xianxia hadn't found anything when he had first searched the place. Perhaps I need to dig out the secret of the 4 divine guards before I can open the door to the true God. The kindred progenitor continued to speculate. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't completely believe the kindred progenitor's words. His predictions had been correct many times, and they had helped him. Now that he had confirmed his target, he went to the second danger zone. If the kindred progenitor's guess was correct, he would be able to open the door to the true God if he could dig out the secret of the 4 divine guards. Half a day later, Qingyu arrived at a desert. Ahead of him was a vast expanse of yellow soil. After advancing for a while, a strange purple-red color appeared in his vision. It seemed to cover the entire land. There was nothing on the purple-red land, but it gave off an ominous feeling. As he approached, Qingyu sensed a shocking corpse energy rushing toward him and corroding his life force. Fortunately, Qingyu was a body cultivator, so he wasn't affected by the corpse energy. Even a peak late-stage mysterious nether realm expert couldn't compare to him in terms of physical defense. I've arrived. Qingyu slowed down and sensed the chaotic fluctuations of sacred power coming from the purple-red land. This was the second danger zone, and its danger level was even higher than the ghost city. When they had explored the ghost city, Qingyu had been the first to arrive. The experts of the 4 races had slowly arrived after him. But this was a forbidden zone hidden underground. Based on the sounds of fighting, some teams had entered and were engaged in an intense battle. Qingyu arrived a little late. The forbidden underground area might have been almost completely explored, and only the core treasures were left. At this moment, in another direction, 3 figures flew over. Moreover, Qingyu felt very familiar with the auras of the 3 sacred powers. Has the purple cloud sovereign master arrived? The white-bearded elder of the cloud dragon race asked. It's right in front. It's definitely a treasure land that's not inferior to the ghost city. The purple cloud sovereign lord smiled. The white-bearded old man was not very excited. The greater the opportunities, the greater the danger. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything. His subordinates were all dead, and there were still 2 people left in the Heaven's Legacy race team. However, given his peak late-stage mysterious underworld strength, he wasn't afraid of the purple cloud the Archlord. Suddenly, the white-bearded elder, the purple cloud sovereign lord, and the others noticed a figure in front of them. Qingyu. The white-bearded old man's eyes widened, and his killing intent was revealed. The purple cloud sovereign lord was also surprised. He had followed the guidance of his divination to find the next place where the treasure was hidden, but he had coincidentally met Qingyu. Brat, hand over the treasure. The white-bearded old man immediately revealed an intense killing intent. Boom, he didn't say anything else and attacked immediately. The sacred power in his body surged out and turned into a white ray of light that traversed a distance of tens of thousands of feet and charged at Qingyu. Qingyu looked at the white-bearded old man with the same intense hostility. Swish, his figure flashed and shifted several hundred feet to the right, evading the white-bearded old man's long-range attack. You have indeed concealed your strength. The white-bearded old man's eyes narrowed. An ordinary early-stage mysterious underworld expert wouldn't be able to evade that attack. Let's attack together and split the spoils of war evenly. At that moment, the purple cloud sovereign lord spoke with a faint smile. She was also very surprised that Qingyu had escaped from the giant blue figure. Of course, this wasn't the main point. She attacked Qingyu mainly because Qingyu had obtained most of the treasures in the coffin. Among them was the sky crystal mine that she desperately desired. This lad has betrayed the cloud dragon race. I will be enough to deal with him. The white-bearded old man shouted. He believed that he could deal with Qingyu, and all the spoils of war would be his. Hence, he didn't want the purple cloud the Archlord to interfere. Qingyu was speechless when he saw the cloud dragon race and the Heaven's Legacy race arguing. At the same time, he had a doubt. Why wasn't the Earth Fire the Archlord with the purple cloud the Archlord and the white-bearded old man? Brat, leave this place quickly. At that moment, the blood race primogenitor's voice sounded. Leave this place? This might be the territory of the Second Divine Guard, and there might be great treasures. Why did he want to leave when he had just arrived? However, Qingyu's mysterious heart sensed that there was an extremely powerful forbidden aura in the depths of the purple-red ground that was gradually awakening. Swish, Qingyu's expression changed slightly as he retreated. He's going to escape. I'll help you stop this brat. The purple cloud the Archlord didn't wait for the white-bearded old man to agree and attacked first. Swish, she dashed out rapidly and blocked Qingyu. His life is mine. The white-bearded old man shouted and chased after him. Scram! Qingyu shouted when he saw the purple cloud the Archlord of the Heaven's Legacy race attacking him. Up until now, he hadn't defended the Heaven's Legacy race. Hand over the treasures obediently and submit to the Heaven's Legacy race, and you can still live. Otherwise, just wait for death. The purple cloud the Archlord revealed an elegant smile. The saint power in his body turned into a faint purple ribbon that wrapped around Xianxia. Although the Heaven's Legacy race wasn't strong, the purple cloud the Archlord was also a late-stage mysterious underworld expert. Xianxia's expression was cold, and he didn't care about the purple cloud the Archlord's attack at all. The purple cloud the Archlord's combat strength was considered ordinary among late-stage mysterious underworld experts. Moreover, the purple cloud the Archlord was using a binding technique that couldn't hurt Xianxia at all. The purple cloud the Archlord felt like he was walking into a trap when he saw that Xianxia wasn't retreating or dodging. Suddenly, a pair of vermilion bird-sacred wings appeared on Xianxia's back. His speed suddenly increased, and he smashed towards the purple cloud the Archlord like a flaming meteor. That faint purple ribbon landed on Xianxia's body. Just as it was wrapping around him, it was ignited by the flames on the vermilion bird's sacred wings. The purple cloud the Archlord was slightly shocked. Xianxia could actually burn her saint power to attack. This meant that Xianxia's strength was at least at the late-stage mysterious underworld realm. The purple cloud the Archlord wanted to retreat. She wasn't good at fighting head-on. However, at that moment, the space around her fluctuated, and two bright silver spatial hands formed, grabbing her. Not good. The purple cloud the Archlord instantly felt an intense sense of danger. The two spatial hands that grabbed her body contained powerful spatial energy that was only slightly inferior to the ceiling sky-locking formation. Swoosh, Xianxia attacked rapidly. The white tiger sacred claws formed, and it shone with a dazzling golden light. He was going to take the purple cloud the Archlord's life. At that moment, rumble, a terrifying aura suddenly awakened in the depths of the purplish-red ground, shaking the surroundings. This powerful corpse aura also contained the aura of a demigod. It was very similar to the giant blue figure in the ghost city, but it gave Xianxia a more dangerous feeling. What's going on? The purple cloud the Archlord was shocked by the scene. However, she didn't have time to think about anything else, because Xianxia was charging toward her. That pair of huge white tiger sacred claws was enough to split her in half. Buzz, the purple cloud the Archlord took out an ancient brass shield. It was only 2 feet long, and the ancient characters on it were shining with golden light. Clang, Xianxia's white tiger sacred claws landed on the ancient brass shield, and dazzling light splashed everywhere. He blocked it. The purple cloud the Archlord heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia didn't kill the purple cloud the Archlord in one attack. When he passed by her, he suddenly turned around and kicked. He didn't show any mercy. This kick contained a powerful force, and when it landed on the purple cloud the Archlord's back, the sound of her spine breaking could be heard. Arg! The purple cloud the Archlord screamed. Her body was restrained by the spatial power, so she couldn't resist and was sent flying thousands of feet away. The white-bearded elder saw this scene. He didn't expect that the purple cloud the Archlord, who was at the late-stage mysterious underworld realm, would be sent flying by a kick from Xianxia. Then, his heart skipped a beat as he looked at the purplish-red land in the distance. Rumble, the purplish-red land cracked inch by inch, and a terrifying corpse aura surged into the sky along with a sinister and frightening aura. A huge ravine appeared on the ground, and a huge black figure crawled out of it. That is... Xianxia's pupils shrank. That huge black figure was thousands of feet long. It was a giant beetle with hard scales all over its body. It had 18 long legs on both sides of its body, and it crawled out of the ground. On the back of the giant beetle was a huge building filled with all kinds of insects that emitted a strong corpse aura. Xianxia could sense an extremely powerful and awe-inspiring aura from this giant beetle. This opponent was definitely stronger than the giant blue figure from before, and its cultivation might be at the demigod level. Swoosh. Swoosh, along with the appearance of the giant beetle, several silhouettes flew out of the crevice. Run. It's actually a sky-poisoned giant beetle that has turned into a corpse. Among these figures were the stone race and the demon race. The purple cloud the Archlord, who had just crawled up from the ground, scanned his back with his spiritual consciousness and saw that the giant black beetle was surrounded by a pitch-black poisonous fog and emitting a frightening corpse aura. There were also all kinds of insects crawling on the building behind it. The purple cloud the Archlord had goosebumps all over his body. His face was pale as he dragged his injured body and fled quickly. The sky-poison giant beetle behind him gave him a sense of life-threatening danger. This sky-poison giant beetle that has turned into a corpse is even stronger than the monsters in the ghost city. Its cultivation is at the demigod level. The purple cloud the Archlord's heart trembled. That giant blue figure had caused them to suffer heavy losses even though they had joined forces with the three races. Now, this sky-poison giant beetle that had suddenly appeared was even stronger. Now, the purple cloud the Archlord hated Xianxia to the core. That kick from Xianxia just now had sent her to the edge of the sky-poison giant beetle, putting her in danger. Ah, save me! The purple cloud the Archlord was enveloped by the poison around the sky-poison giant beetle, and her body started to rot and turn black. Her life force was rapidly depleting, and she called for help from the nearby white-bearded elder of the cloud dragon race. The white-bearded elder stared at the sky-poison giant beetle with a grave expression. He could sense that the sky-poison giant beetle was at the demigod level. There was no way the sky-poison giant beetle would take the risk to save the Heaven's Legacy race. Roar! The sky-poison giant beetle opened its mouth and roared. Even more intense corpse poison mixed with its own poison was spat out and spread out. The purple cloud the Archlord had been able to resist the poison earlier, but now, his saint energy protection was instantly corroded. His body was visibly withering and turning black, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a pitch-black skeleton and fell. What a powerful poison! Xianxia had a serious expression. The sky-poison giant beetle was a giant poisonous insect of the insect race. Adding on the fact that the dead sky-poison giant beetle had turned into a corpse, its poison had increased. The purple cloud the Archlord was at the late-stage mysterious dark realm, but he turned into a dried corpse in a few breaths' time. Everyone prepared to retreat. At this moment, all kinds of small insects crawled on the building on the back of the sky-poison giant beetle, revealing a square building with a tattered roof. A powerful divine power aura spread from the hole in the roof, causing the Yuan Qi within 100,000 feet to tremble. The star source and sacred power in the surrounding the Archlord's bodies were suppressed. That's a Yao race. The Archlord immediately looked over. Through the hole, he saw a white crystal bead embedded in a stone pillar. It gave off a faint divine power aura that affected everything in the surroundings. In the next instant, the insects crawled on the building and covered the hole. Divine crystal! The white-bearded elder exclaimed excitedly. Although it was only for an instant, the surrounding cultivators still saw the white crystal bead. Everyone's breathing quickened. They had been planning to retreat, but now they couldn't move. The allure of the divine crystal was simply too great. There's a divine crystal here. Xianxia was also extremely shocked, and his heart was filled with desire. In the origin world, divine crystals were above supreme-grade Yuan stones. Normally, ordinary divine crystals only contained dense heaven-earth Yuan Qi and were consumables for heaven-merging realm cultivators. However, this divine crystal gave off a divine power aura. It clearly contained divine power, making it even more valuable. The value of this divine crystal might be slightly higher than the divine bloodstone. Xianxia guessed in his heart. The divine bloodstone focused on the transformation of one's state of existence and the advancement of one's cultivation. The value of this divine crystal was completely focused on increasing one's cultivation. Any mystic dark the Archlord would desire a divine crystal that contained divine power. Xianxia, the white-bearded elder, and the stone race and Yao race groups that had escaped stopped near the sky-poison giant beetle. Even if we work together, we won't be able to kill this demigod-level sky-poison giant beetle. The white-bearded old man looked distressed. The sky-poison giant beetle swept its gaze around, and a dark light flickered in its eyes. It roared and continuously released pitch-black poisonous fog into the surroundings. Whoosh! Xianxia flew backwards. The poison emitted by the sky-poison giant beetle posed a certain threat to him. Moreover, with the strength of the sovereign lords present, they were completely unable to do anything to the sky-poison giant beetle, and they had no way of obtaining the divine crystal. Boom! The sky-poison giant beetle flew up, and the poisonous mist around it expanded to 80,000 feet. Wherever it passed, everything turned pitch black and emitted a putrid smell. At the same time, the bugs on its back crawled down and followed the sky-poison giant beetle. The Strength of these little bugs were mostly at the star condensation realm, but they had the advantage in numbers. They could also spit out poison, causing the surrounding poisonous gas to expand further, covering a radius of 10,000 feet. Everyone quickly retreated. They had just seen how powerful the sky poison giant beetle's poison was. It could easily kill a late-stage mysterious nether-realm expert. Xiao. The sky poison giant beetle's body shot out pitch black, putrid light beams in all directions. Each light beam seemed to represent death. The energy contained within them was something ordinary sovereign lords could not block. A sovereign lord who was slightly slower was hit by this light beam, and a large hole appeared in his body. Following that, his body turned black and withered, and he turned into a putrid corpse. Xianyu's speed had reached the peak of the late-stage mysterious nether realm, and he was far away, so he easily dodged this attack. In an instant, only the venomous creatures and bugs were left in the area around the sky poison giant beetle. The sky poison giant beetle continued to fly and attack, trying to kill all the outsiders. However, everyone was on high alert, and they maintained a distance from the sky poison giant beetle. They would not be easily killed. The sky poison giant beetle's speed is a little slow. Xianyu discovered that the sky poison giant beetle's speed was at most at the peak of the late-stage mysterious nether realm. Perhaps it was because its body was too large, and it had turned into a corpse, so its body was stiff and not agile enough. If the sky poison giant beetle possessed the speed of a demigod, it would be able to massacre everyone. After venting its anger, the sky poison giant beetle did not continue to chase after the outsiders. Instead, it looked in a certain direction and suddenly flew away. No one was willing to give up on the divine crystal and followed behind the sky poison giant beetle. Brat, this sky poison giant beetle is a little strange. It seems to have a target. If it really belonged to a divine guard of some expert, then the place it is going to is very likely a god. The voice of a blood ancestor rang out. Xianyu felt that the possibility was high, so he also followed, maintaining a distance from the sky poison giant beetle. With his speed, he could escape even if he was chased by the sky poison giant beetle. Hence, all the outsiders who saw the divine crystal followed behind the sky poison giant beetle. We can't get too close. There is still poison in the air. If we follow it for too long, we will also die. One of the stone race clansmen had many black spots on his body, and he slowed down again. The others did the same. The white-bearded old man smiled inwardly and took out a jade robe, draping it over his body. This was the spoil of war he had obtained from the giant blue shadow, and it had a strong resistance against poison. Gradually, the strength of the individual could be seen from the speed at which they followed. The white-bearded old man of the cloud dragon race belonged to the peak. Does that brat want to die? Why is he so close? I think he will die from the poison in less than 5 minutes. The gazes of the many people following behind him landed on an ordinary-looking human man. This human man's speed was almost the same as the white-bearded old man's. Xianyu? The white-bearded old man noticed Xianyu and frowned. He knew that Xianyu had hidden treasures on him, so he wanted to kill him personally. However, Xianyu had indirectly killed the purple cloud the Archmaster, which proved that he was not weak and had reached the late-stage mysterious nether realm. It would be very difficult to kill him. Furthermore, the current situation was not suitable for him to attack Xianyu. I will take your life after you have been corroded by the poison. The white-bearded old man made up his mind. Xianyu ignored the white-bearded old man not far away. With his strength, he did not need to fear a peak late-stage mysterious nether realm expert. Originally, he had not planned to show himself. However, as he followed, Xianyu discovered that the poison mist released by the sky poison giant beetle could temper his body. Xianyu activated the black tortoise sea suppressing arm, and a layer of faint blue light appeared on his skin to counteract the poison. During this process, the aura released by Xianyu's body gradually condensed. Even his resistance against the poison was gradually increasing. Hence, Xianyu increased his speed slightly and got even closer to the team. What? The white-bearded old man felt inferior when he saw Xianyu overtake him, so he immediately followed. However, he discovered that something was amiss. Xianyu did not use his sacred power to resist the poison. It looked like he was being corroded by the poison, but in reality, he was not injured. This brat is a body cultivator. He is using the poison mist left by the sky poison giant beetle to temper his body. The white-bearded old man was infuriated after discovering the truth. He had used his sacred power to activate the supreme-grade mystic artifact to counteract the poison. On the other hand, Xianxia did not waste his sacred power. Instead, he tempered his body and gained an advantage. The funny thing was that he purposely chased after Xianxia in a fit of pique and expended more sacred power. In addition, the white-haired old man was prepared to wait for Xianxia to be poisoned more deeply before killing him. This wishful thinking was completely ruined. Gradually, Xianxia became the person at the front of the crowd. He was bathing in the sky poison giant beetle's poison mist. His body glowed with a blue luster, and there were no signs of him being poisoned. This brat has surpassed the cloud dragon the arch. However, even if he is a body cultivator, it is very unusual for him to be able to stay so close to the sky poison giant beetle and not be affected by the poison. Many people at the back exclaimed. Xianxia did not care so much. All his attention was on the cultivation of the four symbols' divine body. He was delighted to feel the improvement of his body. At a certain moment, Xianxia took out a dark blue crystal with a faint layer of frost on it. This deep blue frost stone was one of the water attribute ores that Xianxia had obtained from the coffin. Its value was slightly inferior to the sky crystal ores. Xianxia activated his dermic art and absorbed the energy essence of the deep blue frost stone into the black tortoise sacred arm. My efficiency has increased, Xianxia smiled. Tempering himself in actual combat while using precious resources was the best way of cultivation. Deep blue frost stone. This brat actually has such a treasure. This is a rare or used to forge supreme-grade mystic artifacts. The people at the back were jealous and greedy. This bastard brat. The other treasures in the coffin are indeed in his hands. The white-haired old man gritted his teeth in hatred when he saw Xianxia's joyful expression. However, as he interacted more, he had a deeper understanding of Xianxia and knew some details. He became more cautious and did not act rashly. 5 minutes later. Boom, another powerful demigod realm aura spread out along with a fierce aura, causing a chaotic storm to sweep over. The sky poison giant beetle roared in anger, and the little black insects around it also roared and formed a mist of corpse poison that shot forward. The aura of a god crystal. The demigod evil bird blocked in front of the sky poison giant beetle and saw the god crystal with its dark purple eyes. It's the demigod evil bird of the Yao race. Some people exclaimed. The sky poison giant beetle had finally attracted a demigod expert. The Yao following behind were overjoyed, while the white-haired elder from the stone race and the cloud dragon race had worried expressions. Demigod evil bird? Xianxia opened his eyes. He had finally met a demigod expert from the 4 races. However, of the 4 demigods, only this demigod evil bird had some enmity with Xianxia. His luck was just too bad. Emperor Lord Bo Feng. Xianxia looked at the Emperor Lord of the tiger race behind the demigod evil bird. It was Emperor Lord Bo Feng, who had competed with him for the Blood Lake at the beginning. Emperor Lord Bo Feng also saw Xianxia and was overjoyed. Xianxia? Sovereign Lord Luo Feng stared at Xianxia with wild joy. After searching for a long time, he finally found it. It was time to wash away the shame. Xianxia knew that Emperor Lord Bo Feng would definitely take revenge, but he wasn't afraid unless demigod evil sparrow personally attacked him. At this moment, the only thing in demigod evil bird's eyes was the god crystal and the sky poison giant beetle. Leave behind the divine crystal and I can spare your life. The demigod evil bird floated in the air and was surrounded by 5-colored light, making it seem like a true god. Die. The sky poison giant beetle's eyes glowed with a bloody light. Flames of fury burned in its eyes as it launched an attack. Under the will of the sky poison giant beetle, the entire world became gloomy and dark, and poisonous gas filled the air. Xiao, it opened its huge mouth and shot out a dark and rotten beam of light, causing everything to turn black and rotten. To be able to be called a demigod, one had to either comprehend the laws or condense god power. The sky poison giant beetle belonged to the latter category. This attack contained divine power, and the astral source sacred energy of the mysterious nether realm was completely suppressed by divine power. An ordinary mysterious nether realm expert would feel that this attack possessed the power to destroy everything. They could only dodge. If they couldn't dodge, they would die. Since you are seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. Demigod Evil Bird roared coldly as its body flashed with light. The five-colored light around it became even brighter, making it hard for others to look directly at it. Boom, a beam of dark and wicked light suddenly formed around the demigod Evil Bird and shot forward. At this moment, the gloomy world was illuminated by all kinds of radiance, clashing with the poisonous mist. The demigod Evil Bird's intent replaced heaven and earth. His attack was amplified by nature and collided with the sky-poison giant beetle's attack. Rumble, in an instant, the world trembled violently as if it was about to be destroyed. Chaotic poisonous gas and dazzling radiance surged in all directions. Retreat. A battle between demigods created a terrifying storm. Everyone hurriedly dodged to avoid being affected. Sizzling. Qin, who was tempering his physique, was attacked by the battle storm. The translucent blue light on the surface of his body was destroyed, and his whole body suffered various degrees of light injuries. Under the effects of the indestructible physique, his injuries slowly recovered. After all, it was an injury caused by a demigod. Otherwise, it would have healed in the blink of an eye. The demigod Evil Bird hasn't formed divine power, but it has touched the laws. Qin was experiencing this confrontation. The sky-poison giant beetle's divine power was extremely strong, and the demigod Evil Bird had comprehended the law of light, so it suppressed the sky-poison giant beetle in terms of cultivation. Both of them were demigods, but there were subtle differences. Qin did not retreat too far. As a matter of fact, he had felt that the effects of his physique tempering were slowly decreasing as he followed behind the sky-poison giant beetle. Now, the repercussions from the battle between the two demigods had increased the tempering effect, which was exactly what he wanted. Qin held the deep blue frost stone in his hand and absorbed its energy essence into his black tortoise sacred arm. The enhancement of the black tortoise sacred arm brought about an increase in the defensive power of the entire body. That brat is really audacious. Even though the demigod Sparrow is here, he still refuses to give up. He's so close to the battlefield. The Stone Tribe members were astonished. In fact, they did not want to give up. The white-bearded elder was still thinking that killing Qin would give him some treasures even if it was impossible to obtain the divine crystals. However, Qin refused to retreat and continued to stay within the range of the two demigods' confrontation. This caused his wishful thinking to fail once more. The white-bearded elder felt that everything had gone wrong ever since he met Qin. At this moment, Qin voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "You're giving up on the divine crystals just like that? Although the demigod Evil Bird is here, it will be very difficult to kill the sky-poison giant beetle." The white-bearded elder thought for a bit and felt that it made sense. He then realized that Qin was also sending a voice transmission to the stone race present. "We can team up. We're not a small force, and we don't need to fight against a demigod right now." Qin continued. The stone race members thought for a bit and agreed. It would be very difficult for the demigod Evil Bird to kill the sky-poison giant beetle, but they could still inform the other experts of their race to come over. The white-bearded elder also wanted the divine crystals, so he didn't reject the suggestion. In the end, Qin, the white-bearded elder, and the stone race stopped near the battlefield between the Yao race and the sky-poison giant beetle. In reality, the reason why Qin teamed up with the white-bearded elder and the stone race was all for himself. It wouldn't be very suitable for him to stay here by himself if all of them left. Lord Evil Bird, the stone race, the cloud dragon race, and that human Qin haven't left yet. They're still thinking about the divine crystals. I'll help you chase them away. Emperor Lord Feng purposely emphasized Qin. Go. Demigod Evil Bird's calm voice sounded. Nothing would be a problem as long as he successfully killed the sky-poison giant beetle, so he wasn't worried. Let's go and help Lord Evil Bird chase away these bastards. Emperor Lord Feng, the white-robed Yao, and the other 3 Yao from Demigod Evil Bird's group all moved out. There was a total of 5 Yao. Apart from Emperor Lord Feng, there was also a peak late-stage mysterious Dark Realm Emperor Lord. Fuck off or else we'll kill you. Emperor Lord Feng and the other members of the Yao race arrived in front of Qin and the stone race and roared in disdain. Why? It's not like we're interfering with the Yao race. A Emperor Lord of the stone race wasn't willing to leave. You don't have the right to choose. Emperor Lord Feng snickered coldly. Those from the stone race had worried expressions. The Yao race had demigod evil bird, so there was indeed no need for them to fight the Yao race head-on right now. Attack! Emperor Lord Feng snickered coldly. All the Yao race members immediately took action. They were too lazy to waste their breath. Killing them directly would give them some benefits. Chen Yu, we meet again. Emperor Luo Feng immediately looked at Chen Yu with a wide smile on his face. However, Chen Yu wasn't worried or afraid in the slightest, and he shouted with a cold and indifferent voice instead. Imperial Lord Luo Feng, don't be courting death. I only spared your life because you helped me take care of the divine bloodstone that day. Chen Yu was speaking the truth. Bastard, you're courting death. Emperor Lord Feng was instantly enraged. Boom, he took out a pitch-black battle axe that radiated a black light. It formed a terrifying axe that was several hundred feet wide and slashed at Chen Yu. Emperor Lord Feng had recovered from his injuries and was in his peak state. He attacked with all his strength and wanted to kill Chen Yu. So, facing an opponent like Emperor Lord Feng, Chen Yu wasn't interested at all and flew toward the demigod battlefield. Since Emperor Lord Feng's attack missed, he kept on attacking. He was outside the demigod battlefield, and Chen Yu was extremely fast. It was hard for him to hit him from a distance. Monarch Lord Feng clenched his teeth and charged into the demigod battle zone. Instantly, a terrifying storm pressure descended upon him. His body sank as he felt the immense pressure. He immediately used his sacred power to protect his body. From time to time, an evil light would sweep over and injure him. On the other hand, Chen Yu appeared to be completely unscathed in the demigod battlefield. It seemed as if he was still cultivating. At this moment, Emperor Lord Feng realized that he had underestimated his opponent. He attacked once again. Chen Yu roamed around and honed his life force and body in the demigod battlefield. He cultivated the black tortoise sea suppressing arm and didn't put Emperor Lord Feng in his eyes. Why does he seem fine? After chasing for a while, Emperor Lord Feng's face was grim. He had been injured by the demigod battle and poison had invaded his body. He could only use less than 70% of his battle power. If this continued, he might die here before he could catch up to Chen Yu. Emperor Lord Feng wanted to retreat. However, right at this moment, Chen Yu instantly attacked. He waved his palm and several gold and silver spatial blades formed around him. One of the spatial blades was slightly special. It was blood red and there were ripples of life within it. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Divine sense was disrupted in the chaotic storm. By the time Emperor Lord Feng realized it, it was already too late for him to dodge. Pucci, several spatial blades stabbed into Emperor Lord Feng. In order to not attract the attention of the demigods, Chen Yu didn't use the full power of the intent of space. Therefore, Emperor Lord Feng was only heavily injured and didn't die. The blood-red blade that was stabbed into Emperor Lord Feng's chest suddenly melted and disappeared. Emperor Lord Feng felt as if there was a mysterious and cold power of the Tao of blood entering his body. Next, he felt his blood and life force being devoured. He struggled with a pained expression. Chen Yu didn't even look and turned to leave. The rest was up to the blood god clone. Emperor Lord Feng was heavily injured and was in the demigod battlefield. His strength was greatly reduced, and the blood god clone was able to kill Emperor Lord Feng after entering his body. After a while, the real Emperor Lord Feng died, and his body was controlled by the blood god clone. Chen Yu, who was tempering his body, sensed that the blood god clone had broken through to the middle stage mysterious underworld realm. This was obvious. Chen Yu had invested countless treasures to nurture the blood god clone. Now, the clone had devoured the life essence of a late-stage mysterious underworld being. Go. Use their blood to strengthen yourself. Chen Yu ordered the clone. If the blood god clone wanted to strengthen, killing and devouring enemies was the fastest way. Swoosh, the clone controlled Emperor Lord Feng's body and left the demigod battlefield. Emperor Lord Feng, did you kill that kid? A middle-stage mysterious underworld beast asked with a smile. No, he's hiding in the demigod battlefield. I'm injured. Come and protect me. Emperor Lord Feng ordered. Although this beast was unwilling, he didn't reject and left with Emperor Lord Feng. Suddenly, Emperor Lord Feng turned around and stabbed his huge tiger claw that flickered with a black blood radiance. At the same time, in a certain corner of the secret realm, it was dark and chaotic. There were many strangely shaped grand buildings that emitted a faint divine power aura. In the sky, there was a divine might that seemed to be condensed. Two blurry figures could be vaguely seen. One of the figures was surrounded by a dark red mist that spread for several tens of thousands of feet. It was dark and sinister, and it contained a deadly poison. The other person was dressed in white, and mysterious ancient silver characters flickered around his body. He was surrounded by a complicated array pattern that emitted powerful divine power fluctuations. You and I have been facing each other for 936 years, and we still can't decide the victor. The demonic and overbearing voice said. If you think that it's too long, you can leave and give me the treasures and inheritance in the God domain. Another gentle voice said. Get lost. The overbearing voice replied. Let's not talk about this. Since you and I have already prepared everything. According to the agreement, you and I will choose one person from each of the outsiders to fight. Whoever chooses a stronger candidate will be able to obtain everything here. It's impossible for the person we choose to fight to a draw. The gentle voice said half-jokingly. In the secret realm. A team of cloud dragons was flying over a vast plain. Suddenly, the world's vital energy trembled, and a supreme divine might descended in a radius of several 100,000 feet. Everything in the world was suppressed. The three cloud dragon emperor masters found it difficult to raise their heads. Their faces were filled with shock, and their hearts trembled. God, this is the power of a god. Under the divine aura, all their strength was suppressed, and they instinctively felt reverence and worship. How could there be a god here? Wasn't it said that heaven fusion experts couldn't enter the secret realm? The other two cloud dragons were horrified. Rumble, a loud sound echoed, and all kinds of divine lights surged in the sky. Palaces and buildings appeared, turning illusions into reality. A majestic building appeared in front of the three cloud dragons. It had to be known that there was nothing there a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, an endless number of buildings appeared, emitting an aura that could intimidate ghosts and gods. This is definitely a god, a god. We discovered a god. The three cloud dragons were overjoyed. They didn't know the reason, but a god had suddenly appeared. It was like a blessing from the heavens. Could it be that this emperor has been chosen by a god as an inheritor? One of the cloud dragons thought in his heart. Should we inform Glazed Light Demigod? Glazed Light was the leader of the cloud dragons. There's no need to be so anxious. Let's investigate first. The three members of the cloud dragon race had selfish motives. There seemed to be a dividing line in the middle of the enormous building. On the left, there were many palaces and buildings. They were bewitching and blood-red, and their blood-red light filled the sky. On the right, there were tall pagodas and temples, which were tranquil and ancient. After some investigation, the three cloud dragons discovered two entrances. There was a stone tablet on each side with the words "First Test" written on it. Test? Could this be an important place of inheritance? The three cloud dragons came to this conclusion. Once they passed all the tests, they would obtain the inheritance of a god. In the future, they would have great hopes of breaking through to the heaven fusion realm. But, why are there two entrances? Could it be that there are two inheritances? The cloud dragon leader was puzzled. It was really strange. On the other side, the two heaven fusion realm experts were paying attention to the situation around the inheritance land. They wanted to select people for a duel, so they had to test the other party's strength. Thus, the two gods set up a few checkpoints and tests, using this as a means of screening. You should have a setting that forbids demigods from entering, right? A gentle voice asked. This god has a very good memory. The domineering voice said. In the agreement between the two gods, they were not allowed to choose a demigod. The strength of a demigod was already close to the heavenly confluence realm, so it was easy for him to escape their control and discover their secrets. Alright, we'll decide on the candidate within a month. As time passes, the grand array that I set up might be seen through. The gentle voice said. This space was very stable. He had used his own array sacred art to deceive the outside world into thinking that the secret realm was unable to withstand the power of the heavenly combination stage. At that time, you can get lost. The two heavenly combination stage experts exchanged a few words before falling completely silent. Meanwhile, the sky poison giant beetle and the demigod evil sparrow were in an intense battle. The demigod evil bird's star soul merged with heaven and earth, and its body seemed to be boundlessly majestic. Whoosh! Boom! The demigod evil bird unleashed a barrage of five-colored wicked light that covered heaven and earth. Emperor Lord Mystic Dark sighed in his heart when he saw this. If this was the strength of a demigod, then what kind of power did a true heavenly confluence realm have? Pung, pung, dazzling light exploded around the sky poison giant beetle and created countless storms. The sky poison giant beetle roared as it looked at the demigod evil bird with its blood-red eyes and spat out beams of divine power containing poison from its mouth. The demigod evil bird was extremely strong in all aspects, so it should have the advantage. On the other hand, after the sky poison giant beetle turned into a corpse, its body wasn't as agile, and its speed was only at the peak late-stage mysterious dark realm. However, the sky poison giant beetle's defense and poison were also extremely strong. Otherwise, the demigod evil bird was confident that he could win within 50 moves. The demigod evil bird suddenly realized that there was a figure in the area where he and the sky poison giant beetle were fighting. Qinyu, he had an impression of this human. This human had snatched away a piece of divine bloodstone from Sovereign Lord Feng's hands. Interesting. The demigod evil bird didn't put Qinyu in his eyes before. However, he was slightly interested now. Normal mysterious dark realms would stay far away from the area where he and the sky poison giant beetle were fighting, but Qinyu was approaching and using the clash of demigods to refine his body. His guts were not ordinary. If you want to refine your body, then I'll help you. The demigod evil bird revealed a wicked smile. He disdained to attack Qinyu, and he had an even more important enemy to deal with. However, as a demigod, it was very easy for him to deal with Qinyu in secret. Boom! At a certain moment, the storm created by the clash between the demigod evil bird and the sky poison giant beetle surged toward Qinyu. The dark, evil, and chaotic radiance was mixed with a dark, rotten, poisonous gas that surged toward him. Qinyu, you're dead. The white-bearded elder was paying attention to Qinyu, and he laughed in his heart when he saw this. He was already preparing to pick up Qinyu's corpse. Not good, the demigod evil bird is targeting me? Qinyu felt a surge of pressure. He immediately circulated the black tortoise sea suppressing arm as he faced the shockwaves of the demigod battle. Compared to before, the black tortoise sea suppressing arm had become much stronger. His overall defense and resistance to poison had also increased. When the black tortoise sacred rune on his arm flashed, and a dark blue light spread out. Black tortoise scale armor. This was a defensive technique that could only be used at the late stages of cultivation. The scales on the black tortoise sacred arm quickly spread to his entire body. The defense of the black tortoise scale armor wasn't as strong as the black tortoise protection, but it used less energy and lasted longer. Boom! The shockwaves of the demigod's attack descended, and Qinyu felt like he was in the middle of a destructive storm. He slightly weakened the defense of the black tortoise scale armor, allowing the shockwaves to damage his body even more. He then repaired it and refined his body as much as possible. In the eyes of the demigod evil bird, Qinyu was barely holding on, and he wasn't defending with ease. If that wasn't the case, the demigod evil bird would take Qinyu more seriously, which would be disadvantageous. You're fine? The demigod evil bird paid close attention to Qinyu. But this should be your limit. In the next instant, another shockwave from the demigod battle swept toward Qinyu. Qinyu revealed a painful expression as he endured the shockwave. His state of existence and body started to change under this shockwave that contained divine power. The shockwave from the demigod battle became more and more ferocious. Qinyu looked like he couldn't hold on any longer, as if he was about to be severely injured by poison, but he managed to survive every time. Bastard, this brat still hasn't reached his limit? The demigod evil bird was starting to get impatient. This brat is a body cultivator, and the divine bloodstone is very useful to him. Could he have absorbed it already? The demigod evil bird guessed. Otherwise, how could Qinyu's body be so strong? No matter what, the demigod evil bird wanted the divine bloodstone. If Qinyu absorbed the divine bloodstone, he would refine Qinyu into a pill. Right at this moment, the scream of a sovereign lord sounded from afar, Arg. Sovereign Lord Bo Feng, why did you? A sovereign lord of the fiend race turned into a dried corpse in despair and unwillingness, falling to the ground. Sovereign Lord Bo Feng licked his lips and revealed a greedy and bloodthirsty expression. The member of the stone race that was saved by Sovereign Lord Bo Feng was extremely puzzled. Why would Sovereign Lord Bo Feng of the Yao race save me? A peak late-stage mysterious dark realm expert fighting the white-bearded elder roared in anger, Sovereign Lord Bo Feng, what are you doing? Subsequently, the Sovereign Lord of the demon race abandoned the white-bearded old man and charged towards Sovereign Lord Bo Feng. Sovereign Lord Bo Feng's true body had already been taken over by the blood god clone, and his cultivation had been increasing after killing a few Yao race experts. However, he was still a distance away from breaking through to the next small realm. It was too difficult for his clone to fight against a peak late-stage mysterious dark realm expert with the cultivation of a middle-stage mysterious dark realm expert. Whoosh, the clone controlled Sovereign Lord Bo Feng and approached the demigod battlefield before arriving next to Qinyu. Brat, you're the one controlling Sovereign Lord Bo Feng? The peak late-stage mysterious dark realm emperor lord roared in anger. Demigod Evil Sparrow, who was fighting against the sky poison giant beetle, also saw this. With his powerful divine sense, he could sense that Sovereign Lord Bo Feng was being controlled by another life form. At this instant, Demigod Evil Sparrow's hatred for Qinyu increased, and he even planned to kill Qinyu himself. Just a bit longer, I'll make you die without a grave. Demigod Evil Sparrow suppressed this thought. The sky poison giant beetle was already heavily injured by his continuous attacks, and he was about to kill it and obtain the god crystal. He didn't want to split his attention and do anything else at this moment. Die! Demigod Evil Sparrow roared, and a rainbow-colored fan appeared in the sky and created a blinding storm of light that slashed downward. Bam! 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 The sky poison giant beetle's scales shattered as it faced Demigod Evil Sparrow's fierce attacks. The building on the back of the beetle exploded, and the god crystal floated in the air. Apart from the god crystal, a few other precious resources were also revealed. The sky poison giant beetle retreated rapidly, and it actually charged at Qinyu. Maybe this was a habit that Demigod Evil Sparrow had developed, and he couldn't change it in a short amount of time. Not good. The monster race emperor lord fighting against Qinyu quickly retreated. Qinyu was relatively calm. After the previous tempering, his vitality, physique, and defensive power had greatly improved. He could block the poison even if he stood next to the sky poison giant beetle. His eyes stared at the back of the sky poison giant beetle, and he desired the god crystal and the other precious resources. However, Qinyu didn't dare to take them. Otherwise, he would be targeted by Demigod Evil Sparrow. It's too much of a loss if I don't take anything. Qinyu was unwilling to accept this outcome. He suddenly made a decision as he watched the mountain-like body of the sky poison giant beetle smash toward him. Bam! Sovereign Lord Bo Feng blocked in front of Qinyu and was instantly smashed into pieces by the sky poison giant beetle. Damn it, this brat actually used Sovereign Lord Bo Feng as a shield. The retreating monster race emperor cursed. Whoosh! Qinyu quickly retreated and stared at the sky poison giant beetle as he communicated with the blood god clone. The moment Sovereign Lord Bo Feng was smashed into pieces, Qinyu made the blood god clone turn into a drop of blood that entered the sky poison giant beetle's body through its wound. Fortune is found in danger. The clone's cultivation had reached the middle stages of the mysterious dark realm, so it would be very difficult to increase its strength. Therefore, Qinyu set his sights on the sky poison giant beetle. The body of a demigod was also a priceless treasure, and it was even more valuable to the blood god clone than god crystals. However, there was a problem. The sky poison giant beetle contained a powerful corpse poison that could kill the blood god clone. However, the blood god clone also contained poison. The divine blood stone that formed its core contained a deadly poison, and the lake of blood was poisoned as well. Furthermore, the sky poison giant beetle was heavily injured, and its strength had decreased, so it didn't have the heart to deal with the blood god clone that had entered its body. As long as the clone could withstand the corpse poison, it would be blessed. Qinyu quickly retreated and circulated his ancestral bloodline to communicate with the blood god doppelganger to strengthen its bloodline and resist the poison. The blood race's body was extremely strong, and the devouring blood race had an immortal blood body. The blood god doppelganger's bloodline was even stronger than the devouring blood race's, and its immortal blood body was even stronger. Qinyu connected his consciousness with the doppelganger and controlled it personally. At the start, the blood god doppelganger seemed to fall into a poisonous pond as a powerful corpse poison invaded its body. Luckily, the blood god doppelganger's body was small, so it only had to endure a small portion of the corpse poison. In the end, the blood god doppelganger survived. Good. Qinyu praised in his heart and nodded his head. This was the first step. Next, the blood god doppelganger needed to devour the corpse poison and refine it to increase its resistance against it. The blood god doppelganger had used a divine blood stone to create its core. It could be said that the doppelganger already contained poison, so this part wasn't too difficult. Under Qinyu's control, the blood god doppelganger absorbed some of the corpse poison and refined it, merging it with the poison in its body. Maybe it was because of the demigod evil bird's suppression, but the sky poison giant beetle was already heavily injured and weak, so the blood god doppelganger's second step was progressing smoothly. Die, monster. The demigod evil bird had a cold and proud expression as the seven-colored fan floating above its head released a terrifying storm that turned into a tornado that shot toward the sky poison giant beetle. The sky poison giant beetle held in pain. A large hole appeared on its back, and the black rotten meat inside was a mess. Great, Lord Evil Bird will be able to kill the sky poison giant beetle soon. The peak late-stage mysterious dark realm Yao Emperor Lord said with a smile. The other Yao had been taken care of by the blood god doppelganger, and he was the only one left. The stone race had only lost one member, but even with the white-bearded elder from the cloud dragon race, they didn't dare to steal food from the tiger's mouth. Right at this moment, the Yao Emperor Lord suddenly roared at Qinyu, "Human brat, you've killed so many Yao. Die." This demon race sovereign lord had attacked Qinyu just now. It was only because the sky poison giant beetle's corpse suddenly smashed over that he retreated. And now, Qinyu had already retreated from the area where the demigods were fighting. His murderous intent did not diminish, and he attacked again. He brought this upon himself. He Fuyuan's strength is on par with mine. The white-bearded old man sneered. Currently, the white-bearded old man, the Stone Clan, and Qinyu could be considered to be on the same side. He was also too embarrassed to join forces with the monster race to attack Qinyu. Moreover, with the strength of the monster race's sovereign lord He Fuyuan, it was more than enough to kill Qinyu. He only needed to keep a close eye on him and snatch away Qinyu's corpse. Whoosh, He Fuyuan was tall and sturdy, even more so than monarch Lord Bo Feng. A huge white saber hung above his head, surrounded by a dark brown storm. Qinyu was currently focused on his blood god clone, so he was surprised to sense an enemy charging at him. He furrowed his brows. This was the crucial moment for the blood god clone to obtain the fortune. However, He Fuyuan's cultivation was at the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm, and Qinyu could not underestimate him. He could only pull his attention away from his clone and deal with He Fuyuan. The white tiger sacred claw was instantly unleashed, and a golden light flashed in the air. Several bright streaks of light slashed out, and a sharp aura spread in all directions. Boom, boom. Qinyu and He Fuyuan clashed head-on, and a golden-brown storm spread in all directions. The two were on par with each other in this exchange. Qinyu and He Fuyuan quickly retreated and avoided the shockwaves. Qinyu even dared to face the shockwaves of a demigod's battle head-on, so he was naturally unharmed. He Fuyuan conjured up a holy power barrier to block the aftershocks. How is this possible? The white-bearded old man was shocked. If Qinyu was able to face He Fuyuan head-on, didn't that mean that he might not be able to do anything to Qinyu? The white-bearded old man had absolute confidence that he could kill Qinyu. The white-bearded old man wasn't the only one. The Stone Race members who weren't familiar with Qinyu were also dumbfounded. Who is this brat? How is he so strong? Looks like my physical strength has increased by quite a bit. Qinyu was also surprised by the result of this exchange. Logically speaking, there was still a gap between him and the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm if he only used the white tiger sacred claw. However, the power of his white tiger sacred claw had increased by quite a bit in the exchange just now. This was all due to the increase in his physical strength. Compared to before, the fifth level of the four Symbol's divine body had taken another big step and was very close to perfection. Adding on the special constitution that the mysterious heart gave him, Xianxia could probably fight against a late-stage mysterious underworld realm expert with just his physical strength alone. Brat, you were hiding your strength earlier? He Fuyuan was also shocked, his eyes darkening. Xianxia ignored He Fuyuan and communicated with the clone to observe its situation. At this moment, the clone had already absorbed some of the corpse poison into its body, and its resistance to it had increased greatly. Only then could the blood god clone start devouring the sky poison giant beetle's flesh and blood essence. The blood god clone started devouring the sky poison giant beetle's flesh and blood essence. Just by devouring a bit, the clone felt a sense of satisfaction. A large amount of flesh and blood essence, as well as the power of the Tao of poison, poured into its body. The blood god clone immediately started absorbing the external energy and turning it into its own power. The plan is a success. Xianxia couldn't help but be overjoyed. He could clearly sense that the blood god clone's cultivation was rapidly rising. Meanwhile, when He Fuyuan noticed Xianxu's absent-mindedness and indifference toward him, he immediately flared up in anger. Don't be arrogant. He roared as he swung the white blade above his head and unleashed a powerful saber Dao combat skill. Bzzz. Bzzz. Streaks of smooth and sharp saber light rose into the sky, crisscrossing as they slashed at Xianxia. The saber aura was domineering and had an unstoppable aura. Xianxia activated the vermilion bird sacred wings, azure dragon sacred legs, and black tortoise sacred arms. The aura of the sacred beast shook the surroundings. He Fuyuan's bloodline power felt a great pressure and was weakened. Four colors surrounded Xianxia, as if a deity had descended. The white tiger sacred claws and the vermilion bird sacred wings turned into a wave of fiery golden feathers that created a storm and clashed with He Fuyuan's attack. Rumble, the sky kept exploding, and the wind and fire sword lights splashed everywhere, leaving huge pits in the ground. Xianxu's legs emitted a green light that weaved through the air and formed a wood elemental array that covered a radius of 10 miles. The life force of everything within this range was sucked out and poured into Xianxu's body. The life force in He Fuyuan's body was also quickly fading, but he didn't retreat. He was at the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm. How could he not deal with a peak mid-stage mysterious underworld realm? After fighting for a long time, He Fuyuan realized that he had no choice but to retreat. Xianxu's attacks were endless. He was proficient in offense, defense, and support, and he was able to suppress He Fuyuan. He Fuyuan's life force would be sucked out continuously in this wood elemental array, and his strength would keep dropping. He might be the one to lose in the end. Whoosh, therefore, He Fuyuan retreated from the array and maintained a distance from Xianxia. Being far away was also beneficial to Xianxia. His intent of space had touched the level of law. The white-bearded elder and the stone race watched the two battles. One was the demigod evil bird and the sky poison giant beetle, and the other was Xianxia and He Fuyuan. They felt that the two battles were equally exciting. Oh my god, who is this person? He's on par with He Fuyuan, who's at the peak late-stage mysterious underworld realm. He Fuyuan can't do anything to Xianxia at all. The white-bearded elder was shocked. He Fuyuan was the one losing face, but he had tried to attack Xianxia many times, but he didn't succeed. Otherwise, he would be the one losing face now. On the other side, pung, an earth-shattering explosion was accompanied by a dazzling and sharp radiance. A wound several hundred yards long appeared on the back of the sky poison giant beetle. Its carapace was split in two, and rotten blood splattered everywhere. Of course, the building behind the sky poison giant beetle was also completely destroyed. Hee, die in peace. The demigod evil bird said with a smile. However, he became wary. Demigods weren't that easy to kill, and the counterattack of the sky poison giant beetle couldn't be underestimated. However, right at this moment, the sky poison giant beetle opened its mouth and swallowed the god crystal and all the other treasures into its stomach. Damn it, what are you doing? The demigod evil bird cursed with bulging eyes. The sky poison giant beetle was extremely poisonous. Did it want to destroy all the treasures? Just as the demigod evil bird attacked, the sky poison giant beetle's blood-red eyes released a fierce and hateful light as the divine power within its body surged and threatened everything in its surroundings. Not good. At this instant, everyone's hearts started to beat faster as they felt danger. The sky-poison giant beetle unleashed such terrifying power right before its death. The demigod evil bird was also surprised and quickly retreated. However, it seemed like it was a step too late. Boom! The sky-poison giant beetle spat out a beam of poison more than 200 yards thick from its mouth. It contained the aura of death and rotted everything it passed. The sky-poison giant beetle gathered all its remaining power into this attack and hit the demigod evil bird. Damn it, it purposefully swallowed the treasures and then counterattacked. The demigod evil bird tried his best to block as the sacred power within his body and the intent of light, which had touched upon the laws of heaven and earth, circulated to block the poison. Bam! Its body was sent flying several thousand yards away, and its 5-colored feathers became dim. Many parts of its chest started to rot, and black blood flowed out. Bastard, die! The demigod evil bird was extremely enraged as it slashed down with its 5-colored fan. The sky-poison giant beetle was extremely weak after its counterattack, and its life force disappeared from the demigod evil bird's furious attack as its giant body fell to the ground. Lord Evil Bird has won. Brat, just wait for your death. He Fuyuan roared with laughter. He realized that Qin Yu was standing there in a daze, as if he had been scared out of his wits. In reality, Qin Yu's attention wasn't on the sky-poison giant beetle, it was on the blood god clone. The blood god clone was still within the sky-poison giant beetle's body, and its cultivation was rapidly rising toward the peak middle stages of the mysterious dark realm. The god crystal and other treasures that the sky-poison giant beetle had just devoured were right in front of the blood god clone. The god crystal and other treasures were right in front of it. Qin Yu's heart started to beat rapidly. The clone that was devouring the sky-poison giant beetle's flesh also revealed a greedy expression. As long as Qin Yu gave the order, it would take the god crystal. No matter how brave Qin Yu was, he wouldn't dare to fight with a demigod for something. However, as his thoughts spun, he glanced at He Fuyuan in front of him and thought of a plan. Take the god crystal. He ordered the clone. It's finally dead. Demigod evil bird let out a breath. It wasn't easy to kill a demigod. If it wasn't for the fact that the sky-poison giant beetle was already dead and had revived, he wouldn't have been able to kill it. However, even then, demigod evil bird was injured by the sky-poison giant beetle's crazed counterattack before it died. But compared to the god crystals and other treasures, it was all worth it. Whoosh! Demigod evil bird quickly closed in on the sky-poison giant beetle's corpse and prepared to cut it open to take out the treasures. Lord Evil Bird has won. Brat, just wait for your death. He Fuyuan laughed smugly. Demigod Evil Bird had already given the order to target Qin Yu earlier in order to obtain the god bloodstone, and now Qin Yu was fighting against the beast race. He was courting death. Qin Yu paid close attention to Demigod Evil Bird, and his mental state was extremely tense. Once Demigod Evil Bird got close to the sky-poison giant beetle, he would be able to find the blood god clone, and his plan to steal the god crystal would most likely fail. Dong. Dong. Dong, Qin Yu's mysterious heart suddenly entered an explosive state, and his physical strength and speed instantly doubled. Not only that, but a mysterious aura appeared around Qin Yu as black and white intertwined with each other. At this instant, all power within a radius of several dozen miles was suppressed. What? He Fuyuan was stunned by the aura radiating from Qin Yu's body, and the bloodline within his body started to be suppressed. Not only that, but he also felt that his sacred power and state of existence were also being suppressed. Kill. Qin Yu charged toward He Fuyuan after unleashing the power of his heart. After the mysterious heart devoured the power of the blood race ancestor, it now had a new ability. It radiated the aura of a god demon that could suppress bloodlines and other powers. In other words, apart from strengthening himself, the mysterious heart could also weaken his enemies. At this moment, He Fuyuan's strength had decreased by almost 20% due to the power of Qin Yu's heart. Boom! Qin Yu swung his arm fiercely, and the white tiger's sacred claw tore out 5 huge cracks that were thousands of meters long, containing a tyrannical power that could destroy everything. Not only that, but he also used a spatial technique at the same time, spatial twist, swoosh, around He Fuyuan, space twisted and a vortex appeared. It was like a giant mouth, sucking in and devouring everything. He Fuyuan had already accumulated some injuries in the previous battle. Just now, he was shocked by Qin Yu's sudden outburst. The spatial strangulation caught him off guard. Neat cuts appeared on his body and blood spurted out. He Fuyuan channeled his holy power with all his might, trying to break free from the spatial whirlpool. But Qinyu wouldn't give him the chance. The White Tiger Divine Claw's attack had already descended. Boom! 5 huge golden streaks of light pierced through He Fuyuan's Saint Energy protection, leaving 3 bone-deep wounds on his body. He Fuyuan let out a blood-curdling scream as he was severely injured. Qinyu immediately took out the 10,000 dragon crown, which turned into a heavy golden ball of light and shot out. When it got close to He Fuyuan, the 10,000 dragon crown instantly increased in size and smashed towards He Fuyuan like a magnificent dragon palace. This was a supreme-grade mystic artifact, and the damage it could cause was even scarier than the White Tiger Divine Claw's attack just now. It could even take He Fuyuan's life. Lord Demonic Sparrow, save me, save me. He Fuyuan's cries for help spread in every direction. The white-bearded elder was flabbergasted. How did He Fuyuan, whose strength was on par with him, end up in such a pitiful state in the blink of an eye? What happened? How did He Fuyuan become so injured? The members of the stone race were also stunned. Demonic Sparrow, who was flying toward the sky-poison giant beetle's corpse, was also surprised. He raised his head slightly and saw the scene between Qinyu and He Fuyuan. Not good, this brat has a supreme-grade mystic artifact. He Fuyuan might even die if this attack hits him. Demigod Demonic Sparrow's expression changed slightly. He Fuyuan was a peak late-stage mysterious dark monarch emperor of the Yao race, and he had hopes of reaching the demigod realm. Furthermore, He Fuyuan was one of his subordinates. With He Fuyuan's death, not only did the Yao race lose a general, but he also lost all of his subordinates. Demigod Evil Sparrow couldn't just watch as Qinyu killed He Fuyuan. Courting death. Demigod Evil Sparrow saw that Qinyu was getting impatient, so it hurriedly tried to save him. Xiao, a 5-colored beam of light surrounded by flowing lights shot out, piercing through a long distance, aiming for Qinyu. The Demigod Evil Sparrow attacked in a hurry. It wasn't an all-out attack, but it was enough to heavily injure a peak late-stage mysterious nether-realm expert. However, the Demigod Evil Sparrow noticed that Qinyu had a strange smile on his face. Was it just an illusion? Buzz, in Qinyu's sea of stars, the faint silver fragments of spatial laws suddenly flashed with dazzling silver light. From his body, a powerful spatial energy spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding void to solidify and distort. When the multicolored light beam entered within 3,000 feet of Qinyu, it was immediately suppressed by the power of space, and its speed slowed down significantly. Impossible, my law of light, the Demigod Evil Sparrow was in disbelief. His law of light was being suppressed by the power of space? Did this mean that Qinyu's intent of space had touched the level of a law? Was that even possible? Shua, Qinyu focused on the Demigod Evil Sparrow's attack, and his figure disappeared in a flash, appearing several hundred feet away. Whoosh, the multicolored beam of light shot past him, and a terrifying power brushed past Qinyu. The Demigod Evil Sparrow's figure shook slightly. A demigod attacking a peak middle-stage mysterious nether realm expert wasn't able to injure his opponent at all, and his attack was perfectly dodged. Luckily, with Qinyu distracted, He Fuyuan was able to dodge the 10,000 dragon crown's attack head-on and escape with his life. This meant that the Demigod Evil Sparrow's attack wasn't a complete failure. However, right at this moment, something unexpected happened. Boom, a dangerous aura started to spread, and the sky-poison giant beetle's corpse crawled back up. Its eyes flashed with a crazed blood-colored light as the divine power and poison within its body erupted once more. What? The Demigod Evil Sparrow clicked its tongue in disbelief. The sky-poison giant beetle that it had killed had come back to life. It was too late to dodge, so the Demigod Evil Sparrow circulated its sacred power to protect itself once more. Boom, a pitch-black and putrid pillar of light shot out, and it was accompanied by a poisonous mist that filled the sky. It rushed out like a shocking tsunami, killing and decaying all things. The sky-poison giant beetle's attack range spanned several 100,000 feet, and it instantly turned into a pitch-black land of death. Whoosh, the Demigod Evil Sparrow quickly retreated as the sacred power barrier around its body started to rot. Its previous injuries worsened, and the poison entered its body. The sky-poison giant beetle's poison started to corrode its body, and it started to give off a putrid smell. It really works. Qinyu was extremely excited. The sky-poison giant beetle was dead, but the blood god clone was still in its body and controlling the demigod's corpse to counterattack. The blood race could control the body of another. Even a normal member of the blood race could do this. However, the sky-poison giant beetle was a demigod, and its corpse had become stiff, making it extremely difficult to control. Controlling it this time used 70% of the blood god clone's bloodline power and soul power. That's not right. The sky-poison giant beetle is already dead. Someone else is controlling its corpse. The demigod Evil Sparrow felt that something was wrong. In that instant just now, it felt the aura of another life force within the sky-poison giant beetle's body. Now that this life force was quickly disappearing, it was obvious that it was no longer able to control the demigod's corpse. Looking at Qinyu once more, he discovered that Qinyu had actually survived his attack unscathed. As for how Qinyu did it, the demigod Evil Sparrow didn't know. It's you. The demigod Evil Sparrow was instantly sure that the person who had caused all of this was Qinyu. He Fu Yuan, the white-bearded elder, and the members of the stone race all had dazed expressions. It was obvious that they didn't know what was going on. Run! Qinyu roared in a low tone as he turned around and prepared to run. You want to leave? The demigod Evil Sparrow's expression was grim, and he was enraged. He didn't bother attacking Qinyu before, but he couldn't care less now. Boom, he charged forward and unleashed the power of sacred power within his body as the law of light spread. Limitless light shot out from the demigod Evil Sparrow's body, and heaven and earth became filled with a weird light. Whoosh, in the void, a dark seven-colored feather of light condensed. It was ethereal and formless, and it pierced through Qinyu. The demigod Evil Sparrow didn't use a large-scale attack in order to not affect He Fu Yuan. However, when he flew past the sky-poison giant beetle, a heart-shaking aura surged from the corpse once more. This is self-destruction. Shock, fear, and panic flashed through the demigod Evil Sparrow's face. The blood god clone indeed couldn't control the demigod's corpse to attack anymore. However, self-destruction was relatively simple. The demigod Evil Sparrow didn't think too much and immediately retreated. Even though the sky-poison giant beetle was dead, the corpse still contained a large amount of energy. If all of it exploded, the power would be terrifying enough to kill the heavily injured demigod Evil Sparrow. Whoosh, the blood god clone flew out before it self-destructed and used a secret technique of the Tao of Blood to burn the power of its bloodline in exchange for an increase in speed. Qinyu circulated the law of space fragments once more and controlled the air around him. He figured out the trajectory of the seven-colored feather's attack and dodged it by a hair's breadth. Whoosh, Qinyu put the blood god clone into the faint silver dimension and immediately escaped. He was still in the explosive state of his heart, so his speed had doubled. Adding on the acceleration from the law of space, his speed surpassed the peak late-stage mysterious dark realm, and he quickly escaped. At the same place, boom, the sky-poison giant beetle's corpse exploded, and its divine power and poison spread for 100 miles. Qinyu was also affected by the explosion, but he immediately used the black tortoise protection to defend himself and used the force of the explosion to escape. A wave of black light spread across heaven and earth. Flowers and grass instantly withered, and the sky turned pitch black as this terrifying poison engulfed it. A forbidden aura of divine power radiated from the center of the explosion. Chen. You. A low, cold, and hoarse voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, causing one's heart to tremble. The demigod Evil Sparrow floated at the edge of the explosion. His body was black, and a rotten aura spread. The flesh on his chest had completely rotted, and black spots covered his face, making him look terrifying. He had been poisoned since the beginning of the battle, but it hadn't been serious. After the sky-poison giant beetle's 2 counterattacks, he was severely injured, and the poison invaded his organs. This time, the self-destruction caused the poison to enter his flesh and bones once more. I'll make you wish you were dead. The demigod Evil Sparrow turned into a streak of light that instantly pierced through the poisonous land of death and chased after Qinyu. He immediately understood the reason after thinking about it for a bit. The reason why Qinyu wanted to become his enemy and detonate the demigod's corpse was because Qinyu had stolen the divine crystal within the sky-poison giant beetle's body, a measly middle-stage mysterious dark realm cultivator dared to become his enemy, humiliating him, and even stealing the divine crystal right under his nose. On the other side, the white-bearded elder sat on the ground and circulated his sacred power to expel the poison from his body. That brat actually dared to fight with the demigod Evil Sparrow. The white-bearded elder's face was filled with shock, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. As an outsider, he could see everything clearly. Xianxia had fought with the demigod Evil Sparrow and won. Xianxia sped through the air as his heart erupted with all his might. He was so fast that his figure couldn't be seen. Stealing from the hands of a demigod was too thrilling. If he was even the slightest bit careless, he would have lost everything. However, the sense of accomplishment after succeeding was also very exciting. Furthermore, the rewards were plentiful, so the risk was worth it. It's coming. Xianxu's star souls felt an invisible pressure. He was sure that the demigod Evil Sparrow was chasing after him. He didn't dare to relax and maintained his fastest speed. As time passed, the pressure in his heart became stronger and heavier. Even if the demigod Evil Sparrow is heavily injured, it's still faster than me. Xianxu's body tensed up. A Heaven's Legacy race group was slowly flying in the air. Suddenly, a powerful ripple of energy appeared. The 3 Heaven's Legacy race members immediately stopped and became wary. Swish, a silver-red beam of light shot forward, passing over the heads of the 3 Heaven's Legacy race members and vanishing. What speed! The 3 Heaven's Legacy race members were dazed. Before they could even open their mouths, the human male had already left. This speed is even faster than a peak late-stage mysterious nether realm. I didn't think that there would be such a powerful person among the intruders. The leading Heaven's Legacy race member exclaimed. But his expression doesn't seem right. The other Heaven's Legacy race member murmured. Right at this moment, an invisible pressure spread out, and heaven and earth seemed to freeze as if a calamity was about to descend. The 3 Heaven's Legacy race members froze, and their blood froze. Boom, with a loud explosion, a demigod covered in 5-colored light descended in the blink of an eye and disappeared. Demigod Evil Sparrow. The leading Heaven's Legacy race member was stunned. This was a demigod of the demigod Evil Sparrow. If a human wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping their hand. However, the demigod Evil Sparrow didn't even look at them and flew over the heads of the 3 Heaven's Legacy race members. Xianxia, where do you think you're going? The demigod Evil Sparrow roared. The 3 Heaven's Legacy race members were dazed for a moment. They couldn't believe their eyes. The demigod Evil Sparrow wasn't just passing by, it wasn't purposely sparing their lives. It was because it was chasing after a human. This human is too crazy. What exactly did he do? I can't believe the demigod Evil Sparrow personally came after me. The leader of the Heaven's Legacy race sighed in amazement, but he didn't dare to investigate. Xianxia, where do you think you're going? Following this angry shout, Xianxu's hair stood on end. The demigod Evil Sparrow had caught up. Between heaven and earth, a pressure suddenly appeared. Xianxu's speed was suppressed, and his figure slowed down. Immediately after, the surroundings fluctuated with strange and dazzling colors. Suddenly, countless multicolored feathers of light suddenly condensed, each of them concealing a biting cold-killing intent as they rained down. At this moment, the demigod Evil Bird and Xianxia were almost 10,000 yards away, but the other party was already impatiently attacking from afar. Moreover, this was a large-scale attack. Under such circumstances, even if Xianxia stimulated the space law fragment with all his strength, it would still be impossible for him to dodge. Black Tortoise Protection. Xianxia immediately activated the Black Tortoise Sea suppressing arm, and the pressure of an ancient water path sacred beast spread out. Bzzz, a large wave of dark blue water surged from the Black Tortoise sacred arm and covered Xianxu's entire body, then turned into a giant turtle sacred beast. The Black Tortoise Protection was the strongest defensive technique Xianxia could use right now. Whoosh, wing sharp feathers slashed onto the Black Tortoise Protection, creating holes in it. The 10-meter-long Black Tortoise shield around Xianxu's body began to shrink bit by bit. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 wounds appeared on Xianxu's body, and blood started to leak out. The attack of a demigod was simply too strong. Even with Xianxu's powerful physical defense, it was easily broken through. Luckily, Qinyu had already escaped from the demigod evil bird's attack range, but he still didn't dare to relax. The pursuer was a demigod. Although it was heavily injured, it was still able to break through the black tortoise protection and injure Qinyu. "You won't be able to escape." The demigod evil bird's voice was filled with killing intent. He wasn't surprised that Qinyu was able to escape from his attack again. However, he had caught up to Qinyu now, so he wouldn't fail again. Boom! The demigod evil bird slowly thrust out a palm that contained the intent of heaven and earth as it crushed toward Qinyu. This palm was extremely strong and had a large area of effect. Qinyu had nowhere to run. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Qinyu would only be forced into a passive state if he continued to defend. Therefore, he started to counterattack. The white tiger sacred claws, vermilion bird sacred wings, azure dragon sacred legs, and black tortoise sacred arms were all activated. The intent of metal and the intent of fire were also activated on his white tiger sacred claws and vermilion bird sacred wings, creating a wave of golden flaming feathers that met the demigod evil bird's attack head-on. The azure dragon sacred legs also had a defensive secret technique. Tough wooden vines intertwined around Qinyu's body and formed a large wooden net that could absorb sacred power and weaken attacks. Qinyu then used the black tortoise scale armor. The black tortoise sacred arms flashed with a dark blue light as ancient sacred carvings spread across Qinyu's body and turned into a set of ancient scale armor. Qinyu used all his strength to deal with the demigod. Boom! Boom! The weird light released a power that shook heaven and earth. A large amount of sacred power and the laws of light shattered everything. Qinyu's attack crumbled inch by inch as it was devoured and shattered. The attack landed on the greenwood net, but it only managed to absorb a little of the sacred power within before the net was destroyed. Pung! The attack finally landed on Qinyu's body. The black tortoise scale armor on his body was quickly worn away. Qinyu's figure was sent flying several hundred meters away. Numerous cuts could be seen on the surface of his body, and the injuries even affected his internal organs. Whoosh! Qinyu quickly ran away and used the high-tier undying body to quickly heal the wounds on his body. The demigod evil bird's eyebrows furrowed. It had used its full strength, but it only managed to injure Qinyu, which didn't affect him much. Whoosh! The demigod evil bird chased after Qinyu and attacked once more. A dazzling light condensed and shot forward. Qinyu immediately took out the 10,000 dragon crown and used it to block the demigod evil bird's attack. The demigod evil bird couldn't help but snicker coldly when it saw that Qinyu was focusing on defense instead of attacking. From the looks of it, Qinyu felt how strong it was and knew that there was no point in attacking. Wing boom! The demigod's attack landed on the 10,000 dragon crown and sent it flying. Even Qinyu suffered a backlash. However, as long as the injuries weren't too serious, the high-tier undying body would be able to recover in a short amount of time. Right at this moment, dong! Qinyu used the murdering heart technique, and an explosion that shook heaven and earth descended upon the demigod evil bird's heart. The sky poison giant beetle's poison had already entered the demigod evil bird's organs and bones. It was already severely injured and weak. On the other hand, Qinyu's murdering heart technique attacked the heart. The demigod evil bird's black heart instantly started to swell, and black-red blood started to pour out. The demigod evil bird's face became paler, and beads of sweat appeared on its forehead. Damn it! The demigod evil bird gritted its teeth and was filled with hatred. It was once again injured by Qinyu when it wasn't on guard, and this time, it was the location of its heart. The poison in the demigod evil sparrow's body took advantage of this opportunity to worsen its injuries. It had no choice but to use some of its energy to suppress the poison within its body. This meant that the demigod evil bird's strength dropped even more. It had only injured Qinyu before, but it wasn't severely injured. The situation now was even more favorable for Qinyu. After chasing for a while and using 5 more killing moves, the poison within the demigod evil bird's body started to act up. Not good. The demigod evil bird gritted its teeth and slowed down. In the end, the demigod evil bird decided to give up. Firstly, if it continued to use its full strength, the poison would worsen and even damage its foundation. Secondly, it had just received a message from the Yao race team, saying that they had found the inheritance. It was very likely an inheritance left behind by a god, and it didn't want to miss it because of Qinyu. The poison is acting up? Qinyu revealed a smile and continued to retreat without slowing down. He had already guessed the demigod evil bird's situation, so he continued to stall for time. Qinyu sensed that the demigod evil bird wasn't chasing after him anymore, and he let out a breath of relief. Escaping from a demigod was a kind of victory. Whoosh, Qinyu flew at full speed for 4 hours in order to avoid the demigod evil bird chasing after him after it recovered. He flew into an ancient forest in front of him, then burrowed underground. When Qinyu stopped, he breathed out a sigh of relief. The pursuit of a demigod was terrifying. Even a heavily injured demigod gave him a lot of pressure. Luckily, he managed to escape. Whoosh, Qinyu released the blood god doppelganger from the faint silver dimension. A blood-colored light moved around the doppelganger's body as treasures appeared one after another. One of them was a water elemental material called the sea lustrous crystal. It was a rare material that was even more valuable than the sky water crystal, and it was the main material for crafting peak-tier defensive treasures. The other materials weren't much different from the sea lustrous crystal. The doppelganger finally took out a milky white crystal bead that radiated a faint aura of divine power. If it weren't for the fact that Qinyu had isolated himself with the intent of space, it would have alerted all living beings within a radius of several 100,000 feet. God crystal. Qinyu was extremely excited. The value of god crystals was even higher than divine bloodstones, and they were all used to increase one's cultivation. Even the demigod evil bird wanted this god crystal and would do anything to obtain it. Right now, both Qinyu and the blood god doppelganger needed to increase their strength as soon as possible. Qinyu planned to absorb the god crystal with the blood god doppelganger to increase their strength. However, when he inspected the doppelganger, he found that the doppelganger's cultivation was extremely close to the peak middle stage mysterious dark realm and was about to break through. All of this was because of the sky poison giant beetle's corpse. The doppelganger had stayed in the demigod's corpse for a while and absorbed a large amount of flesh and blood essence, poison, and even divine power. If it wasn't for the fact that the time was too short and the situation was too critical, the doppelganger would have broken through to the peak middle stage mysterious dark realm already. At this moment, the doppelganger sat down and started to use the energy it had devoured. Since you haven't used up all the fortune you had, then let me use this god crystal first. Qinyu smiled faintly and sat down. The god crystal floated in front of him and released a faint milky white glow. Thick heaven-earth yuan qi and a supreme aura of divine power spread out, causing Qinyu's heart to jump. End of chapter 1290. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.